This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Rain, A True Lover's Story by A.E. Villa. Narrated by Tortom. Chapter 1. Mike. "Damn, it's getting hot as hell out here," Mike told Manny, his best friend and business partner, as they began to wrap up their last property for the day. It was only late spring. It shouldn't feel like 80 degrees already, but his sweat-drenched chest showed otherwise. Mike used the hem of his Stockley Lawn Service t-shirt to wipe the grime and perspiration off his forehead. "Have Jason finish unwrapping the palms. Then let him know he can take the other truck back to the shop. Me, you, and Craig can finish the last of the mulching." Manny used their two-way radio to relay Mike's instructions before he hauled a large bag of black mulch out of the truck bed and hefted it onto his shoulder. Mike did the same as they walked side by side towards the large flower bed framing the wraparound porch that was already blooming with new lilies. Mike's landscaping company had been working Mr. Reynolds' lawn for over 4 years, and Mike admitted it was one of his prouder properties, the one he displayed on his website to attract potential new customers. But Jim Reynolds was the best, always forthcoming with the compliments. He let Mike have creative control, and most of all, he paid them on time. Mike turned toward the 2-story house. "Speaking of, have you seen the old man today?" he asked Manny, before his gaze shifted to the tall bay windows on the back side of the house. It was where Mr. Reynolds would sit and drink his rum chata latte and read the Virginian Pilot while they worked. But Mike just realized he hadn't seen him at all today. Jim was the retired owner of the Delectable Cuts franchise. Now, his 2 daughters and son-in-law ran the business, while Jim enjoyed the good life. Manny dropped the bag on the ground and went to grab another. I don't think so." Mike's stomach rumbled. He typically brought his lunch to work, but every other Thursday, he looked forward to the best damn submarine sandwiches on this side of the Mississippi. Around lunchtime, Mr. Reynolds always came out onto the porch and asked them what kind of cold cuts they wanted to eat, since the man was never lacking a refrigerator full of meats. "Both of his cars are out front, so he didn't go to the Y to exercise," Manny continued, as Mike's brain began to conjure up bad thoughts. "Maybe he got a ride or someone picked him up," Mike reasoned. "Or not. I've never seen a friend or relative visit in the middle of the day since we've been coming here. Besides, Jim is always around when we work," Manny answered. "Shit, that's true. Damn, what if he's in there and needs help? I saw a movie about an old woman living by herself. She was carrying a laundry basket down the stairs when she tripped and fell, and there was no one home to help her. She was just lying there crying. 'Help me, help me,' Manny imitated in a frail, annoying-ass voice that made Mike grit his teeth. 'Help. Will you shut the fuck up? I'm being serious. And that wasn't a movie. It was a goddamn commercial.' Mike scrubbed at his face with his black bandana before he shoved it back inside his hip pocket and made a beeline toward the porch steps. "What are you doing?" Manny asked, watching him as Mike cupped his hands to the pristine glass window so he could see better inside. "Maybe he went out of town or something. Leave it alone, Mike." Mike shook his head. "I don't know, man. He would have told us if he was going to be home, right?" He squinted as he surveyed the eat-in kitchen and a portion of the family room to the right, but the wall prevented him from seeing farther inside. Nothing looked out of sorts, but his gut was telling him something was wrong. Mike knocked hard on the window, then the doorframe, but didn't get an answer. "Jesus, you're going to break the damn glass. Stop." Manny stood watching him. "He should have heard that, right?" Mike asked, his nerves going crazy. What if Jim was in there needing help, and they were all right there and did nothing? "I'm going inside." "Mike, you can't just go in there," Manny hissed, but it was too late. Mike had already removed his switchblade, popped the lock, turned the knob, and was easing the back door open within seconds. "Don't just walk in there, Mike. Fuck. I'm a concerned citizen. I have the right to check it out," Mike rumbled, then disappeared inside. "What fucking law is that?" Manny called after him, but Mike ignored it. "Yo, Jim, it's Mike. You in here?" He called loud enough for his voice to carry to the second floor. If the old man was in his bedroom watching a riveting marathon of Bonanza, Mike didn't want to give him a heart attack. "I'm just checking on you, buddy. We haven't seen you today." Nothing appeared out of the ordinary in the immaculate home. Not a dish in the sink or a throw pillow out of place in the family room. Maybe he did go out of town. But Mike still wanted to knock on Jim's bedroom door just to be certain. Despite Manny's ridiculous example, Mike had heard stories of elderly people who lived alone and had accidents where no one found them for days. "It's Mike, Jim. We're almost finished with the yard if you want to come take a look." Mike felt a bit foolish, like he was talking to no one, but an unnerving feeling prickled at his spine just before he heard a rush of footsteps behind him, too fast to be Jim's. Mike spun and ducked just as a steel bat was swung at the side of his head that would have surely split it in two. The weapon struck the oak banister behind him instead, causing it to break and splinter as Mike locked eyes on his attacker, a younger man he'd never seen before. Mike leaped backward at the second wild swing that aimed for his right side. Motherfucker. Bloodshot, furious green eyes were lasered on him as the man held the bat in a two-handed grip and raised it high over his head, intending to do some serious damage. But the man had no idea who he was fighting. Years of bar brawls, holding tank feuds, and club fights had made Mike the crazy son of a bitch he was today. While he was no longer a gang enforcer, he still possessed the mentality and the skill. He was always fearless, irritated, and didn't give two fucks about anyone that wasn't his crew or family. His attacker's next attempt to crush his skull left his abdomen vulnerable, and Mike balled his fist and slammed it into the man's midsection, hard enough to make him double over. He could have swung again and nailed the guy in the jaw, but Mike wasn't going for permanent damage. The bat hung unsteadily in his aggressor's left hand as he stumbled backward into a table, trying to grasp on for purchase, but ended up toppling over it. The 2-foot glass vase in the center of the foyer table went crashing to the ground, covering the marble floor with shards of crystal and long-stemmed hydrangeas. "I called the police," the man barked, wiping at the blood dripping down his cheek from where he'd been nicked by the glass. He appeared to struggle to take in air as Mike stood over him, barely winded. "They're coming right now." "Fuck. Look, man, I'm sorry for the misunderstanding, but I came in to check on Mr. Reynolds. I work for him. Didn't you see us out there for the last 2 hours?" "Bullshit." The guy appeared to be in his 20s, maybe 25, and recovering from one hell of a hangover or bender. He had on a blue and red silk wannabe Hugh Hefner robe, one Versace slipper, the other was across the hallway, and several gold necklaces hanging around his throat. He screamed spoiled, entitled millennial. Mike knew that Jim had a few grandkids, but none of them had ever come to visit while they'd been there. "Mike," Manny hollered, "what's going on in there?" "Don't come in. I'm coming out." "What the hell?" "I'm coming out," Mike reiterated. He shook his head at the mess he'd made all over the floor. Damn it. That was going to cost him. "The hell you are?" The guy had managed to get to his feet, holding the bat in front of him as if it were a sword. "Where is Jim?" Mike asked, his voice growing louder. "Get out of my grandfather's house, now!" the guy hollered, raising the bat again. Mike wasn't afraid. How could he be? The man had already shown his incompetence with that weapon. "Mike!" Manny yelled. "Get out here now! Hurry up!" Mike flexed his fists as he moved around the broken table, glaring at the man still threatening him. He'd love to get one more hit in, but he already knew he'd fucked up. Why didn't he listen to Manny? His best friend had been watching his back since they were both recruited by the Devil Wreckers Motorcycle Club at 19 years old, and he was still trying to keep him out of trouble at 48. In a neighborhood like this, it didn't take the police long to respond to a burglary call, so he wasn't surprised when he heard the sirens way too close. But in Mike's neck of the woods, they were lucky if the cops came for a damn homicide. He hurried out of the house as 2 squad cars sped up the long driveway. Mike met Manny's dark eyes, his tan skin glistening with sweat, his gaze furious. "Damn. I really don't understand what the hell goes through your mind, Mike, and I don't fucking want to," Manny snapped, waving an angry hand in the police's direction. "Why'd Jim call the cops on you?" "Jim ain't in there. Come on, load the mulch back on the truck. We'll finish this next week. We're leaving. Yeah, no shit. Manny grumbled as he got his ass in gear and grabbed two 20-pound bags at the same time, throwing them in the truck bed. Hurry up, Manny, Mike urged. They're not going to just let us leave, Manny protested, cutting his narrowed gaze in Mike's direction. Who was in there? And what was that crash? Mike hurried and grabbed his shovel and hand tools, tossing them in the truck. Some guy came at me with a bat and tried to cave my damn cranium in, Manny, Mike growled. It's a good thing he had on those bitch-ass slippers. Otherwise he might have gotten me. Shit. Manny visibly ground his molars, his jaw clenching. How bad did you hurt him? He'll be fine in a few days, Mike grumbled. I think. Mike, Manny scowled. But before Mike could explain what had happened, his attacker exploded out the back door, clutching a towel to his cut cheek and walking with an over-exaggerated limp. He pointed Mike out to the police. That man right there in the dark jeans just broke into my grandfather's house while he's in the hospital and tried to rob him. That's bullshit, Mike barked, jerking forward. But Manny slammed his heavy palm against the center of his chest, stopping his advance. Now Mike wished he had gotten in that last punch. I work here. I only went inside to check on my client. I didn't take shit. Because I stopped you, thief. Mike was vibrating as anger clawed at his insides, adrenaline still surging through his body from the fight. Call me a thief one more time, and it'll be the last words you ever fucking say. Mike, be cool, Manny muttered close to his side. But Mike could barely register his words as he glared at the man standing like a coward behind the officers. Sir, there's no need for threats, one of them said, moving forward, her hand loose at her side near her firearm. The other officer matched her stance. Mr. McElroy said he found you in the house, snooping around. That's right, I did. And when he saw me, he punched me and threw me across the room. I think maybe one of my ribs are broken. The bastard hollered like a dramatic victim in a soap opera. I want him arrested. Motherfucker. Manny still had his hand against Mike's chest, and the police appeared uncomfortable at his climbing anger. With every lie this asshole told, Mike's blood pressure surged. I worked this property. Have been for the last 3 years. I was not stealing. So you worked the grounds? She clarified. Yes, Mike barked. Then what were you doing inside the house, sir? Another officer asked. Mike paused and tried to take a deep breath like his anger management coach had informed him to do, but it wasn't working. His head was hot and pounding. The air that was supposed to flow through his nostrils and out of his mouth was caught in his throat and prevented him from speaking. Mike was thankful that Manny always knew when to step in. We thought maybe our client was in there and needed help. He's elderly and lives alone, and we consider him a friend. Mike was trying to check on him since we hadn't seen him all afternoon, and that's not like Jim. And how did you get in the house? The female officer asked, her sharp stare directed at Mike, though it appeared as if she didn't believe either of them. Her crude inspection began at the top of Mike's head, roaming over his rugged appearance and his gang tattoos that he was no longer ashamed of. They were who he was, and it was his past. It couldn't be erased. He wore those scars and tats as a reminder of all he'd overcome. Manny let out a hushed curse after Mike answered. I picked the lock on the back door, but I knocked first, and no one... Sir, I'm going to need you to turn around and put your hands behind your back, she instructed, and Mike felt his body temperature spike to a dangerous level. For what? I wasn't stealing, Mike bellowed. I reacted in self-defense. What's going on? Craig, one of Mike's groundsmen, asked when he came from around the side of the house. Shit. Big Mike, I swear I didn't do anything. Craig, be quiet. This has nothing to do with you. We got this, Manny told their newest employee. Craig's lanky body slumped with obvious relief. He was only 24, and it was his first time having a legit job since pickpocketing on the metro was no longer paying the bills, or his extensive court restitution. Officers, Jim Reynolds has cameras all over his house. I'm sure if you check them, you'll see. All of that can be worked out at the magistrate's office, sir. For now, I'm going to insist you comply and put your hands behind your back. The woman's voice held a tone of command that implied it was Mike's last chance to do as she said before things turned ugly. Mike, just do it. Manny squeezed him hard on his shoulder, trying to turn him to face him. But Mike was seething, his glare still boring a hole through that lying asshole's face. "I can get you out of this, Mike. Just do what they say." "It's Thursday, Manny. I'm not spending a weekend in fucking jail," Mike gritted out. "I promise you won't." Manny gripped Mike's chin and forced his eyes to meet his. "Just don't do anything stupid in there. I'll get you out. You know I will." Yeah, he did know. Mike finally turned around and crossed his hands behind his back. He knew the drill well. "I have a switchblade in my right pocket. No other weapons." Mike clenched his teeth the moment the cold metal cinched around his left wrist. "Sir, you're under arrest for breaking and entering an assault. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used." Mike didn't need to pay attention to his Miranda rights. He'd heard them countless times before. He'd had numerous arrests but zero convictions, and that shit wasn't about to change today. Chapter 2. Rain. The ambient music that played through Rain's earbuds came to an abrupt end as the shrill of his 7 o'clock alarm took over. Wincing at the ache in his ears from the cheap headphones, he deftly removed them from his ear canals and set them on his nightstand while massaging his bruised inner ear. It sucked sleeping with them in, but it was better than hearing, and suffering through, someone else having mind-blowing sex just across the narrow hall from him. Rain listened for any movement from his new roommates as he swung his legs over the side of the bed. Wood and his boyfriend Trent were decent guys, but they were still a new couple, so needless to say, they had sex like porn stars, loud and often. Not to mention that Wood wasn't long released from his 17-year stint in prison, so Rain figured he was probably making up for a lot of lost time as well. Hell, if Rain had a hot young stud half as sexy as Trent to call his own, he'd be all over him too. Rain massaged his temples. He'd never experienced love like the one Wood and Trent shared, one that was selfless and fulfilling, the kind of love that ached and hurt, yet felt so damn amazing at the same time. He may have had the opportunity for love once or twice in the past, but Rain hadn't recognized it, too busy focusing on himself and his greed. Now he was alone, damn near homeless with no job, no money, and no prospects for a better life. One day at a time were the words he lived by. Rain barely had a place to lay his head. He needed to not mess this up. Wood and Trent had been nothing but kind to him by allowing him to crash there, and the last thing he wanted to do was come between them. But that was his nature. His addiction affected his life and anyone around him. "Not anymore. I can do this," Rain whispered, reassuring himself. He quickly made his small bed, tucking the well-worn sheets in on the sides and flipping the flimsy quilt over his lone pillow. He'd been used to luxury for a majority of his life, sleeping in 5-star hotels, trips on million-dollar yachts, dining in Michelin-star restaurants, living in penthouses with California king-sized beds, draped in Egyptian cotton sheets that melted against his skin. It was pitiful and both comforting how far he'd fallen. For years, Rain had enjoyed the finer things in life, but it had all come at an expensive cost. His self-respect. Now, Rain was just thankful for the little things he'd once thought were beneath him, low class. He deluded himself into believing he had prestige in society because he had good looks and dressed the best. But when the chips fell along with his facade, all he had left was a bunch of material things that meant nothing, and a small rented room in Wood and Trent's trailer that wouldn't cost him his dignity if he couldn't pay his way. Rain grabbed his toiletry bag and towel and stepped out into the dark hallway, trying to be as quiet as possible. However, he wished he'd taken his earbuds with him, because there was no mistaking the sounds he heard from the door opposite his. The squeaking bed, the grunts, not even the jazz music playing could drown out the sound of great sex. Rain hurried the last few feet down the hall and practically threw himself into the bathroom, closing and locking the door behind him as if he were being chased. He supposed he was. By life. "Breathe," he coached himself, as he pressed his forehead to the door, his hands clenched over his ears. Wood's guttural moans continued to reverberate through Rain's sex-starved mind, causing his cock to react. Damn it. Breathe. Just breathe. Rain struggled to ignore the ache. He turned on the cold water and flipped the shower lever up. not caring how loud he yelped when the frigid spray hit his overheated skin. Fuck! He braced his hands against the tiles, his fingers trying to puncture through the yellow-tinged ceramic. His urge to masturbate was stronger than it had been in a long time, but he would not give in. Thankfully, the freezing water was already starting to do the trick, since his teeth were chattering too hard to feel sexy, and his balls had shriveled to the size of baby walnuts. Continuing to take long breaths, he commended himself for fighting it. After several failed attempts, Rain was back on track with his recovery program. 3 months was the furthest he'd ever made it in the past, but now he was almost a year in, and he'd completed most of his steps. All addictions came with challenges, and his was no different. Rain was terrified, but he knew he could do this. He could live as a recovering sex addict. That was how he'd met Herschel Wood. They'd both been at the same halfway house, and after Rain had propositioned him several times, only to keep getting rebuffed, he began to feel protected around Wood, like his addiction was safe with him. He needed Wood. Rain had never had a real friendship before that he hadn't sabotaged, but he wanted to have more because that's what normal people had, right? They had friends, bills, jobs, lovers, gym memberships, family responsibilities, and they paid taxes. He wanted to keep striving for some degree of, quote-unquote, normalcy. Rain was finally able to add some hot water to his freezing shower after the cold was effective in eliminating his steamy thoughts. He was rough as he scrubbed his body with his wash rag, frustrated with the mess he'd made of his life. But instead of letting his thoughts gravitate toward negativity, he remembered his sponsor's words and focused on the present. Because while his addiction sucked ass and the recovery was 10 times worse, he at least had one person in this world he could trust. Wood. Rain, you in there? I thought you were out running. Did you just get back? I'll be out in a second, he answered, turning the water off before he was able to rinse all of the suds away. He hurried to towel off because if one of his roommates needed the bathroom, he wasn't about to hog it. Wood probably assumed Rain had been out on his sunrise run and thought it was safe to get vocal with his boyfriend this morning. He knew Wood would never make him uncomfortable on purpose, but he'd be lying if he said that it wasn't difficult to hear. Most days, Rain left the trailer around 6 a.m. as quietly as possible to give Wood and Trent the privacy they were accustomed to before he came along. He'd only been staying there a couple of weeks, and he wasn't trying to mess up the one good thing in his life, so he tried to make himself small and unnoticeable. He would have done his run today if he hadn't been exhausted, his feet aching from pounding the pavement from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. yesterday, searching for employment. Rain needed to pay his own way, or else his idiot mind would conjure up much easier ways for him to pay his share. But those ways were no longer an option. He would search again today, all day, if that's what it took to find something. His last legit job was at Walmart, but he'd lost it for cursing out an old hookup who'd offered him a better job at his marketing firm if Rain would accompany him back to his condo and spend the weekend with him. That was how he'd survived the last 20 years of his life, using his eyes, his voice, his charm, and especially his body to get not just what he needed, but also whatever the hell he wanted, to the point that it had become an obsession. He thought he was winning at life by using rich bastards, taunting them with amazing sex, and then draining them for all he could. But it wasn't until he'd gotten arrested 4 years ago with the manager of a Bloomingdale's for public indecency that he realized he had a problem. He'd sold his dignity and freedom for a Burberry wardrobe and Gucci boots. And now, Rain had a disease that he didn't know existed until it was too late, and it had wreaked havoc on his life. He had no idea what sex addiction was until he'd hit rock bottom, and it dragged a lot of innocent people down with him. Since Rain's first arrest, he'd had his ups and downs on his road to recovery. Far more down than up. His last release from jail was a little over 11 months ago. It took a while before he believed he could manage the steps of the program and maintain his celibacy. And he had. And he'd never been prouder of himself, regardless that he had to hawk pieces of his beautiful jewelry to pay for his own necessities. It felt good, like an accomplishment that he was taking care of himself. He didn't have to pay with his body anymore. Besides, it wasn't as if the men who gave him those jewels meant anything to him. They'd all been disposable pawns in his schemes. Sometimes, Rain hated the lonely, helpless feeling that would wash over him when he caught glimpses of what genuine love looked like, sounded like. Being around Trent and Wood made him flush warm all over, and not in a pleasant way. It was a hollow ache that started in his throat and ended in his groin. Rain hurried and wrapped the towel around his lower waist and cinched his terry cloth robe over his navel. Wood was coming out of his room at the same time Rain opened the door to the bathroom. There was no mistaking the satisfied expression on his roommate's face, or the way his gray and black hair was a tousled mess, as if it had been grabbed and tugged repeatedly. Rain craved that kind of irresistible love more than anything, and doing so caused an ache to intensify deep inside of him. Would he ever know that feeling? Who the fuck would trust him with their heart? To be a faithful partner? A sex addict? Rain, are you all right? Wood said, coming closer, smelling of lust and bed linen. Yeah, sure, he lied. Rain hadn't realized he'd stopped in front of his bedroom door until Wood tried to inch past him in the tight confines of the narrow hallway. Cool. Wood managed to get by, but before he could close himself in the bathroom, Rain's soul screamed out for help. Actually, Wood? Yep. He popped his head back out the door. Do you have to go to the shop this morning? I was hoping you could maybe... Yeah, I do. Around 8. I'm about to get ready now. You need something? Do you think you can drop me off at St. Mary's Methodist on 9th Street in Atlantic? They have meetings today up until noon. No problem. I got you, ma'am. Wood paused, appearing slightly embarrassed. You sure everything's okay? I'm good. Rain lied again, knowing what Wood was asking, and the honest answer was fuck yes. Hearing him and Trent making love this morning was too much. He needed to call his sponsor and get to a meeting fast. He opened his bedroom door, Rain's breath hitching as Trent stuck his head out of their bedroom door, his naked upper body half exposed. Hirsch, I need you to do me a favor. My dad needs a ride home, and Summer just called and asked me to come in early so I don't have time. I got you. Whatever you need, babe, Wood assured his partner. Rain slowly closed his bedroom door. A bittersweet knot of pain bulged in his chest as moisture gathered behind his closed lids. But he didn't let the tears fall. Living with Wood and Trent proved more difficult than he'd thought, and staying with his step-uncle had been a different kind of hell altogether. But at least there was a lot less temptation there. I'm not sure how long this living arrangement is going to work out either. Chapter 3. Mike. Manny, it's about time you picked up. What the fuck is going on? Why am I still in jail? Mike barked into the receiver of the prepay phone attached to the brick wall. Why are you in there? Let me see. It's probably because you broke into our client's house, gut-punched his grandson, and damaged property. His friend droned. Manny? Mike ground out through a tight jaw in an effort to keep his tone low. Is there anything in the sound of my goddamn voice right now that indicates I'm in the mood for playing? Manny sighed, sounding exhausted. I posted the bond and... Bond? What happened to... Can you fucking let me finish? I don't have time for this shit either, Mike. I told you not to go into that house in the first place. Not now, man, Mike warned, running his hand through his hair and cringing at the crud beneath his nails that was being ground into his scalp from his rough treatment. He'd been stuck in this shithole all night. He was cold, hungry, dirty, and most of all, he was mad. Jim is at Norfolk General Hospital, and since I'm not family, it took some maneuvering and Craig sweet-talking a couple of nurses at the front desk for me to get into his room. Shit. Is he all right? Mike asked, first in concern for the old man, who'd been one of his first clients to take a chance on his landscaping business. He's fine. He had a small cardiac episode the other night, and they decided to keep him for observation. He said he forgot to call us. Mike exhaled. He really did like Jim Reynolds. He never judged Mike and his crew of misfits like so many others did. He would have felt horrible if anything had happened to him. I called the magistrate's office, and when I was able to get someone on the damn line, Jim told them that it was all a misunderstanding, and he had no intention of cooperating with the breaking and entering or the destruction of property charges. So that takes care of one problem. Fuck me. Yep. I had to post bond because the guy you leveled with one punch is proceeding with his charges of assault against you. Assault? It was self-defense. Mike felt his anger rise and bubble over like hot lava in his stomach as he flexed his right fist. Oh, I haven't assaulted that motherfucker yet, but he's about to learn the difference real soon. Mike, Leave it alone, Manny ordered. And I mean it. You've caused enough shit for me to deal with. Mike gritted his teeth, but ultimately kept his mouth shut. Manny had been his voice of reason for over 30 years, and like always, he was right about this too. They didn't need this squabble blowing up more and casting a negative shadow over their company when they just started to be considered a reputable business in the community, despite that it was headed up by two of the city's most infamous ex-gangsters. It had taken a lot of convincing from Manny back then for Mike to get out of the motorcycle gang that had been their only family since they were teenagers. But his best friend had started to make sense all those years ago. At the time, Manny had a new wife and a baby on the way, and Mike had a son, Bishop, who was serving time in prison. Mike had wanted Bishop to have a stable home and a positive role model for a parent when he was released, even though he didn't get out until age 27. It was never too late to try to be the father he should have been from the start. Now that they were all together, Mike believed he was almost there. Content. He had Bishop, Trent. Trent, whose parents abandoned him, was Bishop's childhood friend and pretty much Mike's adopted son, and a successful business he owned with his best friend. There was nothing more he could ask for. All Mike had to do now was keep his nose clean, keep his anger in check, and not fuck it all up. He could live like this the rest of his days and be a happy man. He didn't give a shit about his personal life or lack thereof. His last girlfriend had dumped him for working too hard, not taking her out enough, ignoring her needs, being emotionally unavailable, blah, blah, blah. At least that's all the bullshit Aaron spouted before she'd walked out of his front door for good. He'd wanted to feel bad about the loss of a 2-year relationship, but he'd only felt relief when it happened, and immense relief now. Mike had bigger things to consider these days instead of getting revenge, protecting his pride, or saving face. He only had one reputation to defend, and that was their business. I fucked up, man. Which, in Mike's language, translated to, I'm sorry. Yeah, I know, but that's just what we do sometimes, Manny said in that raspy grit, and Mike knew they were square. Look, I get it. I know it burns to let that privileged little shit get one in on you, but just take the L and let it go. Everyone gets burned, Mike. The blaze will go out in time. If those charges aren't dropped, then the fire won't fade in me. It'll only burn hotter. Then you know what to do. Yeah, he did. He needed to find a way to keep his composure and stop snapping. I told Trent to pick you up. He should be there in an hour or so, I guess. Mike groaned, clutching his filthy hair. Why in the hell did you call my son? Because I had no other choice? Someone had to open the shop this morning, Mike. Or did you forget we have a full schedule today and we're down 3 men, including you? Mike didn't know what else to say. He'd been an impulsive jackass. Again. Trent will be there soon. Just hurry up and get your ass to the town center site, so I'm not stuck in Virginia Beach until dark doing the property by myself. It's my night to cook dinner, and Lisa will have my ass if I don't, Manny said before he hung up. Mike slammed down the receiver and pressed his forehead against the cold concrete beside it. Now he had to look Trent in the eye and explain to his son why he'd been tossed in lockup overnight, when all he did was harp on them about keeping their noses clean and staying out of trouble. Maybe once he explained what happened, Trent would understand. Mike checked his watch for the 50th time in 20 minutes since his cell phone was dead by the time he got his property back. He was released on bond with a summons to appear in circuit court in 3.5 months. Wonderful. Most of the judges knew him and had threatened him more than once that they better never see him in their courtroom again. They didn't like him because he was too slippery, and prosecutors could never secure a single witness that wasn't too afraid to testify against him in the past. But in this case, Mike was innocent. He was going to have to make sure his client Jim was on his side, and provided the surveillance tapes to the prosecutor's office as soon as his health would allow. Then all the charges should be dropped. He might even have to dip into his savings for a lawyer, because he didn't trust the justice system to give him a fair shake. It never had before. Damn it. Where the hell is that boy? I swear. Before Mike could finish cursing, he saw Trent's dusty pickup turn into the parking lot. About fucking time. Mike was already reaching for the door handle when he noticed it wasn't Trent behind the wheel. It was his boyfriend, Wood. What are you doing here? Trent got called into work early. so he asked me to come. Wood answered with an annoying grin curving one side of his mouth. You look great, Mike. Mike got in and slammed the door hard enough to rattle the dashboard. I'm glad you like the look of utter fucking disdain, Wood. Now drive. You're welcome, Wood muttered, then put the truck in gear and jerked away from the curb. What took you so long? Mike let his head fall against the headrest, his right temple throbbing. He was so damn angry he was trying to breathe and not rage, but it was far harder than it sounded. I was busy, Wood scowled. Manny called you guys at 6 this morning. What the hell were you doing? Enjoying my freedom. You were the one in timeout, not me. Wood chuckled, and Mike just refrained from flinging open Wood's door and kicking him out into the highway. Mike tossed his bag labeled Chesapeake City Jail inmate property onto the floorboard when he felt a presence behind him. He whipped his head around, his breath hitching in his throat, when he saw it was Rain in the back seat, looking like a goddamn hot breakfast sandwich. So fucking delicious. Which only served to infuriate Mike even more. It was his first time seeing the younger man since he'd run into Wood's tattoo shop a couple of weeks ago seeking protection and a safe place to crash for a while. Mike still didn't know why he'd intervened and reacted the way he did that evening, or why looking at Rain now affected him the way it did. He just knew there was something unique about the younger man that tugged at a part of himself he'd long forgotten existed. Mike hadn't had a reason to go over to Trent and Wood's place since Rain moved into the trailer, and he'd been meaning to make one up. But he certainly hadn't wanted their next encounter to be like this. Good morning, Rain spoke, as if he was whispering and speaking aloud at the same time, silken, relaxed, yet confident, and it blew Mike's mind. He tried not to do a full inspection, but his gaze roamed over Rain's immaculate physique anyway. He wore black jeans that hugged his thighs and slate-gray designer boots. Mike could only tell they were expensive because he was able to see the name brand on the bright red bottom of the shoe, since Rain was sitting in a casual figure 4 position with one ankle propped on his other knee. It was a dangerous way to ride in a car, but Rain looked so damn smooth, Mike doubted anyone would encourage him to sit otherwise. Rain was leaning against the door, the other half of his back against the seat as if he was purposely facing Mike to allow him to look his fill. The sensual glint in Rain's gray eyes while he watched Mike in return made him feel as transparent as glass. You okay over there? Wood broke the weird silence that was left suspended in the truck after Rain's polite good morning went unanswered. Shit, why am I breathing so hard? Oh yeah, because he was furious. Not because he was feeling anything unusual. I'm fine, he rumbled at Wood. I'm just tired and need to get home. It's been a long night. I understand, Wood nodded. Mike muttered a quick morning and returned to Rain that tasted sour in his mouth. Wood continued to watch him out of the corner of his eyes as he pushed 70 miles per hour down I-64 to take them towards Mike's small neck of the woods within the vast metropolis that was the 7 cities of Hampton Roads. You want to talk about it? With you? No. Maybe I can lend an ear. It's not healthy to hold it inside, Mike. Sometimes talking about it, venting it out, can release the stress of the situation. When you have repressed emotions, you can't worry about judgment from others. You have to first check in with yourself. Wood nodded. Sound good? Mike sighed. Actually, it sounds like someone's been watching a few too many TED Talks. Wood shot him an exasperated look. I'm just saying I'm here to listen and help if you need it. I'm afraid you don't have enough initials behind your last name, Wood, to help me understand my shit, but thanks. He appreciated Wood was trying to be a decent guy, and of course stay in his good graces since Mike was basically his father-in-law, but he didn't want to make himself appear any worse than he already did. Telling the truth about why he was locked up wouldn't make him look good. He'd just end up sounding stupid and immature. I was offering because I give great advice, Wood said, complimenting himself. Mike rubbed at the deep creases in the center of his forehead. Wood, I'm not about to take advice from a guy wearing a wallet chain. Rain laughed, a soft, delicate sound, but apparently Wood didn't find it amusing. After Mike and Wood's one fight a few months ago after he'd hurt Trent and sent him running, Mike had been ready to fulfill the promise he'd made to do some permanent damage to Wood if he ever hurt his son. Needless to say, It didn't take Wood long to fix his fuck-up and never make that mistake again. While it was true Mike had turned his life around, it was only so far his rehabilitation reached, and where it ended. "Hope you don't mind Rain tagging along. He needed a ride to a meeting that's close to the shop, so I thought I'd multitask." Wood shrugged his big shoulder. "Is that what you thought?" Mike gritted out. No, it was not okay that he'd brought Rain. Mike didn't want anyone, especially him, to see him like this, getting sprung from the brake's holding tank like some common thug. Mike knew he looked and smelled like hell. He didn't even want to think about how his breath was probably giving the usual scent of Trent's work truck. That always smelled of sheetrock and work boot insoles, a serious challenge. If Rain smelled half as good as he looked, Mike couldn't tell because his own funk was overpowering it. "Tough night, I presume. Are you okay?" Rain asked in a soft tenor. It wasn't condescending or offensive. It sounded like real concern. "I'm good." Instead of explaining what had happened to land him in jail and rattling off a bunch of lame excuses, Mike kept his stinking mouth shut. He didn't engage either of them in light conversation by asking how Rain's stay had been at the trailer so far, or how business had been with Wood's ever-growing clientele at the tattoo shop he managed on the ocean front. Nope. He stayed quiet. "Rain, I'll drop you off first. I know it's going a little backwards from Mike's house, but I don't want you to miss the meeting. It starts in 20 minutes. Wood said, already taking the exit ramp off the interstate. "If I drop Mike off first, you'll miss the first half hour." "No, it's fine," Rain interjected smoothly. "I can wait around for the afternoon one. It's not like I have anything else to do. Maybe I'll walk up the strip and see if I find any now hiring signs." "That's hours away from now. I'm almost there. Mike doesn't mind, do you?" Wood elbowed him in the side as if to show Rain, "See, it's all good." Mike nodded stiffly, his lips sealed. "Thank you. I appreciate it," Rain said after a few moments, his voice sounding more somber, as if his smooth facade had slipped for a moment. Mike thought he felt a puff of minty-smelling warmth drift across his rough cheek, but he was most likely imagining that. Wood kept checking on Rain in the rearview mirror, his mouth opening and closing, as if he was unsure if he should say what was on the tip of his tongue or not. Mike frowned, wondering what the hell was going on. It took a few tries, but just as Wood turned into the parking lot of the century-old Methodist church, he seemed to finally gather up the nerve. His voice was deep, but his tone was sorrowful. "I feel bad about this morning, Rain. I know you heard us. I know that's why you have to get to a meeting this morning." Wood glanced out of the driver's side window as if he couldn't bear to look in Rain's eyes any longer, or Mike's. "I swear we thought you were out running." "It's okay," Rain said back too fast to mean it. "I'm fine. It's your place. I'm just visiting." Mike wasn't liking any part of this conversation. Not Wood talking about fucking his son, or Rain's answer about only visiting. "And I'm sorry for the other day when you caught us in the bathroom." "For fuck's sake," Mike bit out around a clenched jaw, but his curse was ignored. Wood pulled up to the curb and put the gear in park. He kept talking, but he still wasn't quite making eye contact. "I don't want you to go, Rain. We'll do better in the future, so..." Sharing a bathroom with 3 men is hard. Come on, Wood. You've lived in a halfway house. Rain feigned a light chuckle, fidgeting with his thumbnail as if he just wanted this conversation to be over. He wasn't the only damn one. Wood was talking about his son in case he forgot. Mike didn't want to hear about how much they were having sex. Jesus. "We honestly forgot you were there." Mike scowled in Wood's direction, which made him backpedal what he'd said, which he only managed to make sound even shittier. "No, I didn't mean you were easily forgotten about. Just when we were in the moment." Mike clenched his fists, his forearms tensing. "Wood, listen," Rain said more firmly, his voice taking on an edge of annoyance. "You guys don't have to adjust your lives for me. It's my own fault that I'm even in this situation. I'm just grateful you're being such a good friend, Herschel, for real." Rain inched forward and touched Wood's shoulder, and Mike watched those narrow fingers squeeze a fraction before he let go. "Let's just forget about it. And please don't say anything to Trent and upset him, okay? I don't want him walking on eggshells in his own home." "But he won't be." "Please, Rain tried again. I just want you to be comfortable. I am comfortable, I promise. Are you sure? I can make Trent understand if... Would, please. Let it go. I'm fine. Rain sighed, sounding as irritated as Mike was. Wood ran his hand through his messy gray and black hair. I don't believe you. I can tell that you still... How many times does he have to fucking say drop it? Mike growled, glaring at Wood in a way that made Rain freeze in place. It took too long for Rain's confused gaze to ease off the side of Mike's face, but he ultimately did. The back door opened and closed, and he didn't turn around to watch Rain walk away. What the hell is it about that guy? Mike was so damn exhausted, wired, confused, and then more wired that he couldn't think straight. I know that look, Mike, and I'm telling you right now, he's off limits. You know Rain is in recovery, and I'll be damned if I let anyone take advantage of it. Wood broke the tense silence when they were almost to Mike's house. You think you're the first straight man that's wanted a piece of Rain? It took the remainder of the trip until they were pulling into Mike's curved driveway before he calmed himself enough to say the words he wanted to say without following it with a quick swipe of his blade across Wood's cheek for his disrespect. First of all, you don't know what the hell I want. But if you did, you better stay the fuck out of my way, Wood, while I go get it. Mike threatened and got out of the truck. Chapter 4. Rain. Rain sat on the front porch, enjoying the evening breeze while Wood and Trent were inside having dinner. Rain had eaten his spaghetti and meatballs so fast that he may have given himself a touch of heartburn before he excused himself from the table so that they could eat alone and talk about their day without him gazing on. Rain had his earbuds in while he listened to positive life affirmations on his MP3 player, with his prayer hands at his heart and his face tilted toward the darkening sky. He concentrated on releasing positive energy into the universe in hopes of receiving a little back in return because he sure could use it. The Sex Addicts Anonymous meeting he'd attended helped a lot with what happened this morning, but the fact he still didn't have a job continued to cause him a lot of anxiety. When I open my eyes, I'll know that everything is going to be okay. My life is meaningful and my heart is open. He inhaled and exhaled again, to one day be enriched with the truest love. And with a long exhalation, Rain sealed his intention with 3 rounds of breath and then opened his eyes. The air caught in his lungs when he saw Mike standing only a few feet away from the first step, with his feet shoulder-width apart and a large red toolbox gripped in his right hand. He had a peculiar expression on his serious face, as if he had no clue what Rain had been doing. Rain had been concentrating so hard on his mindful breathing and the calming sounds of ocean waves in his ears that he hadn't heard Mike walk up, which was baffling, because his large boots didn't look as if they allowed him to move in silence. Rain took out his earbuds. Good evening, he smiled, blinking his long lashes. Mike scoffed at him, making an inch of Rain's confidence waver. Don't put on that pretty act for me. Trust me, I'm not worth it. Rain swallowed, unsure if that required a response. It didn't sound like it. Still, he didn't want to insult the man who could put him back out on the streets. Mike was the owner and landlord of their trailer, and so far, this was the safest place Rain had lived since he'd started his abstinence. I wasn't putting on an act. Yeah, you were, Mike said with an easy smirk that made him look younger than his age. Rain didn't know exactly what that number was, but he was sure it was far above his own 29, since the man had a son older than him. But I understand the mask. I've got a few of them myself. I'm just letting you know that you don't have to wear it around me. Rain didn't know what to say as he stared. Did you come for dinner? I'm afraid they've started without you, he said with less charm and saccharine in his tone. Mike seemed to like it as he stepped closer. No, I came to fix the other bathroom in the master bedroom. That way, you don't have to share with them and risk anymore. Rain glanced down at the toolbox, then back up to meet Mike's dark eyes, seeing a warmth in them that he hadn't noticed the night he sought refuge in Woods' shop. He was big, strong, and imposing. Rain could only imagine what a man like him must think of someone as spoiled and pampered as he was. Thank you. What were you doing just now? Mike asked in a rough, assertive tone that made a flutter churn in Rain's stomach. Praying? Meditating. Well, More like mindful breathing, he answered, hoping he didn't sound foolish. Being who he truly was hadn't been easy to get used to. Sometimes he'd slip into character, just as Mike had noticed when he was nervous. He wore his mask like a shield so no one saw the shameful disaster that he was underneath it. It helps to calm me when I'm... Mike braced his large tattooed hand on the railing, his thick bicep bulging beneath his plain black t-shirt as he set his toolbox on the ground with a heavy clank. Rain swallowed thickly and uncrossed his legs from his easy pose, then stretched them out in front of him. He inhaled, trying to reach the calm he'd just experienced 10 minutes ago. But his heart battered in his ribs, and his usual swagger was fleeting. Rain wasn't close enough to touch Mike, but it didn't matter. He could still feel him. He was having that same visceral reaction to Mike that he had had when he'd first seen him at the tattoo shop, and this morning when he saw him standing outside of the county jail, looking dangerous and vengeful. And right now, as Mike stood towering over him at 6 foot and some more inches in low-riding dirty work jeans and grass-stained hiking boots, he was pure realness and strength. Everything Rain wasn't, but wanted to be. His body vibrated like he wanted to get closer to Mike, to linger in his shadow and absorb as much of his protective energy as he could that radiated all around him. He wondered if Mike even realized how strong his aura was. "Calm is good," Mike grumbled. Rain frowned. What was good? What had they been talking about? Did I say something out loud? So that kind of breathing helps you stay calm. No shit. Mike appeared genuine and interested, not as if he was placating him. Rain smiled, feeling good about that. He loved to talk meditation with anyone. Mike's eyebrows dipped dramatically as he stared at the lower half of Rain's face, at his mouth. Rain unconsciously licked his lips and looked anywhere but at Mike, not wanting him to think he was getting fresh with him because he wasn't. God, he hoped he wasn't. That's interesting. Mike's gritty voice danced over Rain's skin like sharp nails. He had to clear his throat before he answered. Sure, well, it works for me anyway. I can't imagine a man like you needing help staying calm. Mike's sun-roughened face was back to that resting serious expression. What would make you say that? What the hell would make him say that out loud? Good grief. Rain wanted to restart this entire conversation because it was going into left field. He was usually smoother than this, but he wasn't in character any longer, and Mike was a man in a league all of his own, and it intimidated the hell out of him. Not that he'd have a shot with someone like Mike, but if Rain wanted to find a man on that level, then he needed to hurry up and get his shit together. I didn't mean anything bad by it. Bad or good. I still want to know what made you say that. Rain blinked. Damn, he loved Mike's demanding tone. I guess I said it because I imagine not too many people piss you off. Therefore, you probably don't need many breathing techniques to stay calm. You don't exactly radiate worry and anxiety. Rain laughed a light chuckle, but Mike didn't. He was quiet for too long, just gazing at him with those bottomless dark eyes before he finally grumbled. See, we all wear masks. What does he mean by that? There was a considerable stretch of silence between them, and Mike's gaze stayed hard and indecipherable. You didn't like what was for dinner? Mike changed the subject. Oh, no, it was really good. I was just giving them some time alone. Rain tried to instill a little enthusiasm in his voice, so Mike wouldn't see how much it wrecked him. He tried to run his fingers through his hair, but remembered he had it pulled into a small bun at the nape of his neck. He tugged at the elastic band and released his thick, wavy hair. He'd cut it down on the sides a few months ago, but the top had grown longer. He preferred it over the long styles. He thought his new haircut made him look older and a lot less pretty. I don't want to make them feel more awkward than they already do. Living with a sex addict isn't easy. Maybe for some men. Mike's words came out low and tinged with a sensual edge. That statement had Rain even more confused than before. He just couldn't get a read on Mike. And this was what Rain was supposed to be so damn good at, staying 2 steps ahead. Men usually didn't stand a chance when he had their full attention. We're all human, and we all come with our own baggage and past, you know. Don't let anyone give you shit about yours. Fuck other people's hang-ups or what they think. Mike brushed past him, leaving Rain on the porch to simmer in that statement, taking his scent of spring flowers and aftershave with him. But Mike had left hints of his protective energy behind, and Rain closed his eyes, opened his palms, and breathed in deeply to take in all the lingering traces that he could. Chapter 5. Mike. Mike walked inside without knocking and cringed at the sight in the dining room. The trailer wasn't big. The kitchen and most of the living room were visible from the front door. Wood had just slid his fork from between Trent's lips, feeding him spaghetti with a sappy-ass grin on his face, before the sound of Mike slamming the door made him drop his utensil. "Don't you have your own food, Trent?" Mike scowled as he marched over to them, while thinking of the man he'd left by himself on the porch. "You both sit here feeding each other noodles like two dumbass Dalmatians, while your house guest sits outside alone. Wood, I thought you said you were Southern. I'm starting to question your upbringing." Wood stood from the table, taking his and Trent's near empty plates and practically throwing them into the sink. His voice was pleasant, but his lips were twisted into a frustrated snarl. "To what do we owe the pleasure, Mike?" "Wait, Rain's on the porch?" Trent went to the window. "He said he was walking to the corner store for something. Visine. No, a magazine. Or was it ice cream?" Mike sucked his teeth, still giving them judgmental glares. He glanced around the trailer to see if he saw anything else to get on them about, and of course he did. "Trent, what the hell is that?" Mike pointed at the bag of cat food on top of the refrigerator. "I specifically said no pets. I might allow a pit bull or a German shepherd, but I draw the line at cats." "I don't have a cat, Mike, but there's a cool gray and white one that hangs around the neighborhood, so I put some food out there and play with her every now and then," Trent answered. Mike rolled his eyes. "So you found a loophole in my rental lease, and now you're fucking sponsoring a cat then? Great." Wood went to the window. "Rain isn't a guest. He's our roommate, Mike, and you can't expect us to stop loving up on each other because he moved in. And besides, Rain doesn't want that either." Mike gritted his teeth. He knew Wood was making sense, but none of them truly knew what Rain wanted, did they? He was a puzzle to Mike, a fascinating enigma that wanted to be figured out and understood. There was already a lot for Mike to see on that beautiful face. Desire, desperation, need. He had seen it all, even through the mask. While Wood had known Rain a few months longer and had his trust, Mike still felt as if he and the younger man had made an interesting connection. Maybe it wasn't sexual. Curiosity, perhaps? But it was something, and it stirred a storm deep down in the pit of his stomach. Mike hadn't met a man like Rain in a very long time, one that made every one of his natural instincts kick into an unsustainable gear. He wanted to protect him, guard him, watch over him, touch him. Fuck. Mike gripped his toolbox handle so hard his palm burned. "He looks like he's praying." Trent jerked his head back in surprise. "He's not praying. Pretty sure he's meditating." Wood rubbed Trent's shoulders. "He does that a lot. He says he's trying to find inner peace." "He probably is praying," Mike mumbled on his way down the narrow hallway that led to the two bedrooms. "Praying that your dicks get chafed so he can live here in peace." "Huh?" Trent asked, following behind him. "Nothing," Mike sighed. He had to tamp down his urge to fight a battle that wasn't his. Hell, he didn't even know if Rain would appreciate him intervening. "What are you doing?" Mike faced his son as he stood outside his and Wood's bedroom and asked, "Anything you need to hide before I go in here?" "Fuck off." Trent shouldered past him and opened the door, then flopped down stomach first onto the unmade bed. Mike noticed that Trent had made a lot of changes to his old bedroom, the entire trailer, since he and Bishop had moved out and rented it to him. He'd really made it a home for him and his partner. Mike went straight to the master bathroom and flung the door open. It smelled of stale air from months of being broken and unused. He knew what was wrong with it, but when he'd lived here alone, he'd been fine using the hall bathroom. "No damn way." Trent laughed loudly. "What? You won't believe this shit. My dad's fixing the bathroom." "I'm your landlord. It's my responsibility," he retorted, because the real reason he was there had nothing to do with Rain's grievance this morning. "I asked you to fix it 6 months ago, and you told me—" Trent snapped his fingers a couple of times. "I think your exact words were, Watch a YouTube video and fix it your damn self. Mike was glad he was already bent under the sink and Trent couldn't see his crooked grin. Yeah, he'd said that, and he'd meant it. It took him 2 trips to Home Depot and 4 YouTube videos, but 3 hours later, Trent and Wood had a working bathroom. Therefore, Rain no longer had to share one with the 2 overzealous lovers. Dang, it's about time, Trent complained, as he leaped up off the couch from where his head had been resting in Wood's lap, while he watched some loud action movie and Wood sketched in a notepad. I'm exhausted and I have to get up early. Then go to bed, Mike deadpanned. Night, Dad. Trent shoved Mike playfully after mumbling a quick thanks for fixing the bathroom. He watched with fatherly pride as Trent ambled down the short hall and closed himself in the bedroom. It was only a few seconds before he heard the sounds of light jazz from Trent's system. After all Bishop and Trent had been through in their lives, in Mike's opinion, his boys had still turned out to be decent, hard-working men. Yeah, thanks, Mike. That'll make things go a lot smoother in the mornings, Wood added. Mike nodded at the gratitude, but his attention and gaze had traveled to Rain, where he sat alone at the dining table reading what looked like a textbook. As if he felt Mike's eyes on him, he slowly lifted his head, running one hand over his golden brown hair. His smile was soft and sweet, albeit a little sad. Why isn't he watching the movie with them? Surely Rain couldn't feel he was that much of an imposition. Maybe he doesn't like action movies. Mike was thinking about this way too hard, and he was still staring. Rain exhaled a silent breath, his full lips pursing as if he was blowing a kiss before he said in a hushed tone, Would you like a bottle of water or a cold beer, Mike? That job took quite a while. Mike's brows rose. He wasn't used to anyone giving a shit if he worked hard and was thirsty. Sure, thanks. Rain had just slid his chair from beneath the table when Wood's gruff voice brought him up short. Mike knows where the refrigerator is. He's had no problems helping himself to whatever he's wanted before. Mike's full attention had been on Rain, which was why he hadn't noticed Wood leaning against the wall behind him, with his arms folded over his thick chest, watching him like a goddamn prison warden. Mike bristled, but he held it in check, his neck tightening from the restraint. Before he could tell Wood to politely fuck off, Rain scowled, his slim brows dipping in a way that made his pretty face morph into an expression that Mike found sexy as hell. Anger. Wood? Rain stood to his full height. He appeared strong and sure, nothing like the insecure man Mike had first met. He just spent hours fixing your bathroom. It's not too much to get him a drink. Mike's steps were heavy when he walked across the room, his boots loud when he got to the faded linoleum floor as he jerked the other chair out across from Rain's and dropped all of his 250 pounds onto the seat. He wouldn't curse Wood out right now, because he understood exactly why he was acting like an ass. He was trying to protect his friend, and Mike could respect that. In his world, there was nothing a person shouldn't do for their family or their brothers, and Wood was being there for his. But he didn't have to treat Rain like he didn't have his own mind. True, he was in recovery, but he was also a grown-ass man. And most of all, Mike didn't appreciate being treated like a vulture. He wasn't preying on Rain. Am I? Rain set a cold bottle of Bud Light in front of Mike, then sat back in his own seat and picked up his book. His light eyes were zeroed in on Wood, and Mike had a hard time not looking over his shoulder and telling Wood that his business was already in their bedroom, and maybe he should join it. But he stayed cool, although staring at Rain had a strange effect on him. I don't feel tired yet. I think I'm going to watch a little more television. Wood glared at Mike. Don't mind me. Mike smirked. He had a feeling Wood was going to need a lesson in respecting his elders. Chapter 6. Rain. The next week, Rain sat in the back of the HRT bus, reading his Fundamentals of Yoga book on his way to a meeting in Virginia Beach. He was trying and failing not to inhale the raunchy smell of exhaust and body odor. Ever since he'd had those few minutes alone with Mike when he'd come to repair the bathroom, he'd been in a constant state of ache. But it was more than just below his belt, though that was a major one. It was also higher up in his chest. Rain chewed on his bottom lip, his reading on mountain poses long forgotten as he remembered how Mike had spoken to Wood, how he'd glared at him in warning with those dark eyes. It was the way the man carried himself. No nonsense, and so damn serious. Rain discovered it was the biggest turn-on that he never knew he liked. He thought he preferred his men weak and gullible, ones he could manipulate. But he was wrong. Even if Rain wanted to pull one of his cons on Mike, he wouldn't be able to because he was too street smart, too worldly. He knew about hustling and doing what was necessary to survive, just like him. That's what Rain liked. Not the bourgeois, highfalutin, seven-figure income-making chumps that he'd suckered in his past. His recovery would be ongoing until he found himself, until he found truthfulness and commitment with another person. He'd forever be repairing the wreck he'd made of his life. Rain believed he was closer to figuring out who he was and what he wanted. He just hoped when he did, those wants wouldn't be off limits or out of reach. Rain was almost to his stop on Lynnhaven Parkway, and the dark rain clouds covering the sky and dimming the brilliant morning sun were beginning to make him nervous. When he'd walked out of the trailer in Norfolk, the sky had fooled him into thinking it would be a gorgeous day. Now, not only did he not have an umbrella, but he didn't have his Montclair raincoat either. Rain released a quiet sigh. He longed to get the rest of his possessions from his uncle's house, but they were being held hostage until he paid the rent he owed before he was kicked out. Another issue for him to have to figure out soon. Rain watched the city go by in a blur, wondering where certain people were walking to, what they were thinking about, if they were happy or upset. It was a strange comfort to hope there was at least one person out there with just as much heartache as him. No one liked to suffer by themselves. While he wouldn't wish his disease on his worst enemy, Rain didn't want to be alone in this anymore. He walked the short distance to St. Paul's Presbyterian, already loving its grandiose architecture and the colorful stained glass windows. The church had to be even older than the one on the ocean front. He ignored the few leers he got from the stragglers loitering outside the front door, getting in their last-minute drags off their cigarettes and vape sticks before it was time for the meeting to start. Once inside, the familiar sense of wood oil coating the pews and musty carpet hit him as he followed the signs that pointed to the room where the meeting would be held. It was similar to most meeting spaces he'd been to, an open room with at least 30 chairs arranged in a wide circle. Dang, this must be a big group. It was pretty full, as people sat around with hors d'oeuvre plates in their laps while talking quietly with the person closest to them. Rain went to the buffet table in the corner that was laden with trays of finger foods, coffee with flavored creamers and sodas. They had 2 kinds of pinwheel wraps, pastries, a variety of cookies, and a large assortment of cheeses and veggies that sat in the center. Man, this place is fancy. Rain didn't hesitate to make himself a nice plate and hurried to find an empty chair. He didn't like to socialize much at the meetings, but he still got what he needed out of them. He typically went to St. Mary's Methodist, but after the tough week he'd had, his sponsor had recommended he try this group also. Supposedly, it was more popular with younger people, and the attendance was about 85% female, which would serve Rain well. There was nothing harder than sitting beside a hot guy while he talked about his obsession with jerking off his 9-inch cock. Almost as hard as sitting across from a 60-year-old gay man who was still practicing abstinence after 10 years, because no one wanted to commit to him without sampling the goods first. Rain preferred to leave the meetings feeling hopeful, not more discouraged. Just as the nicotine gang made it inside, the meeting organizer stood and introduced herself, and briefly went into her own 5-year recovering journey thus far. It was brief and encouraging, and Rain found himself getting immersed as soon as the first person raised their hand to share. She was a gorgeous woman with long, shock-red hair and bright green eyes that popped from the coal-black liner framing them. "Hi, I'm Chelsea, and I'm a sex addict." "Welcome, Chelsea," the group answered. She appeared to be in her late 20s, maybe mid-30s. Her tight, low-cut shirt revealed a lot of cleavage, maybe too much. But it was the 3 unicorns mounted in a compromising position on the front of her baby teeth that held his attention. She had a sassy smirk on her scarlet lips as she glanced around the circle. "Well, damn. I'm glad I finally made it to a meeting. Although I didn't expect it to be such a vag fest, but I'm going to give it a try anyway." Her joke earned a nice round of chuckles from the group that instantly put Rain at ease as she launched into her colorful, although disturbing world. He'd become captivated as Chels, confessed to cheating on her last girlfriend despite how much she loved her. By the end of her story, she was begging the group to convince her that there was hope, that there was a better way to live than in this hellish cycle of torment. Before Rain knew it, the hour-long meeting was over. But the company was friendly enough that Rain decided to linger like everyone else. He made his way back to the buffet to get a couple more of those turkey and cheese pinwheels and some fruit. He was just about to drop a few dollops of ranch dressing on his cucumber slices when Chelsea came and stood too close to his side, jabbing him once in the ribs with her long, sharp nail. "Hey," she almost barked. "Why were you so quiet? I thought for sure you'd have something to share." Rain blinked, wondering what that was supposed to mean. "Why?" She shrugged. "Just because your eyes are gorgeous doesn't mean they aren't full of pain." "Wow." Rain lifted her brow at her forwardness. "Sorry," she said, plucking a cherry tomato off his plate without asking and popping it into her mouth. "I know I'm a little bold sometimes. Well, all the time." "No, I don't get that vibe from you at all." Rain feigned surprise as she helped herself to a cucumber slice next. "My counselor says I should try making contacts and friends with like-minded goals. So my homework was to put myself out there and make a social contact. This is me doing that." Rain smiled when he remembered his sponsor giving him the same spiel. It was good advice, but difficult to execute. He'd been lucky to find a real friendship in Wood. Maybe he should try to make another. "My name is Rain." "Chels," she beamed, then took one of his pinwheels. Rain pointed at the table. "You know there's more plates and food if you're hungry. Tastes better off your plate." She winked. Rain shook his head. God, he hoped she wasn't flirting. "Oh, don't mind me. I'm all the way but JJ. That's why I thought me and you might make good friends." "Oh, yeah." Rain was intrigued. "And why is that?" "Because you have a dick where I'd prefer there was a clit." Rain chuckled. Man, she was a pistol. Gutsy and upfront. She followed him back to his seat and sat beside him, still picking off his plate. "I won't have to worry about you hitting on me, and you don't have to worry about me copping a cheap feel of your ass." Rain almost choked on his oatmeal raisin cookie. "You really are forward, aren't you?" "A blessing and a curse," she sighed. "So what's your deal, man? Why are you so quiet?" Rain stared down at his plate. "Not much to say, I guess." "I think you have a lot to say. You're just terrified of what people are going to think when you do." Damn. What is she, psychic? That's exactly why Rain preferred to listen and learn but not share. His story wasn't like everyone else's. He wasn't addicted to the physical contact of sex and the gratification of it. He was obsessed with how easily he could manipulate people with it. When he fucked his marks, he turned all feelings off. It was disgusting and trifling what he'd done to so many innocent, unsuspecting men. And instead of telling Chelsea, she'd hit the nail on the head. He kept his eyes on his food. "You know what, Rain?" She crossed her leg over her knee, letting her high-heeled pump dangle off her toes as she glanced unimpressed around the room. "What?" he mumbled, snapping a baby carrot between his teeth. "Fuck people." Rain chuckled, allowing a lightness to fill his soul. That was the second time he'd gotten that advice from two pretty kick-ass individuals. "Are you busy after this? Do you got to get to work or something?" He wished he had a job to get to. "No. Why? You want to go somewhere and talk? Maybe get some real food or something? I could use a big hunk of beef right now and maybe a loaded potato. Damn these raw vegetables." She grimaced and tossed another cucumber in her mouth, chewing noisily. "Besides, my shift doesn't start for another 4 hours, and I don't want to go back home right now to my empty condo." It didn't take Rain long to realize he wasn't eager to go back to an empty trailer either. There was nothing waiting for him there. "Sure, I could use a hunk of meat myself." He found himself chuckling at his double entendre along with Chelsea. He didn't have much money for eating out, but he had a feeling he shouldn't turn her down. It seemed as if she needed him as much as he might need her. And he did need to talk to someone who wasn't his sponsor or would. "So, tell me all about yourself," Chelsea said no sooner than they were sat in their booth at the Cheesecake Factory in town center, a ritzy part of Virginia Beach that Rain didn't get to visit much anymore. He casually unbuttoned his shirt sleeves and folded them midway up his forearms, shaking his head at how eager she seemed. Her hands were clasped together on the table as she damn near bounced in her seat. He laughed, glad that the restaurant was just about empty. "Can we order our drinks first before you ask me for my life story?" Oh, I don't drink. She came back fast. Rain put one hand up. Oh, me either. Well, not at 1 in the afternoon, anyway. But I was thinking some iced tea or a ginger ale. She rolled her eyes, and he found it charming. Chelsea gave off a very positive, encouraging energy that Rain was drawn to. His counselor had also claimed he needed to be more social with individuals of similar interest as him, but it was hard for him to put his real self out there to a stranger, unsure if he'd be judged. He was just now learning that he'd had to stop caring about what others thought of him, or else he'd never find the inner peace he was searching for, where he could accept the real him, whoever that is. Rain guessed he'd donned so many identities and personalities that he'd fooled even himself. Good afternoon. My name's Dean, and I'll be taking care of you guys today, their waiter said, placing down 2 iced waters on coasters and a basket of assorted bread. He wore the standard server uniform, but his strong frame filled out his black slacks and crisp white shirt. He had a smile that was just as clear and brilliant, his light blue gaze bouncing between them before lingering on Rain. First-timers? You must be, because I have a feeling I'd remember you. Of course, with my recent luck, why wouldn't I get the flirty server? Lately, Rain was beginning to feel as if his life was one big fucking test. He lifted the 1,000-page menu to his face and started flipping as if he didn't know it well enough. He'd already decided on ordering a side salad and the stuffed mushrooms appetizer, but he needed to focus on anything but their waiter. The guy smelled good as he stood inches away from the table, putting his pelvis too close to... Rain gulped a breath, his cock filling. No. Their server wasn't even his type. At least, he didn't think he was. Dean was just a handsome man, and Rain had been without for almost a year. If Rain slipped the server his number, he wouldn't have to pay for his meal. Stop. He inhaled a silent breath before he felt Chelsea's hand touch his knee beneath the table. He lifted his gaze to find her nodding in reassurance, and he slowly exhaled. He wasn't alone, and she knew what he was experiencing and wasn't judging or pitying him. Rain cleared the lump of anxiousness from his throat. No, not my first time here. Ah, Dean grinned. Maybe I should work more day shifts, huh? Jeez, Rain muttered under his breath. Hey, Mr. Overzealous tip earner? Chelsea threw out. He's starving, and I'm hungry enough to eat the ass out of our rag doll. Can we, order some food now? Rain did his best to stifle his laugh behind his menu. Dean's eyes widened as a ruddy flush covered the bottom of his smooth cheeks. His tone was still pleasant, but he had a deep crease between his brows, as if he was confused at what just went wrong. Of course. If you already know what you want, shoot. I'll have avocado egg rolls and a strawberry lemonade. And for you, sir? Wow. Rain was upgraded to sir now. He almost wanted to lean over and kiss Chelsea on her cheek for stopping his torment. While he felt ridiculous at being called sir, he'd gladly take Dean's professionalism over the flirting. I wasn't finished. Chelsea kept talking, her eyes hungrily scanning the menu. And also let me get the fried chicken sliders and, what's your soup of the day? Who in the hell's going to eat all of that food, Chels? Rain gaped at her. You think I got these hips and tits by eating salads? She said with pride. I think not. Our soup of the day is... Dean checked a piece of paper on his notepad, then answered, broccoli and cheddar. Chelsea grinned. Oh, no. I'll have gas the rest of the day. Dean grimaced, and Rain almost spit out a sip of water. Chelsea really had no filter, and couldn't care less what anyone thought of her. He couldn't wait to get to that place himself. Minus the no-filter part. He wasn't about to tell a complete stranger what food would move his guts. I thought you wanted a steak. Rain laughed, his chest feeling less restricted for the first time in weeks. He's just taking our appetizer order, right? Chelsea wasn't a skinny girl. She had a thick, gorgeous figure that he was sure attracted men and women alike. Fine. Rain rolled his eyes. He was only ordering a salad and saving his few bucks. He'd just picked the hell out of her multitude of plates like she'd done his at the meeting. Rain had never dined in a restaurant with a person he'd clicked with or had similar interests as him, where he was simply enjoying their company. He had no ulterior motives or tricks running through his mind. He just wanted to be around her. Like a friend. Chapter 7. Rain. They had been sitting there for almost an hour, and Rain had quickly deduced that Chelsea had ordered enough food for the both of them. She was eating, but more like picking. "I guess your eyes were bigger than your stomach," Rain said, biting into another avocado egg roll. Man, he missed eating out. It seemed like such a small thing when he'd been out there in the world. Now he understood the luxury. "I always order like this. I used to drive Frankie crazy." Chelsea barely got the words past her quivering lips. "She called it wasteful, and would always try to eat all the food I left on my multiple plates. I tried to explain to her that I did it for fun because I just love ordering." Rain smiled. "I get that." Once he'd gone to the Bird and Baldwin Bros Steakhouse and dared his date to order him one of each of the 4 entrees. There had been no prices on the menu, and the CEO of Parker & Company hadn't even blinked at the $1,400 tab. Thinking about that right now, Rain wondered if the Wagyu ribeye had been worth what he'd done to the executive in his hotel room that evening. Had Rain been nothing but a high-priced escort? "Hey," Chelsea tapped his knee again. "Come back to the present. I'm sorry I said that. I shouldn't be reminiscing about the past either. My Frankie is gone, and she's never coming back. Not after this." "I'm not going to judge you either, Chels," Rain said in a gentle tone as tears built in her pretty green eyes. Chelsea sniffled, then let go a whimpering laugh, waving off his concerned expression as if she was being silly. "I'm fine. You just reminded me of her when you mentioned all the plates." He didn't need to ask her why she'd done it, why she'd cheated on someone she loved so much. It was difficult to understand this addiction when the spectrum was so vast. He barely understood it, and it wasn't his place to question her on it. Instead, Rain began to eat a bit more food despite being full as they tried to clean the plates and not waste a drop, in honor of her Frankie. After Chelsea finished her ribeye, she reclined in the booth and rubbed the small pudge above her belt buckle. "I'm going to be working off this meal in the gym for the next 2 weeks. It'll take me 5 minutes to get into my bridge pose." Rain sat up taller. "You do yoga?" Her smile was bright and real this time. "Yes. My counselor recommended it to me a while ago, but I never really got into it until Frankie left." Rain understood. It was common to seek an outlet in the midst of pain, and yoga was a great way to manage stress. It was peaceful to exhale all the defiant feelings into the strong poses. By the time Rain finished, he always felt calmer and more settled. He would love to go to a real class. "I try to go every other day, but work is demanding, so it's hard to stay consistent," Chelsea said, wiping her mouth with her napkin. "What do you do?" "I'm an anesthesiologist at Beach General Hospital." Rain eyed Chelsea's long fingernails. As if she was used to that response, she waved her hand in his direction. "Oh, these are just press-on nails. I can pop them off like stickers and do my shift. I'm not employed right now, so I have a lot of time to study mind wellness. Yoga is my favorite by far. I love it," he confessed. "I'm just getting started myself. I learned from books and magazines to help me with the poses. There's tons of YouTube videos, but we both know the rules on that." Rain held up his cheap flip phone that only made and received calls. He had no data plan and a limited 4 contacts in total. Maybe after today he'd have 5. But it was safer if he had no access to the internet. It equaled fewer temptations. Rain wished he could get more personal instruction on his new passion, but the books would have to do for now. "Maybe you can join a studio. There's so many in the area that do intro and beginner classes for like $100 a month." Rain pfft. "For 1 month? Yeah, I'm tight on funds right now, and I'm kind of running out of things to pawn." "I get it." They were quiet for a moment, and he knew she was waiting on his story, and he wanted to share it so badly. He groaned out loud as he laughed around her glass of water. "Oh, come on. It can't be that bad. I know I'm a complete stranger, but you can totally spill all of your deepest secrets to me. Trust me when I use sex as a weapon," he blurted like an idiot. Chelsea blinked her thick fake lashes and cocked her head to the side. "Care to elaborate?" Rain took a deep breath as he ran his hand through his hair. He turned his gaze upward to pray for strength, his eyes wandering over the beautiful pastel murals decorating the towering ceiling. He could do this. He could tell her. And maybe if he could start with one person, he could open up to others too. Chapter 8. Mike. Yo, Manny, you want to grab a beer and some wings or something from Bull's place tonight? Mike asked his friend as they loaded their equipment back onto the trailer. It had been a bitch of a week, and he wanted to unwind, not go home and sit there in front of his television alone. Maybe shoot some pool after? Nah, bro, not tonight, Manny groaned. I'm sore as fuck, and Lisa promised she'd take real good care of me tonight. And knowing that she's home waiting for me in that hot red number she pulls out when I've worked overtime is the only thing that got me through this shitty day. Mike wasn't a hater, but fuck, that shit sounded nice. Someone waiting for him at home to care for his aching body. I feel you on that, man. It's cool. Are you dipshits doing anything tonight? I'm up to whooping someone's ass at bowling, Mike suggested to his 12-man crew. They were an eclectic group of throwaways between the ages of 22 and 50 who couldn't get hired at a McDonald's with the extensive records they had. But Mike had never had a more hard-working, loyal brotherhood since he'd left the gang life. They had another crew of 9 guys who did the smaller properties, but Mike and Manny kept the big boys with them on the commercial contracts. Fuck off, Mike. I'm going home to soak my damn feet for the rest of the night and not think about any of you ugly motherfuckers until Monday. Marcus, the oldest of the crew, flipped them all off and headed toward the truck, where he'd sit in the back seat and complain until they were back at the garage to unload. The others pretty much mimicked Marcus's feelings, walking with limps and slow gaits. Yeah, this week was a rough one. The start of summer was always their busiest time of the year. The lazy winter months and reduced hours always made his crew sluggish, and he had to whip their asses back into shape for the season. It was freaking pathetic how much these grown men were whining. Mike's sigh of disappointment wasn't loud enough for them to hear. Only 3 of the guys that worked with him weren't settled down, but even they had girlfriends they shacked up with on the weekends. No one was thinking about his lonesome ass. Closing up the shop for the weekend had been quiet and uneventful. They usually had a few taunts and laughs at the end of the day, but everyone seemed too beat down to even open their mouths. They gave him the wave off as they got into their vehicles. A few had bikes and rode off, leaving him by himself to lock up. Mike parked his Ram 3500 in his driveway and used the clicker on his visor to raise the garage door. His Fat Boy and Suzuki GSX called to him, but he didn't have the energy to ride tonight. He never would have shown the guys how exhausted and beat up his body was too, but he hurt from head to toe. Fuck. Even his fingers ached as he grabbed his lunch cooler and messenger bag out of the passenger seat and went inside. Like a robot, he didn't bother with turning on the lights until he was past the dining room and in the kitchen. Mike emptied his lunch containers in the sink and washed them along with his hands and splashed some cool water on his face. He scrubbed away the wetness with a rough paper towel, taking in the silence of his nice home. It was a decent-sized 2-story, 3-bedroom house that he'd worked his ass off to pay for the down payment, something he was quite proud of, especially coming from the meager, depressing upbringing he'd had. At the time Mike had purchased it, he thought that he and his ex-girlfriend Erin were about to plan the rest of their lives there together. And at 48, Mike was more than ready to throw in his bachelor card, feeling his days of screwing random chicks were done. He didn't want kids, and thank goodness neither had Erin. They discussed a dog or a few fish, maybe those cool-ass neon yellow ones or something. Instead of growing a family, they had their goals set on traveling and seeing the world. But she had been too damn impatient. It was great to dream and have aspirations, but goals without working hard to achieve them didn't mean shit. They'd never come to fruition without some action put toward them. Erin wanted the big home and luxurious getaways, but she didn't want Mike to work the long hours so that they could. Stockley Lawn Service had yet to make a name for itself at the time, and now that it had, Mike had the income and the home, but no one to share it with. He didn't miss her. He missed something. He was beginning to wonder if taking a trip to Europe by himself was an option. Why should he wait? Mike always sought out easygoing, cool-natured women as girlfriends to help him stay level-headed. 2 angry people in a relationship was a recipe for devastation. Though he was hot-tempered and quick to jump, Mike was still capable of listening when he had the right person talking in his ear. Someone he trusted. Someone whose voice was soothing to him. Only one person had ever fulfilled that need for him. One man had been different. Mike pulled a bottle of beer from the refrigerator, because what else could he do as his mind forced him back down memory lane? It wasn't often he thought of Jameson, because whenever he did, his chest would pound, then burn as if someone were piercing him with a branding iron. He was the one man who'd ever gotten under his skin. That made him feel things he didn't think he was capable of. And Jameson had done it effortlessly without Mike even noticing. By the time he did realize what was happening to him, it was too late. He was already hooked. Mike's smile grew wider on his face. I wonder where the hell you are right now. Stealing some other man's heart, I guess. That's why the club, well, Mike, had nicknamed Jameson Slick. He was smooth, calculated, and untraceable. Moved as fluid as water. Always so damn calm and collected. And he and Mike had clicked the second he joined the club as a prospect. Hell, Jameson had even slithered his way up in the ranks faster than possible, until he was sitting right beside Mike as the sergeant-at-arms. He chuckled, but wasn't the slightest bit amused as he reflected back on those days. There was nothing good-all about them, but they were his past, and he respected it, loved it, but he didn't miss it. He'd long ago forgotten about the toxic gang life, but he'd never in his life forget that man. The one who'd opened his eyes to a whole other world, to a real connection. A rougher, stronger one that he could never quite capture with a female, not once. And he was beginning to think he never would again. But he'd be damned if he didn't feel a similar sensation around Rain. Rain, with those light eyes and silky hair that Mike wanted to run his calloused fingers through. He'd imagined pulling it and, fuck, what am I doing? He's a sex addict. Mike didn't want to make Rain's life more difficult than it already was. He didn't know him well, but it was evident that he still struggled with his recovery now and then. It sounded like he had a hard time being around lovers and watching outward displays of affection. Mike remembered Rain sitting on the porch alone the other week, breathing softly with the setting sun's golden rays glistening over his alabaster skin. Mike realized he could have stood there all evening while Rain meditated and practiced how to be a peaceful man. He's not going to be into you. He's too gorgeous. The little pitchfork devil that kept watch over Mike's left shoulder whispered negative thoughts in his ear, but he shook it away. Rain's eyes didn't lie. He could feel there'd been something between them. No, you want there to be something, but it's nothing. The devil on Mike's right shoulder chimed in. You don't deserve someone that beautiful. Mike trudged to his bedroom as the devil celebrated in agreement, the negative thoughts causing the tension in his neck to tighten more. He needed an angel. Mike took a long, hot shower in hopes it would make him feel better and less sore, but it didn't appear anything would stop the ache. Not when it was everywhere and all at once. He was starving and needed to order some dinner before his stomach growled so loud it scared him. With a towel wrapped low around his waist, he glanced down at his cell phone on his nightstand and saw he had a missed text from his son. A lopsided smile appeared instantly, and pride blossomed in his chest. If he never did anything else in his lifetime, he did get one thing right. Bishop was everything he wasn't and more. Dad, Eddie's on grill tonight. Come over and eat. Trent and Wood are here. Mike responded right away. On my way in half hour. It wouldn't take him long to throw on a t-shirt and jeans, because there was no way he was missing Edison's cooking. While he was tugging on a wrinkled shirt from his laundry basket, a thought hit him. Rain might be there. Damn. Mike tossed the shirt away, went to his closet, and chose a black short-sleeve button-up and black jeans. No matter the time of year, he always wore hiking boots, but at least he had a nice pair of dark gray Columbias that weren't for mowing grass. He tried to ignore how pathetic he felt worrying about his appearance for a guy who was probably half his age and not the slightest bit interested in his old ass. But he was trying not to let the pessimistic attitude take over, and instead, he kept his thoughts centered on the way Rain behaved when he was around him, and the whispery voice he used when he spoke to Mike. That's all he had to hang on to. But it was enough. Stop overthinking it and just go. Mike picked up his helmet and jacket off the bench in the garage and straddled his Harley. It was a gorgeous night, and his son's home wasn't that far away. He could use the fresh air and the company. Chapter 9. Rain. This house is amazing. Thank you for inviting me, Rain. Chelsea walked around Bishop and Edison's spacious backyard with her arm looped through his. I was so bored at home, and your friends seem so nice. Well, they're not really my friends, Rain clarified. Bishop is Trent's brother, and Wood is his best friend. They were locked up together for a long time, and Edison is Bishop's partner. I guess Wood and Trent felt bad leaving me home on a Friday night and asked if I wanted to come. Your roommates seem great, babe. Rain inhaled a long breath and released it as he turned them toward a huge weeping willow tree that had to be centuries old. The arching branches were so long they dragged on the ground. Chelsea parted the soft leaves like a curtain and stepped inside. Wow, I've never seen a tree this beautiful. She pointed to a thick patch of dark green grass. I'd lay a blanket right there and just nap and read, then nap some more. Maybe even do some yoga. I bet it has great shade during the day. Rain admitted he was fascinated by the outdoor wonderland himself. It was breathtaking, all lit up with lights. And just as Chelsea said, it was an amazing place to sit and meditate amongst nature. Rain would love to have a garden this nice for himself. After taking little things for granted for so long, he could now appreciate something as simple as a backyard dinner surrounded by blooming spring flowers. So I heard that Bishop is some kind of landscape design genius. He can draw really well and even gives wood designs for his tattoos. You don't say, Chelsea hummed, glancing up into the towering tree branches. Well, I'm impressed. You see garden art all the time, in front of buildings and at parks, and we think they just grew that way. She laughed lightly. I like Bishop. He seems like a good guy. Did I tell you that he was Mike's son? She put her hands on her hips. Yes, you did. Twice already. Oh. Rain pinched the bridge of his nose. He couldn't stop his mind from shifting back to Bishop. Ever since he'd greeted them at the front door, Rain had been at a loss for words. Why in the hell does he look like that? Chelsea turned to watch him as he fidgeted with the tiger's eye beads on his bracelet. Her bright red hair was up in a messy bun that was made to appear tousled on purpose. She was dressed casually in a light pink jogging suit and little makeup. Bishop is fine as hell. I mean, if I swung that way, I'd consider being his side piece. All those muscles everywhere, and he's got that bad boy vibe you gay guys love so much. Rain snorted. Shut up. We all don't have the same type. Besides, I don't even know what my type is. First of all, that guy is everyone's type. So be honest. Are you attracted to him? Is that what's making you uncomfortable? No, I'm not. Not like, is it Edison? No. Rain groaned. He's handsome too, and really sweet, but no. Well, it's something. Chelsea made a thoughtful expression. At breakfast yesterday, you hinted that there might be someone you're interested in asking out, but I had to take that emergency call and leave. Who is he? Is he here? No. Jesus, just tell me already. Bishop looks like his dad, all right? Rain whispered through clenched teeth, though he doubted Wood, Trent, and Bishop could hear him from where they stood on the patio in Edison's backyard kitchen. Okay. She dragged out the last syllable. Rain squeezed his eyes shut, unable to believe he was about to say this out loud. And he might be the one I have a slight crush on. Oh. Her tone revealed her skepticism. Are you being serious? You like Bishop's father. How do you know him? Don't say father like he's some gray-haired guy who eats breakfast at Denny's every morning and has handicap license plates. Chelsea's dyed eyebrows rose almost to her hairline. Well, Bishop looks how old? Early 30s? So that must mean his his daddy has got to be at least in his mid to late 50s. Rain sucked his teeth. No way was Mike that old. Is he? He sure didn't look it. Oh my gosh, if you could see the expression on your face. Chelsea laughed, and Rain swatted her hand to shush her. He's our landlord, okay? And yes, I found out that he's Bishop's dad. Rain was starting to pace behind the safe confines of the willow's weeping branches. Bishop and his dad moved out of a trailer a little before Trent and Wood moved in. Now Mike rents it to them. Or, us. Wow. This is some real modern-age family-type shit you guys got going on here. She put her hands in front of her as if asking for an explanation. So how old is the dad? That's the thing. Rain bit on his thumb cuticle. I don't know. He sure as hell doesn't look old enough to have a son Bishop's age. But I haven't been able to ask him anything personal. We've only had a few run-ins. But each one has been, Rain thought of how to word it, more powerful than the last. The rumbling sound of a motorcycle engine revving, then shutting off made Rain pause. But he assumed it was one of Edison's neighbors and continued talking. Chelsea's face softened as she came and wrapped her arms around his waist, and he gladly welcomed the contact. Hey, if you like him, then he must be amazing. And Bishop is mad hot. So if you say he looks just like Dad. Bishop's deep voice carried across the lawn, causing Rain to stiffen in Chelsea's hold. It's about damn time you got here. Hey, Mike, Edison called out next. You made it. Now we can eat. Holy fucking shit. He's here. Rain swallowed the nerves that had rushed up his throat. No way. Chelsea's eyes were as wide as his own as she released him and hurried to the curtain of branches, parting it oh so slightly as if she were a covert spy. Rain was frozen in place as he watched her every expression. Her shocked gaze tracked Mike's strong form as he strolled across the lawn. Her mouth hung open as surprise and interest registered on her face. Well, spread my legs open wide? You were not kidding. I told you, Rain mumbled as he tried to slow his breathing. That is one smoking hot dad, she gaped. He and Bishop look almost like twins. Right? Rain whispered. It's so weird. Well, we're not going to find out anything hiding under this damn tree like a couple of scared squirrels. Chelsea straightened herself up. I want a closer look. Rain was not expecting Mike to be there. Whenever he was around, Rain couldn't seem to control his feelings. He wanted to stand as close to the tall, brooding man as he could and inhale. I'm losing my mind. Rain had wanted some time to speak to his sponsor about the whole situation, and if he felt like it was a good idea to ask a man out. If he believed Rain was ready to explore a relationship. But he already knew what Cliff would say. He could already hear his mellow voice in his ear asking him, how do you feel about him? It would always be Rain's choice when he was ready to put himself out there again. Rain gripped his temples. There's no rush. Remember that. He was just beginning to understand what he felt when he was around Mike, and that he did want to explore more. Being a recovering sex addict didn't mean he was prohibited from ever having sex again. Actually, maybe he was. But regardless, he didn't want to fuck anymore. He had to be with someone he could connect with on a deeper, less physical level. Just talk to him like a normal guy meeting another guy and see how he responds. Rain opened his eyes, and Chelsea was standing directly in front of him with a teasing glint in her eyes and a coy smile playing across her lips. What? He asked. Are you done giving yourself a pep talk? I think so. His mouth felt dry, but his palms were drenched. He hadn't been this nervous to talk to a man in... Rain frowned. Never. He'd never been worried or anxious. He was always the one in control and working the angle on an easy mark. But Mike was no sucker, and Rain had no game plan. It was just him and his raw, damaged emotions. He inched toward the canopy of branches and pulled them aside. Rain's breath hitched as he watched Mike tug his son into a strong one-armed hug while clutching a sleek black motorcycle helmet in his other hand. Fire streaked between Rain's legs. Holy shit. I can't do this. Oh, yes, you fucking can, Chelsea bit out. Look at me. He was already looking at her. You can do this. You've been centered on yourself for almost a whole year, completely celibate and focused on healing your mind. Now that you feel you're in a good place, don't let the doubt in. Her smile was somber. It's not easy for us, you know, to get people to understand this illness we have. Rain smiled and sighed. Mike already knows, and he doesn't seem to care. He was only basing that on a look and a couple of quick conversations, but he'd take it. Okay, it's time to eat, Rain heard Edison announce. Where's Rain? He's asking for you? Chelsea whispered with enthusiasm. I heard him. Rain breathed around his need. If they weren't being so damn incognito, Rain would have laughed at the way his and Chelsea's eyes widened to the size of silver dollars when they heard Mike's throaty voice ask for him. If they were in junior high school, This would be the part where he and Chelsea held hands and jumped up and down in a circle, squealing with excitement. "Did you jackasses leave him at home alone on our Friday night while you come over here and eat a gourmet meal?" Mike growled, his eyes on Wood. "Hot damn," Chelsea mouthed. "This guy ain't no joke." Rain smirked, his dick getting thicker in his skinny Kenneth Cole jeans. "He seems a bit aggressive." Chelsea gave him a side eye as she peered through the branches a few feet away from him. "Your roommate Wood looks a bit terrified." A wild sentiment shot through Rain as he imagined just how angry Mike could get, and he knew he was in trouble, because the thought of Mike's fierceness thrilled him inside and out. "Back off, Mike. We didn't leave him home." Rain and Chelsea both jerked away from where they'd been spying. "He's right over there somewhere." Wood must have pointed in their general vicinity. "Or he was over there with his friend a minute ago." "Where? And what friend?" Mike demanded. Damn that voice. Rain shuddered. "I believe it's time you make your entrance." Chelsea winked, giving Rain just enough time to adjust himself and his clothes before she pulled back the swath of leaves like curtains opening at the start of a show. Chapter 10. Mike. Mike grimaced when Wood pointed his thumb over his big shoulder toward the middle of the property. If Rain was close, he'd probably heard him being all controlling and shit. That wasn't the impression he wanted to give either. Why did he keep screwing that up? How many first chances was he going to be allowed with Rain? Mike turned around but didn't see anyone. Then, as if it was choreographed, a wide swath of feathery leaves was pulled to the side on the weeping willow, and Rain stood beneath Edison's family tree as if it was his own personal stage. He raised his head slowly and made direct eye contact with him, and only him, as he emerged from under the canopy. Mike's heart was pounding so hard behind his thin shirt that he was sure it was visible to everyone. Caught up in Rain's theatrics, it took Mike a moment to notice there was a woman walking a step behind him. His sole focus had been on the man who was almost gliding across the lawn with a grace he'd never seen before. A dangerous slash of desire cut through Mike's stomach as he boldly allowed his gaze to roam down Rain's body. He wasn't feminine in any way. His strong form and straight spine made his toned chest more prominent through the form-fitting light gray button-up shirt. Rain was tall, but still a couple of inches shorter than Mike's own 6'3", with legs that went on for days in those tight jeans. An image of them wrapped around Mike's waist shot through his mind so fast it made his throat go dry. Mike was aware of his audience. He could feel Bishop's and Trent's eyes piercing through the back of his leather jacket, but he wasn't ready to explain his recent feelings to his sons. He barely understood them, but if he didn't get a hold of himself and chill out, Bishop would pick up on it faster than he was ready to talk about it. His son still had a ways to go learning how to read and getting his GED, but growing up on the streets, Mike had made damn sure that his son could read the intent of a man with one look into his eyes. Mike could see Rain's intent, too. "Can you stare any harder than that? Damn." Wood grumbled low enough for just them to hear. "At least try to be subtle." "You think I'm going to trust your judgment, Wood? You're dating Trent," Mike muttered, ignoring his son's pissed scowl. He wanted to keep ribbing him, but Rain and his friend were now standing in front of him. "Mike." Rain said his name in a smooth tone that sent a thrill thrumming through his veins. "It's a pleasure to see you again." Oh, fuck. Mike was glad his feet were rooted in place, because Rain's pleasure to see him made him feel off balance. "How you been?" Mike asked, cringing at the roughness in his voice. "I'm wonderful." That's what Rain's mouth said, but Mike could tell it wasn't the truth. "And this is my friend Chelsea. Chels, this is Mike, Bishop and Trent's father." Rain's friend eagerly stuck her hand out, and Mike was cautious of the sharp daggers jutting out from her fingertips. He wondered what kind of job she could have with nails that long and pointy. He hoped it wasn't performing prostate exams. He slid his hand inside hers, his eyes still on Rain. Not that she wasn't attractive. He loved a full-figured woman. She just wasn't him. Awkward silence surrounded them, but Mike didn't care as Rain held his gaze a moment longer before he lowered his eyes. A part of Mike roared like a caged beast, greedy and territorial. Mike wanted to step closer and inhale the faint blush on those smooth cheeks. wondering what other scents he'd find in the bend of Rain's long neck. Already he could smell a sweet, powdery fragrance that rivaled the perfume of the nearby hydrangeas, freshly mowed grass and damp earth. "So, dinner's ready," Edison said around an uneasy chuckle. "Let's sit." "Oh my goodness, I can't remember the last time I've eaten a homemade meal that looked this good," Chelsea said to Edison, a wide smile spreading her glossy lips. Edison's grin was shy and sweet on his round face. "You don't cook?" "No, honey, I order," Chelsea joked, sitting in the seat beside Rain. They all gathered around the rectangular patio table, and Mike was quick to take the chair in front of Rain, but wasn't surprised to see Wood on Rain's left, his seat too close to even allow him elbow room. Mike ground his back molars and held his tongue. For now. But he meant it when he said Wood better stay out of his way if he was indeed going after what he wanted. As they ate the amazing meal his son's partner made for them, Mike tried to ignore Bishop's inquisitive glare that was practically hollering at him. "What the fuck are you doing?" Mike scowled back. "I'll explain later." Bishop acknowledged him with a sharp nod, then continued eating his brisket and fried potatoes. "So, Rain," Bishop said loud enough to bring an immediate cease to the other private conversations going on, "what do you do?" Rain lifted his eyes, seeming caught off guard as he hurried to finish chewing the food in his mouth before he answered. "Oh, I'm actually looking for employment at the moment." "What kind of work are you looking for?" Bishop asked. "Anything, really," Wood answered, leaning his big head over to see Bishop. "Have you hired all the help you need for the summer yet?" Mike dropped his fork with a loud clang, getting fed up with Wood acting as Rain's guardian. But before he could pipe up, Rain turned and glowered at his friend, his gray eyes flashing with restrained anger. Mike's excitement hit him in his groin first, then traveled up to his throat, leaving him speechless. "Wood, I can speak for myself," Rain bit out. "And I've never done landscaping before. I'm sure a business of Bishop's caliber requires knowledge of the field and experience to work for him." Bishop nodded as if he completely agreed with everything Rain said. "Experience is helpful, of which I have none. I've had a lot of odd jobs, but nothing outdoors." Rain turned back to Bishop and gave him the politest refusal Mike had ever heard. "I admire your profession, Bishop, but I'm sure I could never do your designs justice." "I like this guy, Hirsch. It's about time you found a friend with some manners." Bishop's joke lightened the mood for a moment, but Mike could tell that Rain didn't like being the center of attention or the receiver of anyone's pity. Mike wanted to help too, but he would have to somehow work around Rain's pride. "You see any good action movies, Rain?" Edison asked. "Bishop has me hooked on the Avengers now. Who do you like, Marvel or DC Universe?" "No one is interested in joining you guys' cult," Mike butted in, pulling a few laughs from the table, including Rain. "Besides, I think he's more of a reader. Each time I've seen him at the trailer, he's had a book in his hand." Rain's eyes were hot on him, and Mike rather enjoyed it. If Rain didn't know before that Mike had been observing him, he did now. "Bishop, did you design Edison's yard?" Chelsea asked. "It's gorgeous. I could spend all day under that willow tree." "Sometimes I do." Edison gazed across his yard with fondness and then at Bishop, love shining in his eyes. "I wanted him to be mine so badly, but all I could offer him was this." Bishop waved at the lush landscape that was lit up with lights as the evening settled around them. "You have way more than that to give me, and you know it." Edison's voice was soft but serious. "You have everything I want and need." "Aww," Chelsea cooed, holding one hand over her heart as if it ached to see such genuine affection. "You guys make me sick," Trent grumbled, taking a long drink of his bottle of beer. "We're trying to eat. You two should talk." Rain elbowed Wood in jest, but of course he had to go and make it weird. "We're not still making you uncomfortable, are we?" Wood rubbed Rain's shoulder, watching him with caution as if he could snap at any minute. "Uncomfortable?" Bishop frowned. "Why?" Rain closed his eyes for a brief moment as if he was slowly counting backward from 3. He opened them, and Mike could see the desire Rain had to be anywhere but there. All he seemed to want was to sit amongst friends and have a fun, laid-back conversation where he didn't become the vulnerable one of the group that needed catering to. The addict that had to be treated with kid gloves. If that was indeed Rain's issue, then Mike could understand his frustration. No one wanted to be viewed as weak. Rain exhaled a breath, then blurted, "Because I'm a excuse me, I'm a recovering sex addict, and no matter how much I tell Wood it's okay for him and Trent to be affectionate around me, he refuses to believe it." "That's, Edison stuttered. Interesting. I've never met a—" As if realizing what he's about to say was a bit silly and insensitive, Edison stopped talking and glanced at his boyfriend for help. "Okay," Bishop drew out. "I guess that's good to know." Mike's eyes were hard on Rain. "I'm a recovering addict, too, but I'm also an anesthesiologist." Chelsea talked while chewing loudly on her pasta salad. "And I'm a Scorpio. I love long walks on the beach and listening to thunderstorms in the dark." Rain shrugged. "I just figured I'd go ahead and address the elephant that will inevitably join us in the room." Chelsea gave him a tired smile. "It does always have a way of coming up, doesn't it?" Rain nodded, his eyes shifting to Mike. He swallowed down the last of his beer, noticing when those pretty gray eyes followed the dip in his throat. Rain bit his bottom lip, his lids falling half shut as if he was slipping into some meditative state. His eyes weren't closed. Instead, they were freely mapping over Mike's chest, which even he had to admit looked good in this shirt. Mike was glad he was sitting down because he never had someone look at him the way Rain was, as if he could toss him on the table and devour him right along with the meat and sides. Mike wondered what the criteria were before Rain was allowed to get romantically involved again. He couldn't be expected to die miserable and alone because of bad decisions he'd made in the past. That punishment didn't seem to fit the offense. He wanted to know what it took, what kind of partner Rain needed in his life. Mike cleared the lust from his throat. All eyes were on the two of them as they boldly watched each other across the dinner table. "Rain." "Yes?" He answered in the affirmative, his voice almost a whisper, as if whatever Mike was about to say or ask him, he wanted it regardless. "Since you seem to enjoy reading, do you know that Edison has a library in his house?" Mike winked at Edison, cueing him to chime in. Rain's long lashes fluttered as he appeared to pull himself together. No, I didn't." He turned toward Edison, who was already buzzing in his seat, always eager to talk books and fiction. "The library needs to be expanded now. I don't think another book will fit in there." Bishop smoothed his big palm over Edison's back, and Mike couldn't help noticing how quickly Rain looked away. If only Mike could give Rain what he wanted. After he educated himself on Rain's disease, he was going to try. He always relished a challenge because nothing good was ever obtained with ease. "I have a huge collection." Edison peered around Bishop. "Anything on yoga or mindfulness?" "I've given him all I have on the subject, but he reads too fast for me." Chelsea added. "Yoga, huh?" Mike filed that information away for later. He knew nothing on that subject either, but he was about to. "Reads too fast," Edison gasped while shaking his head. "There's no such thing." Mike was relieved when Rain laughed, and it was crazy that he could already notice when Rain had his mask on and when he didn't. "But shoot, I don't think I have any instruction books on yoga, but I do have a couple on meditation and mindfulness." Edison was already pushing his plate aside and standing. "Come on, I'll show you." "That would be great." Rain stood, picking up his half-empty plate. "Yeah, let's see it." Mike got up as well. The knowing smile Rain cast his way made his stomach flip. "Yeah, let's," Wood sneered, standing his big ass up at the same time, looming over Rain. "Well, that's the last we're going to see of them tonight." Bishop rumbled as he reclined in the plush patio chair and rubbed his flat stomach. "Trent, you want to play me in a quick game of 2K before Edison makes me do the dishes?" "Fuck yeah." Trent clapped his hands together. "Damn all this talk about books and shit." Mike agreed with all of that. He didn't need his sons to follow him. If it was just the five of them back there, it would give Mike an opportunity to observe Rain and maybe even make a move. Chapter 11. Rain. Chelsea stood close to Rain as Edison walked them around one of his guest bedrooms that he'd converted into a library/workout room. He was so animated and proud of his cozy home that his mood was infectious. But it wasn't Edison's pleasantness and hospitality that had Rain feeling all warm and fuzzy inside. It was Mike he could sense in the room, even though his attention wasn't on him. Edison went toward a bookshelf near the far end of the wall and fingered over the spines until he found what he was looking for. He had to stretch his arms high over his head to reach the books on the top shelf, causing his University of Virginia t-shirt to ride up on his round belly. The skin looked smooth and supple to the touch, covered with fine blonde hairs. God damn it. Rain shifted his gaze away, feeling ridiculous for the chub pushing against the front of his tight jeans. He was positive that it wasn't Edison bringing on such wanton feelings. It was the man lurking a few feet away who was stoking a flame to life that Rain had successfully kept smothered for months. Here you go, Rain. This is all I have on meditation. Edison handed him 2 books that were thick enough to occupy his mind for a few days. I'm afraid I don't have anything on yoga. I've tried it a couple of times at my gym around the corner, but I don't think I'm built for it. Yoga isn't for skinny people. Chelsea butted in with her hands on her ample hips. Because my downward dog looks damn good, thank you. So God bless whoever's mat is behind mine. Edison's laugh was full and loud. I know it's for everyone. I should have said that it's just not for me. I'm more into cardio and fast-paced stuff. I like upbeat music when I exercise. All those nature sounds and serene humming makes me sleepy. Cardio is for the body. Yoga is an exercise for the mind, Edison. Rain took the mindfulness book and was already flipping through it. We need both. Now you're selling my assistant Mila. She's addicted to yoga and bar. Edison snapped his fingers as if he'd just had a great idea. You should go on YouTube. There's an abundance of information and videos. Chelsea made a sound like a game show buzzer indicating a wrong answer as she browsed a historical title. A sex addict exploring videos on the internet is just as bad as an alcoholic popping into a bar at happy hour. Neither needs to be there. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't think. Edison stammered, grasping for words. It's okay, Edison. Don't mind her. Rain hurried to save him. Poor Edison. He looked as if he'd just been shoved into the women's bathroom. Rain gave Chelsea a side-eye. He was beginning to think his new friend liked to see people's reaction to the words sex addict. You don't have to find the right words to say or do anything differently. Rain gave Edison a soft smile. As you can see, we're a bit desensitized to it now. One of us more than the other. Chelsea winked at Edison, a coy grin tilting her lips, causing him to relax a little more. Rain imagined it was hard for a person living in this century to imagine their day-to-day life without the World Wide Web, but it was far more liberating than one would think. Besides, he wasn't concerned with what was online. He had realness only a few feet away from him. Rain wondered what Mike thought about his addiction. It may not matter to Chelsea what other people thought of her, but Rain wasn't in that place yet. He wanted the respect of friends and loved ones, a partner. That meant he had to stop being a liar and be himself, be someone trustworthy and honorable, open himself up to true, genuine feelings. Edison nodded as if he appreciated Rain's save. I'll ask Mila if she has any books on yoga, too. Thanks. Rain was starting to feel a bit uncomfortable. All the charity was beginning to get to him, especially from someone he'd just met. Edison, can I please borrow this one? I love this author. I didn't even know she was writing again after her sabbatical. Chelsea clutched a paperback against her chest. Of course. Edison's hazel eyes radiated with excitement, as if he didn't have much company that shared his love of reading. He pointed to another bookcase. So, Rain, you said you don't watch much television, and you're obviously not addicted to social media. What other genres do you like to read? I have a wide variety here. Tons of lots of sci-fi, thriller, action, even some paranormal. Rain glanced over the vast selection. As he did, he daydreamed of having something like this for himself one day. A beautiful home with a loving partner. A room full of floor-to-ceiling shelves with books of all genres for his pleasure. But instead of the treadmill, elliptical, and free weights, Rain would have live plants, fluffy throw pillows, and yoga mats. With hard work, dedication, and discipline, his sponsor assured him that Rain could have all of that and more. Without thought, his gaze veered toward Mike. He stood in front of the one window facing Edison's front yard that was just as elaborately designed as the back. Even from behind, Mike was a striking figure. His sheer height and build were intimidating even to a 6-foot man. In the room, he could smell Mike's masculine soap that blended well with the leather scent from his motorcycle jacket. Edison pulled a hardback from the middle shelf. "Mike, isn't this the book I recommended to you last month? It's the latest release from Walter Wilson. Rain, you can try it and see if you like it. I think this author is by far one of the best science fiction writers of our time." Mike jerked his head up in surprise, frowning at the book Edison was holding, as if he'd never seen it before. But when his dark eyes met Rain's, he appeared to all of a sudden remember. "Oh yeah, I agree. He's one of the best of this generation. I'll tell you what, if Mike can name even one other science fiction author of any generation, I will dry hump that weight bench right there." Wood challenged with an indignant scoff. Chelsea was unable to control her laugh, which must have been contagious because it was only a second before Edison was stifling his chuckle behind his fist. Rain leveled Wood with a blank stare. What in the hell is his problem with Mike? It must be some kind of in-law rivalry. Either way, Rain hated feeling in the middle of their shit. Mike released a harsh bark of laughter that was anything but amusing. His jaw was clenched when he muttered, "Wood, you are so damn funny. I could just punch you in the fucking teeth." Rain was the first to break the tension. "I'll borrow the mindfulness books, Edison, and the new one by Wilson. Thank you so much." "Anytime." Edison moved like he was about to pat Rain on his shoulder, but withdrew his hand before he could make contact. "Nice." Rain sighed. It was always the same reaction. That was why he didn't broadcast his addiction. He respected the transparency rule and all, but his recovery didn't have to be the topic of discussion at every dinner gathering. Because as soon as people found out, it never failed. He suddenly became one of the untouchables. "I'm celibate, not a robot." Rain was human. Some platonic touching would be nice. He was sure he could handle that. "Once you finish those, come and get another." Rain nodded, feeling more than unworthy. "Edison, I noticed the massage table over in the corner." He pointed toward the heavy-duty table that was set up behind the elliptical machine. "Do you have a personal masseuse?" Edison shook his head. "Not anymore. I sure wish I did, though. That thing is just collecting dust now. Well, if you ever consider selling it, let me know." Rain ran his fingertips over the butter-soft leather. The table was more on the expensive side, but perhaps if Edison wasn't using it anymore, he'd give him a good deal, not a handout. "My counselor has me thinking a lot about what I'm good at in hopes of steering me towards a career. And the only job I remember enjoying was when I worked at a day spa in Williamsburg, Virginia." "I didn't know that." Chelsea draped her arm over his shoulder. "So you're good at massaging stuff?" Rain elbowed her in the side, loving her cheekiness, and just stopping himself from checking Mike's expression to see if he liked the idea as well. "I haven't passed the massage and bodywork licensing exam yet, but I only need about 40 more hours to get my certification." "Honey, that's great. You should do that," Chelsea exclaimed, with far more enthusiasm than Rain felt. "That's a booming field in Hampton Roads. People are paying a lot more attention to their mental health, which includes self-care like regular massages. I'm considering it." Edison cocked his head to the side. "I hope this isn't an inappropriate question, but wouldn't that occupation cause temptations? People have to take all their clothes off so you can rub their bodies down with oil." Rain laughed because it was a legit question, and the last thing he wanted was to be treated with kid gloves. Yes, his heart and soul ached from the loneliness, but he wasn't a broken man. "No, it doesn't bother me at all. My addiction was never about attraction and needing to have sex with that person anyway. I use sex in an unhealthy way, but never, ever at work. Massage therapy is a profession, and whenever I'm with a client, I'm thinking professionally and of the client's needs, not my own. There's a huge difference." He shrugged casually. "Besides, it also helps that 95% of my clients are female. Men that come in for spa services often request a female anyway." "Well, if you decide to pursue it, I'd be more than willing to give you the table. It's just another piece of equipment that's not being used in here." Edison said as if it were nothing to offer a total stranger a $500 table for free. But it was everything to Rain. He wasn't even running a con, and this man was being so generous. It was a surreal feeling. And instead of allowing his pride to take over and say something foolish like, "Oh no, Edison, I can afford to buy it. No charity needed. He said a quiet, "Thank you, Edison," before he flooded him with more compliments on his amazing dinner in his beautiful home. "Well, I love company and entertaining. You and Chelsea are welcome any time." Edison paused suddenly, sniffing the air that smelled strongly of chocolate before he darted toward the door, yelling over his shoulder, "One sec, I'll be right back. My cake is still in the oven." Now it was just the four of them. Mike was flipping through a graphic novel, and Rain tried to pretend that he was still interested in Edison's library when he wasn't. He had what he needed. Now he was going to try for something he wanted. He eased up behind Chelsea and pinched her forearm. "Ouch, what?" she hissed, her eyes still on the synopsis of her new book. When he didn't speak, she glanced up, and Rain nodded in Wood's direction, hoping she'd get the hint that he wanted her to distract him. She did. Chelsea gave him a cunning grin as she shoved her breast higher and smoothed her hands over her light pink pants. She sauntered over to his friend, and Rain had to bite his bottom lip to halt his laughter when Wood stood taller and gave her his undivided attention. "So, Wood," Chelsea lowered her voice, her long lashes fluttering as if she was beside herself. "That's an awfully provocative name you've got there." She braced her hand on the wall beside his head, blocking his line of sight. "If that's a nickname, you must tell me how you got it." Wood tried to pretend he wasn't charmed by her, but Rain knew that was a losing battle. Now that his overprotective friend was preoccupied, Rain turned to make his move on Mike, but he didn't get the chance. He felt heat along the length of his back and warm breath against the side of his throat. Mike wasn't touching him, but his dominating energy was enough that he didn't have to. Still, every part of Rain could feel him as danger and desire flooded his veins. Mike's rough whisper made the air flee from Rain's lungs. "Now that you've got your bodyguard distracted, I can speak to you like I want." He is way too perceptive. What the hell was Rain supposed to say to that? Usually he was pretty quick with men, but none of his rules applied to the man behind him. He was the one exception. "It looks as if you wanted to speak to me alone." Mike's timbre was practically a growl standing this close. "So speak." Everything Mike did and said was decisive and intense, so much that it left Rain flustered and trying to calm himself before he was able to formulate an intelligent response. Even the way Mike had inched in close, not crossing the line but showing his boldness, had Rain going crazy. If only he could lean back a few inches and allow his body to do the talking, then he might have better odds. But that was no longer an option. Rain swallowed the nerves in his throat and sent them to the pit of his stomach, where they swarmed like hornets. He may not have the confidence his alter ego did, but Rain hadn't lost his skill to notice interest when he saw it. He turned around and gazed up into the hungry eyes that were darker than a midnight sky in Alaska, causing his voice to tremble when he responded. "Does my body need guarding from you, Mike?" Rain was eye level with Mike's mouth, and he watched, captivated, as Mike licked his lips before simply murmuring, "Maybe." Chapter 12. Mike. If Mike's dick wasn't harder than steel, he would have smirked at Rain's surprised expression. Did he really think that was all it'd take for Mike to melt at his feet? But fuck if Rain hadn't come close. One hot comeback and a smoldering look from those pretty gray eyes had almost done him in. Mike tightened his spine and locked his knees so they didn't buckle. As much as he wanted to press the sexy man against the bookshelf and experience all the new sensations it brought on, he couldn't yet. He had some shit to learn and understand before he pressed this curiosity any further. It had been too long since Mike had felt this way, and he refused to screw it up like he did most relationships in his life. He couldn't go too fast too soon or offend Rain with his bold touch. He especially didn't want to prove Wood right and cause problems with his friend's recovery. So this was going to take a lot of fucking finesse, and he was sad to admit it, but that was a new word in Mike's vocabulary. He was typically a force to be reckoned with that did and took what he wanted. Rain was a desire he was going to have to work hard for, and didn't he just relish a good challenge? The harder Mike had to work to get his prize, the sweeter it made his victory. Rain would be his, obstacles and addictions be damned. Without speaking another word, Mike bravely inched in closer, his glare hard. Rain released a slow, steady breath before he nodded as if he understood Mike's intent. Mike, what the hell? Mike ignored Wood's cursing, choosing not to break his and Rain's eye contact as he slowly retreated backward out the library door. He didn't breathe until he was down the hall. "Yo, Dad," Trent called after him on his way through the large living room. "Hmm?" he grumbled. "Come play Black Ops with me." "No." "Why?" "Because I'm a grown-ass man, that's why, T. I don't play games." "Whatever." Trent sucked his teeth, grabbing one of Bishop's PlayStation controllers off the entertainment stand. "The games I play are for adults." "Ask your boyfriend to play. He doesn't have shit else to do but annoy me." Mike said too low for Trent to hear as he made himself comfortable at the breakfast bar facing the kitchen. "Hey, Mike, there's some leftovers if you want to take some home for lunch tomorrow." Edison smiled as he sealed a plastic bowl with its matching lid, while Bishop stood at the sink, scrubbing one of the grill racks. "No thanks." Mike rubbed his stomach. "I've eaten enough red meat for this week." "So," Edison started as he wiped down his large kitchen island with a dish towel, "you really didn't read the Walter Wilson book I let you borrow? You took it home for like a month and then brought it back." He cocked his head and squinted. "You said you loved it." "What I loved about that book was the way it kept my nightstand level for a month." Edison jerked his neck back as if he'd been plucked in the forehead. "I can't believe you. Bishop loves that author, and the two of you couldn't be more alike." "Yeah, even more alike than I thought." Bishop gritted out with his back still to him while he washed dishes. If he thought Mike didn't hear his quip, he was wrong. But Edison couldn't be deterred from his topic of goddamn 21st century science fiction authors. His eyes were bright with wonder as he gazed up at nothing, as if the book was a movie playing in his head, a movie he wouldn't be quiet about. This next installment, The Right Hand of Light, is from the protagonist's point of view, not in the third person, and we now get to see the apocalypse of Kandor's world through his... Will you stop talking crazy, Edison? I have serious shit to talk to you about. Mike whispered sternly, not wanting Trent or the rest of their company to hear him. Bishop continued doing his job, his hands covered in Dawn's soap suds as his broad shoulders bounced with his deep laugh. "My dad doesn't like reading, babe. I keep telling you that. He just hasn't found the right book yet." Edison rattled off that same weak argument he always used. "Are you shitting me right now?" Mike stared. "Edison, listen. I need to ask you a favor. Well, actually a couple of favors, and I don't have much time." "Sure, anything." Edison nodded. Bishop stopped, washing the dishes, and turned to face him. It almost felt like Mike was looking in a mirror at himself in his prime. "I wouldn't speak so fast, Eddie. If Mike is asking you for a favor, that means he'll owe you, so it might be something big." "Well, I don't believe your dad would ask me to do anything I couldn't handle." Edison thought for another second. Then, as if a light bulb came on in his mind, he added, "I think I like the idea of Big Mike owing me a favor." "Smart man." Mike raised an assertive brow in his son's direction, glad that he didn't object any further. Edison gave him his full attention. "What are the favors?" Mike sighed a quick breath of relief. He was already set to begin laying the groundwork on his plan to make Rain his own, but he was going to need some help. His journey would take a while, and he wasn't confident enough in what he was doing. Yet. Bishop came and stood beside Edison, absently caressing his back, showing support no matter what. Mike wanted what he saw right before his eyes. He was glad his son had found a heart to love that was as good and nurturing as Edison's. He treated Mike's son like a king, fed him well, and stimulated his mind to want to learn. Mike couldn't wish for a better son-in-law, and that's all he wanted too. Someone who would be there for him and didn't care about the shitty past he came along with. Someone he didn't have to pretend for. Mike was a grumpy, unyielding, no-good motherfucker, but he didn't feel like that around Rain. Mike deserved something good too, and he was going for it. Mike didn't think about the mild level of deceit in the favors he was requesting behind Rain's back and asked anyway. If it would make Rain happy, Mike would lie and deceive all goddamn day for him. "First one. Are there any entry-level temp jobs available at that fancy law firm you work at?" Edison thought hard for a moment, then slowly began to shake his head. "I don't believe we—" "Before you answer," Mike urged, lowering his voice, "think really hard." Edison's eyes widened, and his Adam's apple dipped low and bobbed back up as he stuttered, Like how temporary do you mean? Mike hadn't had time to iron out a full plan while he'd listened to Rain talk to Edison in the library about his interests and goals. But he already knew that Rain had been looking for work, and he knew he loved books. That was a good start. Now Mike also knew that Rain wanted to practice or learn more about yoga, and he just discovered 15 minutes ago that Rain might want to pursue credits to get his massage license. Mike didn't let his thoughts stray too far about what parts of him Rain could massage with those long, lean fingers, and instead ignored the pulsing in his neglected balls. Maybe for a few weeks. Something part-time with good pay. Are you fucking serious? Bishop stared, moving around to the other side of the breakfast bar to face him. Mike disregarded his son's comment and kept talking to Edison. Entry-level job, nothing too lawyery, all right? Edison rubbed his smooth chin with his palm. One of the receptionists in the front is about to go on 6 weeks pregnancy leave. We were going to get a temp in there, but I can convince them to hire someone temporarily. Receptionist? Mike grimaced, not sure if Rain would like the sound of that. Yes, receptionist, Edison reiterated. It's only 9 to 1, Monday through Thursday. Pays $15 an hour. It's in a fun office environment and there's no weekends. Mike was nodding while he listened to Edison and the footsteps he heard coming down the hall. There's 2 other women and a guy that head up the front desk, and they are so much fun. I think, shh. Mike slowed the conversation as Chelsea, Rain, and Wood came from out the back and made themselves comfortable in the living room. Mike got lost in the way Rain moved his sleek body as he got cozy on the chaise lounge with his friend. There was something mysteriously beautiful about him that Mike almost became hypnotized as he stared. He'd never met a man so calm and at peace, though it was clear he had inner turmoil that he battled with every day. It was the quiet power Rain had that made Mike want to absorb some of it into his own raucous mind. Or maybe Mike was enamored with the soft smile that never quite reached Rain's light eyes. No, those stayed sad. Dad, we need to have a conversation. Damn it, Bishop, not now. Mike raised his voice, causing Rain to glance in his direction. Then when? Bishop shot back. Mike clamped his hand down on his son's shoulder, staring him in his eyes. He could see the confusion and the hurt. Bishop was smart, and Mike was sure he'd already figured it out that he was making a play for Rain. Now Bishop wanted an explanation as to why he didn't know this side of his father even existed. Hell, Mike hadn't been sure it existed anymore. No woman or man had made Mike's pulse quicken in almost 30 years. He'd thought what he'd felt for his old clubmate/roommate Slick was a once-in-a-lifetime feeling because it had never happened again. Not until now. Rain's eyes met his over Bishop's shoulder. The gentle expression that had been on his handsome face slowly began to transform into a seductive gleam that made something foreign pierce Mike's chest, a feeling he didn't understand. Energy rippled between their locked gazes. He fought to keep his body in neutral, but Rain was playing a dangerous game with him. Those damn eyes were fathomless, an abyss that held warmth, happiness, understanding, and compassion. Rain gave him a subtle, sexy-as-fuck wink, a secret shared only between them that made Mike's dick jerk behind his zipper. He couldn't return the gesture without Bishop or Edison noticing, so he stored it away for later. Rain's lopsided smile was cute as hell before he turned back toward Chelsea, who'd never stopped talking. Feeling a spike of encouragement, Mike proceeded with his plan. He got up and walked around Bishop and into the kitchen, pretending like he was helping Edison prepare the desserts. Okay, receptionist it is, Mike said out of the side of his mouth. Okay. Edison chuckled as he glanced over their shoulders, which were conspiratorially close. And this friend of yours doesn't happen to have a felony rap sheet a mile long, do they? Mike grimaced. I don't think so. The charges Rain had were probably all misdemeanors. Nope. All good. Edison nodded. Should be fine for a temp job then. Can you tell them to come fill out an application tomorrow and I can do a quick interview? No, I can't tell him. It'll be too obvious. Mike frowned, talking more to himself. He'll know it was me. You're already being too obvious, Bishop grated. I am not. Mike kept his voice lower than the volume of the violent video game Trent had blaring in the living room. Being obvious about what? Edison asked with a curious smile. So who's the friend? See? Mike pointed at Edison's cluelessness. He thinks I'm just helping a friend that needs a job. And I think that's quite admirable what you're doing, Mike. Edison's gaze bounced back and forth between them. It's good for the soul to do for others. Thank you, future son-in-law, Mike said as sweetly as he could muster, earning himself a beaming smile. Bishop sucked his teeth. Eddie, you have no clue what he's doing, do you? Huh? Poor Edison, so trusting and innocent. Mike reached into his back pocket and pulled out his wallet. He counted out several $20 bills and shoved them into Edison's palm. Edison stared uncertainly at the wad of cash. What's this for? My second favor. Okay. I need you to go to that huge bookstore in town center where you and my son like to go on Wednesday nights to get freaky in the mystery section and pick up what they have on yoga and that mindfulness shit. Edison flushed, spinning around to face Bishop as tawny red splotches appeared on his pudgy cheeks. You told your dad about that? Bishop shot daggers at Mike before he tried to save his own ass. Well, no, not like all of it, but maybe some. Edison swatted Bishop in the center of his chest, giving him a look that appeared to promise punishment later, and not the good kind. Mike hurried to wrap up his transaction. Edison, when you come to the trailer on Monday, just tell him that your secretary brought you the books she had, all right? Don't bring them in a new bag or anything. Make them look used. Why do you want me to come to the trail? Edison slammed a hand over his mouth. Holy moly. Mike and Bishop shook their heads as Edison finally seemed to catch up to what was happening, his eyes almost bugging out of his head. This is all for... Are you doing this for Rain, Mike? Mike sighed. Damn, Edison. You're lucky God gave you a fat ass, because he sure as shit shorted you with Mike, Bishop barked. I'll shatter your fucking jaw if you finish that sentence. Hey, what's going on in there? And what's taking so long with the cake? Trenton yelled, but no one answered. Mike needed to wrap this shit up. Just make it believable, Edison, okay? I don't think Rain likes handouts. Edison had the cheesiest grin on his face that made Mike curse under his breath. Don't, he muttered as Edison blushed harder. I just think it's amazing. I didn't know Edison didn't seem to know what label to give Mike, which was good because he never liked him anyway. He was just him. Yeah, Bishop sneered. I didn't know either. Mike warned. Bishop moved Edison aside and got in Mike's face, speaking in a hushed growl. Dad, what the hell are you doing? How the fuck old is he? You know what? It doesn't matter. He's a damn sex addict. What are you thinking? Bishop, what are you saying? Edison glared. Rain seems like a really nice guy. I didn't say he wasn't. Mike eased Edison to the side as the muscles in his back tightened with frustration and his tension soared. He stood chest to chest with his son, butting their foreheads together. They were so evenly matched that it always made Edison antsy when they did their posturing thing. Not sure who was going to get thrown into a headlock or body checked first. But Edison didn't have to worry. Mike was about to make this lesson short and sweet. He jabbed his pointer finger into Bishop's right pack. I didn't teach you to judge people, B. Rain's made some bad choices, but he's trying to turn his life around. You of all people should understand that. Mike berated him, his teeth clenched tight to keep his voice low. He stared his son down until he made him look away. Bishop looked back at him, his anger resurfacing as he stabbed Mike in his own chest, just as forcefully as he'd done him. I'm not judging him. I'm fucking questioning you. Why the hell didn't you tell me you were bi? Chapter 13. Rain. Mike was in the kitchen talking quietly with Bishop and Edison, so Rain didn't think it was a good idea to interrupt. Chelsea got up and took a call in the back room, and then had to hurry and leave because of some big emergency at work. She asked Rain to apologize to Edison for her rudeness, and also to ask him for a rain check on her dessert. So that meant he had to sit alone in the living room with the lovebirds as they exchanged hot jeers and cute shoves while they battled each other on the video game. Instead of watching, Rain figured he'd get a start on his new book, but he was having a hard time getting into it. Not when he kept feeling sporadic vibrations in his chest from the bass in Mike's voice that carried to him from around the corner. Rain couldn't make out the words, but he gathered Mike was discussing something intense by the way his voice would tighten as it rose a few octaves. Rain hadn't read a single word as he stared blankly at the page, his mind replaying the look Mike gave him before he went around Bishop and into the kitchen. Damn, he was sexy and hot in a dangerous sort of way. The complete opposite of the clean-cut, eager-to-please business moguls Rain was used to. Though Mike wore a perpetual frown and cursed like a truck driver with road rage, Rain liked the way he made him feel when he was close to him. Normal, and in a bit of trouble. Rain almost moaned when his cock filled in his tight jeans, pressing excitedly against the restriction. Oh, God. He closed his eyes and exhaled a long breath, trying to settle himself. Though he hadn't had many instances during his recovery where he had to struggle this hard with lust, because no one had hit that button inside of him. He still knew what he was supposed to do when he was feeling triggered. Like any addict, Rain had tools to use and a place to go for support. He checked his watch, then tried to calculate how long it would take him to get to St. Mary's 8 o'clock meeting on the bus. If he skipped dessert too, he could make it. Rain climbed out of the comfortable chaise lounge and gathered his books in his arm and his lightweight Burberry jacket from out of the hall closet. Wood was the first to notice him readying to leave as he sat forward in his seat. "Hey, you ready to go so soon?" "Yeah, I have to get up early and check out those jobs you found online for me in the morning." Rain widened a smile, although the last thing he felt was joy. Actually, he was feeling anxious and needed to get the hell out of there. He liked what he and Mike were doing. The flirting was exciting and different, but he knew it was a long shot to have him as his. What if Mike didn't like the conditions of being in a relationship with him? Shit, what if he doesn't do commitment at all? That's what his partner would have to agree to before things could get as heated as Mike seemed to want them. "Okay, I'll take you home." Wood appeared hesitant, and Rain noticed Trent's displeasure at having to leave despite how fast he schooled his expression. No, you two stay. Trent just said Edison's chocolate cake is his favorite, right? I'm sure he doesn't want to miss that." Rain nodded, encouraging Trent to agree, which he did. "Sounds good. All right, we'll see you at home, Rain." "We can take it to go." Wood disagreed with Trent. "We all don't have to be rude and eat and run. I'm good, I promise." "But you'll be home by yourself." Trent tossed his game controller on the couch beside him. "Hirsch, stop babying him for fuck's sake. Rain's almost 30. What the hell?" Uh-oh. Rain knew that look in Trent's eyes, and the meaning behind the glare he was giving his boyfriend. Shit. This was always how it started, with the significant other getting annoyed and then eventually jealous. Rain was going to have to leave soon, despite how much he liked having a safe place to live. Any time a friend took him in, no matter how hard he tried to show their partner that he was not a threat, somehow he still came in between relationships. He wouldn't let that happen to Wood and Trent. He respected them too much and wanted to keep them as friends. "I'm just making sure he gets home safely," Wood bit back. "He's my friend, Trent. Why are you—" "I'll take him home," Mike told them, cutting off the feud. Rain was glad he didn't flinch at Mike's deep voice that came from just behind him, but he'd been thinking so hard on a way to defuse the bomb he'd somehow armed that he hadn't heard him come into the living room. Wood narrowed his eyes at Mike, already shaking his head. Trent scoffed and got up off the couch and stormed into the back room. How the hell does this always happen to me? Rain was seriously trying to figure out what he'd just done wrong. Everyone around him was pissed at each other, and he felt as if he was right in the center, defenseless to do anything about it. Wood got to his feet, and Rain thought he was going to chase after his boyfriend, but instead, Wood stood between him and Mike and asked, "Rain, can I talk to you outside for a minute? Alone?" "Jesus Christ, Wood," Rain hissed, leaning in so no one heard him. "Go after your boyfriend before you end up sleeping on the couch. And me on the streets." Rain could sense the ultimatum coming from Trent any day now. Me or him. "Yeah, go after my boy, Wood. He looked upset." Wood ignored Mike and gently took Rain's elbow, pointing toward the patio door. "Just a minute. Then you can go, okay? Please. Rain sighed. The damage was done, and he didn't want Wood to stand there and keep begging. Whatever he had to say, it couldn't be good, so he might as well let him get it out and get it over with. Wood marched toward the rear of Edison's home like he expected Rain to follow. Mike shook his head, a provocative half-grin playing on his lips, as if Wood's behavior both infuriated and amused him. Rain stopped at Mike's shoulder and waited for him to turn his head and lower those ebony eyes to his. The moment he did, desire knocked hard between Rain's legs at Mike's dark red aura, at his display of power and assurance. There was a faint sheen of moisture on his forehead, but his mouth was dry like he'd swallowed some cotton balls as he said in a croaky whisper, "I'll be right back, Mike." "I'll be right here, Rain." As close as they were standing, Rain could see the faint gray and black stubble on Mike's strong jaw. Rain had been with a lot of older men in his past, but he'd never considered why they'd been so easy to be intimate with. He was attracted to maturity. Mike's gaze lowered to his mouth and stayed there until Rain walked away. Wood was pacing back and forth across the deck when Rain stepped outside. He was careful to close the door all the way so no one overheard their conversation. Wood didn't stop wearing out the bottom of his Nikes until Rain sat in one of the chairs around the now clean table. The food and dishes were cleared, and all that remained in the center was a beautiful floral centerpiece. These guys really love gardening around here. Rain crossed his legs and fingered the soft petals while his friend had his silent fit a few feet away. "I'm glad you're so calm." "Oh, I'm far from calm." But Rain was good at faking. "Something on your mind, Wood?" "Don't pull that smooth stuff with me, Rain." Wood glowered. "You know what this is about." "You haven't held your tongue all evening. Don't start now." "Fine." Wood stopped walking. "Are you and Mike, you know?" It seemed Wood deliberately didn't say, "hot for each other," as if saying it out loud might jinx it if it weren't already true. Rain covered his grin, not wanting to mock his friend when he was obviously concerned. Instead, he glanced down at his lap and asked, "What is your problem with Mike, Wood? Be honest, please." Wood stared hard at him, as if he was trying to drill what he was about to say into his brain through osmosis. "You don't know him, Rain. Mike has a past." "So do I. So do you." "But not like his." Wood came and sat beside him. "I'm telling you this because I care about you, and I want you to be happy and settled down with the sweet, kind-hearted, sensitive guy who worshiped the ground you walk on." "Who the hell ever said I wanted that?" Wood gaped, perhaps not expecting that response, but he seemed to digress. "Also, maybe a slightly younger guy or someone more around your own age." This time, Rain didn't hold back his laughter. "Ah, is that all? You think I'm too young for him?" "No, I think he's too old for you." Rain huffed. "What's the difference?" Wood lowered his voice, though there was no one else outside with them. "He can be violent, Rain. I mean, you were with me when I had to pick him up from jail not that long ago. And I'm sure he's got enemies all over this city and probably a few others." Rain was about to take one of Wood's hands into his, but decided better on it, in case Trent was watching out of a window. "Listen, Wood, you're an amazing friend, the best I've ever had. But you're wrong about Mike." "No, I'm not." "And you might fare better if you stay out of my personal life and focus on your own before you get us both in trouble. Trent's feelings should always be your first priority and concern, not mine." Wood ignored the topic of his boyfriend and kept digging. "You act as if you know Mike so well." "And you do?" "I know he put a knife to my damn throat a couple of months ago." Wood snapped. Rain imagined Mike getting the best of a man as big as Wood and holding him down. He prayed his eyes weren't dancing with titillation, because his pulse was pounding at the thought. "What did you do to make him do that to you?" Rain asked. Wood appeared shocked and a little hurt by the question, as if there should be no justification for trying to kill him. But if Wood was going to tell the story, he needed to tell it all. Unless Mike was psychotic, he must have had a reason. Wood lowered his eyes. "I, did and said some things that hurt Trent real bad." Rain waited after the long pause because there had to be more. "I'd promised Mike I wouldn't hurt his son, but I did." Wood hurried to add, on accident. But Mike loses his damn mind over his family. Rain didn't necessarily consider that a negative trait. He's too protective of Bishop and Trent. They're not little boys anymore. They're grown men and can fight their own battles. Rain chuckled. This was going to be easier than he'd thought. Would you mind saying that last sentence out loud again, please? The part about them being grown men and fighting their own. Wood grumbled once he got Rain's point. Look, maybe when it comes to you, I can be a little hypocritical and over the top. But I've seen how many guys have tried to take advantage of your recovery. Some have even tried to hurt you. Tried and failed, Rain rebutted, because I felt nothing for them. I've been waiting to feel a spark of attraction for a long time, Wood. And you feel this spark for Mike? Wood looked as if he wanted to vomit. 160 million men in this country, and you had to pick that asshole? He's only an asshole to you because you're not looking at him the way I am. Rain hoped he was doing the right thing by following his gut feeling and not his friend's opinion. But everything in him was screaming not to let Mike pass him by if he was interested. Wood got up with a resigned curse, as if he'd either accepted Rain's choice or he was unwilling to continue arguing. Does that huff mean you'll back off and let me come to my own decisions about my personal life, even if it involves Mike? Yes, but you have to swear that you'll be careful. Like I said, Big Mike's reputation is well deserved. He warned one last time. I understand, and thank you for caring, but I promise I'll be fine. Damn. Rain hoped he hadn't just lied. He got up and went toward the back door, preparing to walk through it and leave all doubt in his past. The way he looks at you scares me, Rain. Wood confessed close to his back. I know. It scares me too, but in a whole different way. Rain turned and gently touched the soft beard covering Wood's strong jaw. I'll see you at home. Chapter 14. Mike. Mike was leaning against the side of his bike, staring at Rain through the sheer living room curtains while he put on his fancy jacket and said his goodbyes. He couldn't stop watching his every move as he walked out of the front door with his borrowed books clutched against his chest like a plate of armor. Mike wasn't shy, allowing his gaze to roam freely over Rain's body from his long legs up to his honey-blonde hair. And just like any time Mike stared like a ravenous vulture, Rain didn't seem to mind. Rain stopped a safe distance away, but even in the dark, Mike could see the blush covering that long, smooth neck. In the night's silence, he could hear Rain's accelerated breathing. He's excited for me. That was a good sign, because Mike had no clue what the fuck Wood had told Rain during their private meeting in the backyard. But it couldn't have been anything good. Mike kept his glare fixed on Rain's eyes as he set his helmet on the rear seat and crossed the cracked sidewalk that separated them. He stood as close as he dared, pleased when Rain didn't inch away. Well, what's the verdict? Mike asked, and Rain's long lashes fluttered for a second before he glanced up to meet his eyes. Were you warned to stay away from the big bad wolf? Is that what you are? A wolf? The sound of Rain's melodic voice made it hard for Mike to concentrate around the need. No, Rain smiled. I'm a hell of a lot worse. Rain's smile fell. He pulled his bottom lip between his teeth and gently bit down on the supple flesh. Those damn eyes filling with a hot lust Mike had never had directed his way before. Rain's breath ghosted over his chin when he asked, But are you gay? I'm whatever I fucking want to be, Rain. Rain huffed an amused puff of air that warmed Mike's throat. Do you always avoid answering questions? I'm not usually questioned. Mike closed in tighter, loving how clean and powdery Rain smelled. But I will answer yours. Okay. Rain cleared his throat, having to tilt his head back to hold their eye contact. Mike liked how good it felt the closer they got. His heart was thundering behind his ribcage, his limbs heavy from his restraint to grab Rain behind his neck and yank him against his entire body. So you're gonna let me take you home? Rain paused a long moment before he said, I don't think that's a good idea for right now. So Wood must have convinced you, huh? Mike's voice got thick with anger. No. Rain quickly brought his hand up and placed his palm in the center of Mike's chest, silencing his thoughts. Rain stopped talking and stared at where his hand was resting. Mike's eyelids slid shut, his blunt fingertips dug in a little deeper. Rain had to feel how fast his heart was beating. His dick was half hard, and Rain only had one of his hands on him. But a heat radiated from his touch that Mike felt all the way through. The pressure deepened, and Mike leaned into it, their bodies inches apart. "God, you feel good," Rain whispered, as if he was lost in his own thoughts. His eyes were staring straight ahead while Mike gazed down at their connection. Rain inhaled sharply before he slowly began to remove his palm. Mike gripped Rain's wrist and placed his hand back where it was. "Is this okay?" he asked, sounding out of breath. Rain's response was an intimate whisper that made Mike want to lean in closer to his lips. "Yeah, I'm okay." Mike swallowed, his mouth dry, the world shrinking around them. He had no idea how he was pulling any of this off, but he was going with it. "I'm feeling a little too good, Mike." Rain's sensual voice enveloped him like black velvet. "That's why I don't think it's a good idea that I straddle your big sexy motorcycle and let you drive me home." Mike stroked his thumb along the tender skin on Rain's wrist before he loosened his hold and released him. A car pulled up to the curb and honked, but Mike didn't turn around. "Wood sent an Uber for me, so—" Rain released a steady stream of warm air along his throat. "I had a very nice evening, Mike." Should I ask him if he wants another one? Mike didn't know what to take away from this brief encounter, from that touch. Was Rain interested in him or not? This was nothing like when Mike met a woman he wanted to be with. He'd just ask her for her number, then call her a few days later for a quick date, and then it was back to her place. Sometimes there was a second and third go at it, but definitely by the fourth tryst they were good and done with him and his foul attitude. Mike was sure that it wasn't going to happen that way between him and Rain. Mike fired his shot one last time. "So, are you up for the challenge of dating a man like me?" Rain gave him a sad smile before he headed toward his ride. To Mike's own damn surprise, he followed behind him, feeling hopeful and pathetic as fuck at the same time. Rain paused after he opened the back door, and when he turned around to face him, Mike was right there. Rain grasped one of Mike's hands, and with deliberate slowness placed it on his soft cheek. His skin felt like fine linen against Mike's rough palm. Rain damn near vibrated under his touch as his eyelashes lowered, shielding some of the melancholy in his eyes. His words came out low and tinged with hurt. "Mike, it's not me that needs to answer that question." Rain did some suave, sexy shit and kissed the inside of Mike's calloused hand, then hurried and closed himself inside the Uber. Mike stood there on the curb, riveted, enamored, and horny as hell until the taillights turned off Edison Street. He clenched the fist that Rain had just rubbed along his cheek like a man starved for physical contact. "It's not me that needs to answer that question." Mike replayed over again in his head. Rain considered this Mike's choice, and he believed he understood what Rain was asking him. Was he up for the challenge of being with a sex addict? Mike wouldn't be able to half-ass this relationship like he'd done all the others. The women he'd dated had been right. Mike stayed emotionally unavailable to everyone except his family. He nodded to himself, resolve settling in. He was more than capable of being a good partner, a good man to Rain, despite the doubters. "All right, I'm about to show all of you motherfuckers how this shit's done." Good thing Mike was already on the job. First, he'd help Rain out of the depressing funk he was trapped in. Then he could go to phase 2 of his plan, once he made one. Without glancing in the direction of the house, Mike threw his middle finger up at Wood, who he'd felt watching them from the window the entire time. He couldn't believe that disloyal bastard had tried to warn Rain away from him. Damn, you put a blade to a man's jugular one time and he acts like he can't fucking let it go. Mike shoved his helmet over his head and started his bike. He didn't rev his engine out of respect for Edison's neighbors as he cruised out of the nice suburb. He rode straight home, grabbed a beer and his laptop, and settled into his recliner for a long night of research. Despite how much his son and Wood had pissed him off tonight, they'd been right. Mike needed to really know what the hell he was getting himself into. Chapter 15. Mike. "Mike, what the hell is up with you?" Manny asked from the driver's seat. "What'd you do this weekend? You've been dragging ass all day, and you look like you slept on the street last night." Mike didn't answer. What could he say to his best friend? That he'd spent his entire weekend researching sex addicts and their recovery until his eyes blurred? Or did you finally find someone to do this weekend? Manny watched him out of the corner of his eye while he drove them back to the shop. "She wear you out?" Mike wished it were that simple. Wished that a quick one and done still did it for him. But he was too old for all of that now. It was played out and boring. He felt very little to nothing when he had those faceless fucks in the back seat of his truck or at their place. Sometimes he didn't even bother remembering their name. Not that they remembered his either. "No, Manny. I was home all weekend. I worked in the yard, did some paperwork, and watched some of the Tide spring training on Sunday." Mike didn't lie, technically. He'd done a little bit of those things also. "Did you hear anything else from the prosecutor's office about Jim's grandson's assault charge?" "Yeah. Once they reviewed the tapes, they deemed it self-defense. Then after old man Jim refused to back up his grandson's assault claim, the DA's office dropped the suit. But I still have to pay the goddamn court costs." Mike wanted a distraction from his thoughts, but not that one. He was trying to put that whole nasty incident behind him. "You look like you need another weekend off." "How many times you gonna tell me I look like shit? Damn, I get it, okay?" Manny probably didn't know what to think as he shook his head and took the ramp off the interstate. "If you say it's nothing, then it's nothing." Manny knew him well enough to know that there was something causing Mike to lose sleep. And usually if he had a problem, his best friend was the first to know. He'd tell Manny when he had something worthwhile to tell him. Right now, all Mike had was a wish and some hope. Neither was worth talking about. Manny appeared to take the brush off as he switched the subject back to business. "You want to go ahead and check out the One Health Fitness Center since it's on the way?" Mike looked up from his clipboard, noticing he was only a few blocks from the trailer. He wondered if Rain was home, wondered what he was doing right at that moment. Shit. Mike had been doing that a lot over the last few days. He needed to focus on something else. "Yeah, let's do it," he mumbled. "Let's try to make this quick. The girls in the office said the property manager of this place called 4 times today, claiming it was urgent. I really don't think we'll have to sell them on a contract. Laura said they sounded ready to get lawn maintenance started ASAP." Mike nodded as he listened to the details. "How many properties does that gym have?" 7, I think. The Suffolk location is an hour's drive from the shop." Mike thought for a moment. "Damn, it's going to be cutting it close. They're desperate and willing to pay top dollar for us to start this week. So I think we need to speed up our hiring process. Laura said some applications came in online last week. A few of the guys have landscaping experience." "Good." Mike had to remember to give Laura a pay raise the second he got a chance to go into the office. She was their entire human resources department, their receptionist, scheduler, and accountant. "I already told her Jason can meet with the applicants any time this week if they're available. He's the crew leader, so he's the one that has to see if they're a good fit anyway." Mike was typically a lot more vocal in handling their company business, but he was fine to let Manny run the show today while he'd zoned out on information overload about Rain. Mike cursed when Manny turned onto the property. This fitness center was one of the most prominent gyms in Hampton Roads and had 7 locations, 1 in each city. It was a 2-story building with infinite one-way windows and skylight rafting that took up half the block. But Mike didn't care about what was on the inside. He was there for the outside. "This shit looks like Wild Kingdom." Mike surveyed as much of the unkempt property as he could, while Manny parked in one of the spaces near the back of the parking lot. "What the hell happened to their last landscaping contract?" "I heard the company went under. Problems with management, I think," Manny answered. Mike grunted and dragged his stiff muscles out of the truck. It was after 6 in the evening and still warm, with just enough daylight left for them to see how much work needed to be done. The lot was full of cars, the gym packed with people who just got off work and would rather go to a second location and work another 2 hours than go home and chill. People like that baffled him. Mike wouldn't dare go to a gym even if they served free barbecue after each session. He thought it was a complete waste of time and money, when running was free and push-ups and sit-ups could be done on any flat surface in a home. The medians are overgrown with brush, Mike. Look over there. Manny pointed to several areas. Those tree branches are hanging a little low for a parking lot, don't you think? Mike took his bandana from his back pocket and wiped it across the back of his neck. Shit. We might need to use Ray's tree service again. The gym manager has already offered to pay all subcontracted fees. Manny joined him near the front door. Good. Mike frowned. Because this is a lot worse than they implied. There were overgrown wintergreen shrubs lining the front of the building that probably had wildlife living in it, or worse, hornets' nests. Mike tugged on his thick utility gloves and started yanking at the dead branches to see how much of the plant, if any, was salvageable. A well-built man in a blue One Health t-shirt came out the front door. His name tag said Aaron, that he was the operations manager, and also that his passion was CrossFit competitions. Can I help you, fellas? Mike pointed to the Stockley Lawn Service logo on the back of his clipboard, then extended his right hand. I'm Mike Stockley. This is my business partner, Emmanuel. The manager blew out a long, Mike assumed relieved breath right in his face, then gripped his outstretched hand in a powerful squeeze, pumping it up and down. No one told me you guys were coming, but regardless, I'm glad you're here. The customer complaints are getting out of control about the outside maintenance, and I can't afford to lose any more members at this location. Manny nodded. You made it sound like time was of the essence. Are you available to look over the contract now, and I'll agree to whatever terms you all have as long as you can start this week? The manager blurted, then apologized to Manny for cutting him off. I'm sorry to rush you like this, but I heard your company is one of the best in the area, and I'd really prefer to just hurry up and hire you guys before your schedule fills up too. That works for me. Mike was beyond exhausted, and his eyes were gritty from hours of reading articles about sex addiction on his laptop screen. Information he'd absorbed like a sponge until he was soaked full of knowledge. Plenty enough for him to know what he wanted to do. But first things first, he needed rest. Mike was ready for this day to be over. A hot shower, a joint, and his Tacoma glider recliner were all he desired at the moment. If we can go inside, you can sign on all the dotted lines and we'll be out of your hair. Sure thing. The manager bobbed his muscled neck, then turned and led them toward the entrance. When do you think you'll be able to start? We'll be back Friday with a 12-man crew, Mike assured. You guys are saving my ass right now, Aaron breathed. It wouldn't have been long before someone from corporate was sent out here to investigate the complaints. A blast of cool, sweat-tinged air hit Mike in the face as he walked through the automatic doors, but it wasn't near as offending as the techno-pop music blaring over his head. Duh fuck. Why would anyone want to exercise to that? There were several robotic smiling faces working behind the front desk. One woman was neatly folding dark gray courtesy towels and stacking them in a pyramid near the end of the counter, while another was assisting a woman wearing a halter top and pink spandex that appeared painted on as she rang up her protein bar and orange Gatorade. Mike struggled to hold in his incredulous scoff. Manny let out a low whistle. Damn, it's a lot nicer in here than I thought. I can only imagine what a membership costs. Yeah, too bad the outside looks like shit, Mike said close to Manny. Right this way, gents. The manager stopped outside of a small office and ushered them inside. Mike was almost past the threshold when he saw two women who looked to be in their mid to late 20s, each carrying one of those rolled-up nylon mats he'd seen Rain using when he was meditating outside. They were walking toward a set of frosted double doors that read Mind and Body Wellness Studio in a fancy cursive script. Hey, what exercises are they doing in that Mind and Body place? Mike pointed to where the woman had disappeared through the doors. We have several classes that are done in that studio, but right now, I believe a restorative yoga class is starting. Yoga? Mike's eyes widened as an idea slammed into him. The manager raised a dark brow. You look in damn good shape to me, but I'd like to offer you and your man a free membership for coming over as fast as you did. That is, if you're interested. Yeah, actually I am, but I'm just interested in the yoga classes. The manager gave him a cheesy smile. Well, the membership includes everything. You can attend any class you want and, of course, full access to all of the gym's amenities. We have a full-length pool with aqua fitness classes, a sauna, a hydro massage therapy center, 6 aerobic studios. I only want whatever yoga classes are done in that place, Mike reiterated, remembering what he'd read about recovering sex addicts last night. Mike didn't want to make Rain feel indebted to him, and this fitness center was expensive as fuck, so Mike would have to work this gift properly. If I get a membership, can a guest use it sometimes? Most of the time? The manager seemed to know where Mike was going. Good. Because gullible people pissed him off. This guy had to see that Mike didn't look or act like the type who did yoga. But he was willing to take the membership if it meant Rain could use it and finally have a place to go practice like he'd been wanting, getting him that much closer to happiness. Once Rain found his own joy and inner peace, that was the phase in his recovery where he could consider dating again if he desired. And Mike told himself he was going to do everything in his power to help Rain get there because the sexy, silent man was going to be his. Period. I've got you, pal. I'll give you 2 scan cards so your guest will have their own. He winked and slapped Mike so hard in the center of his spine that he almost hit him back to see how he liked it. But he remained professional because it seemed their new client came with a pretty decent perk. Cool. And if you could just give me whatever schedule and pamphlets you have for that studio, I'd appreciate it. Mike finished as he sat beside Manny in the other hard plastic chair in front of the manager's desk. I can do that. We'll get these contracts signed fast, and then I'll get you all set up in the system. The manager sat down at his tidy desk, his brawn barely fitting in his office chair, and powered up his desktop computer. And any of your staff that works the ground here are all welcome to a full membership as well. On me. Very generous of you, Manny nodded. Mike could feel his best friend staring at him, and when he didn't offer up anything, he knew Manny wouldn't let it slide. You interested in yoga, Big Mike? Manny chuckled. Yeah, it's been on my vision board since '99. Mike answered in a grave tone. Now mind your own damn business. Maybe I'll take a class with you, his friend smirked. Hey, fellas, I teach the P90X CrossFit interval class on Mondays and Wednesday nights, if that's more your speed, the manager said with enthusiasm. Manny and Mike exchanged irritated glares before Mike grumbled. Buddy, we work outside in the blazing sun all day. Do you really think we want to come in here on any night and train like a damn Navy SEAL? The manager looked as if he'd been spat on. Manny glared at Mike, shutting him the hell up, his eyes telling him to get back to business. Mike gritted his teeth as he pulled out their standard commercial contract from the compartment inside his clipboard. He jotted down the pertinent information in the blank spaces, making sure to add the extra fees for the rush job, then presented it to Aaron for his review and signature. Mike left the posh fitness center with a nice 5-figure contract for the 7 gyms, and a way for him to get that much closer to Rain. He'd planned to go home and chill after a long shower, but the anxiety building in his gut wasn't going to settle until he gave Rain his gift and waited with bated breath for his reaction. Chapter 16. Rain. Rain was sitting in the dark in front of his bedroom window, trying to summon a feeling of gratitude. He was learning through counseling that even at a person's lowest point, there was always something to be grateful for. But damn if he wasn't struggling to believe that sentiment right about now. Wood had allowed Rain to take one of the dining room chairs into his bedroom, so he could meditate near the window at night with the crisp spring breeze whispering across his face. Being outside in Trenton Wood's neighborhood was fine during the day, but not so much when dusk fell. His roommates had warned him that the freaks indeed came out at night around these parts. Rain was a long way from Carnegie Hills. He'd showered and deep-conditioned his hair after he finished his evening exercises. Now he was sitting there thinking if he was going to try to force himself to sleep and end this miserable day, or read some of the book Edison let him borrow. Wood and Trent were in the living room, binge-watching a show they'd been obsessed with for the past few days. Rain had been invited to join them, but he'd politely declined as he was sure there was a lot of sex in it, since he'd heard them moaning when he went into the kitchen for a drink. It was too quiet in his room, and he was still debating in his mind what he was going to do when he flinched suddenly at the loud pounding knock at the front door, before it opened and slammed shut. Rain's heart sped up. Mike. He knew it was him by the way he'd entered the house. Oh, shit. Rain muttered, as he hurried and righted his black silk Ralph Lauren lounge pants and cinched his matching robe tighter around his bare chest. He checked his appearance in the small mirror that sat atop his chest of drawers, wishing he'd blow-dried his hair, but oh well. Rain stopped fussing over his form. He looked the way he looked. He wasn't supposed to go out of his way to present the best version of himself that he could. He just needed to be him. He might not even come back here. Maybe he's just here to visit his son and... The sharp rap of knuckles on his bedroom door made Rain's heart jump up into his throat. It was only then that he remembered the last thing he'd said to Mike before he got in his Uber last week. Maybe he was there to give Rain his answer. Sorry, guy, but I'm not willing to put my heart on the line and go into a relationship with a sex addict. Yeah, no thanks. All of a sudden, Rain didn't want to answer the door anymore. Damn it. He'd really wanted Mike to be the man he needed him to be. I can hear you breathing. Open the door. Mike's voice sounded deep and provocative with a hint of humor. Rain was positive his cheeks were flaming, but he reached his damp palm out and clutched the knob to open his door. Mike was leaning casually against the frame, as if he'd been standing there listening for a minute. Rain was helpless to stop himself from eyeing Mike from his chest down. It was almost 10 at night, and Mike was in his bedroom in head-to-toe black, from the black bandana covering his hair to his dark ass-kicking boots. He didn't speak right away as he waited for Rain's eyes to meet his. Mike stared him down, a subtle smirk of mischief barely softening his hard features. A wolf indeed. I apologize for dropping by so late, but I needed to see you. Needed? Mike's words held a level of gravity that made Rain's stomach flutter. I hope I'm not disturbing you. No, not at all. He answered too fast. Mike's gaze felt like an actual caress as it slid down his robe when he came farther inside. How are you? Great, fine, well, not bad. I'm surviving. A little down lately. I have periodic bouts of depression, and crippling blue balls. I'm good. Mike hummed, the sound saying he knew Rain was lying, but he was thankful he didn't call him out on it. I had a rough day, so I thought I'd turn in early. Rain confessed. He worried his bottom lip as Mike's dark presence consumed his small space. He needed to know. What are you doing here? I came to see you, Mike said without hesitation. Rain closed the door, then locked it. Whatever Mike came there to say or do, Rain didn't want them interrupted. Came to see me about... Mike paused, his sharp gaze faltering as he appeared to second-guess what he was about to say. Rain's heart sank. It's okay. Just say it, Mike. Well, I was home for the night, but I thought I'd swing by and drop this off for you. Mike held open one side of his jacket, and Rain worked to not stare at those thick pecs that were stretching his T-shirt, and instead focused on the couple of flyers Mike held in his hand. Rain was more than a little intrigued. He crossed the small room to where Mike stood near the open window, stopping a couple of feet away. He took the colorful pamphlets, his eyes quickly scanning over the bold heading, One Health, Mind, and Body Wellness Studio. There were photos of people in various class settings doing everything from Hatha Yoga to Tai Chi and Qigong. Rain blinked, not sure he was understanding. What is this? Mike shrugged. I just secured a contract with one of the largest fitness centers in Hampton Roads, and the manager gave us all free passes. And since I'm positive that I'm never stepping foot inside that place again, I figured there was no need for it to go to waste. Rain was speechless as Mike rambled on. I saw they had those yoga classes you were talking to Edison about, so I figured you could go and try it out there. There was so much on the brochure he'd be interested in doing. And Rain could feel himself getting excited about something for the first time in years. The studio looked like a gorgeous environment to practice in, and with a certified instructor. Rain gently refolded the flyer back as a warm, unfamiliar tenderness swept through him. Mike had thought of him. You don't have to use it or anything if you don't want to. Mike stood leaning against the wall. It's no big deal. We get free stuff all the time on the job. Rain wouldn't allow this to be downplayed. He inched in closer and closer until he was inhaling Mike's clean-smelling cologne that was just hovering over his natural scent of spring sun and wildflowers, a fragrance intoxicating enough to make him lightheaded. Mike hadn't come to tell him he'd be too much of a risk to date, and had instead brought him the most thoughtful gift anyone had ever given him, and he'd done it without expecting anything in return. Rain gazed up at Mike, his breath warm near his temple, and laid both hands on his chest. He could feel the heat of his skin through the thin material of his shirt. Desire sizzled and crackled in the air between them as time slowed to a crawl. Rain swallowed thickly, his mouth watering as Mike's strong fingers gripped his waist. They were quiet for a long moment, their gazes silently calling to the other. "Thank you," Rain whispered, breaking the silence. All he could hear were the crickets outside his window and the sound of their short breaths. "Thank you for thinking of me." Mike nodded once, his ebony eyes and relaxed mouth dangerously close to his, as Rain tilted his head back. "You're welcome," Mike answered with steel in his tone. Rain shivered, and Mike didn't miss it as he dug his fingers in deeper. "Can I hug you?" Mike asked calmly, but there was an undeniable sense of urgency in his touch. Rain was stunned for a moment. Mike had asked to touch him deeper. He hadn't taken what he wanted like so many others tried to do. "Yes." The word escaped Rain's lips on a shuddered exhale. "You're the one I need, Mike. Please." Mike slipped both hands around his waist and pulled him impossibly closer. He melted into Mike's firmness and heat, his eyes drifting closed. He wanted to imprint this exact moment into his mind and never forget it. Never forget the moment he began to fall hard for Mike Stockley. With his face pressed against Mike's beating pulse, Rain shivered at the unique sensation of feeling the true embrace of a man. He couldn't hold in his sigh of relief and pleasure when Mike's big hands began gliding up and down the silky material of his robe. Capable hands moved over his back, along his sides and down his arms, but never crossing the line or trying to cop a quick feel of his ass. The embrace was everything he needed it to be, all he'd been waiting for. A powerful rumbling reverberated from deep in Mike's chest. Rain could feel the vibration emanating under his palm that he held in the valley of Mike's pecs as he wound his other hand behind the back of his neck. Mike's movements were tortuously languid, intoxicating and seductive. Oh, God. How had Rain functioned all of his life, never once experiencing this kind of touch, this kind of comfort? The sensation swelled in his stomach until Rain couldn't explain it, couldn't comprehend it, until his only option was to surrender to it. "Damn, you smell good," Mike rasped against his temple, his rough hands searing him through his flimsy nightwear. "I like what you're wearing. It feels nice." "Tighter, please." Rain's moan was pleasure-filled as Mike did exactly what he'd requested, those big arms squeezing him tighter. "Mike." The name tore from Rain's throat, leaving it raw and thirsty. "Careful how you say my name." Mike rumbled against the rim of his ear. A lick of fire from that command burned Rain down to his balls. He couldn't keep the passion out of his voice at the feel of his and Mike's bodies pressed together, beating, pulsing, being. Mike began to release his firm hold, his hands falling loosely along Rain's arms. He dragged his rough cheek over Rain's forehead, then dipped low enough to position his mouth against his cheek. "I hope you enjoy the classes. I should get going." "Okay," Rain exhaled, making his frustration known. With everything he was feeling, he knew he should let Mike go. But damn if he didn't want him to stay just a little longer. It's been so long. All that hardness he'd had against him felt promising, and he didn't want to let it go for fear of never feeling it again. Rain kept their bodies close, having to bite his bottom lip to stifle the moan when Mike's hard shaft grazed his thigh and ecstasy flared beneath his skin. A deep crease was nestled in the center of Mike's forehead as those dark eyes scanned his face in the most predatory way. And Rain loved it. Everything about Mike was so serious, so dangerously intense, and Rain couldn't get enough. Mike went toward the bedroom door, and a strange panicky feeling kick-started Rain's mind to act. "Will I see you again soon?" Mike paused with his hand on the knob just long enough to answer with a simple, yes. When? Ugh. Rain wanted to slap his palm against his forehead. He knew he sounded desperate, but he couldn't be left so unsatisfied. He appreciated the gift Mike had brought him, but the man's dominating presence outweighed any present he could give him. Pupils with the sheen of polished onyx met his, and Rain's throat threatened to close off his air supply when Mike answered in a deep rumble. Sooner than you think, sweetheart. Chapter 17. Rain. Rain was beyond excited when he woke on Friday morning. Today would be his first time going to practice yoga in a real fitness center, not in his front yard with the book. He'd practically memorized the Mind and Body studio schedule after reading each class's description and background of the instructor. He would have gone sooner, but he had a mandatory court-appointed counseling session on Monday, 2 botched job interviews on Wednesday, and his massage therapy school application to resubmit by Thursday. Not to mention a pop-up meeting with his probation officer that afternoon. But not even his hard-nosed, power-tripping, foul-breathed P.O. could put a damper on Rain's excitement today. He bobbed his head to the upbeat jazz music coming from Trent's system in his bedroom as he added a change of clothes and a few toiletries in his backpack to take with him to the gym. He double-checked that he had his One Health scan card in his wallet, another soft smile curving his lips when he thought about the man who'd given it to him. He wondered where Mike was and when he'd show up at his bedroom door again. The anticipation was exhilarating. It had been a week, and he was getting restless, anxious. Rain thought maybe he should make the next move and ask Mike to dinner or something. But it didn't take long to realize that would be a bad idea. What am I going to do? Ask him out to dinner and then ask him to pay for it? Rain shook his head. Or I can pull out my 2-for-1 coupon at Applebee's. Oh yeah, that'll be romantic as hell. He wanted to show his appreciation and interest for Mike. However, he had to tread carefully. This was unexplored terrain for him. He couldn't show thanks the way he used to, and the last thing he wanted to do was unintentionally manipulate Mike into giving him more. Besides, he was no longer interested in material things. What he really wanted was some alone time to get to know more about the man who drove him batshit crazy. Rain didn't realize he was humming along with the saxophone until Trent pointed it out. You feeling that Herbie Hancock like that, Rain? Rain bit his bottom lip to contain a smile, or at least he made an effort to. Trent held up the package of bologna and shoved it toward Rain. You want a sandwich too? With bologna? Not in your damn life. No thanks, Rain answered, then took a bowl out of the cabinet to mix his peach yogurt and granola. How do you eat that shit, Rain? Trent cringed as he stuffed his last bologna cheese and tomato sandwich into a Ziploc bag and chucked it into his lunch cooler. That's funny. I was just wondering the same thing about you. Rain eyed the rest of the junk Trent had piled on the counter to accompany his 3 mystery meat sandwiches. Doesn't eating all of that food at lunch make you sluggish the rest of the day? Nope. Trent patted his hard abs beneath his tattered gray long johns shirt. I work it off too fast. If you say so. Trent grabbed his book bag and yellow hard hat out of the hall closet, preparing to leave for the day. Rain, Wood didn't want me to ask you, but ask me what? Trent scratched the back of his neck while staring at some point over Rain's head instead of directly into his eyes. I want to do something special for Wood here at the house in a couple of weeks for our... Trent shuffled his feet back and forth, his mouth curved downward. He couldn't have appeared more uncomfortable if he'd been having this conversation with his pants around his ankles. Our 6-month anniversary is coming up, and it's a stupid anniversary, if it's even an actual anniversary. But I want to do something special, because I'm usually sick of a person after like 1 month, but I love Wood so much and It's fine, Trent. You guys have got to stop walking on eggshells around me. It's exhausting. Rain got up and put his bowl in the sink, clapping Trent on his shoulder as he passed. Trent's laugh sounded uncertain, so Rain kept trying to reassure him. He plastered on his phony everything's great smile and contended. And 6 months is worth celebrating for sure. I can stay at Chelsea's that night. Or did you mean the whole weekend? No, just Saturday night. Trent rushed to add, sounding relieved. Cool. And thanks for being honest, Trent. This is what roommates do. He shrugged. It's no problem to give you guys some privacy. Besides, me and Chels have been dying to have a movie night." Trent halted in his tracks. "Hey, you said you didn't watch TV." Rain shook his head. "No, I said I prefer not to watch television." Trent's brows turned downward. "Why? Did you know that 89% of television series and movies contain sex or some degree of intimacy?" Rain raised a brow. "I do like movies, just not the constant reminder of what I'm not getting." "Damn. It's crazy, right?" Rain sucked his teeth. "But Chels found one of the few films with zero romance. That's a crazy-ass statistic, man." Trent hefted his bag higher on his shoulder as he headed toward the front door. "What'd she find for y'all to watch?" Rain mumbled. "A Silence of the Lambs." There was a small moment of silence before they both laughed so loud it was hard to rein in. "Yeah, you guys enjoy that." Rain was still chuckling. "Just because it's a 30-year-old movie, it's considered a classic. It never gets old." "Is it even available to stream, or is it only on VHS?" Trent ribbed him. "I hope you guys don't have to find a Blockbuster to rent it, because you're going to be shit out of luck." Rain threw a plastic cup at Trent's head as he ducked out the door before it struck him. He liked his and Trent's teasing banter. It was almost like having a big brother. Rain's smile was back as he refocused his energy and attention on why he'd woken in such a great mood. He turned off the foyer light and was startled by a quick knock at the front door, just as he was reaching for the knob. Rain yanked his hand away as if there were a couple of Mormon missionaries standing on the other side, then laughed at his own silliness. "Rain, it's me, Edison," he heard as he checked the peephole. His smile got an instant boost at the sound of Edison's cheerful voice. "Good morning, Edison," Rain greeted after he opened the door. "I'm afraid you just missed Trent, and Wood is already at the shop." Edison removed his gold-rimmed sunglasses. "Actually, I'm here to see you, Rain. You got a minute?" He checked the time on his flip phone, not wanting to miss his bus for his first hot yoga session. "Sure, I got a few minutes. What's up?" "I was on my way to the office when I remembered these yoga books I asked my assistant for last week, and she brought them in yesterday." Edison placed the full canvas bag on the table and pulled out several new-looking books and magazines on everything from beginner's yoga to practical mindfulness. Wow, they looked in great condition. "Edison, this is amazing. Thank you. These look almost brand new." Rain was floored as he opened the restorative yoga guidebook, the spine creaking and stretching as if it had never been opened. Edison cleared his throat. Yeah. Mila said she didn't use them very much since she preferred videos instead of books. I think she's more of a visual learner." Rain was beaming as he skimmed through the Meditation Made Simple book. "Edison, I can't thank you enough. And your assistant, too." Edison's smile was warm and kind. "It looks like you're on your way out." "I am." Rain didn't know if he could grin any harder, but when he remembered where he was going and who'd made it possible, he couldn't help it. "Wow, look at that smile. What's that all about?" Edison laughed. "It's all about Mike Stockley." But that's not the answer he gave. "I'm on my way to do yoga at One Health." Edison's brows rose. "That's a really nice gym. I didn't know you had a membership there." "Actually, I don't." Rain knew he was blushing. "I'm sort of using Mike's." Edison paused, his light eyes widening. "That's nice of him." "Yeah," Rain sighed, thinking about Mike's touch. "He really is." Edison's light chuckle pulled Rain from his daydream of the hug he and Mike shared last week. "Mike's a great guy that raised two amazing men by himself, one that I happen to be head over heels in love with," Edison said with stars dancing behind his eyes at the mere thought of Bishop. "Good God, I pray they're like father, like son." Edison ran his hand over his tie, and Rain noticed that Edison was dressed in a black pinstripe tailored business suit. The man had style coming from every direction. "I was on my way to the office, but wanted to drop these off for you, and to also check on your employment status." Edison reached inside his inner coat pocket and pulled out a chrome-engraved business card holder. Rain cocked his head to the side as he took the ivory card from between Edison's fingertips. "Edison Scala, BACJ, Executive Office Manager and Paralegal to Presley Alfred, Esquire, Alfred Dolan, Morocco and Bickle, P.C. I'm still unemployed, I'm afraid, but I've got a few applications in at some retail stores downtown. I hope to get a call back soon. Well then, I have a temporary position that came open yesterday at the office, and I thought you might be perfect for it. Edison had barely finished his sentence before Rain was nodding and agreeing. He didn't care if the job was mopping floors or restocking the vending machines in the break room. He'd do whatever was required, as long as he could stop selling his jewelry and clothes to pay his rent. Sure, yes. What's the position? Edison clapped his hands together once, his smile growing brighter. Front desk reception, answering a very busy switchboard, running office errands, and maybe some light filing. Rain wanted to jump into Edison's arms, but instead, he gripped his hand in a strong shake while clutching the business card in his other. I wish you knew how much of a godsend you are, Edison. Edison gave him a classic aw shucks expression, waving him off with a shy grin. I'm no guardian angel, not saying you don't have one of your own. Rain didn't know what that meant, but he did feel as if his luck was beginning to change. I can start right now if you want. Rain pointed behind him. I can change and be dressed in business casual in 20 minutes. No, that's not necessary. Edison gestured at Rain's Hugo Boss tracksuit. Hugo, and enjoy your new class. Yoga is not a priority, wages are. Rain didn't want the job to go to somebody else. Edison must have read the panic on his face because he put both hands up as if he could physically hold back Rain's worry. I'll need to notify HR today and get you set up with an orientation date to complete your paperwork. So, I don't need to interview or... Nope. Edison shook his head. I had a great conversation with you the other week over dinner. We talked about your weaknesses, your strengths, goals, and hobbies. I know you're disciplined, smart, ambitious, and you have a very pleasant demeanor that we like for people to see when they come into the office. Rain laughed. That worked for him because he was beyond tired of the countless interviews. See? Edison pointed. And you have a great laugh, too. I don't know how on earth to thank you. No thanks needed. Just show up on time Monday morning at 9 o'clock sharp. Edison checked his expensive timepiece, then made a quick beeline toward the door. I better get going so that I don't hit traffic. Oh, don't worry, I'll be there, Rain promised, as he walked Edison outside and locked up behind him. He was so elated he turned down Edison's offer to drive him to the gym, and decided to walk since he felt like he was floating on air. Chapter 18. Mike. Big Mike, I think a few of the guys over there are plotting your death, and Manny, I'm pretty sure James poured sugar down your gas tank. Mike and Manny didn't bother to look up from the landscape blueprints they were reworking to give their crew leader, Jason, the time of day. I get we don't have Old Man Reynolds' property anymore on Fridays, but did you really have to replace it with this place? Jason complained, pointing toward the fitness center, making Mike grit his teeth. His crew knew how much he hated whining. Jace, get your ass back over there and do what you're paid to do, Manny rumbled. Mike heard Jason curse, then slap his sun hat against his thigh. Damn it, we've been on overtime for 3 weeks already. Now we got all these gym properties to do on top of that. Jason, it's funny we didn't hear all of this bitching when you guys got those bonuses last week, Manny retorted. But shut the fuck up. Mike slammed his fist down on the hood of his truck. He abandoned his work to face off with Jason, his legs eating up the ground. He continued his advance, his fist clenched as Jason began to retract his steps. I'll get back to work now. You do that, Mike growled. And the next time you think of interrupting my work to complain about yours, you'll be bitching from the unemployment line. Jason didn't say anything else as he slinked back toward the rest of the guys. And the next time you assholes send a union rep to fuss on your behalf, pick one with some balls, Manny yelled across the lawn to the other 11 men who were trying not to make eye contact. Come on, Mike, let's finish this. Manny waved them off. You know, it always takes a few weeks for them to get used to the summer schedule. I'm not in the mood for their shit, or for them to be dragging their asses on this job. Mike turned to go back to what he and Manny had been doing when he saw Rain walking up the sidewalk. He blinked a few times to be sure his mind wasn't playing tricks on him. Rain's gaze met his a second later, and a look of wonder, then surprise registered on his face that froze Mike in his tracks. Mike, Rain mouthed his name. He tasted his pulse in his throat, and without much thought, he was moving toward Rain, answering the summon. Rain's smile was radiant the closer he got. Mike noticed a couple of women trying to get Rain's attention as they added an extra twist in their hips when they walked by. But Rain never took his eyes off him. "Good morning," Mike said, hoping his raspy tone wasn't betraying his composure. "Good morning." Rain's gray eyes appeared almost silver in the morning light. His ivory skin was flawless and smooth, with a hint of color along his sharp jaw. Mike stood close enough that he could smell the scent of Rain's soap and whatever minty mouthwash he'd used. "What are you doing here?" Rain appeared so happy to see him he was practically bouncing on his heels. Mike nodded toward his two trucks. "I work here." Rain shook his head. "Right, I saw that. I meant, Mike was enjoying how flustered Rain was, and he couldn't resist inching closer so that there was no mistaking his body language or his intent. Rain tilted his head back and licked those soft peach lips, and Mike almost outed the fuck out of himself right there in front of his best friend and crew. But what had him getting hard in his jeans was the way he and Rain were gazing at each other. The silence and eye contact speaking louder than anything they could say. Rain's eyes dropped to somewhere on Mike's chest as he whispered low in his throat, "You smell good." That was the last thing he expected Rain to say, but it ended up making his dick even more uncomfortable in his jeans, and Mike knew he had to stop this before things got out of control. "How long is your class?" Rain's Adam's apple dipped hard before he answered in that silken tone that drove Mike mad. "It's 1 hour." "You rode the bus here?" "Yes." "Let me take you home when you're done." "Okay, if it's not an inconvenience." "I'll be right here waiting." Mike winked instead of doing what he wanted, which was to pull Rain into his chest and feel his body against his again. But slow and steady was the only way for him to win this race. Chapter 19. Rain. Rain stayed an extra couple of minutes after class to speak with the instructor. He had to tell her how satisfied he was with his first session. If he hadn't been eager to get to the man waiting for him out front, Rain would have enjoyed the sauna for a few minutes before he took his shower. He walked out the double doors, and Mike was waiting there at the curb in his truck as he'd promised. Rain climbed in and closed the door, and Mike didn't say a word until he was out of the parking lot. "How was class?" Rain dropped his eyes to Mike's mouth, then back up before he answered. "It was hot." Dark eyes singed him. "Hot?" "Yes. I worked up a good sweat." Rain grinned. "I love the warm yoga. The heat helps me bend my body easier." Mike's knuckles were white where he gripped the steering wheel. "Sounds like you enjoyed it." "I did, thank you." Rain said in that delicate tone. "They have evening classes, too. I think I'm going to try one of them tomorrow." Mike glanced in his direction as he turned onto Rain Street. "Be careful taking the bus in this neighborhood at night." "I would prefer doing yoga in the mornings, but guess what?" Rain turned in his seat so he could face Mike and give him his great news. "What?" Mike pulled into the driveway and turned off the engine. "I got a job." The excited confession tumbled out of Rain's mouth before he went into detail about Edison's visit that morning. "That is good news," Mike replied. "When do you start?" "Monday. And the hours are only 9 to 1, which is perfect because I'm hoping to finish up my massage therapist hours soon and get my certificate." "Seems like things are working out for you," Mike said in a low tone, his laser-focused gaze burning him inside. Why is he watching me like that? Rain's dick was growing solid, as if Mike's undivided attention was too much for him to handle. "You have plans next weekend?" "No," Rain blurted, his desperation so obvious it made his cheeks burn. "I don't either. You want to do nothing with me?" Mike asked. "I want to do a lot more than that with you." What the fucking fuck? I didn't mean to say that out loud. The moment those words were spoken, time came to a stop. A sly smirk of mischief softened Mike's hard features when he rumbled, "Is that so?" "Oh, God." "Why don't you show me then?" Mike challenged. He would. But Rain wasn't feeling as bold as he'd sounded. Actually, he was scared shitless. He'd never considered a man to be out of his league before, but he'd also never gone after someone he was attracted to and wanted. So he sat there stunned and stupid until Mike's sinister chuckle turned as dark as his eyes. "All bark and no bite, huh?" Mike's voice was deep, his glare fixated on Rain's mouth. Rain flailed for something smooth to say, but ended up muttering like a dork. "I have bite." "Then show me." Mike dared him. He got out of the truck, came around to Rain's door, and jerked it open. "Oh, shit. Come here." "Oh, fuck. Oh, my God. Oh, hell." Mike was watching him with an intensity he wasn't prepared for. Rain slowly climbed down out of the truck, and Mike crowded him into the corner of the open door. "Show me your bite, Rain." Mike's chest was against his mouth close to his temple, his breath hot against his face. Rain was pipe hard, and all he could think about was not coming in his sweatsuit. He wanted to be as much a man as Mike was daring him to be, but he could feel himself submitting to the domination. He'd been called out and didn't have the chops to back up his loaded words. Maybe he should just go with the truth instead of trying to perform. "Mike, you overwhelm me," Rain breathed. "Your voice, your body, and your smell." Mike used the pad of his thumb and pointer finger under Rain's chin to lift his head so that they were eye to eye, noses side by side. "What do I smell like?" Rain felt a dab of moisture against his left thigh. He inhaled the scent of spicy aftershave and gardenias. "Tell me." A distant rumble started low in Rain's balls. "Mike," he moaned in agony. "I warned you about saying my name like that." Goosebumps ran down his back as Mike carefully dragged his fingers down Rain's throat to the dip below his Adam's apple. He swallowed, attempting to find his voice, hoping he didn't sound as far away as he felt. He was high, like he was drifting above the world on a cloud of passion. "Please." "Please what?" Mike wrapped a confident hand around the back of his neck, pulled in the last couple of inches, and touched his lips to the corner of his mouth. "Please tell me you want me as much as I want you." Rain laid his trembling palms against Mike's chest and opened his mouth like a baby bird begging for more, wanting a kiss. But Mike didn't give it to him. He was in complete control while Rain was coming apart with anticipation and desire. Mike's mouth danced over his jaw when he gritted out, "You already know that answer, don't you?" Rain could only nod. He could feel all of Mike's want pressing against his own. "I'll pick you up on Sunday around 1. "Where are we going?" Rain whispered. "To my house." "Yes, God, yes." "I want to show you where I live. Would you like that?" "Mm-hmm." Rain swallowed, barely able to get the sound past his lips. "I have a garden of Artemisia stellariana that's in full bloom." Mike touched Rain's cheek, gazing down at him. "They're the same color gray as your eyes." Rain licked his lips, hoping for a kiss on his mouth and not his cheek. "I'll be here at noon." Mike upped the time from 1 o'clock and then told him, "Give me your number in case I want to come earlier." It took Rain a second to pull his head out of orbit before he asked Mike for his cell phone so he could program his number into it, but Mike shook his head. "Just whisper it in my ear. I'll remember it." Now, if that wasn't some sexy old-school shit, he didn't know what was. Rain leaned in and touched their chests together, ghosting his mouth over Mike's stubble along his jaw until his lips were near his ear. The touch stimulated his sensitive skin as he slowly relayed his number against Mike's earlobe. He felt the light shudder of Mike's breath against his forehead when he pulled back. "I'll text you later. See you soon, Rain." Mike backed away, and Rain wasn't embarrassed at the tint in his pants, although the damp spot was another story. He got inside the trailer and went straight to his bedroom to call his sponsor. Otherwise, his hand was going down the front of his pants, and that was a big no-no. Chapter 20. Rain. Rain did his morning meditation, went on a short jog, and was showered and dressed before his roommates got up. That's what a raging hard-on at 6 a.m. could do to a man that was prohibited from jerking off. You excited for your first day, Rain? Trent asked while he packed his lunch. Hell yeah, I am. Rain added more strawberries to his oatmeal. He figured it'd be smart to eat a hearty breakfast since he was part-time and didn't have a full lunch hour. You sure look like you fit in a law office. Wood chimed in behind his large bowl of whatever bland, high-fiber cereal he was scarfing down. Really? Rain adjusted the collar on his Coach blazer. You don't think I'm overdressed? Not at that fancy office. You should see how Edison dresses. He's the executive office manager, Trent. Of course he has to look the part. Rain put his bowl in the sink at the same time as Wood. The three of them bumped into each other in the small kitchen, but Rain found himself smiling and enjoying getting ready for work along with the fellas. Trent cursed at the sink as he pounded his fist against one of the taps that wouldn't turn off. Our water bill is going to be high as gas if we don't get this fixed. It was dripping when I came home from work yesterday. Then call your dad and tell him to come fix it. He's the landlord, Wood said. Yes, call him. Rain kept his mouth closed and his excitement in check. Even though he was going to see Mike on Sunday, he wouldn't mind seeing him before then. I'll text him on my lunch break. Rain, you want a ride? Wood asked while he gathered his portfolio and keys off the coffee table. Town center is right off the interstate. It's not out of my way. No, I'll take the bus. I love Virginia Beach in the spring. The ride will be nice. Okay, if you insist. Wood headed toward the door with Trent trailing close behind him. They exchanged a hushed conversation at the front door and more kisses before Wood left. Trent went into the bathroom, and Rain hollered at him that he was leaving. Okay, don't forget about this weekend, Rain. I remember. Anniversary night, he called out, then left to go to his first day of work. Rain got off the bus a block away from town center and merged in with the rest of the busy foot traffic. He had more pep in his step than usual as he walked with his head high, feeling good about having a purpose today. It had been months since Rain had woken with a full itinerary. After he got off work at 1, he had to go to the massage therapy school and sign the last of his paperwork, and hopefully get an assignment where he could complete his final hours. And then he had a yoga class at 6. Rain pondered getting a latte from the cart at the corner of Main Street and enjoying it on the bench in front of the fountain since he was 45 minutes early and the landscape was so immaculate. He'd already decided he'd be taking his 15-minute breaks outside. He was closing in on the address Edison had on his card, gaping up at the gleaming 6-story glass building. He rubbed the dampness from his palms with his handkerchief, then tucked it back in his inside pocket. Rain took a couple of deep breaths as he began to walk across the large parking lot, trying to tamp down his nerves. First-day jitters were normal, which was why Rain didn't notice the Stockley lawn service trucks until he was at the sidewalk. He spun around, looking for one man in particular, when he heard his name being called. A car door slammed, and Edison popped his head up. Good morning, Rain. You beat the boss in. That's good. Rain waited for Edison to catch up to him and greeted him with a firm handshake and a smile. I guess I'm a little excited. Nice suit. Thanks, Edison said. I like that jacket you're wearing. Is that Canali? No, Coach. Rain was half listening to Edison about his clothes as he walked up the sidewalk, his gaze scanning the beautiful lawn that was being tended to by at least 8 men, none of which were Mike. Since we have a few minutes, I'll walk you to HR myself so you can fill out your paperwork and get an ID badge, Edison told him. You'll have a small video to watch on company policy and stuff, and then you can jump right in. I have Rosemary training you on the switchboard. She's the best. They were almost to the entrance steps when Mike and another tall, broad-shouldered man carrying a gas weed eater came around the side of the building. Oh, there's Mike. Edison put his hand up to get his attention. Mike said a few parting words to the guy he was with and began to walk toward them. Shit. What is he doing here? Well, obviously working. Rain supposed this was another one of Mike's properties, but how? If Rain wasn't so caught off guard, he would have tried to understand the correlation between Mike and all things good happening to him lately. Rain resisted the urge to straighten his hair or clothes as Mike's dark eyes locked onto his with a power he couldn't escape. Stay calm, stay calm. He already knows you're all bark and no bite. Rain's heart sped up and threatened to break free of his chest as he watched Mike's long legs and those grungy khakis eat up the distance separating them. His large biceps and hard chest were stretching the material of his dark green Stockley Lawn service shirt. He was almost to them when he stopped at a groundsman who was planting some light pink and red flowers around the base of a tree and snagged one from the pile. "Mike, I know I tell you this all the time, but the landscaping is looking amazing. Presley's talking about hosting another community fair out here next month." "Thanks, Edison. You're looking dapper as always," Mike said, watching Rain even as he spoke to Edison. Mike leaned toward him, and Rain felt his knees weaken as Mike took a long inhale near his throat. "And you smell like this flower." Okay. This is not appropriate on your first day and in front of your boss, Rain." Edison laughed gently beside them. "Have a good first day," Mike rumbled, ignoring Edison as he handed Rain the rose, then turned and walked away without looking back. That fucking guy is going to be the end of me. Wow. Déjà vu. Edison shook his head as if he was just as mesmerized as Rain. There's just something about those damn Stockley men, huh? All charm. And it doesn't hurt they hit the gene lottery. At least I know how hot Bishop will look in 20 years. Rain could almost imagine what was in those genes, and he wanted it. Edison managed to get them moving toward the door because Rain was too distracted as he held the fragrant flower to his nose. Mike Stockley. Oh, there's something about him, all right. He's an exceptional man. Something Rain believed that very few people knew about, and even less were fortunate enough to see it. Chapter 21. Mike. "We're going bowling with the fellas tomorrow night," Manny told Mike as he took the seat beside him at the bar. "I know that." Mike threw back his shot of whiskey. "So why'd you drag me out of my man cave tonight, then?" Manny waved his hand at Stoney for her to bring him the same as what Mike was having. "I want to talk to you about something." Mike cleared his throat. "Someone." Manny waited for his drink, then thanked the bartender by adding a generous tip to his payment. They were regulars at this sports bar, so Stoney looked out for them as long as they took care of her. "Would that someone happen to be that fancy-looking guy that's using your gym membership and working at the town center location?" Mike met Manny's glare head on. He wasn't ashamed of wanting Rain, and he never cowered from anyone's bigotry or prejudice. But he knew his best friend wasn't like that. However, he couldn't say the same for the rest of his crew. He had his ride-or-die guys who'd followed him when he left the motorcycle club, but he also had some newer guys he wasn't 100% about. He supposed he'd find that out tomorrow at company game night. "Yeah, that's him." Mike waited and waited and waited. "Manny, the fuck? Say something." His best friend let loose a throaty chuckle as he signaled for another round. "What do you want me to say, Big Mike?" "I don't fucking know," he barked, throwing one hand up. "Say you get it, or say you're cool with it. Say you want to meet him. Shit, just say something." Manny shook his head as he scrubbed his big hand over his beard. "All right, I get it, I'm cool with it. And yeah, I want to meet him. Something." "Fuck you," Mike scoffed, his grin tilting up one side of his mouth. "You could at least act surprised." Stoney put their drinks down, but didn't bother giving them the bill as she hurried off to fill more orders. It was busy for a Friday night, and ordinarily Mike would avoid such a crowd and be home relaxing after such a long week. But he needed to be around someone who gave a shit about his life before he turned it upside down. His date with Rain was in a couple of days. "I am surprised." Manny faced him, his dark brows dipping low. "Surprised you're finally going after what you really want. I'm sick of your lonely, pathetic ass taking up everyone's Saturday nights." Mike sputtered around his Heineken. "Lonely? I never had a lack of bed partners, man. And you do know that I just got out of a long-term thing a few months ago, right? So what the hell are you talking about?" "Yes, you've been with a lot of females, Mike, but how many of them did you even like? Like the way you like Slick, or the way you look at this Tinder guy?" Mike frowned. "Can you not call him Tinder guy? His name is Rain." Manny laughed. He's even got a tender name. I swear to God. Mike shoved his friend. He's all man, trust me. I can see that. But shit, what? Mike barked. He's freakishly good looking. Manny glanced around the packed bar that was almost full of men in their 30s to mid-50s. Everyone in here looks like a regular guy, Mike. Your guy looks like he's from, I don't know, Paris or some shit. If he walked through those doors right now, what do you think would happen? Everyone would pause, gawk, then admire. Mike tried not to wince. He wasn't an insecure man, but anyone with eyes could see that Mike was going for the gold in the gay category when he'd just started playing on the team. Yeah, I noticed. Well, I don't know why, but he sure as hell looks like he's into you. Manny was watching a baseball game and probably didn't notice Mike's eyes drilling a hole into the side of his head. How do you know? Because I have damn eyes. Manny shrugged, all nonchalant. I know the look. Mike kept his excitement under a tight lock as a thrill of victory coursed through him. Just don't screw this one up, Manny ordered. What the hell does that mean? It means that you can be a lot sometimes and... What the? I am not... I wasn't done? Manny doubled down. You're bullheaded, possessive, controlling, and stuck in your own way. Your Tinder rain guy looks pretty spoiled. Did you see what he wore to the gym? I saw it, Mike droned. Just be ready to wine and dine him. He looks like the type. Oh, fuck, Mike thought. You know I hate eating out. What if he's one of those crazy vegan, gluten-free, farm-to-table eating motherfuckers? I know. That'll suck ass. Maybe you should try to cook more, Mike. Buy some goddamn groceries. That's why you kept getting dumped. Mike huffed. No chicks ever walked out on me because my pantry wasn't well stocked. Just don't make him your poor man's surprise. Mike held back his grin. Spam, noodles, and pork and beans is a good meal, and it covers all the major food groups. What? Manny frowned. Do you even know what the food groups are? It's not important anyway. I don't cook, and I doubt he does. Rain is most likely used to eating out at fancy restaurants. I bet he is, Manny agreed. Mike growled. Ugh. The kind of restaurants that don't even have the prices next to the food. All it says is market price. How the hell am I supposed to know what the market's doing? He probably orders appetizers, too, Manny retorted easily, his eyes still on the game. True, Mike thought. He looks like the type. Mike set his beer down a little harder than he'd intended. I can handle being with someone like him. Manny shot him a worried expression. Yeah, but can your wallet handle it? Mike blinked. I mean, I'm not rich or anything, but I'm comfortable. Hell, all of my bills are on autopay. I'm mature as shit now. Manny laughed and elbowed Mike hard enough to almost push him off the stool. If I'm going to make this work, Manny, then he needs to see and know the real me, not someone I'm pretending to be. I don't cook, and I don't dress up and go to fancy restaurants. I won't pretend to like it either. I have a feeling Rain will be all right with that. A relationship ain't nothing but finding someone who's compatible with your bullshit. Manny took a deep breath. Wow, that's real deep, Mike. Rain's not interested in phony. He only wants the real me, and that's what he's going to get. Manny pulled out his wallet and put a few more bills on the bar to close out their tab. If you want him, you're going to have to go all in, my friend. No holding back like you did with the others. The only person that ever got close to you is Slick, and I think you know why. Yeah, I know why. Mike finished his beer. Manny was one of the few people who knew the truth about his and Jameson's closeted affair. Mike hadn't been ready to give himself over to that kind of love back then, but that wasn't the case now. I got your back, bro. Always. I know it. Mike gave his friend a fist bump, glad to have that talk out of the way. His phone buzzed in his back pocket and he cursed, hoping it wasn't Bishop. He still had to have the same talk with his boys, and already Mike was annoyed with the coming out shit. Why did he even have to do this? He woke up his cell and read the text from Trent complaining about the kitchen sink being broken. Ordinarily, he'd be annoyed to have to make an impromptu stop at the trailer on his way home, but tonight, he was happy for the opportunity. He hadn't seen Rain since Monday, and he needed to, if only for a few minutes. Chapter 22. Mike. Mike pulled into the driveway at the same time Rain was walking up the sidewalk in a dark gray tracksuit, a gym bag hanging on his shoulder. Mike got out and waited at the tailgate of his truck. "Hey, you." Rain dropped his bag on the ground when he was close and crowded into Mike's space. "This is a nice surprise." Mike gazed down at the face his friend had just described as freakishly good-looking. Damn. Rain was beautiful with those electric gray eyes and his thick, wavy hair that always smelled of honey and coconut. His sleek body melted against his better than any woman's ever did. A damn near perfect fit. The thought of losing all of this warmth before he even got a chance to enjoy it was making him anxious. It was almost 10 o'clock, and he told Rain about the dangers of walking in this neighborhood at night. "Rain, I told you it was dangerous to be out here alone this late. You stand out." Rain craned his neck to look him in his eyes. Mike thought about Manny's warning for him not to be too controlling, but not protecting what he cared about went against every fiber of his being. Was he really going to have to change? Be someone that he wasn't to hold on to something that might be too good for him anyway? As much as he wanted Rain to be his, he wouldn't be a fake. "What do you mean I stand out?" Rain asked, inching closer. Since the start, Rain seemed to be drawn to Mike's overprotective side, so he decided to run with it. "There's thugs around here with nothing better to do than fuck with people and take shit that doesn't belong to them. And you look like you have money." Rain laughed an angelic sound that was light and airy against Mike's throat. "You know what they say. Looks can be deceiving. If anyone robs me, they'll just be doing it for practice, because I'm broke." Mike wrapped his arm around Rain's waist, his dick growing harder. He shouldn't do this out here, but he wanted to feel him against him for a moment before he had to go inside. Rain's lithe body fit him like a warm, silky glove. "I smell liquor," Rain groused suddenly. "Because I've been drinking it," Mike answered without apology. "So what?" Rain popped him across his chest with enough oomph behind it not to be considered a love tap. His light eyes flashed with anger, and Mike's dick jerked behind his zipper. "What was that for?" Mike wanted to know what he did so he could do more of it. "You drove here, and you've been drinking." Rain sounded as if he was pissed, but he still hadn't let Mike go. Mike's chest was warm inside. He wasn't used to anyone giving a fuck about him. "Calm down, Boy Scout. I only had a couple shots before I switched to beer." "That's well over the legal limit." Mike spread his legs wider and got a tighter hold on Rain's body. "You really are a good boy, aren't you?" Mike grumbled. "Never thought I'd have me one of those." Rain sucked his teeth. "I can see you're not drunk, but you should still be careful." "All right. I'll make a deal with you." Rain's smile was back. "Let's hear it." "Okay. I'll stay under the legal alcohol limit when I drive, if you stop walking this block after dark." Rain cocked his head as if he was pondering this agreement, while he nibbled on his plump bottom lip. Mike's gaze dropped to Rain's sensual mouth. He wanted to kiss him, but not now. Not out here in the dark on this cracked driveway. Rain deserved better than some stolen kiss in the night. He'd give Rain that connection when he needed it the most, when it could be everything they both were starved for. "If I can't go to yoga in the evenings, then I'd only be able to go once or twice on the weekend, because I hope to be working on my massage credit hours after I leave my job at town center." "I'll pick you up whenever you want," Mike told him, meaning it. "Deal." Rain winked. They were silent, and their heated glares drew out so long Rain moaned against his chest. Shit. Mike was being selfish by receiving as much as he was from Rain without offering him a commitment. Tonight had been unexpected, but he had a plan for Sunday. Mike would make Rain his. Chapter 23. Rain. Sometimes the gear will stick, but just put some muscle into it and it'll go. Trent coached Rain on driving his raggedy truck he'd let him borrow while he and Wood had their anniversary night. It was a little after 6, and Chelsea wasn't going to be off work for another few hours. But Rain asked for the truck so he could pick up the rest of his belongings from his uncle-in-law's house in Portsmouth. Edison had done him another solid and had payroll cut him a check for his first week, which gave him enough to pay his back-owed rent. His paycheck wasn't going to make him rich, but it was enough for what he needed to do, and he was more than grateful. His dick of an uncle had refused to let Rain get the rest of his belongings after he'd moved out, even though he only owed for 1 month. He didn't want to leave his things, but when his uncle had started to get suggestive and handsy, Rain knew he had to go before he ended up back in jail. "That smells delicious, Trent. What are you making?" Rain had finished packing his overnight bag. Now he was raiding the cabinets for his snacks to take to Chelsea's for their movie. "It's prime rib." Trent opened the oven door and checked the sizzling hunk of beef. "Edison told me how to make it. He had us over one night a couple months ago, and Wood went crazy over it. This is supposed to be the easy version, but it's taking 2 hours, and this damn loaded baked potato has like 10 ingredients." Rain took in the romantic setting, the immaculately clean trailer, the long-stem candles that were burning on the table, and the wrapped gift waiting for Wood on the couch. Rain couldn't wait until he could do special things like that for the man he loved. But until then, enjoy your night, Trent, and happy anniversary, Rain said on his way out the door. "See you tomorrow," Trent hollered back. Yeah, I got it. Don't show my face again until late tomorrow," Rain muttered on his way down the driveway. To his surprise, the truck drove a lot smoother than he thought, and the radio was already tuned to a smooth jazz station. So Rain turned it up and enjoyed his small moment of independence. He backed the pickup truck into his uncle's driveway, not surprised to see his late-model Cadillac was gone. He worked security overnight at the Portsmouth shipyard, but his uncle always liked to eat dinner and down a few drinks before his shift started, so Rain had plenty of time to collect his stuff. He slid his key into the lock, then peeked his head inside first to see if Zelda was in her kennel. He heard the full-grown Rottweiler growling near the kitchen and knew she was locked up. Otherwise, she'd be at the door snarling. Zelda would recognize who he was, but the dog didn't like anyone that his uncle trained her not to like. And he never minded using Zelda as an intimidating weapon when Rain had been there. The house smelled dank and musty, like always, since his uncle never opened the windows or doors to allow any fresh air inside. He was a miserable, lonely alcoholic whose wife and family had written off long ago. But that's how Rain's relatives handled people who gave them problems. They tossed them to the side just like they did him. Last year, Rain had moved around from house to house, couch to couch with what he could haul in 2 large suitcases. But he had far more clothes and personals that he was constantly looking for a place to store. Even as it was, Chelsea was allowing him to put his overflow in her garage, since there wasn't enough room for him to keep it all at the trailer. Rain gathered the last of his toiletries out of the bathroom and his hair products that had cost some horny nerd a mini fortune, and loaded it in the back of the truck with the last of his suitcases. His back was protesting, but he was doing it with a smile. Glad that evil bastard hadn't thrown all of his stuff away. Rain scanned his room one last time. He made sure to leave it neat, even stripping the sheets off the bed and folding them. Rain removed 9 20s from his wallet and put them on the nightstand, then tucked it back in his jacket pocket when he heard the front door open and slam closed. "Fuck me." "What you doing here, boy?" A slurred voice called out as heavy footsteps stomped down the narrow hall. Rain glanced up to see his uncle's bulky frame filling the door, his furious scowl leveled on him. "I was just thinking that exact same thing about you." Worry mingled with irritation. "I came to get the rest of my stuff out of here and pay you your money, Uncle Robert." "I told you, stop fucking calling me that. I ain't your damn uncle, boy." Rain resisted rolling his eyes, not wanting to piss this jerk off more. His step-uncle's temper raged between fury and oppression. "You married my mom's sister, so that makes you nothing to me," he snapped, spittle flying out and landing on Rain's chin. "Gross. That's fine," Rain agreed. He didn't want to be related to this asshole anyway. "Well, here's your money. This is for the last month I was here. Even though I was gone by the 11th, I gave you the full month. So, we're square." Uncle Robert, snatched the money and quickly rifled through the few bills. "This ain't enough." Rain's jaw dropped. "Excuse me?" "I lost my job last week." Robert stumbled back into the door, and Rain noticed he had a crinkled brown paper bag in his hand. "I had to raise the rent." "Well, that's an issue for your next tenant." "Nah, I'm making it an issue for you." His uncle came closer, his eyes glassy and unfocused, but his snarl was firmly in place. Fear chased over Rain's skin like an icy wave. "You can pay me with money or—" Rain brought his hand to his hip for his messenger bag that contained his stun gun, but it was in the back seat of the truck. Fuck. He couldn't show fear or weakness. Otherwise his uncle would pounce. So Rain mustered up every ounce of courage that he didn't feel. "Look, take this goddamn money and back the fuck off. That's all I owe you, and that's all I'm giving you. Now I'm leaving. I have someone waiting for me." Rain tried to barrel past his uncle, but things went very wrong. His uncle slammed him against the door, the back of his head connecting with the hard wood. Rain grunted as pain flared behind his eyes. He could smell his uncle's rancid breath, and he wondered how he could be so strong when he was so drunk. Robert let out a sharp whistle, and Rain tried to break free of the hold on his neck and arm as he heard Zelda's chain-link collar rattling around her neck as she charged down the hall. He let her out. "Get your fucking hands off me," Rain hollered before Robert threw him across the room. He just missed the dresser and landed hard on the flimsy twin mattress. He hurried and scrambled off the bed, not wanting to be an easy target. But the dog was there growling and snapping while Robert barely held her off. Terror was trapped in Rain's lungs as his uncle stood over him with a disturbing sneer on his craggy face. "I bet you do have someone waiting for you." Robert's hand went to the noticeable bulge behind his zipper, like he was getting off on Rain's fear. "But you better tell them you have another customer to take care of first." "Fuck you," Rain spat hard. "What?" Robert acted as if he was surprised Rain was offended. "Isn't that what you do? Use good, hard-working men like me to live high on the hog? To buy your fancy clothes and diamond necklaces while you tease us?" "I never took a thing from you. And you call this place high on the hog? Yeah, right." Rain sneered as Zelda issued him another threatening snap of her large jaws. "Let me leave, Robert, or else I'm—" "Gonna do what? Call the police?" Robert pulled out his cell phone and held it out to Rain, calling his bluff. "Go ahead. I have your probation officer on speed dial. He said if I have any problems out of you to call him. I think he should be informed that this is no longer your permanent residence and that you've been laid up with some other man. I'll tell him you broke in here to rob me after I evicted your tramp ass." "Tramp?" Rain balked. "Now, when you're ready to pay up, you just give me a holler." Robert said in a tone that equally creeped and grossed him out. His uncle left out the door, and Rain heard a lock engage before he shot to his feet and ran to jerk on the knob. The door didn't budge. His uncle had padlocked him in from the outside. Rain had put that lock on there the third day after he'd moved in when he'd caught his uncle snooping around in his room. Rain had thought it was the perfect solution at the time. Now, not so much. He paced in the room for a couple of minutes, then glanced toward the window. It was a one-level ranch-style home. He didn't want to, but he was going out the damn window, hauling ass to Trent's truck, flooring it out of there and never looking back. Rain had the window raised and half his body hanging out of the frame when Zelda bolted around the side of the house and tried to bite his bottom half off. "Fuck!" Rain hollered, scrambling back inside. He dropped down on his ass, checking his ankle where sharp teeth had grazed his pants leg. He could hear his uncle laughing like some villain in a slasher movie. Rain couldn't get out the door or out the one window in the back. He really was trapped. My life has turned into one of those dark-ass Lifetime movies. Rain tried to spin a story that he could tell the cops, but what were the odds they wouldn't take both of them downtown for a domestic dispute? His uncle would be released in a few hours, but not him. Rain called Chelsea, but she didn't answer. She was still at work for the next 2 hours, and Rain had no intention of trying to wait his uncle out. He was drunk and thought Rain was his plaything. It wouldn't be long before he came back to see if he was ready to comply. Disgusting, filthy bastard. No wonder his wife left his closeted ass. "Robert, open the door and let me out, and I'll go get you some more money from the ATM and bring it right back." Rain lied, and of course his uncle saw right through it. "You're a con artist, Rain," his uncle scoffed. "If I let you out, I'll never see you again. That I know for sure." "You got that right. I will come back. Like I said, let me know when you're ready to pay the only way you know how." Dread kicked like a mule in his stomach as he pulled out his cell. He wouldn't call his sponsor, since this was his weekend to have supervised visitation with his son. That left his best friend. He hated to ruin Trent's surprise, but he knew Wood would come and get him. He dialed his number 5 times but didn't get an answer. They didn't want to be interrupted, and they'd meant it. Shit. That left one other person. With a growing sense of dread, Rain scrolled down his very minimal list of contacts until he got to the right name and hit the green receiver button. Chapter 24. Mike. "Mike, you're up next." Manny yelled at him from the table near their bowling lane, where he was stuffing his face with loaded nachos. Mike didn't care that he was holding up their game as he strained to hear Rain's hushed words over the alley noise. "Rain, just calm down and give me the address where you are. I'm gonna come get you," Mike told him, his heart kicking into an unsustainable gear. Someone was threatening what he cared about. Rain was forewarning him about some mean dog in the backyard, and that his uncle was violent when he was drunk. But Mike didn't give a damn about some feral bitch or how big this uncle was. Neither of them could beat Mike on his worst day. He turned around, his energy spiking as he thought of a quick plan. He didn't know what expression he wore, but Manny and Raphael, one of his lead groundsmen and a former member of the same motorcycle gang as him, walked over. "You look serious," Manny said. "What's going on?" "Some dead man has Rain locked in a room and won't let him out," Mike said, removing his bowling shoes as a few more guys from his crew came over. "Big Mike, you good, man?" Score asked him, though it appeared he already knew he wasn't. His fists flexed at his sides as a vein bulged in his thick neck. Score was always ready to ride out. "If you got trouble, I'm going with you. Just say the word." "Word." Mike glared at the 9 men standing around him. "Is it one of your boys?" Marcus asked. "No," Manny answered, "but someone just as important." "Then let's move." Score nodded. "I haven't had a good fight in a while." Jason was on the other lane with a few of the new hires, and once he saw them readying to leave, he rushed over, looking confused and a little rejected. "Yo, Manny, where y'all going?" Mike didn't answer because his pulse was pounding too hard, and every second that ticked by made him anxious that they weren't already on the interstate. "Jace, stay here and finish game night with the rest of the guys. Pay with the company card, but don't let them drink too much or cause any shit in here. We have to go out and handle something." By the way Manny was talking and the grim expression on his face, Jason could sense they were about to get into some shit of their own. "No, I want to come with you guys this time," Jason argued. "Why do y'all keep leaving me out? I can help." "No, you can't," Mike demanded. Jason was too young, and Mike and Manny had both decided to help keep him out of trouble so he could be there for his ailing mother. She was all he had, so Mike refused to include the impressionable kid in his bullshit. "Why the hell not?" Jason almost whined. Mike gritted his teeth. Time was ticking. He didn't have time to explain. "Just do what the fuck Manny asked you to do, Jace, and move out of my goddamn way." Mike texted Rain when they pulled up while his guys hurried out of the truck to put their plan into place. Mike sent 4 of his guys around the back to take care of the dog while he, Manny, and Score waited in front. Mike got the text that the dog was secured before he nodded at Manny to knock on the front door. He and Score stood off to the side away from the people, so the uncle didn't get suspicious when he saw 3 tatted-up men standing on his porch. Manny had on his hard hat and neon safety vest as if he was a technician working in the area, his clipboard tucked under his arm. "Who is it?" a man yelled from inside. "Sir, we're responding to a power outage in your area and wanted to know if you've had any interruptions today," Manny answered, sounding professional. Mike heard the lock disengage, and the moment the front door cracked open, Manny barged through it with Mike and Score hot on his heels. "What the hell are—" Manny jabbed the edge of the clipboard into the man's throat, making his head snap back from the force of the blow. He struggled to take in a breath of air, unable to voice his pain as he dropped down to his knees. His scream was caught in his battered throat as the rest of Mike's guys exploded in through the back door. "Outside is clear," Score told him, his thick steel pipe resting on his right shoulder. The man stayed on all fours, his breath coming in ragged gasps. You got the wrong guy." The man sputtered and gagged, his hands clamped together in front of him as if prayer had any chance of saving him. "Where is he?" Mike slammed his boot into the man's ribs, sending him hurtling backward into the television stand. He didn't wait for an answer before he stormed across the dirty brown carpet in the living room and down the hall. "Rain!" he hollered. "Mike, I'm in here. Last room on the left." Rain's small voice locked behind that door had Mike seeing red as unchecked rage crept through him slowly. Mike yanked at the padlock, but when it wouldn't budge, he was about to kick the door down until Score appeared beside him with his pipe. One brutal swipe and the lock and doorknob were gone. Mike pushed the door open, and Rain flew into his arms, burying his beautiful face in his throat. "Thank you," he breathed, his voice shaky and his hands trembling against Mike's chest. "He wouldn't let me out unless I—" Rain almost gagged. "That motherfucker!" Score grumbled and went back toward the living room, where Rain's uncle was still groveling for them not to hurt him. Mike cupped Rain's cheeks and tilted his face up to his. "Are you all right? Did he touch you?" "No, not like that. He just shoved me around," Rain confessed. "Please just get me out of here. My stuff is already in Trent's truck. I just want to go home and never see him again." A dark haze washed over Mike as the blood in his body turned to boiling oil. "Come on." He took Rain by the hand and led him to the front of the house. It was time Rain met the real him. Chapter 25. Rain. Rain wasn't expecting to see a house full of men with various weapons standing over his uncle. "What the hell have you done, Rain? Who are these?" Mike nodded to one of his guys, and he was fast to respond to the order, his ruthlessness difficult to watch. Rain let out a startled gasp as a bald man with a flaming skull tatted on the back of his head punched his uncle square in his jaw, sending crimson blood spraying across the dingy floor. The sound of a leather-clad fist connecting with flesh made terror and exhilaration simmer in Rain's belly. Two other angry-looking men violently hefted his uncle off the carpet and tossed him into the recliner as Mike walked toward him. "Don't ever say his name again," Mike growled with one arm still wrapped tight around Rain's waist. "I will kill you. Do you understand?" His uncle nodded so fast his neck popped. Rain shuddered at the calmness in Mike's tone, at how easily he'd made that declaration, and Rain could tell he meant every word. "Please, I don't want any trouble," his uncle begged through bloody teeth, his body reeking of cheap bourbon piss and fear. "You were asking for trouble and now you found it." Mike nodded again, and his uncle was struck 3 more times. Rain cringed and tucked his face into Mike's neck at the sound of bones cracking, but he didn't come to his uncle's rescue. Not after all the bullshit and bullying he'd had to endure just to have a roof over his head. "So what were you going to do to him?" Mike asked. He released Rain, and before he could protest, Manny and a man he didn't recognize pulled him away and tucked him behind their large frames like 2 personal bodyguards. Rain could barely see around their bulk, but he caught a glint of something metal and shiny in Mike's hands as he whipped it around in a circle. When he was finished, there was a long blade pressed against his uncle's jugular. Oh, shit. Was Mike really about to slash Robert's throat like it was nothing? His uncle's sobs became hysterical as he tried to squirm away, but too many men were holding him down. "Please don't. I have a wife and kids." "They're better off without you," Mike growled. "No, I'm begging you. Please don't." "I asked what were you going to do to Rain, you sick fuck." Mike pressed the blade deeper into his uncle's sweaty neck until a trickle of blood leaked down into his collar. "Nothing, I swear." His uncle sputtered out lie after lie. He tried to seduce me and steal my money. I caught him robbing me. That's who he is. That's what he does. He..." With lightning-fast speed and precision, Mike slashed his blade across his uncle's cheek, making Rain yelp, then clamp his hand over his mouth. A scream tore from Robert's mouth as blood poured down his jaw and saturated his beard. Oh, God. Rain's stomach rolled over. "You're a pervert and a liar, and I'm going to show you what I do with perverts," Mike scolded. He turned his head and motioned to the behemoth of a man who was standing guard at the back door. "Bring me the bitch." Holy shit. As much as Rain despised the man groveling at Mike's feet, he couldn't watch anyone get killed. Shit, not even Zelda. It wasn't her fault she was made into a vicious weapon by her master. Rain made his way around Manny, but the guy they called Score was holding him back while Mike worked. "That's enough. Please stop, okay? I don't want this. Let's just go, please." No one moved, and Robert didn't blink as they all waited for Mike to make the call. After several tense seconds, Mike did a single head dip, and the man at the back door removed his hand from the knob. Mike squatted in front of his uncle and gripped his chin so hard it had to have jarred a couple of molars loose. "You should thank Rain for saving you, you filthy piece of shit." Mike stood and mashed his boot into his uncle's throat. "I was gonna make you fuck your dog. Make sure he knows how much I hate cops," Mike told his men, then took Rain's hand and left out the door with Manny and two other scary gentlemen who had black handguns tucked in the front of their jeans. Rain covered his ears when he heard more terrified screaming and furniture breaking as they made their way to Mike's truck. "Manny, you, Marcus, and Score drive my son's truck back to the trailer. Rain's gonna ride with me." "You got it, boss." Rain was a jittery mess as Mike helped him into the truck and strapped his seatbelt around him. Warm fingertips caressed his cheek. Hands that had just dispensed ruthless vigilante justice were now gentle and comforting. "You're okay now," Mike told him, and Rain believed him. He truly believed for the first time in his life that he was going to be okay. Mike. Rain's hands were still shaking by the time Mike pulled into the driveway. It was a little after 8 now, still early, but the trailer was dark when he killed the engine. Rain wasn't looking at him, and his breaths were shallow and unsteady. He'd just seen firsthand how cruel and savage Mike could be, but it was best he learned that now instead of later. "Are you afraid of me?" Mike asked. Rain looked him in his eyes, his voice confident when he answered, "Of course not." "Then what's wrong?" Rain exhaled. "I don't want to go back to jail, and I don't want any of your guys to get in trouble because of my bullshit." Rain drove his trembling hand through his hair. "All I do is fuck up men's lives. Good men." "What you just went through was a lot." Mike touched Rain's hand, and he was glad that he didn't flinch away from his touch as he wove their fingers together. "And if you're not used to assholes getting what they deserve, then it's understandable for you to be shaken up. But trust me, you don't have to worry about getting me in trouble or my crew. We know what we're doing." Rain blinked moisture from his eyes. "Do you guys do that a lot?" "No," Mike told him honestly. "Only when we have to, and only for our family." Rain's chest swelled before he nodded once. He closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths, and Mike allowed him those couple of minutes to compose himself. Rain almost jumped out of the truck when a set of headlights turned into the driveway and pulled up beside them. Mike held the back of Rain's neck. "It's just Manny and Trent's truck. Trust me. It's going to be okay, and no one is going to jail. Not you, me, or any of the boys." "My uncle doesn't know how to let things go, and that was one hell of an assault. How do you know he won't?" Mike touched his fingertips to those trembling lips, the protest dying unspoken. He didn't try to convince Rain anymore. He just stared into his eyes until he seemed to understand. "Come on, let's get your stuff inside." Mike came around and opened Rain's door for him and helped him out onto unstable legs. "I hate to mess up Trentonwood's night," Rain said, as he took his key out and put it in the lock. "But I really don't want to go to Chelsea's anymore, and I'm not in the mood for a movie. I just want to shower and go to bed and pray I don't have fucking nightmares." Mike wanted to take it all away for Rain, but he could only do so much. Going back and finishing off that uncle would make him feel a lot better, but he knew that wasn't what Rain wanted. He understood the gentleman not wanting blood on his hands to add to everything else. Mike kept his palm in the center of Rain's back as he opened the door and let them inside. Mike heard the grunting and furniture scraping the floor before Rain, and unfortunately, he'd switched on the lights over the door before Mike could stop him. Oh, God. Rain spun around and slammed himself into Mike's chest, as if what he'd just seen hit him like a slap to the face. For fuck's sake, Mike growled, holding Rain tight. Oh, my God. I'm so sorry, Trent. Rain's voice was muffled against Mike's armpit, but he kept repeating over and over, I'm so damn sorry. What the hell are y'all doing here? Trent barked, as he tried to get his sweaty, naked ass off the dining room table, but ended up stumbling into Wood, who was unsuccessfully trying to cover his own hard dick. Why the fuck are y'all on the table? Mike yelled. That's disgusting. It's where you eat. Have some goddamn class, Trent. Mike, Wood groaned. We weren't. We didn't mean to. Damn it. Just shut up and go cover yourselves. Wood and Trent ran down the hall like two juveniles caught after lights out. Rain knocked his fist against his forehead. Trent's gonna hate me for sure now. Me and my fucking drama. Go get your stuff. You're coming to live with me, Mike ordered. Rain eased back, squinting at Mike's face, at the deep frown pinching between his brows. How? Mike didn't mean for that to sound like a command. Okay, Rain whispered, then took off around the corner and into his bedroom. When the room was clear, Mike bowed forward and took some long, slow breaths. What are you doing? What are you doing? Shit. Ever since Rain had called him, sounding afraid and needing his help, Mike had been operating on emotion and pure adrenaline. Now he was coming down, and the reality of what had just happened knocked against his chest. He'd been about to kill again. For Rain. Dad? Mike stood to his full height before his son came around the corner. What the hell is going on? Why is Rain packing? Look, I'm not that mad, all right? Let's everybody just chill. Before you put your damn foot in your mouth, Rain had no intention of fucking up your evening, but he was held somewhere against his will tonight. Trent was still tying the drawstring on his shorts when Wood rushed into the living room, his eyes wide. Say what? Yeah, some bastard, I think it's his uncle, had him padlocked in a room and wouldn't let him out unless... Mike closed his eyes and exhaled the wrath propelling him to go finish the job. Fuck, is he okay? Trent asked. No, Mike answered, but he will be. So what happened? Mike turned toward Wood, his cheeks still flushed red and his wild gray and black hair sticking up all over his head. Well, he called you, Wood, but you were too busy screwing my son on the kitchen table to answer the phone. Jesus, Mike, give us a break. Trent groaned as he dropped down on the couch and tucked his face in his hands. It's our anniversary. You guys aren't married. Trent looked sheepish. We've been dating 6 months, Dad. Mike gritted his teeth. 6 months? What are y'all in fucking middle school? You still could have answered the goddamn phone. Trent scowled. Just tell us what happened. He called me, so the fellas and I went and got him. Trent's eyes opened wide as he leapt up off the couch. Mike. He looked afraid to ask his next question. And the uncle? Mike was silent a long moment before he eventually answered. He's alive. Trent exhaled as if he'd been holding his breath for too long while Wood stared at him in horror. If you don't like the way I handle Rain's problems, Mike glared at Wood, then next time, if there even is a next time, answer your damn phone. I'm gonna go talk to Rain. Wood sighed. Mike, look, I'm sorry, all right, but there's nothing I wouldn't do for Rain. I love him like a little brother, and I'm sorry if I wouldn't. Mike pinched the bridge of his nose, his energy still too high to deal with weak-ass excuses. If you don't shut up, I'm gonna punch you in the damn temple because I'd rather you be unconscious than have to keep listening to you speak right now." Wood chewed on his stern jaw like he was pissed, but he smartly kept his mouth shut and walked away. Trent sat there, looking confused. "Dad, what's going on? What's up with you and Rain?" Mike wasn't going into this right now, but he couldn't keep ignoring Trent's and Bishop's repeated calls and texts. "I know we need to talk, but not now. Not tonight." "Then when?" Trent scoffed. "After you guys have shacked up for a year?" "Son, it's been a rough evening, okay?" "Are you sure you're good?" Trent asked, trying to meet his eyes. "What about your crew?" "I'm fine. We're all fine. I'm just glad we got there in time. That guy was drunk as fuck and disgusting." "Dad, you know we didn't mean for Rain to catch us like that." Trent tried again. "He was supposed to be at his friend's tonight. I made this arrangement with him 2 weeks ago. But I'm not mad at him. He doesn't have to leave." "He knows that. But I offered and he accepted." "Has he seen your house?" "No." "He'll love the upgrade. Rain's not exactly the trailer park type." Trent chuckled. "God, I hope he likes it." Rain came down the hall with Wood following behind him, trying hard to convince him to stay. He was struggling with 2 large suitcases and an overstuffed duffel bag slung over his back. Mike went to the door and whistled for his guys. Manny and Score came in first, followed by Marcus, Beast, and Drama. Mike asked them to get Rain's bags and to transfer the rest of the luggage from Trent's truck into his. "Are you sure?" Wood whispered nervously at the back of Rain's head. Rain turned and gave Wood a quick one-armed hug, then pecked him on his cheek. "I'm positive. Thank you both so much for taking me in. But I think this is for the best." Manny took Rain's duffel and luggage while Beast went in the back and began to haul the rest. "Well, that room will always be there if you need it." Wood glared at Mike, though he was talking to Rain. "Anytime, day or night." "Thank you." Rain went to Trent. "I'm sorry your night didn't go as planned." "Yeah, you too, man. But I'm glad you're safe." Trent hugged Rain before he left out the door. Wood looked concerned, and Mike was proud when his son told his boyfriend, "You can rest assured now, babe. With Mike is the safest place Rain could ever be." Chapter 26. Rain. "Hey, we're almost there. I live in that new subdivision on the north side of Norfolk." Mike's eyes stayed on the road, but Rain caught him checking his side mirrors several times. Were they being followed? "Rain, are you sure you're okay? You're still shaking." Rain wiped his clammy hands down his pants leg in an attempt to calm them, but it was a useless effort. He didn't know if he was still scared from being trapped by his uncle and almost getting eaten by Zelda, or the fact that he was moving in with the man of his dreams before he was in a monogamous relationship. Oh my God, what am I doing? What if this changed things for Mike? They weren't even a couple yet, and Rain was already wreaking havoc and blowing shit up in Mike's world like the TNT that he was. Rain cleared his throat. "I'm fine, Don't lie," Mike rumbled, his voice dark and confident. "You don't have to fake anything for me. I'd be rattled too if some drunk, perverted relative locked me in a room." Rain refused to cry in front of this incredibly strong man, but he was beyond frustrated with life knocking him down every time he got up on one knee. He searched for something to be grateful for instead of whining about life not being fair. He was still struggling to think of something when Mike turned into his driveway and Rain's mouth fell open. The streetlights illuminated Mike's gorgeous lawn that continued around the side of the 2-story house. There were solar lights lining the pathway to the front door and framing the flower bed that was overflowing with spring blooms. It was even more amazing than Edison's. "I know the lawn needs some maintenance, but I've been up to my ears in new contracts and haven't been able to get to my own yard. I'll work on it tomorrow," Mike muttered after he'd brought the truck to a stop. What?" Mike pressed a button on the remote attached to his visor and waited for the garage door to go up. The lights came on as he eased his big Ram inside and parked it beside 2 shiny black motorcycles. The garage was neat with a padded asphalt floor and barely scuffed white walls, which told Rain that Mike's house was pretty new. Maybe a year or two old, if that. "Are you off of work tomorrow?" Rain asked softly. Mike looked at him in a way that caused the residual fear he'd held inside to dissolve until all that was left was the intensity of Mike's presence. Now that Rain was safe inside and the garage door was whirring closed, his anxiety began to wane. There'd been no sirens, police stops, roadblocks, or helicopter searchlights looking for them. Mike had promised him he'd be okay, and so far he hadn't broken his word. "I can bring your bags up to your room for you," Mike offered, as he went to the truck bed, his eyes widening at the sight of all the luggage. "You don't travel light, do you?" Rain ducked his head so Mike didn't see his embarrassment. Oftentimes, the sight of his massive wardrobe overwhelmed anyone that agreed to let him move in with them. It looked as if he was about to take over every closet in the house, and then ask to have one built on. "Hey," Mike touched his shoulder, but the heat of the contact was gone too fast. "I was joking. It's not that much." Rain scoffed. Now who's lying? A warmness glowed in Mike's eyes as he curled his lips into a fraction of a smile. Whatever he'd thought in that moment didn't have to be voiced. Rain still felt it. Mike opened the door to the house and flicked on a light switch. "Why don't you just bring in what you need for tonight, and tomorrow we can bring in the rest? You look like you need some sleep and some time alone." "No," Rain blurted, sounding too loud in the dimly lit hall. He lowered his voice. "I don't want that at all." "Are you hungry?" Mike asked. He walked them through what must be the formal dining room, but there were no table or chairs for eating. Instead, an L-shaped desk set in the corner, cluttered with so much paperwork and folders that Rain didn't know how the person found the keyboard to use the old computer sitting on top. "No, thank you. My stomach is all over the place," Rain admitted. "I'll have a bottle of water, if you have it. If not, I can—" "Yes, I have water." Mike turned on the recessed lighting in the kitchen, and Rain was stunned at how clean and organized everything was. There weren't many appliances on the countertops, which led Rain to believe that Mike was more of a takeout kind of guy. "Maybe I can help with that." The kitchen didn't appear to be used much, but Rain loved to cook. He just never had access to a nice kitchen. He couldn't see around the corner into the living room, or where the stairs were that led to the second floor. But what he did notice was that Mike wasn't big on decorating. The walls were completely bare of any artwork, pictures, or color. Mike opened the refrigerator, and Rain caught a glimpse of a couple of condiments on the door, but mostly bottles of water and Heineken beers took up all 4 rows. Mike handed him a bottle of water and opened a beer for himself. Rain didn't even have his cap all the way off before Mike had gulped half his brew down. Maybe I'm not the only one nervous about all of this. Mike had to be a little shocked that he now had a new roommate in his nice, quiet home. A sex addict roommate. One that was beginning to struggle with cravings. Mike's throat worked as he drank, and Rain's mouth watered. But it wasn't for the H2O in his hand. He stared at Mike's oil-black shirt that clung to the hard lines and dips of his torso in perfect detail. Oh, fuck me. Not now. Rain turned around and set the bottle of water on the counter, his cock pulsing behind his zipper. He gripped the edges until his fingers began to hurt. This wasn't his plan. He was supposed to somehow get Mike to fall in love with him, but now he may have blown it. It was silent except for the quiet hum of the refrigerator and Rain's labored breaths. He'd been standing there so long with nothing to say that he began to feel foolish. He was about to turn and ask where the bathroom was when a solid heat pressed against his back. Mike buried his nose in his hair, his lips brushing against his earlobe. Ignoring his quickening heartbeat, Rain stood to his full height and tilted his head back and to the side. Mike curled one hand over his exposed throat while the other anchored his hip. His touch was sin and paradise all rolled into one. "Mike," Rain groaned, his voice husky with emotion. "I warned you about saying my name like that, didn't I?" Mike growled past a tight jaw. He turned Rain in his arms and pulled him in tight to his chest. He trembled as Mike's mouth hovered an inch above his own. He wrapped his arm around Mike's back and fisted his shirt in both hands. He wasn't letting this man go, not until he agreed to be his. It was now or never, because Rain couldn't tell his sponsor that he was now shacking up with a love interest no sooner than he'd finished his 12 steps. He should stop this now and clear the air between them, but he was too far gone. The lust crashing into him like a battering ram to the gut. Mike slowly lowered his mouth to his, and the initial contact of their lips made a fierce shudder travel down Rain's spine. Mike groaned, and Rain tasted it on his tongue, savoring it, savoring him. His lips were urged apart, and Mike's tongue swept into his mouth, and Rain sucked on it, his eyes rolling from the heady flavor of beer and Big Mike. Rain molded his body around firm muscles and strength as the kiss shifted from delicate and exploring to persuasive and demanding. The counter dug into Rain's back in the most delicious way as Mike practically bent him backward, as if he couldn't get a deep enough, thorough enough taste of him. They were all clawing hands and groaning into each other's mouths like two frat boys on spring break, until it became imperative for Rain to take in a breath of oxygen. Mike devoured him with his eyes, his breath just as ragged and shallow as his. That look was almost daring Rain, challenging him to take what he wanted. It was right there in front of him. Chapter 27. Mike. Rain's expression was longing, sweet, and exactly what Mike had wanted to see. Rain slid his long, slender hands up Mike's chest and hooked them behind his neck. He closed his eyes, unable to believe he had Rain in his home, in his space, up against him. And this wasn't a one-night stand or just an overnight visit. This beauty was all his now. Mike's chest was on fire where Rain touched him, his dick hard and aching in his jeans. He was more turned on than he'd ever been. Being with Slick had only been a whiff of what this could feel like, but being with Rain was everything. All of the tenderness, heart, and inner calmness that Mike needed in a partner. It was only a bonus that Rain was gorgeous on the outside, too. Mike cupped the back of Rain's head and fisted his lush locks to control him as he kissed him again and again, slower this time, but with no less power. Rain's cock was just as hard, if not harder, than his own. But Mike refused to take advantage of him. Rain had been vulnerable, scared, and helpless tonight. He needed a good night's rest, not his body groped and mauled. Mike had gotten lost in the sensations as Rain placed gentle kisses along his jaw, which was why he wasn't prepared when Rain grazed his hand over his swollen cock. Mike moaned way too loud to be considered cool as his hips jerked out of reflex. Yes. Rain hissed against Mike's lips before he licked his way back into his mouth. Rain's tongue was more insistent and hungrier, and so was his touch. Rain stroked his knuckles over the sensitive head of Mike's cock again, causing him to curse under his breath. Fuck, he moaned, gripping Rain's hand before he got another feel. We have to stop. No, we don't. It's okay. Rain craned his neck, gazing at him with desire in his light eyes. I can be with you, because I only want to be with you. I know you can. Mike understood that Rain could be intimate if he was in a monogamous relationship, but they hadn't established that yet. So Mike pumped the brakes. But you've had a rough night. I'm fine. Rain hurried out and pressed his soft lips against Mike's mouth and searched for his tongue. It took a moment and more strength than he thought he possessed to halt Rain's persistence. God damn, baby. I'm only so fucking strong. Then stop fighting me. I'm not. Mike kissed Rain's temple, then his forehead. But I swear to God, tonight is not the night for me to be with you. But why? Rain, Mike gritted out. I'm too worked up from tonight. And I'm still burning to go back to your uncle's and finish what I started, so I can be sure that he never hurts you again. Mike. But if you get in my bed right now, Rain, I'm gonna ride your ass like a stolen bike. Hard and really fast. Rain's eyes glittered, his mouth curving into a sensual smile before he chuckled softly. Okay, then, since you put it like that. Rest assured, beautiful, it's going to happen. But that's not what I want to do with you your first night here, Mike explained. Rain being anxious and needy in Mike's home was a dangerous aphrodisiac. He had to put a little space between them if he was going to control himself. It's late. I'll show you your room so you can get some sleep. Then tomorrow, I'll give you the 5-cent tour of the rest of the house. Mike took Rain's hand and led him toward the living room, wondering what he thought of the house. It was pretty boring as far as decorations and flash, but his place was spacious and clean, and his furniture was oversized and comfortable. He just hoped it was enough to entice Rain to want to stay. Chapter 28. Rain. Rain had a firm hold on Mike's hand as he led him through the house and up the stairs. He touched his tender bottom lip with his other hand, still feeling the passion and fire from their kiss. Had he ever been kissed like that before? He was certain he hadn't. Everything Rain had done intimately or sexually in the past was calculated, planned, and not about pleasure. When he had sex, there'd been no emotion in it, only a determination to obtain whatever it was he wanted. Money, clothes, shoes, vacations, jewelry, nothing was off limits, just his heart. It took a long time, but Rain had learned through counseling and endless SAA meetings that he could love. He was capable of it, but only after he learned to love himself. Now he was ready. He was sure of it. With his hands secured in Mike's calloused palm, he knew he'd follow him wherever he led. That's what he wanted now and for the future. He wanted Mike, mind, soul, heart, and body. To the right is my bathroom, and my room is the door at the end. Mike pointed, then pulled him in the opposite direction. To the left is another room, but there's only a treadmill and weights and shit in there. This room is yours. Mine. Rain was wonderfully surprised as he glanced around the spacious room that was at least 5 times bigger than the one at Trenton Wood's place. Mike flipped on a switch, and the overhead lights illuminated the rest of the room as the distressed wood ceiling fan started to spin. Wow, Rain gaped. This is really nice. You like it? Mike asked, sounding concerned. You can decorate however you want or change the furniture around. No, really. It's perfect. Thank you. Rain didn't know what he could say to express how grateful he was. Good. Go ahead and have a look around. I'll bring up your bags. Rain appreciated the breather because he was more than overwhelmed. There was so much he was feeling all at once for the first time in his life, and it was making his skin feel tight. He eased down on the king-sized low-platform bed that looked almost new with its blue and gray plaid comforter and matching pillows. He closed his eyes and tried to calm his racing heart, but he wasn't having much success as his pulse sped up even more. Will it always feel like this with Mike? Rain glanced around the room, already feeling more comfortable there than he'd ever been at Woods. There was a gray micro-suede love seat and recliner in the sitting area in front of a black glass entertainment stand. Too bad Rain had little use for the large flat screen sitting on top of it, but the sound system looked nice. There were only 2 medium-sized chests of drawers on the opposite wall, and Rain wondered if that'd be enough space to hold all of his underwear. But he didn't care. Maybe it was time he unloaded a few pieces anyway. Summer was approaching. Rain would hit up some yard sales and try to find a couple of armoires and maybe some art or floating shelves for the walls. If he added a couple of faux ficuses in the corners, it'd be similar to the brownstone he'd grown up in. There were 4 doors in the room, and Rain was curious as to what was behind them. Did he have his own bathroom, too? He got up and went to the door that was closest and opened it to what must be a storage closet or something. There were about 6 or 7 rows of white shelves lining the tall wall. Why do they build big homes these days but put offensive tiny closets in them? He'd never know. But Rain was resourceful, and his mind was operating on overdrive. He could probably fold his jeans and sweaters and stack them in there. Not a terrible idea. He went to the set of double doors and opened them at the same time. Rain was glad Mike was out of the room because the yelp of glee that escaped his mouth over a walk-in closet would have been embarrassing. He could already tell the space was massive before he located the light switch on the opposite wall and flipped it on. Hallelujah. This was bigger than the closet he'd had at his condo. Way bigger. And more than enough space for all of his things. My gosh. Rain was speechless, but more than anything, he was excited. He wanted to start putting his things away immediately, but he didn't want to appear too eager. He closed the closet doors and went to the last one. It opened to a bathroom with pristine white walls and the strong scent of lemon, pine, and Clorox. Yes. No more worrying about using the shower after two guys who had just finished having sex in it. How did I get this lucky? The jetted tub in the corner was screaming his name, especially after the tense night he'd had. He was going to ask Mike if he was opposed to him taking a long soak right now. Rain got a glimpse of himself in the tall mirrors and winced at his messy appearance. He hurried to finger comb his hair, then turned on one of the chrome fixtures and splashed some cool water on his face. He went to the built-in shelving unit and used a fluffy blue hand towel to dry his face. "Hey," Mike called out. "I think I got all the ones that you had at Trent's place. I'm going to put them in the closet." Rain turned the light off in the bathroom just as Mike was coming out of his closet. His closet. Rain wanted to put his arms around Mike again and kiss him senseless, but he didn't want to be clingy. And that wasn't how he showed his gratitude anymore. "Mike, the room is amazing. Thank you." "Well, you can thank Manny for the furniture and stuff, because this room was empty not that long ago. He bought all of this stuff when he stayed with me a few months last year after his wife put his ass out." "Oh, man. He's divorced?" "She took him back after a while, but he left the stuff because he wasn't sure if he needed it again." Mike smirked. "But too late now because it's yours." Rain tried to hide his blush as he went to his duffel bag and hefted it onto the bed. "I can only imagine what the master bedroom looks like." "This is the master," Mike said. "What?" Rain blinked. "Yeah, I like the bedroom that faces the front of the house. It's big enough for me, and I like it because it has a fireplace. Since I don't need a closet that big, and I damn sure was never going to use that bathtub, I made this the guest room." The tub is calling like a beacon of hope for my sore back. Rain pulled out his toiletry bag as Mike leaned casually against the wall, watching him. "Well, it's yours now, so use it as much as you want." Mike headed toward the door, and Rain wanted to grab him and ask for another kiss, hug, or something, but decided not to beg. Yet. He had time. "I'll let you get settled. Just holler if you need me, but make yourself at home. I'm going to go across the hall and burn off some steam." Rain was about to ask Mike how he planned to do that, and then he remembered the weights and exercise equipment in the other room. Was Mike still that worked up over his uncle? Damn. He was glad he'd intervened when he did. "Were you really going to make him screw his dog?" Rain asked before Mike left. He turned around slowly like the killer in an assassin movie, those dark eyes singeing Rain where he stood. Mike's voice was an octave lower than terrifying when he answered. "That's exactly what I was going to make him do." "Jesus. You saved his life," Mike gritted out, before he walked out the door and closed it behind him. Rain was so turned on by Mike's protectiveness, he had to sit down and breathe. Chapter 29. Rain. God, yes. Rain moaned for the 10th time since he'd settled his aching body into the deep tub. He was submerged up to his chin in the steaming water as he took long inhales of the stress relief lavender bath oil he'd dumped in first. He flipped open his phone and saw that Chelsea had responded to his text about canceling their movie night and told him to call her when he could. Instead of dialing her back, he went to his sponsor's contact and sent him a text. "I think I'm about to be in a relationship. A real relationship, Cliff." Rain reclined against the thick blue towel he'd folded into a makeshift pillow and closed his eyes. Finally, he was safe. He was home. It was crazy how he and Mike had gotten to this point, but here they were. Rain arched his back as thoughts of when he'd first met Mike drifted through his mind on a loop that kept him in a constant state of arousal. Thoughts of when he'd first heard that raspy voice, when he first saw Mike's switchblade after he'd threatened another man to protect him, Thoughts of him standing outside waiting to be picked up from jail. Mike running his business and that crew of dangerous thugs like a boss. Mike coming to his rescue and grabbing him in his arms, then beating the shit out of his uncle for daring to hurt him. He kept seeing Mike's power, strength, and dedication over and over. Rain desperately wanted to reach between his legs. Fuck. He didn't want to get out of this damn tub, but he had to. The oils in the water made his skin slick and smooth, and each time he bowed his back, his nipples would break the surface and stiffen from the kiss of cool air. Oh, God. Just when Rain thought he was going to lose it, Cliff messaged him back. You think you're in a relationship? Well, then congrats, I think. I'm happy for you. With Mike, right? Rain stepped out of the tub and wrapped a towel around his hips before he responded. Yes, and he kissed me. And? Rain chuckled as he quickly typed. And no, we didn't make love, but God, I want to. I'm sure you do. Rain rolled his eyes at all the laughing emojis. His sponsor was 10 years older than him, but he acted 10 years younger. Is it crazy to have these strong feelings for him so soon? I like him a whole lot already. It's scary and bizarre, right? For us, it's not crazy. When we recover from our illness, we love deeper and harder than most can understand. Rain held his breath while he typed the next message. I'm living with him now. Cliff's reply was almost instant. We need to meet. I had a feeling you were going to say that, Rain muttered. He replied okay, and that he'd let Cliff know what day was good next week. Soon, Rain? Okay, Rain typed, then slammed his phone shut. Cliff could say whatever he wanted, but Rain wasn't going anywhere. He knew what he was doing. Rain wasn't going to try to unpack any luggage tonight. It was after midnight, and his body was telling him to crash, but his stomach was rumbling at him to eat something. He mentally kicked himself for leaving all of his food at the trailer because he doubted Mike had any celery and peanut butter, or some trail mix with extra craisins. Rain tied his robe around his naked body and cracked the door open to his bedroom. Immediately, he heard Mike's rapid breaths and the intense sound of fists pounding the fuck out of something. Is he hitting a punching bag this late at night? Rain kept his steps light as he crept across the hall, glad it was carpeted, and peered through the small opening like some goddamn peeping Tom. Jesus, that's exactly what he's doing. Mike had a pair of black earbuds pushed into his ears, and Rain hoped he had the music turned up loud because he couldn't quiet his heavy breaths as he gawked at the vibrant garden of flowers tattooed over Mike's back. He wore nothing but a pair of black nylon basketball shorts and athletic tape wrapped around his knuckles and wrist. His body was glistening with sweat, his back muscles rippling with each blow he struck. God help me. Mike grunted and hissed between his teeth each time his fists made contact with a heavy bag as he circled around it, throwing rapid combinations. An unconscious whimper escaped before Rain spun around and pinned his back against the wall. His cock was pushing against the cool silk material of his robe as he tried to catch his breath, tried to get the craving under control. But he was paralyzed. His body wouldn't obey his commands, his head spinning as he bowed forward and braced his hands on his knees. Just breathe, Rain. He didn't even know he could get this turned on. No man had ever gotten under his skin like this. Deep breaths. He coaxed over and over, until his dick no longer felt as if it was going to erupt. The punching was beginning to slow down, and Rain managed to get his feet moving. He raced down the stairs and took refuge in the kitchen. He didn't know what his reaction would have been if Mike had come out of that room half naked, sweaty, and out of breath. Rain probably would have pounced. He opened the refrigerator to get another bottle of water, but ended up reaching for a beer instead. He wouldn't mind something stronger, but he wasn't about to go searching for a liquor cabinet. Rain drank a few sips of the cold brew, then checked the vegetable trays in the refrigerator for some fresh fruit or deli meat. But all he found was a pack of bologna and some yellow American cheese. God damn it. What is it with these guys and this nasty-ass meat? There was also a half-empty jar of grape jam, some butter, and mustard on the door. Rain sucked his teeth because this wouldn't do. He'd have to go to the grocery store first thing in the morning. Meanwhile, Rain opted for the loaf of bread that was beside the toaster. He made himself a couple of pieces of jelly toast and ate them at the breakfast bar. Rain wasn't as tired as he thought he'd be, but he was excited to get in his new bed and wake up in Mike's home to spend all day and evening with him. Maybe he could make them a nice dinner for tomorrow night. He made a mental shopping list while he thought of something simple but delicious he could whip up. His snack was enough to curb his appetite, and just like at Trent and Wood's place, Rain was meticulous and made sure he cleaned his jelly knife and wiped away the crumbs on the counter. He turned the kitchen light off and headed back upstairs. Rain was almost in his bedroom when Mike emerged from the hall bathroom in a thick cloud of steam, with a gray towel cinched so low around his hips that Rain's gaze locked right onto the slick black hair covering Mike's abs. All thoughts and reasoning faded and bled into pure heated need. He swallowed around a dry throat as he stared at the water droplets cascading through the dips and valleys of Mike's lower torso. Rain. The way Mike said his name sounded like a threat, one that he ignored, one that sent a thrill of danger up his spine. The heat of Mike's gaze and the danger lurking in his deep voice did nothing to deter him. Rain was moving, and before he knew it, he was standing in front of Mike, his chest swelling, his breath shallow. Longing ate at the chains restraining him until he refused to fight it any longer. Rain stood in Mike's space, his eyes locked on the intricate detail of the tribal R drawn over his left pec and covering his broad shoulder. So much vivid artwork decorated Mike's strong body that Rain didn't know where to start first. As if he was in a desert, dying of thirst, a drop of water along Mike's collarbone caught his attention, and Rain dipped his head and chased it with the flat of his tongue, gathering the warm water in his mouth and drinking it down. Mike's unbearably male taste saturated his senses and made him crazy. Rain delighted in the rumble of Mike's growl beneath his tongue before he was picked up and controlled by powerful arms. Rain clamped his legs around Mike's body and struggled to hold on as Mike made his world spin away. Chapter 30. Rain. Rain woke in his own bed in the morning, knowing only one thing for sure, that he was kissed and held tight in warm arms until he could no longer keep his eyes open. But he'd slept alone. Mike had been the perfect gentleman, regardless that Rain had wanted more. He stretched his long arms like a lion that had been sunbathing for hours before he cracked his eyelids open. Rain's internal clock told him it was well past his usual time that he woke, and by the way the sunlight was beaming through the curtains, he'd guess it was almost noon. Rain rolled over and saw a torn piece of paper with a bright yellow flower lying on top of it. A broad grin broke through on his face as he sat up and read the almost illegible writing. I'm working in the backyard. Breakfast is downstairs. Rain brought the flower to his nose and inhaled. He hurried out of bed and ran to his bathroom to wash his face and brush his teeth, which he did in record time. He rifled through his duffel bag and chose a pair of loose black track pants that hung low on his hip bones and a white flowy button-up shirt that he left open. Rain was halfway down the stairs when the smell of maple syrup and bacon made his stomach rumble. The house looked different in the daylight. The skylights in the living room made everything appear brighter and less drab. Mike's furniture was all dark browns and void of any character, but it looked like a cozy sofa to curl up on and talk. Rain walked barefoot into the kitchen, noticing the multiple Village Breakfast Cafe boxes, and went straight to the smorgasbord Mike had displayed on the counters. Did he order one of everything? Rain laughed. There were waffles, pancakes, cinnamon rolls, croissants, hash browns, lynx sausage, eggs and bacon, and even a large container of fruit. Rain picked up a few pieces of cantaloupe and popped them into his mouth, followed by the exceptionally sweet pineapple chunks. Rain skipped the coffee and poured himself a glass of orange juice from one of the to-go cartons, then went toward the back of the house in search of his desire. The patio doors were already open, and the moment Rain stepped outside, he felt as if he'd been transported to another country. He didn't believe he was in Norfolk, Virginia anymore. This is unbelievable, Rain gasped, gazing up at the blossoming orange and lemon trees. No wonder Mike's house was boring inside. All of the flair and personality, everything that screamed Mike, was outside. It felt like summer was trying to come early as Rain tilted his head back and let the sun's rays beat on his face and chest. The scent of pine, mulch, and roses made his head fuzzy as he stepped onto the fresh-mowed grass and dug his toes into the softness. "Morning, sleepyhead." Mike was standing there in a pair of grass-stained jeans and a worn Coors Light t-shirt, watching him. "I haven't slept that good in months." Rain's cheeks were warm, but it wasn't from the sun. Mike walked toward him. The veins in his forearms looked more prominent, and his sweat-dampened skin was tanned darker than is normal. He removed his thick work gloves and tossed them to the ground, a feral glint gleaming in his dark eyes. Rain licked his lips, his dick getting harder from just a look. Mike's gaze traveled over Rain's chest, then down his abdomen, causing his body to heat from the inside out. Mike stopped close enough that Rain could smell his sweat and the robust scent of coffee on his breath. "Damn." Mike ran his knuckles over the light brown hairs below Rain's navel. His eyes were hooded, and his voice was devilishly low when he asked, "Did you wear that sexy shit for me?" Rain tongued his cheek. "Sexy shit?" "Yeah," Mike said, wielding a seductive grin. "What is that? Linen?" Rain quirked a brow. "Excuse me?" "No, I do not wear linen. This is Laurel Piana mulberry silk. I got it from—" Rain snapped his mouth shut. He sounded like a pretentious asshole. What did a man like Mike care about a men's boutique in Paris? He opened his mouth again, but words failed him. Mike moaned low and deep. "Silk, huh?" "Yeah." Rain nibbled on his bottom lip until Mike cupped his chin and tilted his head upward to meet his mouth. His lips were warm and sun-kissed, and Rain dipped his tongue in for a taste. The kiss went from 0 to 100 fast as Rain got lost in the oasis and the environment. Standing barefoot on the noon grass as butterflies fluttered around a nearby pot of marigolds. He closed his eyes to the sounds of birds chirping by a feeder, hanging from the low branch of a blooming magnolia tree, and somewhere was the sound of trickling water. Mike walked them backward until Rain's back was pressed against the wide base of a tree. He could feel the hard wood through his flimsy sexy shit shirt when he arched to get closer to Mike's pelvis. "You taste sweet," Mike rumbled, then sucked hard on Rain's bottom lip. Rain managed. "Thank you for the breakfast." Mike's breath was ragged as he dragged his nose across Rain's cheek and behind his ear, the soft-spoken words pulsing like shiatsu balls beneath Mike's sack. "I'll never get any work done with you out here." "Why?" Mike released a hushed scoff against his mouth. "Because I won't be able to keep my hands off you, and I think you know that," he said, circling Rain's hard nipple with the pat of his thumb. "Fuck, yes." Rain shuddered. "Mike." "See? And I have a lot to get done if I want you to myself tonight." "Then let me help." Rain saw the shock register on Mike's face before he could hide it. "And don't look at me like that." Mike gazed at him with a lopsided smile tilting his lips. "I wouldn't mind seeing you get a little dirty." "Show me," Rain whispered as he ground himself against Mike's hard thigh. Mike spun them in one swift move and took Rain down to the ground, settling between his spread thighs. He didn't care how much his shirt cost. He wanted Mike to sully him, to put his rough hands that had just been digging up soil all over his bare chest. Things were getting hot, and Rain was about to tug at the hem of Mike's shirt when someone pounded on the fence door like they were trying to burst through it. Multiple someones. Rain swiveled his head around to see who or what it was, his heartbeat getting faster. "What is that, Mike?" "Sounds like frantic knocking." Mike cupped Rain's cheek and turned his head back so they could keep kissing. "Ignore it and it'll stop." The knocking got harder, and Rain's eyes got wider. "Mike?" "Ugh, I'm gonna kick both of their asses," Mike grumbled, then got up and pulled Rain to his feet. Rain was still dusting off his pants and shirt when Mike hollered, "God damn it, it's open. Get your asses in here before you knock my fucking fence down." Rain was surprised to see Bishop and Trent come through the side fence door as if they knew exactly where to find their dad on a Sunday morning. Trent had a shit-eating grin on his face, but Bishop looked serious, like a younger, hot version of his father. "What's up, Dad?" Trent asked, while staring at Rain, who was trying to shield his hard dick and the dirty handprints on his chest behind Mike. "You didn't answer the phone, so I figured you'd be in the yard. Bishop nodded at Rain, and he returned a small, embarrassed wave. I didn't pick up for a reason, Mike retorted. I see why. Trent hid his smile behind his fist. Since you haven't answered or responded to any of our calls and texts, we assume you wanted some FaceTime then. Then you thought wrong, B. Because that's the opposite of what that shit means. Come on, let's talk. Bishop stopped near a pile of mulch Mike had stacked at the edge of the yard and hefted 2 onto his left shoulder. Trent walked by Mike and gave him a father-son jab in his shoulder and said in a sarcastic tone, So how'd you sleep? Rain was leery of Bishop's obvious attitude, feeling bad that he'd caused a rift between Mike and his sons. He'd never intended for that to happen, but apparently they weren't aware of this side of their dad, and they wanted answers. Now, Rain tugged on Mike's hand to get his attention, figuring it was best to leave so Bishop and Trent could speak to their father in private. Don't worry, I'll handle them, Mike started, but Rain cut him off. I'm going to make a run to the grocery store. I want to make us dinner tonight and talk, if that's okay. You don't have to ever ask if that's okay. It will always be more than okay. Mike wasn't shy about their tight proximity. His heated gaze still narrowed on Rain's mouth. Drive my truck. I don't want you taking the bus. The keys are on the hook by the garage door. Rain nodded, knowing it'd be futile to insist on using the HRT. What Mike said goes, period. And fuck if Rain didn't love it that way. Chapter 31. Mike. Mike waited until Rain was inside the house before he put his gloves back on and joined his sons by the exotic flower bed. The 3 of them got to work, and Mike didn't have to give either of his boys instructions on what to do. Trent started to pull weeds, while Bishop began to spread out a new layer of mulch. It was quiet for a long time, while they enjoyed working together on something all of them were naturally great at. Both Bishop and Trent had worked for Mike's company last year, and learned the trade before Bishop started his own landscape design business, and Trent went into the construction field full-time with his good friend Summer. So, Mike, what's new with you? Trent asked, full of sarcasm. He took a beer out of Mike's cooler and tossed one to both of them before he closed the lid and sat on top of it. His sons were making themselves comfortable, which meant Mike's time was up. He could no longer avoid this conversation. Stressful, Mike answered with truth because it was. At least up until Rain put his hands all over him. Then things got very calm. Where's he sleeping? Bishop asked bluntly, and Mike answered in the same fashion. The guest room is his, but it won't be long before he's sleeping in my bed. Because that's what Mike wanted. He was going to tell Rain tonight that if he wanted him, then Mike was all his. He understood his responsibilities going in, and he believed he could be the supportive, understanding, non-judging partner that Rain needed him to be. Dad, Trent chuckled, what in the actual fuck? You're gay? Well, bisexual? If you say so. Mike shrugged, then took a long swig of his beer. What do you mean if I say so? Trent scoffed. You've always been with women, and now you're hot for a guy younger than your own sons. Mike glanced away for a split second. Although he'd kept his expression neutral, Bishop still caught it. Of course he did. Have you only been with women? Bishop asked straight up. No. When? You were young, before Trent came. You might not remember him. Try me. Mike stared his son in his eyes. This was how he and Bishop communicated. More like lifelong friends than father and son. Blunt and straight to the damn point. No being coy or beating around the bush. was all straight, no chaser, when they talked. So Mike could understand Bishop's attitude about being kept in the dark about something so important, something they could have maybe bonded over years ago. His name was Jameson, but everyone called him Slick, Bishop finished. Well, damn. We lived with him when I was in like 1st or 2nd grade. Mike nodded. He stared across the lawn at the white azalea bushes as he remembered that pivotal time in his life, a time when he was truly happy, regardless of how messy his life was. When he came home, there was nothing but peace. You were 7B, and yeah, everyone called him Slick. By the time I was 22, I was head sergeant at arms in the Devil Wreckers. Trent whistled and Bishop's chest deflated. Sergeant was the 3rd highest ranked position in a motorcycle gang, and to have that title so young, his boys probably assumed that Mike had done some pretty deplorable shit to work his way up that despicable ladder. Slick came in as a hang-around, but it wasn't long before I found him working right under me. Mike curved his mouth into a wry grin. He was cunning and smart as fuck, could weasel his way out of anything, and that's why we called him that. It's why I started calling him that. Jameson had slithered his way beneath Mike's skin and into his heart in the sneakiest, most unfair way there was, and Mike hadn't stood a chance. You know, they say the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. Mike shook his head and stared at Bishop. That's bullshit. It's through his kid. I remember him, because we were always doing stuff. He'd take me to the park, the zoo. He took me to a ball game once. He walked me to school every morning, and he... Bishop trailed off as if all the missing pieces were falling into place. He made sure you did your homework, and he cooked dinner for you. Healthy fucking dinners. Mike couldn't help the slight tilt of his mouth any time he thought of those years. He even went to a parent-teacher conference once. The school hadn't been able to reach me for weeks, so he just stepped in and did it, and made sure you were able to stay in school. Where were you? Trent asked. I was the sergeant, T. So I was at the club day and night keeping shit in check. That was my job, and it was the only way I knew to pay the rent and keep my little homie fed. Man, so you two started... After a while, yeah. Mike inhaled and let it all out before he continued. I would come home from dealing with drunk assholes and chaos at the club, and he'd have dinner ready for me and shit. You'd be tucked in your bed and safe. While I ate, he'd tell me what you and him did that day. And I just remember looking forward to that small moment of peace I got every night. From him. Did you love him? Bishop asked, again getting straight to the point. When I think about it now, I believe I did. Mike could admit. But back then, I wasn't ready to be a father, leader in a gang, and in love with a man at 22 years old. So, Mike threw his hands up as if he'd given up. So I blew it. How? Bishop was pacing now. Slick wanted out of the club. He wanted to move far away and live as lovers someplace where no one knew us. Bishop stopped. I wanted to so fucking much, but I got scared. I don't know. Yeah, I had a kid, but I wasn't ready to be a family man. The way Jameson was talking terrified the shit out of me, B. Going legit, buying a home together, starting a joint business, paying taxes, fuck. I mean, who does that in their 20s? So you just let him leave? Trent asked. Let him? He was grown. I didn't want him to, but You what? Bishop dug harder. He said he had to go, and I could stay if I wanted to, but he wanted to take you with him so you'd have a better chance in life, and I snapped. I told him I'd kill him. Damn, Trent sighed. He knew about all the illegal shit I was doing in the club, and you and him had grown so close I thought he was going to try to go through social services or something to take you away from me. But after I said everything I did to him, he left quietly. Bishop came and stood in front of him, and Mike wasn't going to remain sitting while his son towered over him. He met Bishop's disappointed glare and told him what he wanted to know. I told him if he took you, I'd hunt him down and kill him slowly. In front of you. Jesus fuck, Mike, Bishop said through clenched teeth. Mike absorbed the justified disappointment in his son's eyes. He was sure Bishop and Trent knew he had to do some deplorable, evil shit as the enforcer of the Devil Wreckers. But Mike hated that his boys knew just how vicious he could be if he was upset or, God forbid, if someone threatened what he loved the most in this world. "That was the first and only time in my life I ever bluffed," Mike growled. "I didn't mean it, B. But I was so mean and ruthless in those days. Jameson didn't know whether to test me or not, but I never would have laid a finger on him. Ever. But I knew I was losing him. I couldn't lose you too, Bishop. I wouldn't survive that." Chapter 32. Mike. "Do you know where Jameson went when he left? Did you ever talk to him again or keep in touch?" Trent asked him. "Did you ever follow him on Facebook?" "No, big head." Mike almost rolled his eyes. "There was no social media back then. I last heard he'd settled in Portland and started his own landscaping company there. But when he left, my anger turned to pure rage, and it took me a long time to get it under control. Well, manageable." Bishop was quiet for a few moments before he gripped Mike's shoulder and squeezed. "Slick was a good man. I remember him being cool as fuck like all the time. So is Rain." Mike held his son back. "I got another chance, B. No one looks at me the way Rain does. No one talks to me like him. He makes me feel something good when I've only ever done bad shit. It's like he can't see that part of me, and I need that. Someone who's not going to judge me for my own fucked up past." "Yeah, but Rain is pretty messed up too," Trent threw out, and grabbed himself another beer. "Which is why we're not all that opposite. Sure, he probably has a better upbringing and education than me, but he's made a lot of bad choices, and he doesn't want to be punished for it for the rest of his life, just like me. I can give him that." Mike thought of how tonight he was going to ask Rain for a commitment. "There is something different about him," Bishop said, brushing his hand over his chin stubble. "What do you see?" Mike asked, hoping his son saw the same thing he did. "He idolizes you, and what man wouldn't want that?" Mike threw his arms up. "Right." Trent was quick to agree. "Trust me. I know what it's like to have a man worship the ground you walk on." "Shut the hell up, Trent," he and Bishop said in unison. "I'm just saying." Trent flipped them off. "So I guess this is happening, huh?" Bishop asked. Mike took a moment, but he answered with the truth. "If he'll have me, yeah, it's happening." "Wow." Trent piped up again. "We're all settled down and being mature and shit. That's crazy. Tell him your big news, B." "What the hell? This isn't exactly a good segue," Bishop fussed. "Read the goddamn room, Trent. We're outside. We're not in a room." Mike was close enough to pop Trent in the back of the head before he asked, "What news, Bishop?" "So I guess the conversation of you being in a relationship with a man is already over?" Bishop asked in surprise. "Yes, this talk is over. I like Rain. We're together. Get fucking used to it because you have no other choice. That's that. Now, what's going on with you?" Mike took a long drink of his second beer. "I asked Edison to marry me, and he said yes." Mike spit his cold brew all over his azalea bush. Trent let out a loud laugh. "Are you surprised Bishop asked, or surprised Edison said yes? It's a little of both for me." Bishop rushed toward Trent as if he was about to tackle him to the ground, but Mike jumped in his way. "B, talk to me." A slow grin began to spread across Mike's face. "Married? You're getting married? When we talking here?" "Next month." Mike choked. "Next month? That's no time at all to get everything together." "What everything?" Bishop frowned. "Edison wants something a little more traditional, but I don't have thousands of dollars to spend on some grand wedding. We're just going to keep it simple. We'll have it in Edison's backyard with family and friends. And, I'm going to surprise them and write my own vows." Mike hugged his son. He was shocked and so damn proud. Bishop had made his boyfriend, schooling, and business his top priority, and it was paying off. In another few months, Bishop would be ready to start the GED prep courses. Once he obtained that, his son wanted to go to trade school for a horticulturist diploma. "Aw, let me get in on this mushy shit." Trent ran over and threw his arms around their backs, shoving his big head in between them. It was a very effective way to break up the moment. Beam, I haven't been the best father your whole life. I'm not even the one you boys deserved. But I want to do this one thing right by you. Dad, don't talk stupid. You know that's not how. Let me finish. I've righted a few wrongs here and there with y'all. But nothing would make me a prouder father than to help my son give his fiancée the wedding he wants. Dad, I don't need you going into debt for this. You just bought a home last year. All Eddie wants is to be my husband. I'm not talking about a 5-member orchestra and live swans, damn. But I know a guy who owes me big, and I've been kind of saving this for you. Bishop ducked his head and shoved his hands into his pockets, like he didn't know what to do with them. Saving what for me? It's a surprise, trust me. Mike winked. Ah, shit, Trent muttered. He and Bishop sharing the usual look of caution that brothers did. Mike smirked. It'll still be simple, don't worry. But I think you both deserve this. And since Edison's father isn't here, this would be a good way to maybe step into that role for him, you know. I don't talk about how I feel, B, because I fucking suck at it. But let me show my son-in-law how I feel about him the only way I know how. Bishop gave him another one-armed hug and mumbled against his shoulder. All right, Dad. Let's have a wedding. Trent clapped his hands. I know I'm the best man, so that means I need to get to work on the bachelor party. Bishop tried to act like they were exhausting and irritating him with wedding talk, but his excitement was hard to conceal. They got back to work after a little more wedding date talk and a whole lot of ribbing and teasing. Mike threw the last half-full bag of topsoil into the tool shed and used the water hose to rinse his hands and arms off. He was appreciative to have the help with his yard today, though he never minded working it on his own. It was his relaxing time, but he hadn't done this with his boys in a while. Trent kept them laughing, and Bishop was phenomenal with his innovative ideas. The guys had just finished helping Mike put the rest of his tools in the storage bin when he heard his truck pull into the garage. Rain's home. Those 2 words made Mike's stomach do a somersault. I guess I better go help my new younger-than-me, sex-addicted stepdaddy bring in the groceries. Bishop shoved Mike on his way past. How long are you assholes gonna obsess over Rain's age? Mike gritted out, his cheeks heating when Trent laughed way too loud. Hey, you're the one that turned our lives into a twisted reboot of The Young and the Restless, not me. Bishop threw over his shoulder. Deal with it. Chapter 33. Rain. After Rain returned from the grocery store, he'd put all the food away, then gone upstairs and done a little unpacking before he took another long, hot bath in his favorite oil. By then it was time for him to get started on dinner. He had his vegetables and rice simmering, and the aroma of fresh herbs was beginning to take over the downstairs. Surely Mike had to smell it too. Rain spooned some more garlic lemon butter sauce on top of his seared salmon fillets before he took the skillet off the range and slid it into the oven to finish. What the hell smells like fish? Mike yelled, coming down the stairs. Fish, Rain hollered right back. When he turned away from the stove, Mike was standing on the other side of the island, and then he was in his arms. What are you doing? Mike asked, but Rain didn't have a chance to answer before Mike pressed his mouth against his. It made him moan at the confidence in the control. It wasn't until his dick was good and hard that Mike stopped. Can I have more of that for dessert? Rain asked breathlessly. We'll see. Mike nipped his bottom lip, his rough timbre sending chills down Rain's spine. He liked that Mike wasn't pressed for his body. His primary focus wasn't to fuck him like every other man he'd encountered, and it was one of the biggest turn-ons Rain had ever experienced. Yes, we will see. Rain gave Mike one of his looks, lowering his lashes to his cheeks as he smoothed his hands over Mike's clean t-shirt that was clinging to his damp chest. He felt the rumble of Mike's growl beneath his palm, making him dig in closer. You'll see I'm used to getting what I want. Mike held Rain behind his neck and pulled him close for another kiss, smiling cunningly against his mouth before he let him go. Rain was hot and flushed, but he managed to pull himself together enough to lower the temperature on his wild rice before it got mushy. Mike opened the refrigerator and froze mid-reach. "Where's all the beer? And what is that?" "Your beer is on the bottom shelf," Rain answered. "And what is what?" "That block of thick, wet white—" "Before you say shit, it's tofu. I plan to make a scramble on Monday morning before work." Mike shook his head, but he looked more amused than annoyed. He popped open his beer and guzzled a few gulps, his eyes catching on the sauté pan on the back burner. "Why is there green shit on the stove?" "It's spicy garlic edamame." Rain chuckled at the horrified expression on Mike's face. "What the hell is Oh, never mind. Rain, I've been working outside in the sun all day. I'm not about to eat like I'm on a keto diet." Mike tossed his empty beer bottle in the trash. His steps faltered when he noticed the huge bowl of oranges, apples, and peaches on the island. "Mike, before you judge, give my food a chance. You might like it. You are what you eat, you know." "Well, tonight, I guess I feel like being a cow, because I'm about to order a double cheeseburger from Outback." Rain sucked his teeth. "Calm down. I was going to buy you one too," Mike said, sounding for real. "And does it come with a side of high cholesterol too?" "No, thank you. We're going to eat what I cooked." Rain leaned forward and kissed Mike's slack lips while he stood next to him at the stove, peeking in the pot as if there was something scary inside of it. "Where's the meat?" "In the oven. We're having pan-roasted salmon." "Well, only if it's organic, wild-caught, and ethically butchered, of course," Mike droned. And Rain barked a laugh so hard he shocked even himself. He didn't know Mike had a sense of humor. "Very cute. And actually, it is wild-caught Pacific, so the joke's on you." "You're lucky I'm crazy about you." Mike eased behind him, making Rain pulse and tingle in some interesting places from that declaration. Mike's hair was still damp from his shower, and Rain got a good whiff of the masculine body wash as Mike burrowed under Rain's collar. Mike ventured beneath Rain's loose shirt and stroked his rough hands over his skin, making every nerve and cell strain toward him. "Where'd you learn to cook like this? You don't strike me as the type that spent hours in the kitchen." Rain stiffened in Mike's arms before he answered with the truth. "No, I didn't have to cook at all. The men I went out with usually had room service options or personal chefs. I used to watch the kitchen staff when I had nothing else to do, since my company was only required at night." Mike didn't say anything, and Rain was glad he didn't try to say something annoyingly positive. "So, I guess I picked up a few things along the way." Rain added a pinch more oregano and basil to the vegetables, then turned them off. "Can I ask you a question now?" "You can ask me anything you want." Mike's breath was warm against his neck, and Rain reveled in the fact that he'd just admitted he used to be nothing but evening entertainment, and he was still being held in comforting arms. "Why do Bishop and Trent alternate calling you Mike and Dad?" Mike chuckled. "That's a long, shitty story, so I'll spare you too many details." "Okay, I'll take the abridged version for now." "I'm probably the epitome of a statistic. I didn't know my own parents at all. They were probably drug addicts or in and out of jail. From the time I could remember, I was in the foster care system until I ran away at 12. I made a slew of fucked up decisions and ended up a dad by the time I was 15. Bishop's mom was a lot older and caught up in a bad marriage, so she left me with him right there in the hospital." Rain's eyes narrowed, but he didn't interrupt. "After she had Bishop, she just took off without a word. I was so damn terrified, not to mention embarrassed to be a dad back then. So I told people he was my cousin, nephew, friend's kid, whatever. And when Bishop got older, he looked so much like me it was easy to pass as brothers. I told him to call me Mike, and he was my little homie." Mike sighed. "It wasn't until I realized the honor of being a father that I asked him to call me Dad. Trent isn't my blood, but he's my son, and I asked him to start calling me Dad too." "I like that," Rain whispered. "I think I've noticed a pattern. When they're pissed or annoyed with me, they call me Mike. But when we're feeling all family-like and shit, they call me Dad. Rain smiled. He actually liked that a lot. Every family was different. Dinner's ready. Let's eat. Good. I'm starved. Mike grabbed the salt and a bottle of hot sauce from out of the cabinet. Rain cleared his throat. Table salt isn't good for you, and besides, you haven't even tasted it yet. Just in case. Mike took his plate and condiments into the living room and nodded for Rain to follow him. Rain enjoyed their banter. They sounded like a couple already. He hoped he wasn't being too pushy about the food, but he wanted to be able to contribute something in the house until he could pay his own way, which was why he was elated when Mike took a tentative bite of the buttery salmon before he scarfed it down and then went and got the last piece out of the pan. I told you so, Rain teased. Shut up, Mike said with his mouth full of flaky rice. When they were done, Mike was generous with the praise. He said he'd grown up eating a lot of soul food at a spot named Mama's when he was young, but he wasn't used to well-seasoned home-cooked food anymore. Mike told him the dinner reminded him of what food cooked with soul and love tasted like, and it was the best compliment he could have given him. Rain set his empty plate on the coffee table. Could I ask you one more question? Shoot. Mike reclined on the couch and rubbed his full stomach. You know what I did to innocent, hard-working men with homes and families. Rain tilted his head. Why aren't you afraid of me? Mike was dead serious when he answered. Because it takes a hell of a lot more than that to scare me. Chapter 34. Rain. If Rain wanted an honest, genuine relationship for the first time in his life, then he had to start with the truth. Mike needed to know what he was signing up for, just as Rain knew the kind of man Mike was. The good, the bad, and the ugly. Attempting to go for casual, Rain took another sip of his water, then wiped his dry lips with his napkin. He was trying to appear that he wasn't so ashamed of the things he'd done that he wanted to hide. But he was learning in his counseling sessions that burying his past wouldn't give him peace either. Well, my childhood story is not so original, I'm afraid. I was born in Manhattan, raised in Carnegie Hill by two fake, bougie-ass parents that thought appearances were everything, especially their kids. We weren't there to be loved. We were there for show and prestige. We? You have brothers and sisters? I did have two older brothers and a sister, but we haven't talked in years. Not since I left. I'm sorry. Mike frowned as if he couldn't fathom having blood siblings and never speaking to them. Anyway, I was no longer a good show pony when I came out at 17. Rain laughed humorlessly. Well, I didn't so much as come out by having a sit-down with my father. More like he caught me about to go down on a bartender at one of his many fundraisers so I could get a couple bottles of Don Julio tequila for me and my friends. Rain paused and thought on that memory. He supposed that was around the time when he realized his powers of persuasion. Mike's hard glare never left his. They throw you out? Oh, no, Rain gasped, clutching the non-existent pearls around his neck. That would have been scandalous. Instead, they hashed out a plan that wouldn't make them look bad. I turned 18 3 months later and graduated from private school. And in a dignified manner, they set me down with scones and tea in the hearth room and explained why I had to leave. They gave me $100,000 in cash and sternly asked me to please leave the city while they told all of their friends that I'd been accepted to some pompous business school in London. Are you serious? Mike gaped. Didn't people think something was up when you didn't come home and visit on the holidays and shit? Rain wished that were true, but the people his parents associated with were only interested in things that served them. He wasn't one of those things. Once you're out of sight, you really are out of mind in that world. So what did you do? Mike asked. Well, I spent some of the money on tuition to a really good trade school, knowing I couldn't afford college after being cut off. But I had to drop out. Lots of shit happened that I won't get into right now. But needless to say, when the money ran out and I was put out of my condo, I found unique ways to get the bills paid. I was too damn smart to end up on the streets or strung out. So I used my talent. Rain used air quotes around the last word as he lowered his head. and found the kind of men I could extort. Mainly family men, because they had a lot more to lose. Mike. You don't have to say anything else if you don't want to, Mike said, because honestly, I don't care. Rain frowned and Mike hurried to clarify what he meant. Look, I hate to risk sounding like a dick, but it kind of sounds like those cheaters deserved exactly what they got and what they lost. Rain looked shocked before he shook his head. No, they didn't deserve it. Neither did their kids or partners. Did you put a gun to those guys' heads and make them step out on their spouses? Rain sighed. No, but... Okay then. It's not that simple, Mike. But it is. Men are responsible for their own actions and the consequences of them. It's always going to be easier to blame someone else for your fuck-ups. Mike. Rain blinked, but the tears didn't fall. He was glad because he wasn't sure he could handle that. I've already made enough excuses for what I've done. I had to accept responsibility for my part, too. And I have now. I made my peace with what I became, and the changes I had to make to never be that version of myself again. What do you want now? What I want is to be a good man. I know what I did was wrong. Rain's chest inflated with frustration. What I did with the act of sex hurt me. And worst of all, it hurt a lot of other people. And I was obsessed with this behavior, despite the consequences. And is that why you're considered a sex addict? Mike questioned. I know the scope is broad. One side of Rain's mouth turned up into a sweet smile. Did you look it up? Yes. Thank you. You don't have to. I wanted to know more, Rain. I wanted to understand. Mike was glad that Rain had confessed more of his truth to him, and after hearing how he was raised, Mike only wanted to care for him that much more. Rain gripped Mike's hand and clutched onto it. I won't do that to you. I swear it. Rain looked pained and mortified, but he kept going. I never cared about any of those men, not a single one. Most of all, I didn't respect them. That's the difference between them and you. I'm not worried. Rain stared at him in wonder for a long moment, and Mike let him. I'm not afraid of you either. Mike smirked. Maybe you should be. Why? Rain licked his lips, his light gray eyes darkening to ash, his gaze locking onto Mike's and blinding him with their beauty. Because I want you, Mike confessed, and Rain's smile turned dangerously sexy. And whether you know it or not, I already have you. Rain forced a swallow before he asked on a lusty breath. Mike, will you be my boyfriend? Mike reared back, a little caught off guard, and he didn't know what expression showed on his face. But Rain's cheeks turned bright red before he dropped Mike's hand. He shook his head. Rain, I don't know a thing about being somebody's boyfriend. Rain looked as if he wanted to sink into the couch and disappear. It's okay. Mike got a grip on his rapidly beating chest and took Rain's wrist and hauled him to his feet. He caught him around his waist and pulled him against his chest so hard he gasped out of breath. Mike palmed the back of Rain's neck as a possessive desperation flooded his insides. I'm not boyfriend material, Rain. Rain gulped and opened his mouth, but Mike covered it with his own before he could say another word. He growled against those soft peach lips as fire and euphoria pulsated through his system. But I do know how to be your man. I know how to do that all day. Rain choked on his emotions as he buried his face in Mike's throat. He hoped that was what Rain wanted and needed in his life. A real man, not some boyfriend who would parade him around town on his arm like some boy toy instead of protecting him, cherishing him, loving him. Tell me that's what you want. Rain moaned. Yes, that's exactly what I want, Mike. As long as you're mine, that's all I'll ever need. Chapter 35. Rain. Rain cleaned the kitchen while Mike locked up the house. Need loomed and coiled in his lower stomach, his cock in a persistent state of hardness that no number of calm breaths could tamp down. By the time Rain placed the last fork in the dish rack, Mike was turning off the lights in the living room, encasing them in darkness. Rain dried his hands on the dish towel and hung it on the refrigerator door handle, then joined Mike at the bottom of the stairs. "What time do you have to be at work in the morning?" Mike asked. Why in the heck was Mike asking about his schedule? Rain blinked through the haze, unable to think of much else except his craving to have Mike's strong body on top of him. The last thing on Rain's mind was work or anything having to do with tomorrow. He was completely present in the moment now. I have to be to work early, so I'll probably be gone before you wake up," Mike admitted. What? No, gone. Rain stopped his whining. What did he think would happen when he moved in? That Mike was going to drop everything and whisk him away to some secluded romantic place so they could be alone to consummate their new relationship? As much as he wanted that, he needed to be just as disciplined as the man in his arms. Show him that he was his equal. "I have to be in at 9. Rain's voice was rough. He couldn't help it. "Come on, let's go up." Mike took his hand and led them upstairs. When they got to the top, Mike pulled Rain in and nestled behind his ear. Rain's skin ached to be touched as he molded his front to Mike's body. He kissed the edge of Mike's jaw, biting and nipping as his kisses turned more aggressive, his touches growing braver. "Please," Rain begged, praying Mike would understand what he was pleading for. "Mike, God damn it," Mike snarled as Rain tugged at his mouth with a boldness that surprised him. Unable to stand it any longer, Mike leaned down and captured Rain's bottom lip and sucked long and hard until he was satisfied. He tasted sweet and smelled of pure pleasure. Mike feasted on Rain's whimpers and moans, delving as deep into his mouth as he could, satisfying him in a way that he couldn't describe. Mike groaned low in his throat as confident hands slid across his chest and over his shoulders. Blunt fingertips dug into his muscles as Rain latched onto him with his entire body. "Don't tell me we should wait," Rain whispered between impatient kisses. Mike somehow pulled Rain even closer. "I can't," he confessed weakly. "I've wanted you from the moment I laid eyes on you." "Me too," Rain whispered. "But I didn't bring you here for this. This isn't why I asked you to live with me. It wasn't for easier access." Mike clutched Rain's bicep. "I'm not going anywhere. I'll wait as long as you need me to, until you trust me. The moment I saw you, I knew I could trust you. It's why I ran straight toward your arms." "Rain." The throbbing need below Mike's waistband nearly drowned out the last rational thoughts he'd had. "If you only knew how many ways I could satisfy you, Mike. I want you to show me." Mike's cock leaked and curved toward his stomach. "I'm yours," Rain admitted, and Mike felt something in his chest twist and roar from those words. A rush of greed jolted him, fierce and electric. He held Rain's face in his hand so he could look into his eyes. There was nothing hidden from him, and Mike could not only feel, but he could see the admiration Rain had for him. Mike paused as his emotions choked him because he knew in that very moment, without a doubt in his mind, that the man in his arms was the one he would be with for the rest of his life. "And I'm yours," Mike admitted to someone else for the first time in his life, as he lifted Rain into his arms, his long legs straddling his waist and locking behind his back. He walked them into his bedroom while Rain ground his hard dick against his abs and sucked ruthlessly on his neck until he left marks. The feel of his mouth at the base of Mike's throat was almost too intense. He never realized he was that sensitive there. He laid Rain on his unmade bed and gazed down at him as he writhed against his black sheets like a snake charming its master. It made no sense for someone to be that damn hot, but Rain was sex personified. "Come here," Rain beckoned, his voice sensual and smooth. "I want to feel you on top of me." Mike climbed onto the bed and settled all of his 230 pounds on top of Rain's lean body. His lover arched and cried out softly, as if he was in the most exquisite pain. That made two of them. Rain's skin felt like the finest satin, and he smelled as if he'd been lying in a field of lavender. "Tell me what you want," Mike gritted out as he began to rock his hips in rhythm with Rain's languid movements, an ache sinking deep inside of him. Mike, you. I want all of you. Rain managed around his labored breaths. Mike reached beneath Rain's shirt and slid his palm up supple, delicate skin, grazing over Rain's nipples, which instantly stiffened from his touch. He dipped his head and pulled the tight bud between his teeth before he laved it with his tongue. Oh, fuck, yes, yes, yes. Rain's sounds were obscene, his language pornographic as he gripped the back of Mike's head, not allowing him to move. Rain was mistaken if he thought he was in charge. Mike took Rain's hands and pulled them high over his head, pinning them to the mattress before he tugged at the elastic band of his thin lounge pants. Mike maneuvered until his own shirt and sweats were gone before he bore down harder, tilting his hips forward until their erections brushed against each other, and Rain cried out again. It's been too long. I can't, Rain gasped, his hips thrusting faster as if begging Mike to speed up and stop the torture. It had been a while for Mike, too, but it had been almost an eternity since he'd indulged his truest desires. If Rain was trying to tell him that the grinding already had him close, then Mike was relieved because he was right there with him. You want me to make you come, Rain? Yes, God, please. Rain's lids were squeezed shut as he pumped his hips faster, his body damp with sweat, his face flushed with craving. Mike released Rain's wrist and gripped his hips, pulling him upward as he drove down. He was already there, his dick swelling and pulsing against Rain's. His orgasm was knocking against the base of his spine, bowing his back as Rain dug his heels into the backs of his thighs for more leverage. He looked uninhibited and gorgeous, and the scent of his potent arousal was driving Mike mad. Rain jolted hard, then hollered Mike's name as warmth seeped between their stomachs. Long limbs tightened around him and squeezed as Rain moaned his pleasure against his throat. Mike was only a heartbeat away from exploding when Rain eased his hand between their slick bodies and gripped his shaft. His hands were soft, smooth, like a man who'd never done manual labor as he slowly stroked him from base to tip. You're so hard for me. Rain sounded mesmerized, like he was talking to himself. Mike grunted, the urge to release overwhelming. I want you to come all over me, Mike, Rain purred. Want was a luxury. Mike needed to do that more than he had to take his next breath. They were staring down at each other's cocks, Rain soft and seeping against his thigh, while Mike's throbbed in Rain's fist. He squeezed him tighter and added a twist on his upstroke that made flashes of light spark behind Mike's eyelids. He was about to blow, and there'd been no way for him to give a warning as the power of his orgasm caught him off guard. He lurched violently, the first release hitting Rain's throat, the next one landing on his chest before the last of his cum spewed over Rain's knuckles. He slowed his stroke as white-hot ecstasy sizzled inside of Mike that seemed to go on forever. Rain wrung every drop from him, his hands still touching him, his mouth continuing to blaze searing kisses along his shoulder. It was so much that Mike had to catch Rain's wrist to stop the overstimulation. Rain said he knew how to satisfy him, and holy fuck, he hadn't been exaggerating. Yet Mike had a thrilling suspicion that Rain had only given him a minuscule taste of what he could really do to pleasure him. Chapter 36. Rain. Rain could barely keep his eyes open from the explosive orgasm he just had after 11 months of abstinence. Damn, had it really been that long? He vaguely heard Mike moving around in the hall bathroom and the sound of water running, but his eyelids were too heavy to remain open. Hey, I'm gonna wipe you off. Mike's gruff voice penetrated his hazy mind before he felt a warm cloth swiping over his throat and chest. No, don't, Rain whispered. He wanted to stay lathered in Mike's essence all night. Mike chuckled, and the rumbling sexiness of it made Rain writhe against the sheets. They smelled of musk and something floral that made him want to nestle farther beneath them and never leave. He was hoping Mike didn't want him to go back to his room. At least not yet, anyway. He was relieved when Mike turned off the lamp on the nightstand and got in bed behind him. Rain sighed as he was pulled against a solid chest, and thick arms closed around him. An unfamiliar tenderness swept through him when he felt Mike's mouth against the base of his neck. "You always smell so good." Mike huffed into his hair. Rain's grin was lazy and wistful. "You do too." Mike puffed lightly. "I smell like a man." My man." Rain could feel the slight curve of Mike's lips, and he squeezed tighter as if Mike liked the sound of that. Rain pushed his ass against Mike's pelvis, stretching his arms out in front of him. He jerked in surprise when his left knuckles brushed over cold, hard steel beneath his pillow. "What is—" "Shh, it's okay," Mike said in the darkness, then slid his hand under Rain's pillow and removed a frightening handgun that glistened in the faint light filtering in through the sheer curtains. Mike took the gun and tucked it in the top drawer of his nightstand before he turned back toward Rain with a somber expression. Rain shifted until he and Mike were facing each other. They didn't speak for a long moment while Rain gazed into Mike's dark eyes, trying to understand him, trying to see him. "Look at me." Rain touched his hand to Mike's cheek, ghosting his fingers over the rough stubble of his beard. "Do you always keep a gun in your bed?" "Yes." Mike's answer was blunt and swift. Rain released a slow breath. "I'm not trying to upset you." "I'm not upset." "Then why are you doing your careful breathing?" "Because I'm concerned." "Concerned or scared?" Mike turned his head and kissed the inside of Rain's palm, and the sentiment almost did him in. There were just too many layers to Mike, and Rain had barely begun to peel away at the surface. Rain shook his head and canted his hips forward so Mike could feel just how not afraid he was. His dick was solid again and pressing into Mike's pelvis. "I don't know what it is about you that thrills me so much." Mike gripped Rain by his hips, holding him close, pressing him in tighter. "But I hate all the violence and turmoil in your life. I want you to have peace and contentment." Rain kissed Mike in the center of his chest. "Right here." "Guns don't bring about violence and turmoil, gorgeous. Dumbass people do." Mike's breathing was getting harsher, either from the topic of conversation or the way Rain was grinding on his thigh. "But I'm not a peaceful man. It's best you know that now. I have quite a few guns around the house, but the weapons are only for protection. Mine, and now yours." "I have no doubt that you'll keep me safe." Rain was so beyond turned on that he wasn't sure how he got there. He'd found a gun under his head, and now his dick was trying to stab through Mike's thigh. What the fuck was going on with him? "You let me do my job and keep you protected, and you be my peace." Mike rolled Rain on his back and settled on top of him, letting all of that delicious weight push him farther into the mattress, where nothing could reach him or hurt him. Chapter 37. Rain. Rain woke in Mike's bed, his manly scent flooding his senses as he buried his face in the jet-black covers. He didn't have to feel the empty space beside him to know it was cold and vacant, except for the white rose on the pillow and another note. "I'll see you when I get home." Rain clutched the flower in his hand, cherishing it, knowing Mike had gone into his backyard and picked it early this morning just for him. He made up Mike's bed and picked up the few articles of clothing off the floor. He took his rose and walked naked to his bedroom to get dressed for work. The house felt different with Mike gone. His strong presence made the house warmer, safer. Downstairs, Rain made his tofu scramble and ate a banana in silence. He assembled the turkey and cheese sandwich for his break, then added an orange to his lunch bag from the fruit bowl. A wide smile creased his face when he noticed a couple of apples were missing. He ate some of the fruit. Rain didn't roam about the house. Instead, he washed his couple of dishes, turned out the lights, and grabbed his belongings. Rain locked the bottom lock before he left out the front door, then remembered that he didn't have a key to get back inside. After Mike made him come hard enough to black out last night, he'd forgotten to even mention it. Rain had his nose buried in the white rose when Edison's amused tone pulled him from his thoughts. "Another flower, huh?" Rain glanced up from where he sat behind the reception desk in front of the switchboard. Edison stood there looking handsome in his dark blue suit, pale pink shirt, and tie. His round cheeks were flushed with color, and a contented gleam shone in his eyes, as if he'd had a very satisfying morning as well. Rain returned Edison's sly grin, wondering if they were thinking the same thing. Those damn Stockley men. Would that happen to be from your new roommate? Rain set the flower down and met Edison's gaze with his own sated look. Actually, my man left it on the pillow for me this morning. Edison's brows rose, and deep dimples adorned his cheeks when he smiled. Wow, I don't think Bishop told me all that. Rain couldn't believe how excited he was to tell the whole damn world that Mike was his. His sponsor had been right all this time. Rain had thought he'd lied and conned so much that he was incapable of having true feelings for anyone. But Cliff had been telling him for months that when Rain met the right guy, he'd feel more for him than he knew was possible. And he'd be damned, he was right. What Rain felt for Mike bordered on unnatural, an unhealthy obsession that he didn't want cured. Congratulations. I can't say I'm surprised. Edison's smile was telling, as if he knew something Rain didn't. What Mike wants, Mike gets. Rain liked how entitled and selfish that sounded. You have a break coming up in a half hour, right? Rain checked the time on the switchboard. It was almost 10:30. He was so lost in his head about last night, he had no clue how he was functioning at his job today. Yeah, I usually sit outside on the lawn for a few minutes and eat my sandwich. Good, I'll join you. I want to set up a day to invite you two over for dinner. Edison said right as the phones rang. He patted the top of the desk in confirmation, then walked away. Okay. Rain muttered when Edison was around the corner. He was kind of hoping to call Mike on his short break, but he wasn't going to tell the boss no. Instead, he picked up the phone and answered in a light professional tone. Thank you for calling Alfred Dolan, Mariko, and Bickle. How may I direct your call? Good morning. This is Vanessa Stahl at the Cavalier Spa and Salon. May I speak to Rain Montgomery, please? Rain's eyes widened. He'd made sure the Massage Academy had his work number, so when or if an assignment became available, they could reach him to finish his credit hours. He put his hand over the receiver and asked the lead receptionist, Rosemary, to cover for him. The spa had an opening for him to complete his last 30 hours, and then he'd be a licensed massage therapist, and he could hopefully get started on a career. He'd always had to put it on hold because he was working on his next big score. Bettering himself always took a back seat when it came to using sex to live a lavish lifestyle. After the spa manager finished giving him the details, Rain responded, I got it. And yes, thank you so much for calling. I will be there at 4. He hung up the phone, then picked up his rose and put it back to his face after pumping his fists in the air a couple of times. Life was finally giving him a break. Whatever it is you're high on, Rain, do you have enough to share? Mark, his other co-worker, asked from the other end of the desk, where he was sorting the massive stack of mail that was delivered each day. Hell no. What Rain was on, he was keeping all to himself. Rain finished his part-time shift at the law office, then took the bus to the posh spa on 21st Street at the Virginia Beach oceanfront. He called Mike to let him know about his schedule change, but he didn't answer. Rain sent him a quick text before he opened the doors to the spa center. Rain pocketed his phone before he approached the front desk to introduce himself. The two ladies behind the chest-high counter were all smiles and soft gazes, as he explained why he was there and what school he was from. I was told to ask for Vanessa Stahl when I arrived. I'll get her. I'm Tiffany, the spa reservationist. I do all of the scheduling. She stood and flipped a lock of her auburn hair over her shoulder, gracing him with a brilliant row of white teeth. Rain accepted her outstretched hand, but before he could say, It's a pleasure to meet you, the other woman beside her snapped to attention. You don't do all of the scheduling, she corrected. Hi, my name is Beth Cavalier. My parents own this spa and 2 others in Hampton Roads. I'm the concierge at this location. Tiffany gave Beth a sneering side-eye, then directed her gaze back toward him and turned on the high beams. I'll go grab Vanessa. She's just wrapping up her last client. Rain pulled his messenger bag from around his chest as he struck up a pleasant conversation with Miss Beth, short for Bethany. If he was going to be there for the next 2 to 3 weeks, he wanted to give everyone he met a good first impression, especially her. Miss Bethany was apparently Virginia Beach royalty. The Cavaliers were well-known property developers in the health and wellness community. The main criteria any reputable spa looked for in a potential therapist was the instant aura they gave off. They had to be someone the client could relax around, be comfortable and personal with, because there was nothing more intimate than a massage. That's why Rain had been working so hard on recentering and calming his chi. This is a beautiful spa, Beth. It must be gratifying to work in this kind of environment. Oh, it is, she nodded, touching her neck and throat as if she was getting warm. That's precisely how I'd classify it. Seems as if I got lucky then. Rain smiled softly. Beth shifted in her chair, then cleared her throat. Can I give you a quick tour of our lobby while you wait? That would be nice, thank you. Rain turned up the charm just a little. He would not lead her on, but he figured Beth could be a good friend to have if he needed her to put in a good word to her bosses, her parents, for him. If this was 2 years ago, Rain wouldn't have thought twice about flirting shamelessly and sweet-talking her into anything he wanted. A tour would only be the beginning of what she would offer him. Beth came from around the counter, smoothing her hands down the sides of her narrow waist. She had on a crisp white blouse and slim-fitting black slacks, a simple combination that she made look good. Rain set his bag in one of the plush chairs near the wall fountain. The room smelled of lemongrass and aromatic incense that was spraying from the essential oils diffuser in the corner. He paused to allow the melodic sound of delicate chimes, flutes, and trickling water to sink into his soul, as Bethany watched him closely through light brown eyes. Rain released the single button on his blue-gray Italian knit summer blazer in an effort to appear more relaxed around her. But now, Beth's eyes were on his chest. She seemed to appreciate the way his white cotton polo shirt clung to his torso. Rain wasn't even trying, but he sometimes had this effect, even when he was just wanting to be friendly. How long have you been working here, Bethany? His voice was low and smooth. Well, it feels like I've grown up in spas all over Hampton Roads, but I've been here at the Oceanfront Spa for almost 3 years. Although my parents own this place, I still had to pay my dues and earn any position I applied for. I started out in hospitality and worked my way up to concierge. Now I'm studying for my own therapist certificate. Beth led him farther inside the lobby to an electric fireplace that was on for decoration and ambiance, not heat. Above it on the wall was an inlaid fish tank with colorful exotic fish that he'd only seen on National Geographic. Rain clasped his hands behind his back while he strolled casually beside her. That's amazing. Good luck on your exams. I hear they're not as hard as I'm preparing for. You seem like a confident, self-assured woman. Rain winked. You'll ace it. Bethany glanced over at him, her cheeks now matching the color of her pink lip gloss. Thank you, she said sweetly, batting her long lashes. Rain held her gaze. Her lips parted slightly before she looked away. The lobby was remodeled about 9 months ago, and as you can see, my family strives for opulence and quality. She stopped at a marble and glass cosmetics counter and waved her arms Vanna White style at the fancy display. Rain was indeed impressed. He recognized the entire line, and he knew the brand well. He'd even used a few of the skin products. He quickly wondered if he could get a discount if he was a full-time employee. When clients come into the Cavalier Spa, we want them to enter into another world, one opposite from their own stressful reality. I understand. This place is... Rain paused. Stunning. She placed her manicured hand over the smile tugging at her mouth. So, we also have a heated pool in the back, a sauna. The salon is down that hall and to the right, and the guest quiet room is right through those doors. Our therapists always encourage their clients to take at least 20 to 30 minutes inside there after their massage. It's an internet-free zone with zero-gravity recliners inside. She bragged proudly as if she'd purchased them herself. Sounds like I want to spend the night in there, actually. Rain smirked. and she ate it up as a blush worked down her slim neck. Bethany was going to make a strong ally if he decided to work there. Chapter 38. Rain. Mr. Montgomery. A petite black woman with braids piled in a high bun on top of her head approached him. Hi, I'm Vanessa, the spa manager. Thank you for making it over on such short notice. No problem at all. Thank you for calling me. Completing my certification is my top priority. And please, call me Rain. He held out his hand, and she accepted the gesture with a pleasant smile. Wow. Vanessa stepped back and eyed his slacks and Gucci loafers. Tiff was right. You are handsome and fancy. You might want to be careful wearing such nice clothes for your practicals. Arnica massage oil can be hard to get out of most material, so we typically wear black scrubs. Rain tilted one side of his mouth and slowly removed his blazer and draped it over his arm. The lady's eyes descended to the 24-karat lotus flower pendant resting against his heart. I came here right from my other job. I work at a law office in town center. Next time I'll bring a change of clothes, something more uniform to what your therapists wear. That'd be great. I'd hate for you to ruin your clothes. Rain didn't want them focusing so much on that. He couldn't care less about his shirt. He had more. Please, let that be the least of your concerns, Miss Vanessa. I hope my school sent over my transcripts. Yes, they did. Holistic Arts emailed it over this morning. You have an amazing background, Rain. She turned with her head down, her dark eyes on the open manila folder in her hands, and bumped into Tiffany. Vanessa frowned, glancing back and forth between her two front counter employees, as if she was confused. Ladies, can you get back to the reception desk, please? Thank you. Beth and Tiff giggled at each other, then went back to the counter just as a woman hurried through the front door, checking her watch. She looked flustered as she leaned heavily against the desk and apologized for being late. Vanessa tapped Rain on his forearm. That's your 4:30. Janice Duncan. Come with me. I'll show you the employees' locker room, and you can put your things away. Rain did as she instructed, excited and ready to jump back into doing what he used to enjoy. He'd freshened up on his previous coursework over the last few weeks, just in case Vanessa quizzed him on any of the fundamentals. A lesson he'd learned from his previous life was to always do his homework and be ready for the unexpected. We've got platinum tier members that are allowed to sign up for a free massage with a student once a month. Vanessa led him down a long, carpeted hallway, passing several closed doors and a large curtained-off area that had tanning beds and a sauna room. She pushed open a frosted glass door that said, Employees only. They're not charged for the hour, but they are allowed to tip. She pointed to an open locker. You can put your things in there. I saw you had amazing marks on your Swedish massages, so I'm going to start you with what you're most comfortable with. Sounds good. Rain hung his jacket and messenger bag in the locker, then closed the door. I also have extra credits in Himalayan salt snow massages, reflexology, deep tissue, and trigger points. Vanessa was reading over his paperwork while Rain went to the row of sinks. He pulled his hair into a tight bun, then washed his hands up to his elbows, knowing she was monitoring everything he did. I see that. She closed the folder and placed one hand on her hip. She was wearing the black scrubs she mentioned were standard as she motioned to his clothes again. Are you sure you're okay to complete 2 hours tonight? You have another Swedish with aromatherapy after Janice. Rain gave her a confident smile, knowing he was about to impress the hell out of her. I'm ready. All right, then. I will be in the room monitoring you with the client. I won't speak or give any instruction. My job is to evaluate your skills and technique. She raised one sculpted brow as if she'd suddenly remembered something. Oh, and I understand that you haven't practiced in a while. Rain knew the months he'd stopped working on his hours to focus on his recovery was the only blemish on his record. But all he needed was a chance to prove that he could do this. Yeah. About a year, but I practiced on friends and family regularly. She gave him an understanding look. Hey, life happens sometimes, right? Rain nodded, appreciative that she didn't ask for more details about his gap in schooling. Here's Janice's intake questionnaire. You can look it over and get familiar with her information while I show your client to her room. Vanessa's tone was bubbly and energetic. Take a few minutes to yourself, and then meet me in room 9. When she was gone, Rain took a few breaths and did as the manager asked. He took some time to prepare himself to be exactly what his client needed him to be. Because when he was in that room, he didn't matter. Everything he said and did would be for his client's pleasure. Needless to say, he had this. Rain tapped on the door and walked in after a woman called out, "I'm ready." The lights were already lowered, and Zen-inspired music was playing softly overhead. Vanessa was sitting on a stool in the corner with her pen and clipboard poised to go, and his client was perched on the edge of the massage table in a thick white robe. Her dirty blonde hair was pulled up into a ponytail, and she hurriedly pushed a few wayward strands from across her forehead as Rain gave her his most thoughtful smile. "Hello, Janice. I'm Rain. Thank you for coming in and giving me a try this afternoon. How are you feeling?" Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the manager write something on her paper, but he didn't let it distract him. Janice grimaced as she squeezed the back of her neck. "Well, since I'm nothing but a massive ball of stress and tension right now, it was a no-brainer to come in for a free massage between my regular appointments." "Smart lady." Rain lowered his voice so that it sounded more mellow. "And I can see by the way your shoulders are almost touching your ears that most of the tension is in your rhomboid muscles." Rain clarified when his client cocked her head to the side. "The area between your shoulder blades." "God, yes," she urged. "It's the worst there." "How'd you know that?" "Because it's my job to anticipate your needs, Janice. I can see that area is going to need extra special care." Janice touched her hand to her chest. "Oh, I like the sound of that." Even though Rain had just scrubbed his hands in the locker room, he went to the sink at the counter and quickly did it again to make sure his client saw it. "I read on your intake form that you have carpal tunnel in both wrists. Do you have any other areas that are sensitive? Any muscle groups you want me to target or areas you don't want touched?" Vanessa did more writing. Janice glanced upward while she thought about it, then said, "No, not that I can think of. But I will tell you that I was late because I almost canceled. I have a terrible headache from this looming work deadline, and my boss was a complete dick today." Vanessa was staring wide-eyed at the client, but Rain kept his face neutral and understanding, not interrupting her. If she needed to rant, he'd let her. "I'm a courtroom clerk, so work is always hectic. But lately, my jerk of a boss has me on depositions only, knowing about my risks. He just doesn't care." Janice stopped and shook her head, as if she couldn't believe she'd rambled all that. "I'm so sorry. Don't apologize, Janice." Rain's voice was almost a whisper. "Your feelings are valid, and I know what a literal pain in the neck feels like, too." Janice looked relieved as she chuckled at Rain's double meaning. "Ah, look at that smile." He winked, laying it on thick. "I'm going to see if I can keep it there, at least for the next hour, okay?" "Thank you. I need that," Janice agreed. "Let's leave all of that stress outside for now and stay present right here, right now with me." Rain coached in an easy tone. "I want you to take a couple deep breaths with me, inhaling fully, then releasing on a long exhalation. Even feel free to sigh if you like." After Rain helped her slow her breathing, he felt she was ready to be relaxed. He stepped out of the room so she could remove her robe and get underneath the sheets. When he returned, she was face down like he'd asked, and he started slowly by letting her get familiar with his hands and his touch. "Janice, if my pressure is too light or too firm, just let me know," he said, making sure she knew where he was at all times. He took a couple of hot stones out of the heater and used them to warm his hands before he oiled them. Vanessa was writing a mile a minute because Rain was showcasing every skill he had, even pulling out some techniques from his yoga and mindfulness studies. 15 minutes went by in no time. Rain didn't do much talking. He let his hands do that instead, preferring the client have peace and quiet when massaged, not being annoyed by a chatty Chad. However, Janice had been quite vocal on how much she was enjoying his soft but strong hands, and her groans had gotten comically loud when he'd incorporated a bit of Thai technique to massage her inflamed wrists. By the time he was done, he'd worked out every knot from her neck and shoulders down to her glutes and thighs. Her session was almost over, and Rain pulled out his signature move. "Janice, you mentioned having a headache earlier. Do you mind if I massage your scalp? I've never had my scalp rubbed, but sure, I'll try it. Though I have to admit, I don't have a headache anymore." Janice sounded as if she'd just woken from a deep sleep. Rain went to the sink to wash the oil off his hands. "That's good to hear. Means that I did my job. But if you'll trust me, I want to make sure the headache stays gone." "Yes, I fully trust you, Rain," she whispered. And the spa manager had to place her hand over her mouth to mute her snicker. Rain warmed his hands again, then carefully let down her ponytail and slid his fingers into her hair, applying just enough pressure to her scalp to stimulate blood flow. "Oh, my God," she gasped, as Rain began to move the pads of his fingers in slow, circular motions. He gave her an extra 5 minutes before he told her that their session had concluded and he would meet her back in the front. Vanessa gave him an encouraging pat on his shoulder when he came out, but she was still documenting something on her paper, which meant he was still being monitored. He went to the beverage cart in the lobby and poured his client a glass of cucumber water and waited for her to come out. Janice seemed to float on air when she walked through the door, dreamily gazing at Rain when he gave her the glass. "Wow. Thank you so much. I can't believe that was free. It was one of the best massages I've ever had." Beth and Tiffany were all ears and bright grins, while they listened to Janice go on and on about Rain's magical hands. He took it all in stride, not even blushing. He was used to being praised for making others feel good. But this time, he was doing it because he wanted to, not because he needed to. He'd stopped using his talents for bad and decided to parlay it into a reputable career. "Beth, I thought I took out enough cash for the tip, but I didn't. Can I put it on my card, please?" Janice asked. "Of course, Miss Duncan. I can charge the one you have on file." "Charge $200, please." Everyone's mouth dropped open, including Rain's. Had she really enjoyed it that much? "Thank you so much." Rain put his palms together in gratitude. "You earned it, my dear. I should be thanking you." Janice turned to Tiffany, who was in charge of scheduling. "I'd like to make another appointment with Rain for the end of the week." The manager laughed, and Tiffany and Beth were quick to join in, smiling brighter than he was. He supposed they were glad he wasn't just a smooth-talking guy with a handsome face that could dress his ass off. He had actual skills and the ability to do this job well. "He's not employed with us, Janice." "Well, why not? When will he be?" she asked, sounding outraged. "That's a good question." Rain winked, and Vanessa waved off his charm. "He's only here for a few weeks to complete his practicals, Janice." Vanessa narrowed her eyes in Rain's direction and tapped her pin against her chin. "But something tells me I better snatch him up before another spa does." Chapter 39. Mike. Mike sat parked out front of the Cavalier Spa, waiting for Rain to come out. He'd seen his text when he'd finished unloading the trucks back at the shop, and although he was exhausted, he decided he'd pick Rain up instead of making him spend an hour on the bus. Rain didn't notice him there when he walked out the door and headed toward the bus stop. Mike tapped his horn to get his attention, and damn was he glad he did. Rain's surprised expression was beautiful, rare, and especially for him. He got in the truck, looking and smelling like citrus and lavender, and Mike's dick took interest. "Hey, you didn't have to come all the way down here to get me. I could have ridden the bus." Rain leaned over the center console, and Mike made him come all the way to him to get what he wanted. He moaned sensually against his mouth, and Mike's cock jerked like a teenager's. Rain pulled away with a satisfied smirk. "But I'm glad you did." Mike turned out of the parking lot and headed in the direction of the interstate. Rain rubbed his hand over his thigh, and Mike felt the heat of his palm through his thin sweats. "How was your day?" Mike didn't know if he'd ever get used to anyone asking him that. He frowned as he answered, "It was a shitty day, to be honest. I had 2 guys that didn't show up this morning. Manny was an annoying piece of shit all day. And my order of boxwood shrubs for a huge property didn't arrive at all. Rain caressed him harder. I'm sorry. That does sound shitty. How about I make us some dinner when I get home? Something quick. Mike shook his head. That's okay. I'm not hungry. I ordered food after I showered. Oh, okay then. I ordered you some too. Some what? Rain asked cautiously. I had ribs, but I ordered you their fish of the day. Rainbow trout, I think. Mike glanced at Rain. Do you like that kind of fish? Rain smiled, though it looked sad. I like most fish, thank you. Mike was too exhausted to figure out why Rain looked so disappointed. He hoped it wasn't about him ordering in. Why would he expect Rain to come home and cook after working 2 jobs today? Rain wasn't there to be his personal chef, or to wait on him hand and foot. That was the last thing Mike wanted. Rain perked up a bit. Do you want to sit in the backyard and talk for a little while? Or what is it you usually do to unwind after a hard day? Mike scrubbed his hand over his scruffy jaw. Usually I just chill on the couch and watch whatever sports are on, or I go for a ride on my bike. Rain smiled. Okay, let's go for a ride. I'm really beat, Rain. My body is fucking killing me from all the extra hauling I had to do. I might go out riding at the end of the week or something. Mike hated to sound like an old man. But if Rain only knew how many wheelbarrow loads of garden rocks he had to haul around a large building, he'd be insisting Mike do nothing but take some ibuprofen and lie on a heating pad until he fell asleep, because he had to wake and do it all over again in a few hours. Rain. The moment Rain got in the truck and pressed his lips to Mike's, he knew something was off. There wasn't much heat behind it, not like last night. And Mike looked so tired he was almost slumped over in the driver's seat. If Mike hadn't had to come out to pick him up, he could have been home relaxing. Rain didn't want to make Mike's life harder by living there. He was hoping for the opposite, but so far, he kept coming up short. It took 20 minutes to get to the house, and Mike was quiet for most of the ride. Rain told him all about the spa and how he nailed his first day. But Mike looked as if he was barely keeping his eyes open when he congratulated him. They came in through the garage, and Mike pulled on Rain's arm to stop him in the hallway. He loosely held his hips as he placed a gentle kiss on the center of his forehead. I'm going to go to my room and lay down. My back is killing me, and I got another early morning tomorrow. Rain didn't let his displeasure show, but he'd been hoping for some more personal get-to-know-my-man time tonight. He'd wanted to cook them dinner and sit and talk like before. Rain smoothed his hands up Mike's hard chest and whispered against his jaw, inching his way toward his mouth. I can join you. Mike kissed him back, but it lacked passion. Rain, I didn't ask you to move in with me to be my bed warmer. Rain was stunned by those words, though he already knew that. He didn't feel used. Mike wasn't like any man he'd ever been with, and that was why he wanted to comfort him, be there for him. You're more than that. Mike brushed his thumb across his cheek, his dark eyes on Rain's bottom lip. A lot more. So are you. Rain buried his nose in Mike's throat. Let me take care of you. That's not your job. No. Rain met Mike's hard glare. It's what I want. Mike kissed him again, this time exactly how he needed, so that there was no mistaking what they already were to each other. Mike pinned him against the wall, and Rain's cock tried to push through his slacks. But before he could escalate things, Mike ended the kiss and told him good night. Rain watched until Mike was upstairs and in his bedroom with the door closed, before he went into the kitchen to heat up the meal that was waiting for him in the microwave. He sat at the breakfast bar alone, reading an old issue of Guns and Ammo he took off the living room table. This was not at all how he'd expected his evening to go. He'd wanted to celebrate with a home-cooked meal and some under-the-sheets time. Did Mike realize how long Rain had been waiting for this very moment? To be in a relationship? To share not just his mind and soul, but his body with someone he had true feelings for? Rain closed his eyes, his body heating between his legs. He was tempted to take a hot bath and then slip under Mike's covers while he slept, but he quickly decided against that. Instead, he called Chelsea, glad she picked up on the second ring. "Are you busy?" was the first thing he asked after she answered. "No, but I thought you would be with your new boo." "Boo is right, because it's a ghost town over here right now, and I'm not doing so good. I want him so damn bad." "He's not interested in sex with you? Seriously?" "Oh, he is. Just not tonight, I guess. And my mind is coming up with some unique ways to make him change his mind. None that I should act on." "There's a meeting at 9 at St. Mary's. I can pick you up." She sighed loudly. "I met a beautiful woman today at the farmer's market, and we really hit it off, but come get me, Charles. I think a meeting is what we both need." Chapter 40. Rain. "Mike, are you sure?" Rain asked again after Mike picked him up from the spa. The same as he'd done all week. "I thought you'd like to go for a ride on Friday nights?" Mike let the back of his head fall against the headrest after he pulled into the garage and turned off the engine. He was staring at his shiny black bike as if he was willing himself to just get on it, but couldn't muster the strength. "I'd love to sit behind you and hold on to you tight." Rain inched closer to Mike and snuggled against the side of his face. He smelled wonderful fresh from a shower, and Rain didn't think he could wait another moment to be with Mike again. "I know you're tired, but the night air might revive you." "It's not just that I'm tired, Rain. My body feels like I went 10 rounds with Mike Tyson when he was in his prime." Mike pulled away from him and got out of the truck, leaving Rain baffled. "Am I losing my touch?" "Maybe tomorrow. I'm going to turn in early." "Not again. Do you want me to come get you when dinner is ready?" "I'm too tired to even fucking eat, Rain." Mike opened the door and went inside the house, clumsily tossing his keys toward the hook and missing. "We still haven't hired any more guys, and I had to let go of one this week for coming to work hungover, which made me have to pick up his slack." Rain didn't know what to do. He felt so helpless. Well, more like useless. His man needed something. It just wasn't him. Mike pecked him on his cheek, then headed toward the stairs like he'd done the last 4 days. Rain was almost desperate enough to throw himself against the backs of Mike's cabs to beg him for some damn quality time. Mike said it wasn't always this bad at work, and he'd apologized for being such a boring partner. But lately, his business was struggling to keep up with the increase in summer business and unable to find more reliable employees. He messaged Chelsea about going out to get coffee, but his friend had a date with that woman she'd had a connection with earlier this week, so he was on his own. Once Rain finished his dinner for one, he wrapped up the leftovers and put it in the refrigerator in case Mike got hungry later. Upstairs, he filled his bathtub with mostly hot water and some soothing stress relief oil, then went into his closet to find something comfortable to relax in. After he got in the tub and sank down in the aromatic water, he took a picture of himself and sent it to Mike. He was hoping any minute his man would come in there and yank him out of the tub, because he was aching for his body just as badly as Rain ached for him. But his text went unread. Rain couldn't take this anymore. He washed up quickly, his mood souring as he got more upset with himself. Not Mike. Rain texted his sponsor, Cliff, and asked him if he was available to talk after his meeting tonight. "I'm covering for Matthew, so I have the late meeting. I need to talk. Can you meet me there?" Rain thought about what time that should be. Shit. It'd be after midnight, which meant he couldn't take the bus, but he was desperate enough to sacrifice the additional money to call a cab. "I'll be there." "So tell me about him. About Mike." Cliff asked as he sat across from Rain in a tattered red booth at Denny's. "I'm suspecting a little trouble in paradise if you're sitting here with me at 1 a.m. Rain sipped his ice water and yanked apart some pancake puppies to keep his hands busy. He was fidgety, anxious. He needed someone he couldn't have, and it was eating at his recovery. "You didn't tell me it would be like this," he practically growled. "Like what?" Cliff never let Rain's attitude affect his composure. "He's making me crazy." Rain used both hands to imitate wringing someone's neck. "He hasn't let me back in his bed anymore. Mike, he acts like I don't turn him on when I know I do. But since he's not humping your leg every 5 minutes like those guys you used to play with, it's making you crazy." Cliff cut a small piece of his country fried steak, and popped it into his mouth as if he was oblivious to Rain's mini freakout. Yeah, and leaving me with a constant case of blue balls. Rain sneered. Cliff chuckled under his breath. I had that same condition until I went gluten-free. Rain frowned, then flipped his sponsor off. I'm so glad you're full of jokes tonight, because don't I look like I'm in a playful mood? And anyway, no, that's not the biggest problem. It's way more than that. He paused, flustered as he tried to explain these new feelings in the pit of his stomach. Cliff encouraged him to take a couple of seconds to breathe and think of what he wanted to say. After Rain's fourth exhalation, his voice was lower when he confessed, If I can't make him feel good after his shitty day, then what use am I to him? Cliff set his knife and fork down. Rain, look at me. It took a second, but he met Cliff's gaze with his own frustrated one. If you think that all you have to offer Mike is your body, then you're not ready to be in a relationship. No, that's not what I meant. Rain shook his head until it started to ache. No, Cliff, I'm ready, really ready. That just came out wrong. I mean, I try to have conversations with him, but we're gone all day from each other. We text a couple of times, but I try not to bother him because I know he's busy. Mike has a very successful landscaping business, but it forces him to work harder than he should. So, I do my best to pull my weight. I cook, I grocery shop. I make sure to try to keep the house spotless. I even cleaned his bathroom for him the other day. And was he grateful? Rain nodded sadly. He said thanks, but asked me not to do it again because he has a cleaning lady that comes every 2 weeks. You're not here to be my butler, sweetheart, Rain mocked in Mike's raspy voice. Cliff laughed at his imitation. All he does is tell me what I'm not there to do. I'm not there to entertain him. I'm not there to warm his bed. I'm not there to clean his house. Well then, what the fuck am I doing there? The waitress came by with a coffee pot and refilled Cliff's mug, while trying not to make eye contact with Rain. And you think you have nothing else to offer Mike? Cliff left his question suspended in the air for a long moment. Rain was quiet while his sponsor watched him closely. He was thinking hard. Rain had tried all he knew this week, but Mike was a man of simple pleasures. He enjoyed the comfort of his home, spending time with his boys, gardening, eating takeout or riding his bike with the night air in his face, and that was about it. Rain knew a ton of romantic places to go in the city, the fanciest restaurants to dine at, Broadway shows at the Chrysler Hall, museums, and intimate strolls they could take on the beach. But that wasn't the kind of man he had, and he was grateful for it. I know a lot of ways to satisfy a man, Cliff. Believe me, I do. But Mike is nothing like those other greedy bastards I messed around with. He has no ulterior motive whatsoever. He just wants me there. He just wants me for me. Whatever the hell that means. Then give yourself to him, Cliff said easily, as if Rain hadn't just explained all the ways he'd already tried. Heathcliff, have you been listening to me? Or are you on a sugar high from that stack of pancakes you just ate? I've already tried to... Rain. Cliff leaned forward, his voice a smidge harder. You have a man at home who works outside in the heat doing manual labor all day. When he gets home, his body aches so badly that all he can do is pop some Motrin and go to sleep. You're a goddamn masseur, Rain. One of the best, so you've said. Rain closed his eyes at his own foolishness. Just because he wasn't a certified therapist yet didn't mean anything. He knew what to do. Can you really not think of any other way you could care for Mike? Cliff looked smug as Rain hurried and signaled for the check so Cliff could drive him home. Chapter 41. Mike. Mike was standing at his bedroom window, staring out at the dark entrance to his neighborhood. He was more tired than he'd ever been, but his mind was moving too fast for him to rest. Mike had got up to take a piss and to check on Rain, but he was gone. It was almost 3 in the goddamn morning, and Rain wasn't home. He'd called him multiple times, but his cell phone went straight to voicemail. God damn him. How could he do this? How could he be so inconsiderate and reckless? Mike's hands began to shake, and he stared at them in part shock, but mostly horror, when he realized he was scared. fucking scared. Mike instilled fear in men, not the other way around. His phone buzzed in his hand with a text from Manny, asking if Rain was back yet. He couldn't even respond to his best friend, who was waiting on standby if he needed him. Thoughts of Rain getting hurt ran through his mind on replay, making panic unfurl in his chest. What if someone picked him up, but now they won't bring him back? What if he can't call for help because his cheap-ass flip phone is dead? What if he went out for a walk and someone fucked with him? Mike's heart hammered in his chest, his breaths becoming choppy and short when he thought of anyone laying a finger on Rain's beautiful body. Maybe he went to his best friend's house for company and dozed off. Mike was mentally kicking himself for never bothering to get Chelsea's phone number. Either way, Mike couldn't keep standing there waiting for something bad to happen. He was 5 minutes away from leaving the house and scouring the entire city when he saw headlights turn onto his street and slowly cruise down to his driveway before stopping. There was another man in the driver's seat, but Mike couldn't make out who it was. After a few seconds, Rain got out on the passenger side and jogged up to the door. Mike stood at the top of the stairs in the dark, watching Rain as he eased the front door open. He closed and relocked it without making a sound, then quickly punched in the code for the alarm. He attempted to keep his steps light as he tiptoed up the stairs. Rain was almost to the top when Mike stepped out of the shadows. "Where were you?" Rain clutched his hand to his chest. "Jesus, Mike, you scared the hell out of me." "Did I?" Mike gritted out. Rain walked up the last few steps, his eyes wide like his vision was trying to adjust to the darkness. "Where were you?" Mike asked again, sure that Rain could hear the anger in his voice now. "Mike, answer me," Mike demanded just as his phone vibrated again. He answered when he saw it was Manny and muttered 2 words. "He's home," before he hung up. Rain was standing inches away, staring back at him with those sultry bedroom eyes that somehow tamped down his anger. Numerous expressions danced across his face before Rain seemed to settle on nervous. His dark brown eyebrows dipped low as he cocked his head to the side. "Do you think I was out with another man?" Rain asked cautiously. "Because I swear I would never do that. I'm not a cheater, Mike." He shook his head. That was the last thing he thought, actually. It had never even crossed his mind. "I know that, Rain. You're too considerate to put another man's life in danger." Rain's expression turned serious. "I'm sorry that I didn't tell you I was leaving, but you were already asleep, and I didn't want to wake you." Mike leaned against the wall, his head tilted toward the ceiling as he tried to calm himself down. Rain was home and safe. Don't overreact. Besides, he was a grown man who could come and go as he pleased, but not in the middle of the goddamn night. "I'm sorry if I worried you." "You did a lot more than that," Mike growled. "I can see that now." Rain's deep voice was low and soothing. Instead of him being worried by Mike's tone, it seemed as if he was getting turned on by it. Rain pressed his chest to Mike's. He didn't say anything for a moment as his body did the talking. Rain smoothed his hands up Mike's arms and around his neck. God, his hands were so soft and comforting that Mike was defenseless and closed his eyes. He had very little energy left in him to do anything else. "I apologize," Rain whispered in his ear, then kissed his lobe, causing Mike's dick to betray his anger. It reacted too fast, as if it no longer cared how upset Mike was feeling before. All that mattered was he now had his man home and secure in his arms. "Damn it," he groaned as Rain gently bit down over his pulse, his breath warm and labored near his ear. "I didn't mean to be so inconsiderate. Let me make it right," Rain said, his voice taking on a different tone, a gentler, more mellower tenor that somehow calmed Mike against his will. Mike's cock grew more solid in his shorts. "What are you doing to me?" Mike wasn't done. He had more to say and every right to fuss. But he was forgetting what about. His argument fled altogether when Rain dug his fingers into a sensitive area around his neck and began to apply wonderful pressure. "I won't leave like that again without telling you." Rain paused his rubbing and laid one gentle palm on Mike's bristly cheek, those damn gray eyes holding him in place, his hot breath caressing his lips. "I promise." All Mike could do was nod once, his arms wrapping around Rain's narrow waist and holding on tight as if they had a mind of their own. Why wasn't he mad anymore? He'd been up for hours, worried out of his mind when he should have been getting some much-needed rest. If this was anyone else, Mike would still be cussing and yelling. Rain kissed his neck with soft lips, then worked his way toward his mouth, and Mike was eager to taste him again. The longer they kissed, the less aggravation and rage he felt. Somehow, it was already gone, and the only explanation was there was magic in Rain's touch. "Don't ever scare me like that again." Mike hated that it sounded more like a plea than a demand. "I'm never fucking scared, Rain. But I was Mike released a long, embarrassing groan as Rain kneaded at the built-up tension between his shoulder blades. "Never again," were Rain's final words, before he kissed Mike into oblivion, his hands still working wonders on his upper body. God, it was so damn good. It was as if Rain knew just where to rub him to make him moan the loudest. "Come on." Rain took Mike's hand and led him to his room and nodded for him to get in the bed. The burgundy sheets were a rumpled mess, but that was irrelevant. Mike lay down, his eyes already drifting. He could barely hold his head up, and every second was a struggle to keep his eyelids open. Rain quickly removed his jeans and t-shirt and climbed in behind him, pressing his hot chest to Mike's back. He could feel Rain's hardness against his ass, and his own dick began to throb and pulse with excitement, seeming to like Rain being there. Rain applied more pressure and kneaded his aching shoulders in between the passionate kisses along his spine. Mike was drifting fast into an unconscious bliss. Rain dug into a particularly sensitive knot, and Mike let him know, as if he could have stopped the deep groan if he'd tried. The massage and Rain's hips took on a rhythm that caused Mike to rock and sway with it. His eyes rolled in their sockets when Rain squeezed his ass and languidly thrust against him. Well, that was new. Mike liked the feel of Rain back there, doing what he was doing. It felt right. Perfect. He thought about asking for more, but he wasn't able to form intelligible sentences at the moment. His mouth would only release a grunt or a moan any time his lips parted. "That's it," Rain coaxed, gentling his touch to a soothing, more alluring rub. "Relax." "Rain." Mike was almost asleep, but he didn't want to miss a second of the amazing attention. He'd never had a partner who cared if he was upset, who took the time and attention to calm him, or even came close to succeeding in talking him down. His previous lovers would call him bullheaded and hot-tempered. Hell, even Slick would walk away and give Mike space when he was mad. But Rain, he wasn't afraid. He continued to slowly rock his hips against him, lulling Mike toward slumber like a goddamn baby. His voice was husky and filled with lust when he whispered against the shell of Mike's ear, "Sleep." The next thing he remembered was waking up to the sun shining through the skylight in his bedroom. Rain wasn't in bed with him, but he smelled coffee brewing downstairs. He sat up and rubbed his neck, expecting to feel the same soreness that he did every morning. But this time, it felt different. It was gone. Mike rotated his head from side to side. What the fuck? There was no pain. None. Mike was about to call Rain's name when he looked back at the note left on the other pillow along with the rare, extremely expensive flower from his exotic garden that was never supposed to be picked. God damn it. The note said Rain had to go by Edison's house for something, and then he was going to the fitness center for yoga. Shit. Mike leaped out of bed and grabbed his cell phone. He had to call his horticulturist for an emergency appointment. He appreciated the fuck out of the gesture, but Mike was going to have to give Rain a lesson about his garden and explain that he was never to cut or pick anything from that particular side of the yard. Chapter 42. Mike. Mike had a large cup of coffee, bypassing breakfast like he usually did, and stepped out the patio door into his playground. He had to wait on Manny and Franklin, his horticulturist, before he could work on the caudipole plant that Rain had violated. Mike chuckled when he realized he wasn't even mad about it, which was not like him. He had been surprised, not angry, to see that priceless flower butchered and snatched away from its home to die a slow death on his bed beside him. Mike was trimming the edges along his fence when he got a notification that his front door camera had been triggered. A few moments later, he heard a forceful knock at his back gate that wasn't either of his sons. He knew their knock well. Mike dropped his pruning shears and picked up the shovel when his gate was pushed open, and two hulking beasts dressed in black jeans and tight T-shirts walked in as if they had an invitation. Mike got a good look at the one in back, taking up point, and realized who it was. No wonder. These men didn't need to be invited in. Power didn't have to ask permission for anything. "Big Mike," the taller one rumbled in a deep baritone. He glanced around Mike's yard, checking all four corners, doing his job first before he gave Mike a slow smile. "Long time no see." Mike yanked off his dirty gloves. "Joey, it's been a while, brother." They gave each other a one-armed hug, Joey slapping him hard on his back. He held Mike at arm's length and stared him down. "You looking good, man. Staying in shape, I see. Slaving outdoors 12 hours a day will keep anyone in shape," Mike said. But he noticed his old friend was still large and in charge, with muscles for days and hands that could form a fist large enough to knock a heavyweight out. Mike glanced toward the silent bodyguard behind Joey. "Who's the new?" "That's Buster. We call him the Buzz. He's going to be my replacement. I handpicked this one for her myself." Joey thumbed his finger at Mike. "This is him. This is Mama's son, Big Mike." Buster gave him an unimpressed once-over. "I thought he'd be bigger. I got some big balls if you want to test me," Mike growled, not giving a damn that the guy stood at least 2 inches over his own 6'3" and had a neck thicker than a tree trunk. It didn't matter. One swipe of his blade and it'd be all over. Joey reared back and released a loud guffaw that vibrated Mike's chest before he clamped his big meat hook of a hand down on his shoulder. Same old Big Mike. "So either I did something really bad or really good for her to pay me a visit at home instead of asking me to come to the club." Joey shrugged. "Hey, she said to bring her here, and I don't question her. I just do what I'm told." Joey had been Mama's bodyguard since Mike was 18, and he'd had to protect him and Bishop more times than he'd like to remember. Now it sounded like he was ready to retire. "Hanging up the guns, huh? Shit. If you can retire, then surely I fucking can. I thought you'd be a lifer with the Devil Wreckers," Joey said, glancing around Mike's yard. "I want to stop and smell the goddamn flowers on a Saturday morning." Mike smirked, but he understood. Joey didn't live a peaceful life being Mama's personal bodyguard and head of security at her club. Mama's nightclub was a neutral zone for all motorcycle gangs, crews, and any other clicked-up posses. People went to her spot for multiple reasons, but mostly for the cool atmosphere, the amazing soul food, and, of course, for information. And if Mama was at his home, then that meant she'd heard something important he needed to know. Nothing was talked about in her club without her getting wind of it in her kitchen. Mama had eyes and ears everywhere. Mike knew it because he'd been one of her spies before, her best one. "Is she going to come in, or does she want me to come out front?" Mike asked. Joey pressed a couple of buttons on his cell before he rumbled into the handset. "All good. She can come in." Mike went over to his newly blossomed angelique tulips and used his shears to cut off 6 of the brightest ones. Nothing but the best for his mom. She wasn't his real mother, but she was the closest thing he'd ever had to one, from the moment she'd caught him lingering around the back door of her kitchen at the club with a 1-year-old baby in his arms. Ray, Mama's 5th husband at the time, had tried to chase him away like he did all the homeless beggars loitering around his place late at night. But Mama took one look at Mike and his adorable big-headed son crying on his shoulder and invited them inside. She fed them, gave Mike a job, and offered him a room to rent over her restaurant. He'd worked security off the books at her club since he was only 16. but he was a big, strong, intimidating 16. Back then, Mike was angry at everything, mad at life, furious at the world for being so unjust. But when he lived with Mama, at least he had some semblance of a life for him and his kid, a family. And Mike protected the little he had with all of his might. That was the year that Joe, the president of the Devil Wreckers, saw him fight and offered him a new job in his gang as a prospect enforcer. Mike had been hesitant at first. The Devils had a notoriously violent reputation, but he had a son that he needed help raising because he sure as fuck didn't know what he was doing. Mike needed a bigger family than just Mama. You know, it takes a village and all that shit. And the rest, as they say, is history. A long, tortured, some ups but way more downs history. Mama came through the gate with 2 younger men, also dressed in black, walking a few paces behind her. She wasn't a threat, and she wasn't in danger per se, but she had a lot of influence and power in the community. Therefore, she'd been targeted enough times to need her own detail that was just as dedicated to her as the Secret Service was to POTUS. She glanced around his yard with appreciation in her kind brown eyes before she finally looked at him and the bright bouquet he was holding out to her. She ambled toward him, moving slower than when he'd last seen her a couple of months ago. Mike had to remember that even if she was a boss woman, Mama was getting older, and countless years managing a huge club and working in a kitchen that fed an entire neighborhood was taking its toll. "You look younger and more beautiful every time I see you." Mike gave her a crooked smile that made her chuckle. She was short and curvy, with dark brown skin and one long, thick silver French braid going down the center of her back and stopping just above her waist. She wore a pale pink summer dress with bright red roses adorning the lower half that reached her ankles in her standard black flats. "You were always such a good liar, Michael," she said in a light southern accent that had faded over time. "And you're the only one that can survive calling me that." Mike opened his arms and accepted her motherly hug. The loving embrace combined with the scent of her Avon perfume reminded him of the solace of home. When she was finished squeezing him, he released her and handed her the flowers. "How are you, Mom?" "I'm well, son. I can't complain." Her body might have been weakening, but her voice was just as strong as it was 30 years ago. Mike stood still while she did a complete circle around him as if he was on an auction block. He'd piffed when she'd commented casually, "You need to eat, though. You're practically skin and bones." "That's what I said." The bus narrowed his eyes at Mike, sizing him up as if he wanted to flex his muscles at him. "I think some of the stories about this guy have been exaggerated." "You want to find out firsthand?" Mike grated between clenched teeth. "Mind your mouth, Bus. I'd hate for it to be the end of you," Mama warned. The 2 younger men blocking the gate door stepped forward at the sound of Mama's threat, and Buster quickly clamped his mouth closed. "There. Now that's better." Damn, Mike missed her. He should visit her kitchen more often. "To what do I owe the pleasure of you being here?" "Well," she sighed, as she began walking toward Mike's few vegetables he had planted in the rear corner of his lawn that got the most sun. "I've been hearing a lot of details about you and my babies, but I came to find out why I haven't heard this news from you." By her babies, he knew she was talking about Bishop and Trent. "And that news being?" Mike asked. "That my Bishop is getting married next month." She stopped and glared at his face for his first reaction, but Mike stayed composed. "He and Trent were at my spot last weekend celebrating his engagement. Now, imagine my surprise having to hear that kind of news through the grapevine." Shit. Mike would never keep anything like that from her, but he hadn't exactly had a chance to visit a nightclub when he passed out in bed every day after work. "I was going to come by real. And were you going to bring your new sweetheart too?" Mama raised a brow, challenging him. Mike shook his head. Damn, his sons had big mouths. "It's all still very new, so not a lot to tell on that front." "Except from what I understand, she's living here. So how new can it be?" Mike frowned. Bishop did get engaged recently, but I can assure you, Mama, there's no she living here." Mama squinted, staring at him with those sharp eyes as if she saw right through that statement. No? No, ma'am. She huffed. It's rare that I get inaccurate information. It's only slightly inaccurate, Mom. She is actually, Mama, a truck just pulled into the garage. One of the younger men noted, and Joey went toward the gate door. Mike groaned internally. Rain couldn't have timed that more perfectly. If Mama wanted to meet his new sweetheart, she was about to get the chance. Ah, I see. Mama gave him a sly leer as she rubbed his back with the flat of her palm like she used to do when he was younger. Finally, you have what you've always wanted. Mike frowned, feeling heat rise under his stubble. Manny and Mama were the only ones who knew what slick meant to him. Because after Jameson left, Mike had been so heartbroken that he couldn't handle it. And the only two members of his family he had left were the only ones that kept Mike from losing it and going over the edge. Mike's heart hammered in his chest as he fidgeted with the hem of his shirt. He didn't know why he was nervous, but Rain meeting Mama was pretty big. He never brought anyone to meet her except Slick, not even the woman he'd lived with for a year before he found Rain. No one had been worthy enough. He heard Rain rustling with his grocery bags in the kitchen before he appeared at the back door. His smile sweet and only for Mike until he noticed the scary men in all black. And his smile fell faster than Satan fell from grace. Mike gave Rain a reassuring nod and gestured for him to come and join him. When Rain was close, Mike pulled him into his chest and hugged him as if he hadn't slept beside him all night. He buried his face in Rain's throat, absorbing the quiet peace and warmth that emanated from his soul as he introduced his guy to the only parent he'd ever had. Rain, this is my mom. You can call her Mama like everyone else. Mama, this is Rain. Mike grinned. The sweetheart I'm living with. Oh, my. You sure do know how to pick 'em, son, Mama said, staring at Rain like most did when they first met him. Even dressed down in a pair of ripped jeans, flip-flops, and a basic white T-shirt, he looked edible. It's wonderful to meet you. An honor, really. I've heard Trenton Wood talk about you quite a bit, mostly about your amazing cooking. Rain held out his hand for her to shake, and Mama pushed it away and embraced him like she'd done Mike. Watching his mom hug and accept Rain the way she did made a strange sensation tighten his throat. Rain was the epitome of sophistication, beauty, and charm, a combination that made Mike proud to claim him as his. He believed the heat he was feeling might be the stirring of a deeper affection. You'll have to tell Mike to bring you by the club soon. I'll make his favorite. She smiled in Mike's direction, making his empty stomach growl in anticipation. And do tell what that is. Rain leaned into Mike's side and wrapped one toned arm around his waist. He smelled faintly of honey and citrus from his body wash, but the scent of sweat from his workout was closest to the surface, and Mike wanted to bury himself in all that manliness and inhale until it was embedded in his senses. Oh, dear, he'll move heaven and earth if I made smothered fried chicken, macaroni and cheese, and collards with sweet cornbread. She watched Mike's animated reaction as she ticked off his list of favorites. Oh, and don't forget the bread pudding with rum raisin sauce. She finished before Mike could, earning a laugh from Rain. I'm not the best cook in the world, but I do try to feed him, Rain said, seeming to impress his mom even more. I'd love to get him off that fast food altogether. Rain, I love you already, sugar, Mama said, gazing at Mike as only a mother would. He looks, well, happy. I'll do everything in my power to keep him that way, always, Rain promised, again causing Mike's heart to pound behind his ribcage. Mama nodded, seeming to have said what she needed to. Mike whispered in Rain's ear, Go inside. I'll be there in a minute. Okay, I'll get the groceries put away. I hope you got something with fat in it this time, Mike teased, knowing how healthy Rain liked to eat. And Mike wouldn't admit it, but some of that nutritious crap tasted pretty good. He'd never thought he'd actually eat a salad with strawberries and oranges in it, but he had. Mama, it's pretty warm out here. Can I get you a glass of water? Or I made fresh strawberry lemonade this morning with lemons from Mike's tree. Mama's voice was soft when she answered. No, baby, I'm fine. Guys, you want anything? Water, lemonade? Rain offered Mama's oversized security men. A rack of lamb. Mama laughed a joyous sound. and a few of the men hid their smiles at Rain's joke as they waved their hands to decline. Well, all except the buzz. Sure, I could use a lemonade. Mike's glare at Buster made him shut the fuck up real quick. If he was thirsty, then he could drink when he wasn't working. Son, I like him. I can see you got yourself a good one there. Mike nodded, feeling relieved. And he's good for me, too. I can tell, which is why you need to keep him close to you. Mama was looking toward the patio door. What have you heard? Mike got straight to the point since the pleasantries were over. Now they could get to the bad part. There was always a bad part. I've heard a lot. Too much, Mama said, her expression turning serious. Not 2 days after Bishop and Trent were at my place celebrating his engagement, and Bishop passing some big test at school, out of nowhere, Ivy shows up at the club asking me questions. Mike was usually a calculated man when it came to receiving bad news, but this was too unexpected, and he couldn't withhold the shocked pain in his voice. Ivy? But what? How? What the fuck does she want? Mama stepped closer so no one else could hear them. To make things right with her son? You're his mother. Mike bared his teeth, his fist clenching. And he's my son. Ivy gave up that right when she left me in my arms at the hospital. Now she comes back 33 years later for a goddamn family reunion? Stay calm, son. I'm going to fix this. Does she know where Bishop is? No, but it won't be long before she finds him. And you. Mike walked off a few paces, needing some air, feeling as if his lungs were restricted of oxygen even though he was outside. Ivy was back, and Mike swore if he ever saw that conniving witch that left him in the middle of the night with a newborn, he'd make her pay. And now? Mike inhaled, but the air got stuck midway down. He could hardly breathe. Rain. He needed rain. I'll keep a lookout for him, Mike. But Trent and Bishop were so drunk the other night, God knows what all they said. Mama rolled her eyes. I need to talk to Bishop before she does. Mike grated. I don't want her around my boy. I don't either. Mama closed the space Mike had put between them. Let me see what else I can find out, okay? Mike nodded, his mind spinning at what he'd just heard. This can't be happening right now. Michael? Mama's voice was sharp. You behave until I have more information. You understand me? Yes, ma'am, Mike murmured, feeling his face and neck grow hotter with anger. Mike walked her to her vehicle and opened the back door for her. You and Rain come by and have dinner with me soon. I want to discuss catering for Bishop's wedding. It wasn't a request. It was an order. Mike appreciated his mom attempting to depart on a more positive note by mentioning the wedding, but his mind was miles away from that now. He waited until Mama and her security detail were gone before he immediately went in search of some peace. Chapter 43. Rain. Rain had just finished setting up his room for Mike's surprise when he heard the 2 black SUVs pull away from the curb. He met Mike at the bottom of the stairs and was immediately pulled into a strong hug that alarmed him. Something was wrong. Mike was practically trembling as he buried his face in Rain's neck. That's it, breathe. Rain lowered his voice, squeezing him back. He didn't know what the problem was, but he knew Mike needed him in that moment. Mike groaned, moving forward and pushing Rain's back into the hard banister. I'm right here, he assured. Rain didn't know how long they'd held each other, but he didn't release Mike until he'd stopped vibrating with negative energy, and his breathing was back under control. He wanted to ask what happened with his mom, but he decided to wait for Mike to tell him when he was ready. Mike reached up and released his hair from the elastic band and dug his blunt nails over his scalp. Rain was vocal, showing his appreciation before Mike took his mouth in a desperate kiss. He gave Mike his tongue, tasting and bathing his lips as they both tried to devour each other. He fought the urge to wrap his legs around Mike's waist, but he lost that battle. Mike pressed Rain against the sturdy wood, squeezing his ass with the same intensity as he sucked on his throat. Rain would have a passion mark if Mike didn't stop soon, though it didn't prevent him from tilting his head back farther to allow more access. Rain's dick was hard and throbbing as he ground himself against Mike's hard abs. His thoughts drifted to last night and the way Mike reacted to his touch, to his cock pressing against his ass, making Rain moan even louder. "Fucking want you now." Mike's growl was possessive and frightening, a mix of emotions that made Rain's cock leak in his shorts. They were halfway upstairs when someone knocked twice on the door before they opened it partway and hollered inside. "You inside, Mike, or in the back?" Manny yelled. Rain scrambled to put his legs down before Mike's best friend came all the way inside. "Motherfucking perfect timing, Manny." Mike cursed as he reluctantly released his grip on Rain's ass. "You're the one that woke me up and said get my ass over here now. Rain raped the queen." "I did what?" Rain blurted, glancing between Mike and Manny and another man who was dressed like a zookeeper in drab khaki pants and dusty hiking boots. Mike pinched the bridge of his nose. "Manny, that's not what I—" "Mike!" Rain raised his voice, and Mike looked like he wanted to disappear. Manny pointed toward the patio doors. "I'm just going to take Frank out back and show him the quadruple." Mike was gritting his teeth at Manny as he walked by them, chuckling under his breath. "Somebody's in trouble." "Asshole," Mike muttered. Rain wasn't going to let Mike put this on his friend. He tapped him hard on his shoulder to get his attention. "What in the hell are they talking about? Rape?" "Calm down." Mike tried to reach for him, but Rain roughly knocked his hands away. Rain scowled harder. "Explain," I said. He saw a spark of titillation flare in Mike's dark eyes at the tone of his voice as he took a determined step forward, but Rain refused to back down. "Are you mad at me?" Mike narrowed his eyes as he pressed in closer, one side of his mouth tilting upward like he'd won some forbidden prize. Rain's exasperation was fleeting, with Mike standing so close to him and glaring down at him in a way that made coldness seep up his spine. But he still didn't ease up. "I'm waiting." Mike pulled Rain flush to his hard body, but refused to bend to the distraction. "And if I don't explain?" Mike teased sensually. Rain gripped Mike's broad shoulders, unsure if he wanted to pull him closer or push him away. "What is Manny doing here?" "Trying to save my queen." Mike's eyes were hooded and trained on Rain's mouth, his voice rough. Rain was done being toyed with as a low growl emanated from his chest. Mike leaned in until his mouth was against Rain's ear. "The flower you left on the pillow for me this morning?" Rain nodded. "What? You didn't like it?" "It's a breathtaking bloom." Rain smiled. "An extremely rare and priceless breathtaking bloom. The quadruple is called the Queen of the Night because it only blossoms once a year in the peak of the moonlight." "What?" Rain gaped in shock. Mike looked too serious for that to have been a joke. "So I raped my beautiful queen." Mike sucked his teeth. "Yup." Rain gave Mike an incredulous glare. "I was going to say cut the wrong flower." There was so much out there to choose from. How was he supposed to know what was and wasn't priceless? Before Rain could properly apologize and explain that he had no clue and would never rape a queen on purpose, Mike surged forward and slammed his lips against his. He grunted as the breath rushed out of him while Mike tried to punish him with his mouth. He opened and took the delicious reprimand. By the time Mike released him, Rain was flushed and breathless, his dick trying to explode without being touched. "Believe me, I'm gonna make you pay for it later." Mike's salacious threat set a fire inside him so hot that it was almost overwhelming as Mike walked down the rest of the stairs and out the back door, leaving Rain a steaming, panting mess. Chapter 44. Rain. Rain's mouth twitched as Mike came up behind him at the sink and kissed the back of his neck. "Are you ready to apologize and eat a little crow?" "Look, I ate your damn brick of white mold. That should be enough." Rain turned around and draped his soapy hands over Mike's shoulders. "They're called tofu crumbles, and they're not made of mold." "If you say so." Mike leaned forward for a kiss, but Rain dodged his effort. Rain wasn't letting him off that easily. Mike had come into the kitchen multiple times and teased him mercilessly about the organic ingredients he'd prepped for his pizza toppings. Then Mike went into the living room and sprawled out on the couch half naked and alternated between yelling at a baseball game and warning Rain that he was going to order a real pizza if his healthy one tasted like shit. That's what he'd really said. But Mike had loved it, and now Rain was going to make him admit it. "You ate that pizza so fast, I barely got a second slice. If I say your moldy pizza was good, will you let me kiss you?" "Maybe." Rain laughed, his chest feeling light. Mike had been in a playful, flirtatious mood ever since his horticulturalist nerd treated his queen plant and told him it'd be fine, and that there would definitely be more blooms. Since then, the inner teenager in Mike was driving Rain crazy. "All right, then." Mike lifted Rain like he weighed nothing and set his ass on the edge of the sink. He wrapped his legs around Mike's waist and locked his ankles, waiting for his apology with a smug grin. Mike ran his strong hands up Rain's back and into his hair. He tugged until Rain's neck was exposed and Mike's woodsy, wild essence flooded his senses, causing him to lose interest in an apology. Mike licked a long, hot trail up his throat, stopping and nipping at his jaw with his teeth. Those damn ebony eyes locked onto his with a heat that ignited him. Mike kissed him deeply, his hands roaming lower and throwing Rain off course. But he had other plans. "Hey." Rain pulled away to take in some air. Okay, Mike rumbled, out of breath, his eyes hooded. "Thank you for dinner, Rain. It was a fucking culinary delight. There. Now, come here." That wasn't why Rain stopped them, but he laughed nonetheless. "Thank you, but I'm past the food now. There's something I want to do for you, Mike." Mike's eyes darkened even more. "And there's something I want to do to you, Rain." "Good," he agreed. Rain unlocked his legs and managed to get off the sink, despite Mike not giving him an inch of room. He almost lost his train of thought as Mike's thick hardness pressed against his pelvis. "I want you to come to my room in 10 minutes. Rain ignored Mike's confused glint as he maneuvered out of the vice grip that was his arm so he could dry his hands. He began turning off the lights as he made his way toward the stairs, Mike's gaze lowering and staying on his ass. "I want you in my bed," Mike told him, reaching for Rain's waist. Rain dodged his grasp, but he didn't miss the way Mike's eyes flashed with demand, looking hungry for something Rain was just as starved for. He walked backward up the stairs, his heavy eyes on Mike and luring him toward him. "And you'll have me any way you want me. But first..." Rain stopped in front of his bedroom door and told Mike. 10 minutes. Rain slipped into his silk robe after lighting the last of the candles around his room. The oversized massage table he'd picked up from Edison's this morning was set up and ready. The lights were dimmed, and the serene music coming from his sound system was the perfect mixture of light violins and nature sounds. Mike was courteous enough to knock on Rain's door before he walked inside. Holy shit. He paused mid-step when he saw the candles and Rain standing beside the table, naked under the satiny material. Mike's grin was sexy. "I kind of figured you for the romantic type. And what do you have going on here?" Rain licked his lips as he stared at the erotic ink over Mike's chest. His mouth was wet, and his hands shook with urgency to slather oil all over Mike's strong body and manipulate his muscles until he was relaxed and pliant enough for Rain to give Mike what he needed. "I'm going to massage you." Rain teased open one side of his robe, and Mike was across the room in 5 steps, pulling Rain's naked body against him. "You massage people all evening after working another job. You don't have to do that. I didn't bring you here to be my personal masseur." Rain silenced Mike with a slow, tender kiss. His rough hand slipped beneath his robe and stroked his already hard cock, making Rain thrust his hips forward, temporarily shifting him off course. He cupped Mike's face and placed lingering kisses along his jaw before he responded. "I know exactly why I'm here, Mike. And yeah, I massage people in my job. But here, I get to massage someone special to me because I want to, not because I'm being paid for it." Rain backed Mike against the edge of the table and nodded for him to get on it. "And I can touch you any and everywhere that I want." Mike tugged on the ties to his robe, then gathered the soft material in his hand before he let it slide through his fingers. "You know what it does to me when you wear this fancy shit. Stop trying to distract me and get on the damn table. I've been waiting on this all day." Rain moaned as Mike rubbed his rough jaw along his shoulder, his beard scraping the tender skin on his neck. Mike had a blazing fire burning in his eyes as he sat atop the table with his legs hanging over the side. "I've never had a massage before." "Really?" Rain stood between Mike's thighs. Mike nodded. "I'm not really big on strangers putting their hands all over my body. A man with hands like mine, oiling me up." Mike smirked. "No, thanks. If I did get one, though, I kind of imagined some bouncy blonde thing giggling and annoying the fuck out of me while she deluded herself into thinking she was relaxing me." "I get that." Rain pushed on Mike's chest for him to lie on his back. Rain had one sheet covering the massage table, deciding he didn't need the top ones to keep Mike's body concealed. Mike exhaled a short breath when he was fully positioned on the table, and Rain placed his warm hands over his pecs. "But let me ask you something." Mike's eyelids lowered as Rain began a light caress. "Would you rather have a man like me massaging you? An experienced, capable man that's been through tests and trials in his life? Someone that understands the pressures and aches a man feels and exactly where he feels them? Or would you rather have a chick named Becky rubbing you, whose worst decision she ever made was cutting off her bangs?" "Okay, you may have a point," Mike chuckled, and Rain loved the way one side of Mike's mouth turned up higher than the other, and the crinkle that appeared in the corners of his eyes when his amusement was genuine. "I'm going to prove my point right now," Rain whispered near Mike's ear. Chapter 45. Mike. Mike hadn't been expecting this. After the horticulturalist and Manny arrived, Rain had retreated to his room for a long time, and Mike thought he'd upset him about picking the exotic flower, but that didn't seem to be the case. Rain had planned something big for him, a massage. He never really thought it'd be his thing, or that he'd enjoy something like that, but so far, he was in heaven. The room was warm and dimly lit with scented candles, creating some romantic shit he probably didn't deserve. Rain's hands were satiny as he rubbed a generous amount of oil over Mike's chest that smelled of lavender and rose. A delicate kiss was placed on his forehead, and warm breath fanned over his lips as Rain leaned over him, his supple flesh gliding over his own. "Breathe and relax for me, Mike." Rain purred as he slid his hands behind Mike's neck and between his shoulder blades. The pressure was perfect, and his strong hands needed right where Mike carried all of his stress and tension. "Just close your eyes and feel." Mike groaned as his head and neck were rotated and stretched. Rain's knuckles and fingertips found knots that Mike had embedded so deep he thought they were permanent. He masterfully manipulated tendons and muscles as if he had a degree in anatomy. No wonder Rain came home bragging every evening about his tips. Mike didn't know how long he'd been rubbed, but by the time Rain got to his lower body, he felt like liquid, as if he was too relaxed to control his limbs. He didn't really need to. Rain said he knew how to treat a man's body, and he hadn't exaggerated. His voice was lustful, but full of empathy and understanding, with every groan Mike involuntarily released. Mike's dick was already hard, but when Rain began to knead in the arch of his foot, it went from solid to granite. "Oh my fucking God," Mike said roughly, unable to recall anyone touching his feet before. "You deserve to be catered to, Mike." Rain breathed as he worked his way back to Mike's chest. His slick hands glided over his pecs, and he was unprepared for the stimulation when Rain rotated the pads of his thumbs over his nipples. He arched into the touch as Rain's tongue flicked across his left one, fast and wet. His wonderful hands slid lower and lower. Now for the good part. Holy shit. Rain hadn't even gotten to the good part yet. Mike felt amazing, like he was floating into space. Somehow he was relaxed and highly stimulated at the same time. A hot, searing bolt of pleasure struck Mike in his spine as Rain smoothed his hands down his torso until both palms were around his cock, slippery and tight. Shit. He was only seconds from coming, he knew it. He was about to erupt like a damn volcano over a damn massage. "Rain," Mike sighed, canting his hips to meet the next downstroke. I'm not even close to being finished with you. Rain sounded as captivated as Mike felt. Now turn over. How was he supposed to lie on his stomach when he had a steel spike jutting out in front of him? Seeming to sense his hesitation, Rain pivoted Mike's body until he was mostly on his stomach, part on his side. Then the professional massage began again, this time targeting the pain that had lived in his lower back since his early 20s. Mike didn't realize he was thrusting against the cotton sheet beneath him, shoving his hardness into the thick padding of the table. I don't know who's enjoying this erotic massage more, you or me, Rain whispered, squeezing more oil onto his capable hands. I don't think I've ever been this turned on, Mike. For anyone. Mike's head got bigger, both of them. Rain continued to work the sore muscles on the sides of his spine that he believed all manual laborers suffered from, while he alternated between kneading his fingers into his lumbar to sensually rubbing his glutes. Mike pushed his ass higher in the air, blinded with pleasure, not caring how he looked or sounded, wanting more pressure from Rain's fingers working in between his crease. Mike spread his thighs wider and pushed his aching cock harder into the table, seeking friction. More, Mike begged, unable to help it. What Rain was doing wasn't enough. He felt like a greedy bastard because he was already overstimulated, but he still craved, needed. He just didn't know what to plead for. What was he missing? Why'd he still feel incomplete? I know. Rain licked a hot trail down Mike's back to the top of his ass. That tongue was talented and skilled as he made his way lower, then lower, until Mike's cheeks were spread wide, and Rain's first slow, concentrated swipe over his hole almost caused him to jackknife off the table. Damn. He was glad he was face down, because he couldn't look in Rain's eyes while he was shamelessly shoving his ass higher to get more. You're so goddamn sexy. I could touch you like this every day, every night. Rain's breath was shallow, but loud enough to be heard over the peaceful music. Yes, just give me more right. Oh. Mike released a long, tortured groan when Rain finally gave him what he'd been unknowingly thrusting his ass in the air for. He slid one slippery, narrow finger into his hole, causing a flurry of sensations to explode. Ecstasy shot through Mike's channel and straight to his balls, pleasure soaring through him like nothing he'd ever felt before. The need for more hit him hard again, and Rain somehow sensed it as he pressed in deeper, causing a powerful sensation to tighten Mike's balls. He choked on his beg as another finger was slowly added, and his dick was gripped between his legs from behind. Rain hit something buried in secret inside of him that made him yell out in ecstasy. The two worked in perfect harmony with the other, edging Mike to the brink of delirium before pulling him back only to do it all over again. That's it. Let me give you what you've been needing for so long. Rain sounded hypnotized, and it drove Mike mad that his partner was actually enjoying what he was doing to him. Having sex with him wasn't a sporadic required chore, like it had been for his past female partners. Since the tension and aches were gone, Mike released all inhibitions and allowed his body to just feel. Those fingers had a mind of their own as they moved in and out, up and down, sparking electric currents inside of him until Mike was reaching behind him and trying to grip Rain's wrist. He wanted it faster, harder. More, damn it. How did he demand that? The tables shifted, and Mike almost cried out in praise when Rain straddled his lower legs, the feel of his silk robe gliding over the aroused skin on the backs of his thighs. Mike kept his eyes closed, his face buried in the headrest as Rain's hard cock brushed against his ass cheeks. The back of his neck was branded with hot lips breathing heat over his skin. Fuck yes. Mike. Rain's body was just as slick as his hands as he ground his pelvis against Mike's ass, the oil making everything wet and carnal and much easier to slip inside. Rain pulled his fingers from his hole just as Mike's toes were curling. He was about to fuss at Rain not to stop until he heard the undeniable sound of a foil wrapper being torn and the snap of latex over hard flesh. Breathe with me, Rain purred. Mike tried to slow his breaths to match Rain's, but the anticipation of what was to come next made his pulse quicken. His gasps came hard and fast when the tip of Rain's cock pressed incessantly against his hole. Before the smooth head sank inside, Mike clenched his fists at his sides and sealed his mouth in a tight line in a futile attempt not to cry out in rapture. Rain gasped close to his ear as Mike blindly reached behind him and tugged on Rain's hips, driving him deeper until his narrow cock was buried to the hilt. They spoke with their bodies. With their desperate grabs for each other, his Rain eased out halfway and drove back inside. Never had he felt such uncontrolled euphoria with sex, and now he believed he knew why. Mike had denied himself the release of control. Chapter 46. Rain. Rain had taken the biggest gamble he'd ever attempted, and damn if it hadn't paid off. Sometimes men like Mike, domineering and possessive, had a hard time relinquishing control and allowing their partner to be responsible for their pleasure, even for a moment. Not only did Mike give it up to him, but he could feel the trust and the faith he'd put in Rain to just make him feel wonderful. To take the turmoil and hell away that Mike experienced every day for a few hours of blissful oblivion. God, Mike, I've never... Rain couldn't manage complete sentences. Rain trembled, his body exploding into a million spasms at being connected to Mike in such an intimate way, at being balls deep in his tight, hot channel. His shaft was sensitive to every groove and curve as he rocked in and out, gliding easily from the slickness of Mike's oily body. Hard back muscles rippled beneath him as Mike clenched the sides of the massage bed with a white-knuckled grip. His jaw clenched tight as if he was trying to stifle his moans. "Don't hold back. From me." Rain gasped between labored breaths as he canted his hips upward. Mike sucked in a sharp gust of air before he released a pleasure-filled groan that went straight to Rain's sack. "I'm gonna come deep inside you," Rain promised. "Yes," was Mike's single response. But the forceful grip he had on Rain's waist was telling, as he urged him to either go faster or harder. Didn't matter which it was. He would oblige. Rain's toes curled as he thrust faster, and Mike's ass rose higher, high enough for Rain to reach beneath him and grip his hard cock. He only managed a few clumsy strokes, but it was enough to send them both hurtling over the edge as Mike's dick pulsed in his hand. His name was gritted out over and over, his cock squeezed and choking in Mike's hole. Mike's ass flexed, and his dick pulsed in Rain's hand as hot cum spread over his knuckles. The sounds erupting from Mike were animalistic and guttural, as Rain buried himself as deeply as he could, stilling his hips as his dick exploded again and again, his spine bowing upward, as he filled the condom with an orgasm that had been almost 30 years in the making. Rain was finally home. Chapter 47. Rain. Rain was sound asleep, wrapped in strong arms, sleeping more peacefully than he ever had in another man's bed, when the shrill ring of Mike's cell phone woke them both. Rain had one eye open as he listened to half of the conversation. "How long ago?" Mike rumbled, his voice laced with sleep. "Is she safe?" "No, leave the other guys out of it. I'm on my way." A sinking feeling filled Rain's chest as he sat up in bed. Where the hell was Mike going at 2 a.m? Who was this she that he was concerned about being safe? Mike hung up the phone, then tossed it onto his nightstand with a sharp curse. He pushed off the one sheet covering their waists and flung his legs over the side of the bed. He rested his forehead in his palm, his other hand clenched in a tight fist at his side. Rain was silent, watching him while a plethora of emotions swam across his face before Mike seemed to settle on furious. His dark brows dipped low, and his jaw clenched so hard Rain feared he'd pull a muscle in his cheek. "Mike," Rain said cautiously, when Mike reached beneath his pillow and pulled out a chrome and black handgun. "No, please. I promised myself that I would never lie to you, Rain, or deceive you, in hopes you'll show me the same respect." Mike spoke to him with his back turned as he released the clip from his weapon, checked the ammunition, then popped it back inside its home with a spine-jolting snap that made Rain flinch. Where are you going? Rain asked a question he didn't want the answer to. The same way that I can call on my guys if I need them and they'll come, no matter what. They know they can call me too. Mike turned and stared Rain in his eyes. He was wide awake now, and Rain could see him shifting into another gear, into another headspace. A vicious one. But we just made love. I don't want you to leave. Rain rebutted. Stay with me. There's no way Karma will let me have your body and a peaceful night's sleep. Mike sighed. She doesn't love me that much. Then I'm going with you. Rain didn't know why he'd said that, but he was already getting out of the bed. It was stupid, and maybe the result of him reading too many adventure novels. But the thought of Mike going out there in the middle of the night and doing something dangerous or, worse, getting arrested, made a sense of foreboding settle low in his gut. Mike gave Rain a breath-halting glare that made him pause. If you try to insist on coming with me, I'll handcuff you to this bed until I get back. Rain inhaled, his stomach clenching with fear and desire, as he stared at the metal bars that made up Mike's headboard that resembled the entrance to a jail cell. Mike. It was his only plea because he didn't know what else to say. Mike leaned forward and kissed him on his lips, slow and lingering, as if he was trying to savor it, remember it. That should hold me until I get back. Promise me you're coming back. That's an easy promise to make. Mike caressed his cheek, gazing at him as if he were mapping every one of his features. I'll always come back to you. Rain shook his head, feeling helpless again. I don't need you to come with me, not for what I have to do. I don't want you to see me like that ever again. Like what? What do you have to do? Mike's expression was grim as he robotically stood and put on a pair of black jeans and a midnight black hoodie. I have to teach someone a lesson. What lesson? That women and kids are always off limits. Rain's stomach plummeted. Oh, God. What was Mike going to do? How far would he take the punishment? It was all enough to make Rain nauseous with worry. Mike took the handgun into his waistband at the small of his back, then took his deadly switchblade and shoved it into his front pocket. I'll be home as soon as I can. What do you want me to do, Van? Rain broke down and asked. You constantly tell me what you didn't bring me here to be. Tell me what I can be now. No matter what I do tonight, it's going to be bad. Vengeful. Mike came over and kissed him again, this time with more passion and desperation, before he pressed their foreheads together. Be my peace when I get back. Chapter 48. Mike. The downstairs lights were on when Mike pulled his truck into the garage a little after 5 in the morning. He didn't want to go inside looking the way he did, but stalling wasn't going to make it any better. Before Mike could kill his engine, Rain opened the garage door and rushed outside to him. The expression on his face said it all as he reached for him and pulled him into his warm chest. And for the first time in hours, Mike took a long, calming breath. Rain squeezed him, his face buried in Mike's sweaty throat. I'm glad you're home, he whispered. Come on, let me take care of you. Mike didn't have the strength to fight anymore. He was physically and emotionally beat. Mike. Rain cupped his cheeks in his gentle hands and tilted his face up. He could feel the blood from the right fist he took drying on his jaw. His knuckles, shit Mike's entire hand, were bruised, raw, and swollen. He couldn't look his gentle Rain in the eyes, not when he'd failed a good friend. Let's go inside. He was glad Rain wasn't disgusted by how he looked, but he did seem nervous. He locked up behind them and carefully held Mike's bloody hand as he led him to the breakfast bar in the kitchen and parked his tired ass on the stool. Your breathing is erratic. Try to calm down, please. Rain, Mike gritted. Shh. Rain shook his head slowly as if he didn't want to hear it. Shit. You don't have to talk about it if it's too hard. Rain whispered in the dark as he pulled a couple of bags of frozen vegetables from the freezer. Where the hell did those come from? Rain led him upstairs in silence and into the hall bathroom. He set Mike on the toilet and pulled out the first aid kit from beneath a sink. It was brand new, with the cellophane still wrapped around it, because there'd never been anyone to tend to Mike's wounds before, and he'd just never bothered. First, Rain cleaned the blood from his cheek and used some antibacterial ointment on the cut that stung like hell, but he didn't let his grimace show. Then his lover did something that made his head spin. He held Mike's hands under the warm tap and took great care and attention to clean his swollen hands. Once Rain was satisfied with how he'd tended to the cuts, he turned on the shower and began to remove his sleep pants. Steam filled the bathroom, and Mike felt dead on his feet. But he wasn't going to turn down the invitation, as Rain stepped under the hot spray and held his hand out to him. Mike braced his palms against the tile as the hot water beat over his shoulders and upper back. He kept his head lowered in shame, while Rain used a thick washcloth to clean him from his head to the soles of his feet. A murky pool of crud, blood, and grime rinsed down the drain. But too bad his guilt wasn't as easy to wash away. Mike was toweled off and led to bed like a toddler, but instead of feeling like a child, he felt... Mike exhaled a sharp breath, his heart in his throat. He felt loved. When Rain had tried to convince him to stay in bed by mentioning that they'd just made love that night, he hadn't been waxing poetic like Mike figured. He'd meant it. Mike noticed his sheets were changed and his room was cleaned, like Rain hadn't slept while he was gone. Lying flat on his stomach, Mike closed his eyes when the top sheet was pulled over his naked ass. He heard Rain moving around the room, but he was too exhausted to crack his eyes open. All he wanted was to sleep and end the nightmare he'd just lived through. He hissed when Rain placed 2 cold bags of vegetables on each hand before he climbed into bed beside him. The entire time Mike was gone, all he could think of was what was waiting for him back here. Rain rubbed his neck with a different purpose than he did earlier. This massage was for comfort and emotional healing. Mike could feel it, feel the peace Rain radiated from his soul. "You can talk to me," he said after a long moment. "My gentle Rain." Mike kept his eyes closed because he only wanted to feel the calm that Rain was giving him, not the rage he'd just unleashed. But the harder he tried not to think about it, the more he saw Score's devastated face when they walked into his sister's house and found her lying in a crumpled heap while the paramedics and firemen hurried to take care of the children first. When his good friend saw his sister and nephew's blood on the carpet, something in him snapped. Something in both of them did. It was Score's sister. That's why I had to go. Mike said around a scratchy throat that was raw with emotion. She left her abusive ex about a year ago, but the protective order she has against him is a worthless piece of paper I could wipe my ass with. Rain didn't interrupt, and Mike was grateful, because he wasn't sure how much he could stomach telling, but he also didn't want them to have secrets. But he was there waiting for her when she got home from work. She wasn't paying attention, and he came right in behind her and the kids. Mike squeezed his eyes tighter when he pictured the unnatural angle the 2-year-old's arm had been bent in. A neighbor heard the fighting and shit-breaking and called the cops. But the coward piece of shit ran off before they got there. "Oh, no," Rain frowned. "Please tell me the police caught him." Mike shook his head, and he didn't want to see Rain's expression when he admitted, "No. Me, Score, and Manny found him first. Now he knows what it feels like to be in critical condition." Chapter 49. Rain. Rain had to go to work that morning, and he somehow had to function the entire day on only 2 hours of sleep. But he was glad when Mike had taken his advice and stayed off work a couple of days to let his fists heal. By the following Friday, everything had returned to normal, meaning Mike went back to work Wednesday and practically killed himself to make up for the time he was off. And Rain had to concentrate on attending regular meetings and finishing his credit hours. He and Mike hadn't had much time to explore more intimacy that week, but he hoped they would this weekend. At least they'd been able to talk about their day and eat dinner together a few times during the week, before they both passed out in bed from exhaustion. Mike was still struggling to find new hires, and Rain was overextended, working at the law office all day and the spa at night. He was proud to be making a living on his own, but he didn't know actual work was so hard. Rain stood in the center of the front yard on his yoga mat with his head tilted toward the bright sun, and his arms raised high above his head on his fifth sun salutation. He would have liked to have gone to the afternoon hatha yoga class at the fitness center, but he and Mike were having company this afternoon to discuss planning Bishop and Edison's wedding. So Rain had been busy cleaning the house and prepping his food for the outdoor cookout. He smiled as he folded forward and let out a controlled exhalation, touching his fingertips to the moist soil. If he couldn't practice yoga in a studio, then outdoors in a beautiful garden was the next best thing. Rain had a feeling that Mike and Bishop were in some sort of competition with their yards, and from what he understood, Manny's exterior was pretty spectacular as well. Rain was doing yoga to calm his mind and his nerves. He had about 10 minutes of standing meditation after he finished his practice, and then he'd go inside and shower before their company began to arrive. Our company. It was official. He and Mike were partners, a couple, together, and their closest friends and family were about to see it for the first time. Bishop and Trent liked him well enough, but he wanted them to see how good he was for their father, that he'd be a good man to him. Rain kneeled on his mat with his hips in the air and his chest pressed against the tops of his thighs in child's pose. It was a great position to stretch his back and hip muscles, since he wanted to be extra limber for tonight. Rain wanted to celebrate completing his massage certification this week, and the amazing job offer he got from Vanessa to be a full-time therapist at the Cavalier Spa on the ocean front. And the even better news was, he'd only be working 5 blocks away from Wood's tattoo shop. They could meet for lunch. He hated to leave his part-time job at the law office because he'd made a couple of really nice friends there. But that job had been a temporary position, and massage therapy was his career, his dream. Rain stood at the top of his mat, closed his eyes, and brought his hands to his heart, ready to conclude his session. He was on his final thanks of gratitude when he heard a car pull into the driveway, followed by a diesel engine-powered Jeep Gladiator that sat idling at the curb. Rain didn't recognize either of the vehicles, but perhaps Mike had invited more people since he could barely contain his pride at having a son who was about to get married to an executive. Their company wasn't supposed to arrive for another couple of hours, but he respected people that came to the party early to pitch in. Rain shielded his eyes from the midday sun as he tried to get a better look at who was in the luxury Jaguar in the driveway. He had no clue who that couple was, or the hostile-looking ones waiting at the curb and staring at him as if he was a live statue performer. If neither couple was going to be polite and get out to introduce themselves, then Rain was going to approach them. Besides, this was his home now. He squatted and rolled up his mat, then picked up his bottle of water. Only when his back was turned did the couple in the Jag finally get out. But the woman spoke first, shocking the hell out of him. "I remember Big Mike having a thing for older women, but I didn't know he had a sweet tooth for young boys." "Excuse me?" Rain glowered. "Are you sure you brought me to the right house, Snake?" She ignored Rain as she spoke to the couple in the Jeep. "Seriously? Because I'm still not believing it." The tinted window powered down, and Rain was able to get a better look at the driver. He had a buzz cut, tattoos covering every inch of his exposed skin, including his neck and some places on his face. Chill bumps ran down Rain's forearms when he saw the corpse-gray aura emanating from the woman in the passenger seat. She was dark everywhere. Her hair, her clothes, and her gaudy costume jewelry. The only color about her was her piercing blue eyes, but even those were outlined with thick black liner and smoky eyeshadow. The driver answered, "Well, this is definitely his house, but—" Excuse me? And you are?" Rain asked with more bass in his voice. He was starting to pick up on the disrespect. This was not company for him and Mike. Rain was being encountered by something else. She scoffed, blinking her long fake lashes. "And so well-spoken." She cynically regarded Rain's yoga materials and his book on Master Chen Yi's Science of the Mind. "And cultured, even." "I'm not going to ask you again. Who are you, and what do you want?" Rain had his eyes on the woman standing a couple feet away from him, and his peripheral on the scary couple in the Jeep. She took in the immaculate garden before she glanced at the front door. "Tell Big Mike someone's here to see him." "Who are—" "Just tell him an old acquaintance. I'd rather not ruin the surprise. Rain had a sinking feeling Mike wasn't going to like this surprise. You want to go get him, pretty boy? Or should I just go in and make myself at home? You're not stepping foot inside my house until you tell me who... Your house? She asked cautiously, cocking her head to the side as if she was confused. She tapped her manicured red nail against her thin bottom lip as if she was contemplating. When she mimicked that she was thinking hard, Rain noticed a familiarness in her dark eyes and thick brows. The wrinkles that creased the corner of her eyes and around her mouth told him she was older than she presented herself. To disguise her age, she wore trendy designer jewelry, black high heels, and a form-fitting full-length bodycon dress that hugged every curve she had and a few more. Ivy, you promised to keep things cordial. The driver in the Jaguar was standing at the edge of the driveway, as if he didn't want to walk in the grass and potentially scuff his expensive boat shoes. He wore a collared shirt and tan chinos that looked like they were hand-picked by an associate at Brooks Brothers. Rain recognized money when he saw it. This guy wasn't filthy rich, but he had enough to fit right in with the other uppity snobs at the country club. Honey, I'm just talking to the boy, she said over her shoulder. Boy. Rain narrowed his eyes as the couple in the Jeep cackled like a couple of hyenas watching a cougar intimidate a deer. Whatever game they were playing, Rain wasn't interested anymore, and his patience had worn thin. Well, playtime is over. Rain turned his back and walked toward the porch. Finish having your fun on your way out of the driveway. When I heard Mike had settled down... She waved her hand in Rain's direction, eyeing him up and down with disdain. I never imagined it would be with a goddamn... Rain and the women degrading him spun toward the sound of an engine roaring, followed by the violent crash of metal and iron slamming together. Rain dropped his mat and bottle of water as he closed his palms over his ears at the terrified screams coming from inside the Jeep as they were thrown a couple 100 feet, until they were no longer in front of his lawn. Rain's mouth fell open, his eyes wide and not believing what he was witnessing, as Mike rammed the Jeep again with the grill of his huge Ram truck, causing the passengers inside to jerk hard enough to make their necks snap back. Once the Jeep was cleared out of Mike's way, he hit the gas hard and roared into his driveway, stopping with a screeching halt less than 5 inches from the bumper of the Jag. Jesus Christ! Brooks Brothers gasped as he scurried around the front of his car. Mike got out of his truck and slammed the door hard enough to make them all recoil in fear. Have you lost your goddamn mind? The driver of the Jeep hollered at Mike as he practically fell out of his vehicle and hurried around to his groaning girlfriend in the front seat and jerked her door open. He looked her up and down, then asked, Are you okay, baby? I told you not to come here, she screeched, clutching the back of her neck. He'll kill you, you idiot. Manny got out of the passenger side of Mike's truck, his oil-black hair pulled back in a tight ponytail, his sharp eyes scanning the yard before they stopped, and held on the woman that had been fucking with Rain. Recognition dawned on his face, and his expression went from pissed to worried. Oh, God, who in the hell is this woman? Big Mike always did know how to make an entrance. She chuckled lightly and shrugged in the direction of the furious couple in the Jeep. You never see him coming until he's already on you. I hope you're insured, motherfucker, Mike growled. The goth woman appeared so freaked out that she could barely articulate what she wanted to say. You're crazy. You can't just... You've got fucking issues, Mike. I damn sure do. And I refuse to get help for any of them. Mike said way too calmly as he pulled a shovel from out of the back of his truck and began to walk towards the Jeep until Manny stopped him. Not now. We'll get his ass later. Manny hissed between clenched teeth, but his voice was strong enough to carry across the yard. You've got a bigger problem right now. Mike had been so focused on the man blocking his driveway that he didn't notice the real threat, the one standing only a few feet away from Rain with a victorious but evil grin on her glossy lips. He'd never seen Mike look shell-shocked before, but he glared at the woman as if she was a demon who'd somehow escaped the pits of hell. Mike, Rain said from the top of the porch steps, ready for answers. Who is this? Mike's chest was heaving with each breath, but he managed to grit out. "This is the woman that gave birth to my son." "Our son?" she corrected smoothly. "My son," Mike roared. Chapter 50. Mike. Mike felt as if someone had clocked him in the jaw. He couldn't believe this witch had the audacity to come to his house. "Well, well, well," she said a bit too lustfully for his liking as she drank him in the closer he got. "Look at you, all grown up into a big man now." "You have that little value for your life?" Mike asked, truly curious. "Mike," Manny warned in a low rumble, standing close to him. His friend knew the hell and torture he'd suffered from his woman's conniving ways. Okay, everyone. Let's just keep a level head and talk about who the fuck is this?" Mike pointed to the man standing beside a fancy Jag. He looked like a Wall Street reject, complete with the hair plugs and the oversized smartphone clipped to a leather belt, holding up his overstarched shorts. "Michael, this is my husband Riley St. James IV. Rye, this is him. This is Bishop's father." She shook her head. "I told you he was a pit bull." "All bitches recognize a stud when they see one," Mike retorted. Her smug smile slid from her lips before she turned them up into a sinister sneer. "I didn't come here for your shit, Mike, or to be insulted. I came to see my son." "Fuck you, Ivy." Mike accented each word with a step closer to her until he was right in her face. "You left me asleep in a hospital room with a damn infant, and now you show up 33 years later with the balls to just barge back into his life?" She cocked her head again. "Funny. That's almost verbatim what Mama said. Do you know she refused to tell me where you lived? And lucky for me, the Devil Wrecker's new sergeant-at-arms was more than happy to show me." Mike turned and stared at Snake until he got back in his Jeep and drove away. There were no cops called or insurance information requested because the bastard knew better. "Mama also said that her boys were happy and I should go on about my business." She mocked Mama's southern accent as she closed the tight gap between them. Mike sucked in a sharp breath at how close her lips were to his. She always was gutsy as fuck. It was why he'd been enamored with her all those years ago. "I just wanted to see for myself. You're looking really—" "My son is fine. You're gonna have to take my word for it. Now leave," Mike ordered, unsure how long his patience would last. "Now hold on 1 minute," Wall Street butted in. "Ivy has turned her life around, and she wants to right some of the wrongs she's—" "Ivy, you were bold enough to come here because you know I'd never put my hands on a woman, not even one as vile as you." Mike pointed at Mr. St. James IV. "But there's nothing stopping me from whipping his ass for every piece of shit you say out of your mouth that I don't like." "Whoa, whoa." Ivy's husband held his hands out in front of him, his head swinging between Mike and Mammy. "There's no need for threats of violence." "Oh, there's definitely a need," Mike snarled. "And after I knock your ass out, don't fight that bright light you see. Go towards it." Ivy rolled her eyes as if she was annoyed. "Right, just wait in the car. I'll handle this." "Mr. Mike, Big Mike, can I call you that?" Riley asked. "No," he and Manny said in sync. The husband's Adam's apple gave a noticeable dip before he cleared his throat and tried again. "Mike, Ivy is a good woman. She's changed a lot." Mike gave Ivy the most disgusted look he could muster. "Well, I broke her, Rye. Anybody can ride her ass now." "Riley." Ivy's voice was strained like the fucked up part of her wasn't rehabilitated in the least. All of her junk was still right there, concealed under the layers of her designer clothes. Camouflaged, but there. "I said wait in the car, please." He did what she asked, and Mike turned to look at Manny in disbelief. Both of them had confused but repulsed expressions on their faces. "Did he? He really left his wife out here and went and hid in the car?" Manny asked. "Does he think the door and a single pane of glass will stop me?" Mike couldn't help the chuckle that escaped as he glared at Ivy's pinched features. "I see you finally found yourself a rich chump to do whatever you say. All money and no balls." "Just the way I like 'em," she answered with a shrug. "How the hell did you manage that?" Ivy curved her lips into a nasty leer as she smoothed her hands down the front of her dress. "A few rounds of vaginal rejuvenation, some dominatrix roleplay in the bedroom, and voila. It was rather simple." "So your trifling ass can get vaginal rejuvenation, but it's illegal for me to roll back the odometer on my truck? What the fuck?" Mike scoffed. "Something's wrong with this goddamn country." "Gosh, you're such an asshole, Michael," said the dick. Ivy glared him down in a way she used to when he was younger, but she had no clue who she was standing off with now. "I'm going to say this one last time," Mike hissed. "Leave." "Not until I see Bishop. With my own eyes." "Here, I got a picture." Mike pulled out his cell phone. "That's not what I meant, and you know it." "Well, it's all you're gonna get," Mike countered. They were in a standoff, and though he knew how insistent Ivy could be when she wanted something, he was sure he was going to win this fight. That deserter was never laying eyes on his son. She didn't deserve to even meet him, and Mike would have made sure of it, but of course his son, Edison, Wood, and Trent had to pull up at that exact moment. Mike could feel a throbbing start behind his right eye when Bishop got out of the passenger seat of Edison's Impala, holding a casserole dish in both hands. "Dad, Eddie made your favorite." "Mike, you want the drinks on the deck, yeah?" Wood called out as he and Trent lugged a huge cooler toward the entrance to the backyard, not bothering to wait on Mike to answer. Apparently none of them could sense the tense feud between Mike and the random woman he was standing too close to, because Bishop gave Rain a fist bump on his way past, before he went through the front door. Edison waved to Mike, then let the screen slam shut after them. "I swear to God, Ivy." Mike lowered his voice. He didn't miss the swell of awe that crept over her face as she stared at where Bishop had disappeared. "If you hurt my boy, all fucking bets are off." "I know I've hurt him enough. Both of you." It was the first time Mike saw an ounce of guilt or remorse from her. "And I know I don't have any rights to him. I just—" Her eyes watered. "I just want to see him one time." "And then you leave," Mike finished. "I promise." She nodded. "Can I go in and—" "Mike, why don't you have the grill heating up yet? What are you doing?" Bishop stood on the porch with his hands up in the air like, what the hell? His son stood there looking like a better replica of himself in boots, dark blue jeans, and a faded retro Beavis and Butthead t-shirt. They were dressed similarly, except Mike's t-shirt was all black with 2 words written block style across his chest that read, "Property of Overbook Insane Asylum. Return if found." "Mike?" Bishop frowned, glaring at him before his gaze moved to Ivy. Mike didn't say anything. He was still too stunned that Bishop and his mother were only feet away from each other. He never thought this day would come. "Oh my gosh, he looks just like you," she whispered in wonderment, moving closer toward the porch. "He's so big and strong." She turned and beamed at Mike as if she was proud. "And handsome." "Dad?" Bishop was staring at Ivy as if he almost had all the pieces of the puzzle put together. "Hello, Bishop." Ivy held her hand out, and Mike held his breath. Rain was at his side now, and Manny at his back like they were afraid he was about to fall over. Mike was actually pretty damn close when his son's hand grasped hers. He didn't do worried, but the sight before him felt like an invisible fist punching him in the gut. "I'm Ivy St. James." She reached up and touched Bishop's cheek, all motherly and compassionate, with tears streaming down her face. I'm your mother." Chapter 51. Mike. It broke Mike's heart when Bishop yanked his hand away from her, frowning as if he thought someone was playing a cruel joke on him. He scowled in Mike's direction, and for the first time he was helpless to defend his son. "Mike, what's going on?" Edison came outside with a huge grin and clapped his hands. "I need to get my burgers on the grill." His sentence cut off quickly when he saw the myriad of emotions on his fiance's face. "Bishop, what's the matter?" Ivy spun around and glared at Mike. "Why does he call you by your first name?" "None of your damn business." Mike took an angry step forward, but Manny's hand landed on his shoulder and reins in the center of his chest. Bishop stared at Ivy for a long time, not saying anything, and Mike could only imagine what his boy was thinking. No doubt Bishop was trying to get a read on her, and Mike hoped he'd be able to see through her bullshit. But his son was a grown, accomplished man, and he could make his own decisions about who he allowed in his life. "I call him Mike and Dad," Bishop answered her after a tense silence. His face was unreadable, his tone low and cautious. "Because he's my best friend first, and he's my father." Ivy gave Bishop a soft smile, one Mike didn't know she was capable of making, and inched a little closer. With every move Ivy made, no matter how minute, Mike's heart jackhammered behind his ribcage. His son was over 30, and Mike was actually terrified someone was trying to take him away from him. It had been his greatest fear from the time he was 15 until now. Bishop's eyes were on him, assessing and judging as unease stirred in Mike's belly. He and his son had always had their own language, and he relayed back that it was never his intention for Bishop to be ambushed. "Bishop, who is this?" Edison asked, clutching Bishop's upper bicep. Trenton Wood came from out the back gate. Trent, being his usual unaware self, hollered at them to bring the party in the back where the beer was. He and Wood laughed, but it died away fast when they noticed no one else joined in. "This woman says she's my mother." Another long, quiet pause, and stares around the yard before all gazes returned to Bishop. "Oh." Edison looked as if he didn't know what on earth to say. "Why are you here?" Bishop asked with little feeling in his voice, as if he didn't care but was curious nonetheless. Ivy blinked and pointed at the Jaguar, stuttering when she attempted to answer. I live in Atlanta, and I changed after I left here. After I left my violent husband." "Again, why are you here?" Bishop's voice was stern. "Gosh, you sound so much like your dad." She gave him a watery smile. "You seem like a good man, Bishop." "I am, because I was raised by him." Bishop pointed at Mike before he folded his big arms over his chest, and Mike felt a surge of pride blossom in his chest. "And I'm still busting my ass every day to be half the man he is." Shit. Mike had to glance away before he embarrassed himself by letting his emotions show. Rain touched Mike's cheek in reassurance, and one glance in those light eyes eliminated the last bitter traces of dread Mike felt as peace settled into his spirit. "You still haven't answered my question," Bishop pressed. "Why are you here?" "I'm about to turn 33. Did you come to take me for cake and ice cream?" "That's my boy. Give her hell, B." Ivy's boss bitch facade was deteriorating in the company she was in as she wrung her hands together. Her gaze darted around to the men watching her and hanging on her every word. It was no fun standing amongst critics, people who knew your fuck-ups and were ready to be judge and executioner of them. Mike got it. He'd been there enough times himself. But he had zero empathy for the woman who turned his life upside down. I came back to the old neighborhood to show my husband where I was born and raised and how far I've come. The conditions I had to survive in." Ivy gestured at the nice suburban subdivision. "I wanted this kind of life for you, but I knew I was in no position to provide it." "So you thought a 15-year-old would do better?" Trent jumped in. Mike didn't realize how close he and Wood were standing beside him. Ivy frowned. "No, I just knew that—" She poofed, sounding frustrated. "Who are you? And why are you questioning me?" "I'm Trent. Mike's other son, Bishop's brother. His very defensive brother. Ivy gaped at Mike. You had another kid? I already said that's none of your fucking business. You don't need to know my story or my boys either. Especially not 30 damn years later. Mike took a deep breath like Rain whispered for him to do in his ear, but it wasn't helping. I'm not here for your forgiveness, Michael. Trent scoffed. You should be. Wood placed his large hand on the back of Trent's neck. Let her speak her piece. Bishop might need this. Bishop glanced at Mike and then Ivy before he sighed. I'm pretty sure I don't. If you came to give me a bunch of reasons why you left me in the hospital and never looked for me again, I'm really not interested. I don't need to know. All I do know is that I have one parent, a father, and I know he'll never leave me no matter what, and that's good enough for me. No, wait, Ivy pleaded when Bishop went to turn around. When I went to Mama's place, just for nostalgia's sake, she told me that you and Mike were happy and doing so well, and I wasn't going to bother you. I was going to leave you alone just like Mama told me to. But then I heard through the grapevine that you're... More tears fell, faster than she could wipe them away. I heard you're getting married, and that you have a successful business and everything. That's right, Bishop answered dryly. I guess we both done pretty good for ourselves then, despite our circumstances. Ivy reached into her small purse and pulled out a business card and extended it to Bishop. Now I can help mothers that were in similar situations as I was, lost and scared, and about to make a horrible, life-altering decision. I'm just trying to pay it forward. His son took it and glanced at the card, a confused scowl marring his forehead before he handed it over his shoulder to Edison. It says Ivy St. James, MSW, Child and Family Master Social Worker, Community and Social Services Manager at Fulton County Human Services. Edison gave Bishop back the card and he returned it to Ivy. She reluctantly took it, gazing up at Bishop. What's wrong? Why? I can't read it anyway, Bishop said bluntly. What? Ivy choked. What do you mean you can't read it? Why not? She turned toward Mike, her mouth in a dangerous slash. Why the hell not? No, wait. Edison was shaking his head as if this was all a big misunderstanding. He could have sounded out all of those words, but it was printed in some kind of fancy cursive font. So what? You learned to read cursive in 3rd grade, she exclaimed, one hand on her hip, her fury now directed toward Mike. Her tone sounded full of disgust as she mocked. Sounded out? What did you do, Michael? What's wrong with him? Mike had never in his life considered hitting a woman, but his fist clenched at his sides, and Manning was using a lot more strength now to hold him back. He couldn't believe she just asked him that. Hey, what the fuck? There's nothing wrong with him, Trent barked, a vein bulging out the side of his neck. Wood was quick as he grabbed Trent around his waist, because there was only one other person in the world more sensitive than Mike about Bishop not being able to read, and that was his brother. Anyone that ever called B stupid usually got their asses stomped by Trent before they'd even finished the insult. Ivy hurried and swung around to Bishop. No, she stammered. That's not what I meant. I don't blame you, son. I blame your father. Have you lost your goddamn child-abandoning ass mind? Trent fumed. Trent, stop. Wood tried but failed. Blame our father. Trent was being physically restrained and hauled toward the back gate after Wood couldn't get him to settle down. You seriously came here talking this bullshit? Is everyone here forgetting that this skank slept with Mike when he was a 15-year-old and she was old as fuck? Are we just gonna let that slide? Someone call the damn police on her. Fucking hashtag me too up in this bitch for my pops. Kick her off the damn property, Dad, and slap a restraining order on her ass. Were the last words Trent got in before he was dragged behind the gate. Ivy, I think we should go, her husband said out the window from the safety of his car. Now? No. She fussed back at him. Ivy refocused her attention on Bishop, then took a slow breath before she lowered her voice. I'm sorry this isn't going at all how I expected. What did you expect? Bishop asked. I expected you to be old enough to know that life is unfair sometimes, and people are human. We make mistakes, sometimes really bad ones that cost us something special. I grew up in a bad environment, Bishop, and I ended up in an abusive marriage. I was broken and had no education. She turned sad, regretful eyes at Mike. I'd done something stupid and shameful, and then I got pregnant to top it all off. I was so messed up in the head I knew I couldn't take care of a baby. Bishop shook his head. That's not what I was taught. I was taught to not make excuses for your mistakes, that you own it, and if you ever get the chance, you try to make up for it. Yes, you're absolutely right. And I knew Mike wasn't going to make it easy when I showed my face again. But I came anyway, to look you in your eye and tell you that I'm sorry, and I was a coward. I'm sorry you didn't get the mother you deserved. Well, you gave me a good father. I'll call us even. Bishop put his arm around Edison's shoulder. The hell we will. Mike spoke up after watching and listening for long enough. Fuck that. She didn't deserve their understanding or forgiveness. She needed to let go and move on. Mike was done with this drama. They didn't need her in their lives, flaunting her wealth and education in their faces, potentially making his son feel less than. You can leave now, Ivy. I've already given you far more leniency than I would have anyone else. You've seen him. He's fucking awesome. Now say your goodbyes. Bishop, is this what you want? You can make your own decisions. Ivy pleaded, ignoring Mike. We may not be mother and son, but we could at least maybe start to get to know each other, right? There's no harm in that. I'm just asking for a chance. Maybe an invite to the wedding can be a good start. Hello? Are you Bishop's fiancé? She gestured in Edison's direction. She comes to that wedding over my dead fucking body. Mike growled. You can't swoop in at the 11th fucking hour after all the scraping by and struggling B and I have been through and just jump right in on the good times. Fuck you. Ivy's expression was murderous any time she faced Mike. I will get to know my son, Mike. Life is too short not to make this right. Life's not short. It's just long as fuck when you make shitty decisions. Mike snapped at her. Small red splotches formed on Edison's cheeks when Ivy's attention was back on him, and Mike wondered if it was from the heat or fear. I'm Edison Scala. Bishop and I have only been engaged a short time. How long have you two been a couple? She smiled mechanically. Look, I can't do this right now. Bishop clutched his forehead, his eyes squeezed shut as if he was developing a migraine. I'm not saying no, okay? I just need some time to think about this. I came over to discuss wedding plans with my dad and talk him out of paying for some grand affair, but instead I meet... I know you feel like it'd be a risk to allow me in your life now, but I promise I'm not that same woman who ran away from her responsibilities, Bishop. Liar, Mike snarled. You show up here unannounced, throwing blame around. You bring a bitch-ass husband with you that's too chicken shit to even get out of the car and shake our hands. Ivy glared through narrow slits. You're just worried I might be able to give Bishop something you can't. What? A headache? Mike yelled. Money, that's what. Give me a chance to do just what you said, Bishop. To atone for my mistakes. My husband and I have a 6-figure income with plenty to spare. Riley is a prominent real estate developer that drives a Jag. If I ask him, there's nothing he won't do for you too. Oh, please. Rain scoffed indignantly. Jags are for pussies who can't afford a Rolls. Rain snapped his mouth shut when surprised looks turned his way. Edison, come on. Bishop took his fiancé's hand and pulled him off the porch toward their car. When I asked you to marry me, this wasn't what I pictured. We're leaving. No, son, don't go, Mike argued. She's the one that's leaving. Bishop, wait. Take my card. Ivy hurried after him. Please call me after you've had some time to think about it. Edison took the card from her since she couldn't keep up with Bishop's long strides. He slammed the driver's side door and waited until Edison was inside and buckled in before he burned rubber out of Mike's neighborhood. "Now you see what you did?" Mike glowered, making sure she was looking him in his eyes when he told her one final time. "You stay the fuck away from my son." Ivy went to her luxury vehicle, opened her own door, and slid gracefully onto the tan leather seat. She powered the window down as they slowly backed away, determination and fury blazing in her dark brown eyes. "I'm not running away from him this time, Michael. I'll be back." Chapter 52. Rain. Bishop and Edison, their guests of honor, were still MIA, but Rain had managed to convince Manny, Wood, and Trent to stay and enjoy all the food he'd made. He thought if they kept things going, then maybe Edison would get Bishop to come back after he'd cooled down. But he'd been wrong, and Mike was in a worse mood for it. All he could do was go on and on about Poison Ivy ruining everything. "I should have said every disgusting thing I ever thought of her, but I was trying to control myself for Bishop." "You did good," Rain reassured Mike. "I can only imagine the resentment it triggered when you saw her. You didn't do near what I thought you would." Mike grinned. "You thought I was going to beat the shit out of her husband, didn't you?" Rain laughed, and hissed Jag. Mike's laugh was rich and real. "They're lucky I have you now, and I won't lose you by going to jail for manslaughter. But damn, I seriously hate her." "She called you Michael." Rain tried to lighten the mood as he dumped the last remnants of the pasta salad he'd made into the trash can. Mike snatched his bottle of beer off the countertop. "She's always called me that, as a reminder that she was so much older and more mature than me, and in charge." "That's messed up," Rain admitted. Mike leaned against the breakfast bar with his beer in one hand and his cell phone in the other. He'd been waiting on his son to return his many calls and texts, but so far nothing. Bishop had stormed off a little after 3:30 this afternoon, and now it was almost 8. Rain guessed it was safe to say that he and Edison weren't coming back tonight. Mike looked lost in his head ever since his son had left. Rain understood. Mike had put a lot of thought into his special gift for Bishop's wedding day. He'd wanted to present it to him tonight, but everything had gone south so fast. "He'll be back." Rain came around the bar and draped his arms over Mike's shoulders from behind. He smelled like his cologne and smoke from the grill. "I actually know who my mother is, but I haven't seen her in years. If she suddenly popped up out of nowhere, I'd need a few minutes to myself, too." "I guess you're right," Mike sighed. "And Bishop said some pretty great things about you as a father. Don't forget that," Rain reminded him. A small tilt of Mike's lips was enough of a smile for Rain as he leaned in and kissed his neck, then his jaw, before he cupped Mike's cheek and turned his head so he could have his mouth. He slid his tongue between Mike's lips for a deeper taste, forgetting about their few guests still in the backyard. Rain moaned, his dick getting hard with very little stimulation. "I want you inside of me tonight. Or maybe I want you inside of me." Mike rumbled low in his chest, pulling Rain snug between his thighs. His rough stubble scraped along his throat as he made his way to his ear. Rain closed his eyes and tilted his head to the side, wanting more. "You know I'll give you anything you want," Rain confessed, meaning it. They kissed some more until Mike slowly brought it to an end. "We still have people here." "Ugh, I know." Rain was ready to call it a night and get Mike upstairs and naked. He wanted to take his mind off his evil ex, who'd come and ruined their celebration. "I'm about to tell them the party's over." Rain chuckled. "At 9 o'clock? They're going to call you an old man." "They don't need to know why I want to get in bed right now." Mike sucked on Rain's throat some more. "None of them need to know that I'm going to lick you everywhere before I sink deep inside of you." Rain moaned too loud, as if they were alone. He was trying to think clearly despite the pleasurable sensations Mike was delivering straight to his groin. Neither of them could go back outside until their cocks were no longer pitching tents in their shorts. But Mike's nasty talk and that gritty baritone tenor was keeping him rigid. "Damn, Dad, have some class. You guys are just going to go at it right here in the kitchen when you have company? That's rude. Trent muttered as he walked past them and into the kitchen and started helping himself to the leftovers, packing what looked like 2 hefty plates to go. Mike didn't release Rain, but he dropped his forehead to his shoulder. Trent, if you guys are about to leave, do it faster. But first, did Bishop text you? For the 20th goddamn time, no, Mike. Trent opened the fridge and took out 4 beers and put them in his doggy bag. He also took the French onion dip, the bag of Ruffles chips, the mostly full bottle of ketchup, Mike's unopened pack of bologna, and he finished by taking the last few slices of bread and the loaf from the counter and adding them in, too. What did I tell you about using my kitchen as a grocery store, T? Mike said with his face still buried in Rain's throat, sounding exhausted and a little amused. The vibrations from his rough voice sent delicious tremors down Rain's arms. You told me to stop, Trent mocked. I heard you the first time. But I need something for my lunch tomorrow, Pops, and I don't feel like stopping at a store. Whatever. Just make sure you call me as soon as you hear from Bishop. Mike breathed. I already said I would. We're about to go home. I have to get up early. Trent was on his way out of the kitchen but halted mid-step at Rain's fruit bowl and eyed the large oranges he'd picked up from the market yesterday. I'll just take a couple of these, too. Hey, those are Rain's, Mike fussed. It's okay. I can buy more. Rain chuckled when Trent turned pleading eyes on him. Take whatever you want, Trent. Jesus, don't fucking tell him that. He'll take the whole damn refrigerator. Trent didn't pay attention to Mike and instead told Rain, You're going to be a cool-ass stepdad, man, even though I'm like 2 months older than you. Oh, gosh. Rain shook his head, heat flushing up his neck. Are you and your brother always going to remind me of that? Probably. Trent shrugged nonchalantly. We've been thinking of some names for you, Rain, besides our younger-than-us stepdad. Great, Mike mumbled. Bishop likes step-dude or step-guy, Trent chuckled. But I think we should call you our old man. You know, pun intended. You guys sure you don't want to just call me Rain? He asked, his cheeks warming with excitement. Bishop and Trent thinking of him that way made him feel as if he'd been whisked into another world where he had a family again. Rain closed his eyes and leaned into Mike's calloused hand. It didn't escape him that any time Trent or Bishop teased him about being their stepdad, Mike never corrected them. It was as if he fully expected them to be together forever. Trent clapped his dad on the shoulder on his way past. I like that you have some actual stuff on the walls now, Mike. This place was so boring. It made me feel like I was in a safe house or witness protection. Rain was glad someone had noticed his decorations. Thanks, Trent. I like going to yard sales, flea markets, or consignment shops. You can find some real hidden gems in places like that. Rain pointed at the 4-piece canvas set of a scenic mountain he'd hung over the couch. I got that for only $5 at a yard sale, when it probably cost $40 on Amazon. People glorify online shopping, but it drives me crazy now. I liked it better when the Amazon was a rainforest that needed saving, Mike chided. The real Amazon is dying because of all the goddamn shipping boxes the fake Amazon sends out every day. Dad, stop acting so fucking old. Rain, I like the way you added stuff to the entertainment stand, and that rug is fly, too. Yeah, he's making this place into a home. Mike gazed into Rain's eyes, and it wasn't the first time he could see the vast feelings he had for him. Mike wasn't a man who wore his heart on his sleeve or expressed his emotions in a healthy way, but he showed Rain every day with his actions just how he felt about him. All right, Pops, I'll talk to you later. Wood and Manny already took the trash out. The grill isn't cool enough to put the cover on it yet, but I pushed it under the awning just in case it rains in the morning. Thanks, T, Mike said. He got up to give his son a one-armed hug when both of their phones chimed at the same time with a notification. Mike was the first to check his phone. It's my little homie, finally. Trent pulled out his phone as well and tapped the screen a couple of times, then read his message. Rain felt a sliver of relief that Bishop had reached out, but when he saw the expression on Mike's face, his heart skipped a beat. Something was wrong. Very wrong. God, what now? Please tell me you didn't do that, brother. Trent said more to himself. his eyes wider than Rain thought capable as he cast a concerned gaze up at his father. Mike was staring at his phone as if someone had just sent him a random dick pic. "Babe?" Rain touched his hand to the center of Mike's back, gasping at how tight his muscles had bound together. "What's wrong? Is Bishop okay?" Mike just continued staring at his screen until his hands started to shake. "Dad?" Trent said cautiously. Wood and Manny burst through the back door with their phones in their hands. Shit. Did they all get the same message? Rain was the only one left in the dark. Can someone please tell me what the hell is going on? "Mike." Manny took careful steps toward his best friend. "Don't overreact. I'm sorry Bishop decided to cut me out. God damn it." Mike hollered before he turned and threw his beer bottle against the wall, sending shards of glass and beer all over the eat-in kitchen wall. "He fucking eloped." Chapter 53. Rain. No, please say he didn't do that. Rain begged anyone standing near him. He wanted it to be a prank or a blatant lie. But when Wood held out his smartphone to Rain, his heart sank at the picture of Bishop and Edison in front of the Norfolk City Courthouse with wedding bands on their fingers. The second picture was of a hotel room balcony at the ocean front, and Edison sitting on Bishop's lap, each with a glass of champagne in their hands. The message read, "We wanted a drama-free ceremony, so that's what we did." Rain's chest deflated. All of Mike's plans, all of the many favors he'd called in, were all for nothing now. Manny had to duck out of the way when Mike took his stool and slung it on the other side of the room. "Mike, calm down. We can still do what?" Mike raged. "It's already done. The one time I could do something parental for my son, and he robs me of it." Rain could see Mike losing control, but he couldn't do anything about it with everyone standing around and gaping at his partner while he lost his shit. No one needed to see his man break down but him. "Everyone out, now," Rain demanded, when Mike stormed up the stairs. It was only a second before they heard more crashing and objects breaking against the walls. Manny stared at Rain a few seconds before he asked, "Are you sure? We can wait outside." "No, leave. I'll handle this." Rain was positive. Wood looked concerned, but thankfully he didn't try to offer up another suggestion. Instead, he put his arm around a still hurt-looking Trent. "Come on, let's give your dad some space." "You really think kissing it can make it better?" Manny asked. "No, that won't work," Rain admitted. "But I know what he needs." He walked the three of them to the front of the house, and Wood and Trent gave him one last apprehensive glance at the sound of a door slamming shut upstairs, hard enough to rattle the downstairs windows. "I'll be home the rest of the night." Wood touched Rain on his shoulder. "Call me if you need me." "Me too." Manny frowned, appearing skeptical about leaving his friend. This was most likely his duty when Mike got out of control, but it was Rain's responsibility now. "I'll be fine," he reassured them, then closed and locked the door behind them. Rain stood at the bottom of the stairs and listened to the mayhem Mike was causing in his bedroom. He took a deep breath, said a short prayer for strength, and headed upstairs to do what Mike needed him to bring him peace. Mike. If that witch had never shown her face today, Mike would have been able to present his gift to Bishop and Edison like he'd planned. A beautiful, nearly impossible to obtain wedding venue in the middle of June at the beating heart of the Norfolk Botanical Gardens. A favor Mike had harbored for almost 3 years. He couldn't understand why karma kept kicking him in the nuts anytime he tried to make up for being a shitty father to his boys for so many years. Hatred choked him and cut off his air. It felt like shards of ice were slicing at his heart, and Mike was defenseless against the pain. It was killing him slowly, surely. There was so much rage building within his chest that he knew soon it would consume him. Mike was running out of things to destroy, his hands burning to tear things apart. He picked up his lamp on the bedside table and was prepared to hurl it across the room when Rain appeared at the door. "Put it down," he said in that smooth, relaxed voice that Mike loved. "I know you're hurting, but that's enough." Mike's chest was heaving as if he'd just finished a heavyweight 12-round bout. He could see Rain, and he could hear his soft voice through the ringing in his ears, but it wasn't penetrating. "Mike, please, come to me." Anger boiled in his stomach. He couldn't touch Rain right now. There was too much ferocity radiating beneath his skin. "Just give me a minute," he managed, sounding winded. I gotta get this out." "Mike, please don't leave. Let me help." Rain begged when Mike blew past him. "I'm not leaving. I'll be in here," Mike said, and slammed the door to his workout room. If Rain wouldn't allow him to take it out on the house, then he'd take it out on his body. He deserved the punishment. Chapter 54. Rain. Rain checked his watch again. Now it was after midnight. Another hour had gone by. That made 4. Mike was still in his workout room, breaking himself apart. Each time Rain peeked inside, Mike was either punching the hell out of the heavy bag, doing push-ups, cranking out pull-ups, or bench-pressing far too much weight than he probably should. Any time Rain tried to get his attention, he hissed at him to go away. And he did, but he never went far. Rain understood Mike was hurt by his son eloping. Any parent would be. But he didn't have to punish himself because of it. Ivy was the one who'd brought all of that drama to the house. It was just real bad timing. They could still celebrate Edison and Bishop's union with a reception or a nice dinner. This didn't have to be a terrible thing. Rain sat at the top of the stairs in the dark, waiting for Mike to wear himself out, pass out, or something. His heart ached with each strained grunt and growl Mike released, with every cry of pain that reached Rain's ears. Since Bishop had told Mike about the proposal, he'd been working non-stop in the evening, making deals, calling in favors, all to give his boy and his fiancée the wedding they deserved. In bed last night, Mike had told him that doing this was finally going to make up for all the times he hadn't been able to give Bishop what he wanted. Rain drove his hands through his hair, still damp from his shower. How was he supposed to get Mike to see it differently? There were a few minutes of silence, and Rain jumped to his feet and cracked the door open. "Mike," he said, his voice low. Mike had a pair of earbuds in his ear, and Rain could hear the muffled heavy metal noise from where he stood near the door. He waved his hands to catch Mike's attention while he was selecting a set of dumbbells. Mike's face was flushed a deep crimson, and sweat rained down his face and bare chest like he was in the shower. His veins bulged in his neck and forearms, and his hands looked swollen even under the protective tape. Mike removed one earbud long enough to mutter, "Out, Rain." "Mike, please. How about you stop for now? You can always come back and do more later. Let's get in the hot tub outside and get a little night air." "Not right now. Out, okay?" "No." Mike hefted a set of 50-pound dumbbells and began to alternate bicep curls, veins bulging out of his forehead and temple. Jesus, if he didn't stop soon, he was going to cause permanent damage since his muscle fibers had to be well torn by now. Continuing to overstrain them was only going to make the delayed onset muscle soreness even worse. Unable to move, kind of worse. "You still haven't drank the bottle of water I set over there, or eaten the cheese and salami rolls. You need to hydrate and eat some protein, Mike, or else—" "Rain, I don't need a goddamn biology lesson right now. Go to bed," Mike croaked. He set one weight down, shoved his other earbud back inside of his ear, then picked it up again. With a sinking heart, Rain inched backwards out the door into the hallway and pressed his ass against the wall. He pushed his fists into his eye sockets, feeling frustrated and defeated. Nothing else he'd tried had worked either. Mike didn't want to watch a movie. He didn't want to go to bed. He didn't want to go for a ride on his bike. He didn't want to have a drink at a bar or a restaurant. Nothing Rain offered was shifting Mike's focus off his pain. Rain had already talked to his sponsor, and his advice had been sound, but it hadn't worked. He'd tried to give Mike the space he needed and take care of him from afar, but that wasn't good enough. Every hour that went by was like a knife to his stomach, painful in a slow agony that built and built until he'd eventually double over. He felt out of options. Despite the hour, he'd called Chelsea, and she'd picked up on the first ring. She'd been driving home from a meeting, so he gave her the quick version of what had happened and his current dilemma. Chelsea was in healthcare. Maybe she'd know of a way for Rain to take care of Mike's body after he finished doing what he was doing to it. Rain was almost in tears as his friend tried to convince him that everything was going to be okay, that Mike would be okay. I've seen him angry before, Chels. I saw him want to kill my uncle for locking me in a room. I know what he did to Score's brother-in-law. I've seen him after spending a night in jail, and today with Bishop's mom. Mike was beyond mad. He was furious. But every time he was able to control himself. I've been able to get through to him. He listened to me. It sounds like this kind of hurt is new to Mike, and he can't handle it, hon. So what am I supposed to do? Chelsea sighed. You may not like my idea, but I think you should use your persuasiveness like you used to do when you wanted a man to do what you said. Rain slapped his hand to his forehead. Chelsea, Cliff just told me to stay true to my recovery. And you are, she stressed. You're in an exclusive, committed relationship. Mike is your man, and I know you love him whether you've already told him or not. You wouldn't be using your body to con some unsuspecting wimp into giving you something. Your guy needs you, and I think you should be allowed to do everything in your power to help him if he's lost. And if the strongest weapon in your arsenal is sexual allure, then seduce your man out of the fog, Rain. Rain told Chelsea he loved her and that he'd call her in the morning. He had a job to do. It didn't take him long to formulate a plan. He went into his bedroom and set the bathtub running with mostly hot water. He added a decent amount of Epsom salt to the water, then a few drops of eucalyptus and chamomile oil for pain and inflammation. He lit his Serenity candle and placed it on the sink, then turned off all the lights. In the bedroom, he set up the massage table, confident he'd get Mike onto it soon. Rain removed his sweatpants and tank top and threw the clothes in the hamper. He went to the armoire he'd found at a thrift store and took out a pair of black satin briefs that hugged his ass like a sleeve. He opted for the black and gold bohemian silk kimono and slid the luxurious material over his shoulders. Rain finger-combed his hair, leaving his waves loose. His final touch was a dab of Killian Arabian Nights oil at the base of his throat that he'd got in Italy. His big gun. One final check of the room and he was ready. Rain stood outside the door of the workout room for a second and took a few deep breaths before he opened the door, hopefully for the last time. Mike, he called out. That's enough. Mike's back was to him while he cursed and struggled through another set of push-ups. Rain didn't call out again because he knew it'd only be a few seconds before his scent drifted across the small room. Rain waited patiently, and without fail, Mike stopped midway down and swung his head around toward the door. He looked Rain up and down, then dropped his weight to the floor in an exhausted heap. Mike turned over onto his back with a loud groan and removed the earbuds from his ears. Rain slowly walked across the thick carpeting in nothing but his briefs and open robe and squatted next to Mike. Come with me. I'm not going to ask you again. Rain stood to his full height, and Mike worked his way off the floor and stood staring at him with pain and regret radiating in his dark eyes. Rain stepped closer and tilted his head back into the side. Breathe. Mike dropped his face in the crease of Rain's throat and inhaled a deep breath before he released a tortured groan that made his knees buckle. Rain caught Mike around his sweaty waist. I got you. Chapter 55. Mike. When Mike stopped the physical exertion and the adrenaline fled from his body, his hands and forearms were so sore that he didn't have the strength to remove the athletic tape from around his knuckles. Mike wasn't sure how long he'd been going at it. All he knew was he didn't want to stop until he could no longer feel the piercing hot sword driving through his chest. But standing there, more like leaning heavily, against Rain and allowing him to shoulder a bit of the burden for a few moments, made him want to crumble and fall. But that's not what men like him did. Come with me to my room. Rain whispered against his cheek. I don't think that. Shh. Rain touched his finger to Mike's lips. I don't want you to think at all. I just want you to do exactly as I say. Mike got lost in Rain's beautiful eyes as he gazed back at him with understanding and compassion, something Mike wasn't used to. He nodded because he was too weak and devastated to do anything else. Rain kept one strong arm around Mike's waist as he led him across the hall and into his bathroom. The tub was full, and steam rose from the scented water. "I don't take baths," Mike grumbled. "That's fine, because I'm going to bathe you myself." Rain let the black, silky, sexy shit he had on fall off his body and land at his feet on the floor. Next, he hooked his thumb in those skimpy briefs, bent forward, and dragged them down his long legs while Mike watched through hooded lids. Any further refusal he had died on his lips as he stared at Rain's sleek, naked form. If he was getting in the tub with him, then sure, Mike would go along with that plan. It took more effort than he wanted to admit using his thigh muscles to lift his legs, but he awkwardly made it over the side of the deep tub and settled his body down in the hot water. Rain eased behind him and spread his legs wide until they were wrapped around his waist and his ankles locked over his stomach. Mike leaned his sore back against Rain's firm chest and turned his face into his throat in search of that powerful fragrance that was strongest near his pulse. Mike was drifting to sleep until he felt a thick sponge stroking over his chest and down his abs. The water was slick and soothing to his aching muscles as Rain massaged some tender points at the base of his neck that he combined with washing him and placing sweet kisses to the side of his face. "I'm sorry you're hurting like this." Rain broke the silence after a long moment. Mike's head was still pounding, but the ringing in his ears had stopped. "I know what arranging that wedding meant to you." "Obviously it meant nothing to my son for me to be there," Mike answered, his throat feeling as if he was trying to swallow a rock. "I think Bishop was so blindsided by Ivy that he acted impulsively. His life was turned upside down within minutes. I think marrying Edison like that made him feel back in control." Rain explained, and for a moment Mike understood that logic, but it didn't make the pain lessen. "That's enough soaking." Rain eased from behind him and stepped out of the tub like a graceful panther. "I'm going to massage you now." Before Rain could wrap his towel around his lower half, Mike's gaze instinctively went to his slender cock, and he wondered if having some of that inside of him could make it all stop. Maybe they could skip the massage and go straight to bed. Mike hated how weak his voice sounded. "Rain, it's late, and I know you're tired too. Let's just go to bed, okay? I want this whole damn night to just be over with." "We'll sleep after the massage." Rain helped him out of the tub. "But unfortunately, it's not going to be the same one I gave you before. I have to give you a sports massage, or else you're not going to be able to move at all this weekend or Monday." "A what massage?" Mike felt as if he would fall over if he wasn't leaning against the counter. Rain covered his smooth ivory flesh with the robe, then took Mike's hand, his expression sympathetic but firm, and gestured for him to get on the table. "A sports massage helps with muscle tightness after intense exercise. I'm hoping some cross-fiber friction, direct pressure to the tendons, and a lot of stretching will help minimize your muscle soreness in the morning." "I'll be fine," Mike refuted weakly, though he was already butt naked, face down on the table. "Yes, you will be when I'm finished with you, but—" Rain sighed as he pumped some oil into his hands and rubbed them together, creating heat in his palms before he placed them across Mike's shoulders and bore down. "You may not like me very much while I'm doing this." What?" Mike didn't know what Rain meant, but so far all the compression and kneading was starting to lull him into a deep sleep until Rain took his arm, folded it behind his back, and pulled. "Fuck!" Mike hollered, eyes flying open. His bicep muscle screamed louder than he did as Rain used broad, intense strokes over the strained ligaments. By the time Rain told Mike to flip over onto his stomach, he wanted to growl that he'd had enough, roll off the table, and crawl to the nearest bed. Rain had been right. This massage was nothing like the other one that had ended with him thrusting his ass into Rain's pelvis and coming harder than he ever had in his life. "Ow, Rain! My leg doesn't go that damn far." Mike grunted while Rain bent his leg and used his shoulder to push his thigh toward his chest. "I don't do yoga, remember?" Rain chuckled lightly, but he didn't reduce the pressure. If Mike didn't know any better, he'd think Rain was making him pay for what he'd done. "Are you trying to torture me?" Don't you think I've already taken care of that? Mike grimaced after Rain put his thigh down, only to turn it outward and bend it again. Damn you. Almost over, I promise. Then you can sleep. Rain kissed his cheek, and when Mike met his gaze, he saw it there in Rain's gray eyes and his sweet smile. He swore he did. Love. Maybe I don't want to go to sleep, Mike grumbled, reaching out and stroking Rain's hard stomach as he worked. Maybe I want you first. You don't even have to ask, Mike. I'll give you all of me any time you want it. Rain promised, helping him off the table a few minutes later. His legs felt like limp noodles, but he managed to hobble to his bed with Rain close behind him. Mike didn't care about cleaning the oil off his body before he climbed into bed and pulled Rain on top of him. Mike remembered kissing him and getting lost in the peace and tenderness of his touch. But after that, it was all a blank. Mike cracked his eyes open again, and the sun was streaming through the crack in his curtains. Damn it. He hoped he hadn't fallen asleep mid-kiss with his hand on Rain's ass. Chapter 56. Rain. Rain propped Mike's cell phone, since his cheap one couldn't FaceTime, in front of him on the breakfast bar while Chelsea walked on her treadmill, and he put the finishing touches on Mike's breakfast in bed. He'd done this 100 times for other men, but for all of the wrong reasons. Rain was doing this for Mike because he was his partner, and he'd had a difficult night and deserved some TLC. Also, it warmed his heart when Mike ate his cooking. Rain placed the chopped strawberries around the slices of honeydew, hoping that Mike liked melon. He was positive that he was going to enjoy the mound of bacon and sausage piled high beside the hash browns. Ordinarily, Rain would be against such a savory meal to start the day, but as he stacked the last piece of French toast on the plate, he felt Mike had earned it. Hey, Rainy Days, how much are you cooking anyway? We've been talking over an hour. I'm on my cool down. You've thought of way too many ways to alter my name. Rain smiled at the woman who'd quickly become his best friend. And to answer your question, I could cook in my kitchen all day, to be honest. Oh, your kitchen, huh? That's right. Rain quirked a challenging brow at her. Mike said that I have full creative control of the inside of the house, and I've arranged this kitchen exactly how I want it. Mike only comes in here to get a drink, or add more of what I cooked onto his plate. Chelsea wiped her forehead before she smiled and said, I'm so happy for you, babe. You have a sexy older man that adores you, and he's like the real deal. She had that right. There wasn't a single thing fake or phony about Mike Stockley. Rain could almost hear the ticks of his heart. Yeah, I didn't think it was possible to care for someone this much. Oh, rain or shine, you deserve this too, you know. Happiness. A man that wants you for who you are inside. You're right. Good looks fade. And it's nice to know Mike isn't with me just for that. Yeah, but he's also not blind, Rain. True. But I know for a fact that Mike would rather keep me here in this house curled up under him and safe than take me out every other day and show me off on his arm like some kind of a peacock. My looks aren't the first thing he sees. Have you guys been on a date at all? Chelsea powered down her treadmill and took large, loud gulps of her Propel water. You mean where we both get dressed up and go out and spend $300 on dinner and a show? That's an official date, right? Then I guess no. Rain thought about it for a moment as he warmed the maple syrup. He shrugged with a small, contented smile tugging on his lips. Honestly, I'm kind of over all that nonsense. I like going to work all day, then coming home to cook dinner and eat with my partner while he teases my food. And just be home. I haven't had that since I was 19, Charles. I've spent the last 10 years ripping and running all over the country and a few others chasing men, benefactors, in and out of fancy restaurants, hotels, yachts, whatever. I truly want to put down some roots now and just enjoy being in one place with one guy. That you love. Chelsea finished for him with a playful grin. Rain nodded, his smile stretching across his face. I do. I love him so much already. All the good in him, the bad, and especially the ugly. Okay, I'm all done. Rain took the fresh squeezed orange juice out of the refrigerator and filled Mike's glass and set it beside his cup of black coffee. I need to get this upstairs while the eggs are still hot. Okay, good luck, November Rain. Chelsea chuckled. I'll see you at Hot Venesia this afternoon, yeah? Yes, I'll be there. And by the way, rain is fine. Just plain old rain, he grumbled. I have a feeling you're just Googling sayings with the word rain in it. Chelsea's laugh was loud as always. Hey, are we going yard sailing this weekend? I saw at least 3 community sales signs on my way home today. Yes, for sure. Rain looked at her. I really want to find an area rug for Mike's room, and I need some more bathroom accessories for the downstairs. He even lets you rearrange his room? Chelsea blinked. All the rooms, Rain bragged. Gosh, you're spoiled already. They just can't help themselves when it comes to you. Chelsea shook her head, then disconnected the call. Mike wanted to go downstairs and find Rain after he'd washed his face and brushed his teeth. But all he'd been able to do was limp back to the bed and fall onto it face first. He couldn't believe the pain and aches radiating from every part of him. He believed Rain had been right last night. If he hadn't pulled and stretched him like Gumby, Mike would have been damn near paralyzed this morning, though his muscles still felt as if they were about to spasm into painful cramps at any moment. Damn it. He couldn't stay in bed all day. He had a meeting at noon with... Mike sighed into his pillow as reality slammed into his chest. Actually, he didn't have shit to do today. There was no reason to take Rain to Mama's for lunch to talk about her providing the desserts for the wedding. He no longer needed to go to Chesapeake to cash in on his favor with Ron, a well-sought-after events videographer, about using his services for the ceremony. None of that was necessary. All Mike had to do now was lie there the rest of the day because he wasn't needed for anything. He was knee-deep in self-pity when Rain came through the door carrying a tray with both hands. Mike used every ounce of strength he had to prop himself up against the headboard. Good morning. Rain set the tray down on his lap, and Mike could only blink in disbelief. Holy shit. His guy had actually... Mike surveyed the many delectable dishes on the tray, his chest constricting. This was called breakfast in bed. He knew of the concept, but never thought he'd get to experience it. His mouth watered at the mountain of fluffy yellow eggs already doused with lots of black pepper like he preferred. Rain must really feel sorry for him if he'd made bacon and sausage instead of the disgusting veggie breakfast burrito. How's your body feeling? Rain removed the cup of coffee from the tray and eased it into Mike's hands. Like I'd been hit by my own truck. He took a sip of the hot brew and moaned as the robust flavor slid down his throat. Mike didn't think much could revive him right now, but this was a good start. I'm sure. Rain sat on the edge of the bed near him and stroked his palm over Mike's jaw. But I'm going to get you in that tub and massage you again tonight. It won't be so bad tomorrow. I'll get your muscles to loosen up. I promise. All Mike could do was stare at the beautiful soul in front of him and wonder how he'd gotten so lucky. He set his mug down, stomach growling, wondering where he was going to dig in first. The French toast had extra powdered sugar and hot maple syrup drizzled over top, so he chose to start there. No tofu and buckwheat pancakes this morning, greengrocer? Mike smirked around a mouthful of sausage. No fucking goat cheese and steel-cut oatmeal? Rain chuckled, his eyes sparkling when Mike groaned at the perfect crunch on the fried potatoes. It's Saturday. It's okay to have cheat days. Besides, over the past month, your eating habits have gotten much better. My eating habits are whatever you allow me to eat. God help me if I try to bring home a Five Guys burger. Mike's mouth was too full to respond, but Rain smiled as if he'd heard his inner thoughts. Mike liked to tease his partner about his neurotically healthy lifestyle choices, but there wasn't a single thing he'd change about Rain. Besides, Mike's sons had been telling him for years to chill out on his no-vegetables, all-meat diet plan he'd been on since he was 16 years old. Why aren't you eating with me? Mike felt like a pig stuffing his gullet while Rain watched. I already ate. Mike teased. Ate what? I'll determine if it was food or not. Rain laughed again, and Mike felt as if he could listen to that sound every day for the rest of his life. I had a spinach and egg white omelet. Mike cringed. Like I thought. Not food. Rain let him finish his breakfast while he went into Mike's closet and began sorting his laundry. Rain, get out of there. I don't need you to do my... Shut up and eat your food, Rain said from behind the door before he came out with a basket of Mike's grimy work clothes. I'm going to go start these. I'll be right back. Mike just shook his head. He was learning that when Rain wanted to do something, he did it. And when he wanted something, he got it. It was as simple as that. Chapter 57. Rain. Rain spent the first half of the day caring for Mike and doing his weekend chores. Each time he got into Mike's room, he'd found him laid back in the recliner, staring blankly at the baseball game on television, watching the screen but his mind appearing miles away. Nothing Rain had suggested managed to get him in a better mood, or at least stop him from thinking of his son eloping. He stood in Mike's doorway with his yoga bag on his shoulder. Mike, why don't you go sit outside and watch the game on the patio? There's a nice breeze out today. Mike didn't open his mouth, just shook his head. All right, then. When I get back this evening, how about we get in the hot tub out back and see what the night brings? Mike looked as if he was barely listening to him. I'm leaving to meet Chelsea at the fitness center. Then I have to swing by the grocery store to get some lunch stuff for this week. Do you need anything? Mike shook his head again. Damn it. How long was this going to last? The hurt and betrayal Mike was experiencing made Rain feel it as his own pain. This wasn't going to do. He went over to Mike and leaned down to press a tender kiss to his lips that he barely returned. Oh no, this isn't going to do at all. Rain pulled Mike's truck into Bishop and Edison's neighborhood, relieved when he saw their cars parked in the driveway. He hated to intrude this way, but when it came to Mike, he was finding there was nothing he wouldn't do. He still had an hour before Vinyasa started, so he hoped it was enough time to get through to Bishop. Rain walked up the driveway, and by the time he got to the door, Edison was opening the screen for him. Hi, Rain. Edison's smile was bright enough to rival the sun. What are you doing here? I came to talk to you and your husband. Rain grinned. Congratulations. I don't know how he talked me into doing that. Edison was damn near giddy as he held out his left hand and stared at the shiny gold band on his ring finger. But it really didn't take much convincing, to be honest. I didn't know if you would be back home or still on the ocean front. Edison led Rain farther into the house. It's tourist season. The hotel prices down there are crazy. We just wanted to spend our wedding night there. We're planning on a real honeymoon next month. I understand why you guys did what you did, trust me. People usually elope because of family drama, so... That was exponentially more than just family drama, Rain, Bishop said when he came into the living room. He had on a pair of black ball shorts and no shirt, looking like a carbon copy of his father. It was a mindfuck for sure, but Rain didn't stare. Besides, he was prouder to have the original version. I get it, but Bishop? Rain lowered his voice, treading carefully not to overstep his bounds. Your wedding meant so much to your father. Did you ever stop and consider what eloping would do to him? Bishop gaped. Do to him? It was that stranger that showed up claiming to be my mother that made me do that. Rain nodded, and somehow Mike was punished for it. I didn't punish anyone. It's our life. It's supposed to be our day. When I proposed to Edison, all we ever wanted was a small, quiet ceremony, and maybe a backyard dinner with family and close friends. That's it. None of that shit we walked into yesterday. My dad should have known what I would do. Trust me, he didn't. Rain sat in Edison's eat-in kitchen. It smelled as if they'd had pancakes and bacon for breakfast as well. I've never seen him like that last night, and I don't ever want to again. You might as well get used to it. Excuse me? Rain tried to keep the irritation out of his voice. If you're going to be with Mike, Rain, you should probably get used to his mood swings, which usually range from pissed off to furious. There's not usually much joking and laughing in between. I'm working on that. Oh, he feels a lot more than that, Bishop, but no, he's not a man that shows his true emotions. But you see them, don't you? He trusts you with them. Edison said with a slight crease in the center of his forehead. Yes, but last night he didn't. Rain glanced back and forth between the newlyweds. It was harder than I imagined breaking through that hurt, and by the time I did, the damage was already done. Oh, no. Edison touched Bishop's bicep. What did we do? You know I never intentionally hurt your dad. Bishop hugged Edison to his chest. Stop it. We did nothing to nobody. Marrying you wasn't wrong. But maybe the way we went about it, no. Bishop turned a defensive glare in Rain's direction. I wasn't about to referee Mike and that woman's decades-long feud on our goddamn day. Rain stood, feeling himself get upset that Bishop wasn't understanding him. He'd hurt the man he loved. Maybe he should try a different approach. Like I already said, I know why you did it, but now I'm here telling you that your decision affected someone you care about. It hurt him, Bishop, and I need you to go and tell him you're sorry. You what? Bishop inched forward. Rain took his own step, feeling emboldened. When it came to Mike, he was becoming fearless. I said, you need to go and apologize. Bishop, maybe we should go over there and explain. Edison spun the gold band around on his finger as if it was already a nervous habit. At least check on him. Mike's a big boy. He'll be fine in a couple days. Bishop went into the living room and dropped his large body down on the couch and propped his bare feet up on the oak coffee table. Rain's head got hotter as he watched Bishop nonchalantly flip through the cable channels, as if he hadn't heard a word Rain said. He's just angry, which is nothing new. Okay, that's it. Rain stormed across the carpet and snatched the remote out of Bishop's hand, turned off the television and threw the remote beside him. Edison's eyes were wide as Bishop's narrowed into slits. Rain, with all due respect, this is an issue between me and my dad. I think it'd be best if you stay out of it. You don't seem to get what I'm saying, so let me tell you like this. Rain glared down at Bishop, his finger pointed directly at his chest. I know you're grown and free to live your life however you choose, but when your decisions affect the man I love, well, then I'm going to be all up in your business. Bishop scrubbed his hand across his forehead as if he was frustrated. I can't talk to him when he's mad anyway. I'll give him some time to cool off. He's not angry, Bishop. This is different. Rain could feel the heat creeping up his neck and onto his cheeks. Rain, we're so sorry, Edison said, and Rain appreciated the apology, but that wasn't what he was there for. I'm not asking for a sorry, Rain corrected. Then what are you asking? Bishop stood, making Rain have to adjust his scowl and look up. I'm no longer asking. Rain clenched his jaw and squared off with Bishop, regardless that he was big enough to stomp him into the floor. But his love for Mike made Rain feel as if he could take down a giant. Your father is not just angry or mad or pissed. He's heartbroken. Bishop froze, his dark brows almost touching his hairline. Rain accented his words with a finger jab to Bishop's sternum. And now I'm telling you to fix it. We will, I swear, Edison promised while Bishop stood there staring at Rain as if he was an alien. Rain's glare was hard and steady. I have a class to go to and then a few errands to run. When I get home this evening, my man better be okay, he ordered, and left the house. Chapter 58. Mike. It took Mike forever to make it downstairs, and when he finally did, he had to stop and sit on one of the stools at the breakfast bar to breathe through the agony. He would have just stayed upstairs in bed if he wasn't past thirsty and his breakfast long gone. Rain said there was stuff to make a sandwich in the refrigerator, so as soon as he could muster the strength, he was going to fix himself some lunch. Then he'd hoped he'd be able to make it back up the stairs. Mike was reading over the multiple text messages he'd got last night from Manny, Trent, and even Wood, checking on him. But nothing from Bishop or Edison, causing his heart to sink just a little further. Mike wondered if his little homie was even in town. Did they go on a honeymoon? Mike had never not known where his son was. He was debating calling, but figured it'd be trifling to curse them out while they were celebrating. Trent's distinctive knock at his front door didn't help the mood he was in. He didn't want company. He didn't want to look in Trent's eyes and explain how he'd let Bishop down again. Mike got up, but the grunt that escaped without his permission made him sit back down. "Come in," Mike hollered instead of trying to make it to the front of the house. But Trent was already walking in, and it sounded like he wasn't alone. Wood was with him. Shortly after, Bishop and Edison came around the corner holding hands, making Mike sit up taller. What the hell are they all doing here? This was not a good time to surprise attack him. Mike didn't get up and give them one-armed hugs like he always did, and he could tell that was the first thing they noticed. Bishop and Edison exchanged cautious glances, and Mike let them squirm as the four of them seemed to silently debate who was going to speak first. It appeared the awkward silence dragged out too long for Edison, because he was spinning the hell out of his wedding ring while trying to avoid Mike's scowl. "Mike, we came to say—" "Don't, Eddie." Bishop stopped his husband, stammering. "I got this." Mike still didn't open his mouth, knowing his silence was far more menacing than his voice. Bishop stood in front of him. "Dad, I'm not here to apologize for making Eddie my husband, but I am genuinely sorry for not including you all in it, or even realizing how much it meant to you. To all of you." Bishop met Trent's eyes. Damn. Mike had been so consumed with his own hurt that he didn't think how Bishop's eloping affected Trent as well. He was his only brother. He was supposed to be standing beside him. Would, too. "I am sorry that you all, my family, didn't get to be a part of it. That was never our intention." Bishop shook his head. Eddie's aunt and uncle were pretty upset, too. Edison held his hands out in front of him. "I wish we would have thought of that first, but Mike, Bishop was so upset after we left. Yeah, I still don't know if I want to get to know Ivy yet," Bishop confessed. "That doesn't have to be decided today, tomorrow, next month, or even next year. But if you do want to reach out to her," Mike replied, "I won't stand in your way." Everyone's head snapped around at Mike. They looked confused, as if they couldn't have possibly heard right. But they had. Mike had no right to react the way he did. If he'd been cooler and not duked it out with Ivy, Bishop might not have run off like he did. Rain was slowly teaching Mike the painful lesson of accepting responsibility for his actions. Bishop came closer. "I never wanted you to spend all of your savings on some elaborate wedding anyway. You know I wanted to keep it simple." Mike nodded. Yeah, he did know, and it would have been simple. Tasteful and deserving, but simple. "I know, B." "Okay, this is weirding me out." Trent squinted at Mike. "Why are you so damn calm?" "I'm not," Mike answered honestly. Mike was devastated and still hurting, but his boys didn't need to know that. "Okay," Trent said carefully. "Is anyone else getting a paranormal activity vibe from Mike, or is it just me?" Mike would have laughed if he'd had it in him, but all of them didn't get together and come to his house just to make clumsy jokes. At least they better not have. "What are you getting at, B?" "I want you and my brothers to still be a part of this occasion." Bishop glanced toward the patio doors. "You have the best yard out of all of us. Maybe we can have that outdoor dinner that we had in mind." "Yeah, we can do that." Mike would have stood, but he didn't want them to see the predicament he'd put his body in. Instead, he nodded and clamped his son on his shoulder. Mike wouldn't be able to give the gift of a wedding to his son, but he also had to stop acting like he still didn't have time to do something else. He just had to keep working at it. Wonderful, Edison beamed. A dinner will be perfect. I can invite my aunt and uncle and a few friends from work. I'm almost scared to tell my boss, Avery, that we eloped too, but hopefully a nice reception will smooth things over. I was thinking maybe 3 weeks from this weekend coming. Bishop checked each of their reactions. Mike noticed his son was watching his every mannerism, as if he was trying to read and understand his new composure. But Mike kept reminding himself that although life kept throwing lemons his way, he always had rain to make the sour taste just a little bit sweeter. So, Dad, Bishop held his hand out. We good? Mike took it and grasped it in a firm grip, meeting his eyes. Always, he said with their silent communication. I'm glad that didn't drag out a month. Trent went to the refrigerator and grabbed himself a bottle of water. Get me one too, Trent, Mike asked so he didn't have to move. So you guys headed out to a movie or something? Nope, Bishop answered. My husband and I are going home to enjoy the rest of our weekend. I don't know what the hell they're about to do. Bishop pointed at Wood. Wood came and stood in front of him, and Trent looked just as baffled as Mike when Wood began to fidget with something in his pocket. Something on your mind, Wood? Mike asked. It took a moment for Wood to find his voice, but when he did, his tone was confident. Mike, I know we've had our differences in the past, and we've disagreed on some things. Well, a lot of things. Wood smirked along with Mike. That was a big-ass understatement. But one thing I've always envied was how much you love your family, how you protect them and take care of them, no matter what. Anything your sons do, good or bad, they know they have your support. You'll never turn your back on them. Mike didn't press Wood to finish when he paused for a long moment. All of them remembered how Wood felt when he'd gotten out of prison and tried to reconnect with his parents after no communication for 17 years. They'd done a lot more than just slam the door in his face. They'd crushed his spirit, and it had taken Trent and the rest of them to help build him up again. I can respect that in a man, in a father. Mike couldn't be the only one wondering whether Wood was going with this speech because Trent and Edison appeared just as surprised and confused as him. Bishop was the only one looking suspicious, as if he knew a secret. Thank you, Wood. I appreciate you saying that. Mike shook Wood's hand. My boys mean everything to me. I know, and that's what I'm here to ask for. For what? Mike frowned. For your other son. Wood pulled out a black velvet ring box from his pocket. Edison gasped, and Trent looked as if his knees were about to give out. I'm old school, Mike, and I was raised to show respect. My father taught me that when I was ready to settle down, that I should do it the honorable way. Wood's eyes gleamed with moisture. I didn't agree with everything my father believed in, but I did wholeheartedly agree with this. Mike blinked at the box, then up to meet Wood's eyes. Mike, I love your son. From the moment I stormed into his life, he's enriched mine and made it better. There's not a day that goes by that I don't thank God for him. There's not a day that goes by where I don't show him how much he means to me. And if you approve, if you'll grant me permission to ask for Trent's hand in marriage, then I swear to you that I will always love him and protect him just as fiercely as you. Bishop had his arm around Trent's shoulder as he got emotional over Wood's gesture and his words. Someone could have knocked Mike over with a stick because this was the last thing he'd expected to happen today. He'd thought he'd lost his chance at giving his son a wedding. Damn it. How could he not think of Trent? I know Bishop and Edison wanted a small ceremony, but I know exactly what Trent wants. Wood turned and smiled at his boyfriend. He wants a small ceremony, too, but he definitely wants his family and friends there. He wants to have it in a garden his dad designed, and he doesn't want to wear a monkey suit. Trent choked around his light chuckle, shaking his head as if he couldn't believe what was happening. Wood kept going. He wants Mama to cook the food, and he wants to have a long reception that goes on until 2 a.m. Wood was close enough to stroke Trent's cheek as he gazed down at him, a crooked grin on his lips. And of all the places in the world to honeymoon, he wants to go to Dallas, Texas, in the winter. That time, Mike and Bishop both laughed when they said in unison, "To see the Cowboys in a playoff game." He wants to live a simple life with a dog and maybe a couple cats. He wants to go on long weekend trips, and he wants to one day own a boat so he can go fishing with his dad and brother. Wood didn't take his eyes off Trent. "I'll give him all of that and more if you will grant me the permission, Mike." The room went quiet except for Trent's labored breaths. Wood held the black box in his hand, waiting for his answer. Mike made sure not to holler out as his muscles protested when he stood and walked over to Wood. Mike had so many feelings orbiting his chest, but none of them felt wrong. What he was about to say was the right decision. "Herschel Wood, I'd be honored to have you as a son-in-law. Yes, you have my permission." Mike couldn't believe how saying that made him feel. Like a father. Wood accepted Mike's handshake, then turned back to Trent and gracefully went down on one knee. "Oh my gosh." Edison gasped with his hand over his mouth. He hooked his arm through Bishop's and watched the show. A lone tear escaped down Trent's cheek, and he hurried to wipe it away before another fell right after. Trent slipped his shaky hand into Wood's as he asked, "Trent Armstrong, I love you more than I'll ever be able to tell you." Wood kissed Trent's knuckles. "Will you marry me and let me show you for the rest of our lives?" There was no hesitation. Trent nodded and croaked out a yes before Wood surged to his feet and hefted him into his arms. Once all the hugs and congratulations were out of the way, they made a toast to their growing family, to Bishop and Edison's union, to Mike settling down, and to Trent and Wood's engagement. Chapter 59. Rain. 2 weeks later. Rain had another fantastic workout. He and Chelsea had protein smoothies at the fitness center cafe and then hit up a couple of stores. He found a great set of Japanese-style throw pillows that would look beautiful on the couch, and he couldn't wait to show Mike, who'd been in a much better mood these past couple of weeks. "Mike, I'm home," he called out, dropping his bags in the foyer. He announced himself every time he came into the house, since his partner insisted on having guns stashed all over the place. Rain figured sneaking up on Mike wouldn't be such a good idea. "You upstairs?" "No," Mike answered, his voice coming from the back of the house. He loved when Mike was working in his backyard. He was always in such a fun mood afterward. Rain stopped at the kitchen and set his couple of grocery bags on the island, then went through the patio doors. "What in the—" Rain's mouth dropped open at the sight of Mike's backyard illumination on full display. Rain hadn't had the opportunity to see it at night in all of its glory and splendor. He'd never seen the rich green grass shimmering from the overhead hanging fairy lights, or the solar spotlights that illuminated the exotic garden. Rain stepped out onto the deck and scanned the yard, his eyes stopping at the made-up patio daybed Mike had moved beneath the towering magnolia tree, which also had lights wrapped around the base, and icicle strings scattered throughout the dense branches. "Hey, you," Mike called out. Rain spun around at the sound of Mike's raspy voice. He was reclined in the jetted hot tub with his arms hooked over the back of the ledge. Damn, he looked delicious, half naked and outside in his element. "You gonna keep standing there catching mosquitoes with your mouth? Or are you gonna go inside and put on some of that fancy shit I like and come join me?" Rain's smile was so wide it was making his jaw ache. They'd had a great couple of weeks since Bishop's last visit, and thankfully, their lives had been drama-free. Meaning no Ivy. Bishop had told Mike what Rain did the day after he'd got married, when he'd gone to his house and gone all stepfather on his ass. Ever since then, Mike had gone out of his way to show his gratitude. But Rain hadn't wanted to take any of the credit for what the guys did. That supreme display of respect towards Mike was all Wood's idea. Rain walked toward the expensive hot tub and leaned against the side, his lips hovering a couple of inches from Mike's mouth. "What is all this? Have you turned into a romantic on me, Mike Stockley?" Mike surged forward and slanted his mouth over Rain's and kissed him as if he'd been gone for 6 months, not a few hours. Mike's lips were warm, his tongue insistent. Rain's dick got hard in his athletic pants, and if he was any more turned on than he was, he probably would have shucked his clothes right there on the deck and dove over the side of the tub. But seducing was his favorite activity now that he was in love. Slowly, Rain ended the kiss with a satisfied moan, then retreated a few steps out of Mike's reach. The disgruntled growl Mike threw his way made a throbbing need pulse between Rain's thighs. He slid his t-shirt over his head and tossed it to the deck, while Mike hung over the edge of the tub, watching him. He turned and hooked his thumb in his pants and tugged them halfway down his ass, giving Mike a sneak peek before he disappeared inside the house. "Tease?" Mike hollered at his back. Rain laughed as he took the stairs 2 at a time. He was only a tease if he didn't give it up, and trust he was going to do just that. He and Mike didn't screw like rabbits, because their connection went far deeper than physical. But when they did come together, it was explosive. Rain did all he needed to do in the bathroom to prepare himself in record time, including adding another dab of Arabian Nights oil at the base of his throat. From his armoire, he chose a dove-gray Versace thong and his charcoal-colored silk robe. Most of the lights were off in the house, and the glow from the backyard beckoned him like a beacon. He stepped outside, and Mike set his Eugling on the ledge and sat up taller from his reclined position. He licked his lips as his hungry gaze slid up and down Rain's body. Rain lowered his eyes to Mike's chest as he took deliberate steps toward the tub. And just before he stepped over the edge, he turned and let the robe slip from his body into a heap at his feet, then climbed inside. His sigh was loud and salacious the moment he submerged his body in the hot water. Mike barely allowed him time to adjust to the temperature before he hooked his strong arms around his waist and hauled him onto his lap. "Yeah," Mike groaned, burying his face in Rain's throat. He massaged his ass while his other hand pulled at the thin string nestled between his ass cheeks. "Damn, you wear the sexiest shit." Rain wrapped his arms and legs around Mike and tilted his head farther so Mike could ravage his throat. "You know what it does to me when you smell like this?" Mike breathed against his ear. "When are you going to tell me what it is?" Rain chuckled in between little moans. "Never." "I can always make you tell me," Mike threatened. However, it was ineffective when he followed it up with such a loving, eager kiss. "Hit me with your best shot." Rain clung on tight as he writhed his erection against Mike's hard abs. He opened again for Mike's tongue, nibbling and sucking on his bottom lip, savoring the nutty caramel flavor of the dark lager he'd been drinking. Mike tasted of sin and smelled of pure pleasure. It wasn't the heat of the water in the hot tub, but Mike's feverish kisses that made Rain burn all over. "There's so much I want to do to you right now." Mike kissed a sweltering path down Rain's sternum, then over to his left nipple. Rain whimpered when Mike bit down hard enough to make it sting. He shook with need and unrestrained sexual energy, while Mike laved over the abused piece of flesh, rolling it with his slick tongue. Rain gripped Mike's cheeks, his hands stimulated from the rough stubble, and brought his mouth back to his and took the kiss deeper, overwhelmed by the sensations. He and Mike didn't need to make love every night, because the emotions flooding and consuming his senses when they did were enough to last him far more than mere weeks. He didn't have to be inside of Mike's welcoming body to feel his love, for Rain's soul to feel complete. All he had to do was be near him, close to that fearless, compassionate, dominating aura, and he felt whole. Anything else Rain received from his partner was just an added bonus. And it wasn't until he'd realized all of this that Rain discovered he'd made it through his recovery. He'd finally done it. It had been a long, lonely, difficult road to travel, but he'd done it, and the universe had rewarded him for it with a love too strong for him to comprehend. Chapter 60. Mike. Mike had already been in the hot tub for over an hour before Rain got home, so needless to say, he was ready to get out. Trenton Wood had come over earlier to help him get his yard set up for the celebration tomorrow night, because he wanted everything to be perfect for Bishop and Edison's reception. But when he'd taken the protective covers off his patio furniture, he quickly got an idea for the bed. Honestly, when Mike had bought the set, it was just for show. He never thought he'd get a chance to use that particular piece. Tonight, he would. He wanted inside of Rain, and he knew that's what his partner wanted too. Mike tried not to be greedy, but the last couple of times they'd made love, it had ended with Rain massaging him and fingering him until he was begging him to get on top. It was time he stopped being selfish and gave Rain another kind of connection to him, as if they really needed more. Mike didn't think there was anyone in the world more compatible with him, who would accept him no matter his many shortcomings or his cantankerous ways. But there was. Rain's desperate soft hands on Mike's body seeped into his every pore, while he walked them across his plush lawn and laid Rain down on the circular bed. The cool night air sent shivers along his wet back, but Mike didn't bother with drying them off, his body on fire. Being outside with nature, hearing the rustling of the leaves in the dogwoods and the crickets chirping, and smelling the sweet champagne fragrance of the magnolia tree was intoxicating. He took a deep breath to gather himself, his heart racing with anticipation. The sight of Rain's creamy, delicate body had him unbearably hard. He lowered himself between his spread thighs as a scorching bolt of rapture shot down his spine that made him thrust his hips forward. Rain arched and met Mike's force with his own, his heels digging into his back. "I need you," Rain whispered as he sucked on Mike's pulse, his hard dick leaving a slick trail along Mike's stomach. His mouth watered for a sample as he kissed his way down Rain's body, worshipping every part of him like he deserved. The sweet purrs that escaped Rain's lips spurred him to work harder, to drive his partner to the brink of delirium like he did for him. Mike pushed one of Rain's thighs up to his ear and breathed against his long cock before he sucked the head between his lips. Rain jolted and shouted his name, his hands digging into Mike's scalp. "Oh, God, Mike." Mike wanted this just as much as his lover did. Unfortunately, he was a bit rusty in this area, since it had been years since he'd had the heft of a cock on his tongue. But it all came back to him quickly. He made sure to use plenty of spit when he bobbed up and down, only taking half of Rain's length before he had to pull back. He raked his tongue over the lower half of Rain's shaft and lower, until he was rolling his balls around in his mouth. "Fuck. Oh, Mike, no. Don't make me come yet. I want you inside of me first." Rain didn't resort to foul language often, so it made Mike proud that he turned his calm-natured sweetheart into a filthy, eager-for-it maverick. Mike already had the lube and condoms under one of the pillows. He slid his hand beneath it while he stayed focused on his job and grabbed the bottle of lube. This would be the best part. Rain had fingered him enough that Mike knew what to do and just how to blow his partner's mind. Mike hadn't lost all of his skills during his sexless drought, because by the time he'd lubed his fingers and had two working inside Rain's hot channel, he was gripping the base of his dick, trying hard to keep from coming. Mike was enjoying himself so much that he didn't want to stop. Rain tasted as good and wonderful as his soul. Now, Mike." Rain was shoving the condom into Mike's hand, twisting and thrashing and trying to drive Mike's tongue and fingers in deeper. "I'm ready. I've always been ready for you." His and Rain's connection had been instantaneous from the moment he'd run into Wood's tattoo shop and clung to his back for protection. Something had clicked and snapped into place in Mike's mind, and had remained locked there ever since. Rain was it for him, forever. He'd been the missing piece all this time, the harmony to his discord, the calm to his raging storm, the day to his night, the better to his worse. Rain cupped Mike's cheek and tilted his head up so he was looking into his eyes. "Make love to me," he purred, his light eyes glistening with lust and adoration, the expression that always made Mike pause to revel in and enjoy it. He crawled up Rain's body like a lion stalking over a meal he'd been starving for all day. They gazed into each other's eyes for a long moment, the dark clashing with the light, before Mike finally murmured against Rain's parted lips. "Make love? Is that what we're doing?" Rain nodded with a sensual smile. "Yes, Mike." Mike rose to his knees, their eyes still locked as he rolled the condom down his shaft and used his fists to lube himself. "Then tell me," Mike demanded. Mike knew how much Rain loved his dominant side, in ordering him to do anything, Especially telling him he loved him was a natural aphrodisiac. Rain moaned and smoothed his hands over Mike's chest, another dollop of clear liquid forming on the head of his cock. Mike was tempted to bend down and lick it off, but he didn't want to break their intense eye contact. "Mike," Rain begged, "you already know." "Say it to me." Mike slowly lowered his weight on top of Rain. "Mike." Rain's eyes were hooded but still radiant beneath the stars and the moonlight. "I love you more than you can understand." Mike was frozen for a split second before he kissed Rain's lips, then licked his tongue. He kissed across his jaw that he'd let grow a little scruff, and Mike admitted he liked the way it felt when Rain kissed him. He closed his eyes and pressed their foreheads together, knowing the gravity of the words he was about to return. It was a first for him. Before now, Mike had been terrified of the feelings he had for the man under him, but now he knew he was safe, and so was his heart. "I love you too, Rain." Rain's eyes glazed over with moisture, and he kissed him again with less urgency but more passion. And this time, there was more tenderness and affection. "I'll never hurt you, Mike, I promise, and I know I'll always be safe with you." Rain nuzzled against him, making Mike's heart threaten to shatter within the confines of his chest. He raised one leg up and over Mike's shoulder with ease, showing off his impressive flexibility when Mike pressed against his hole. On that declaration, Mike drove forward with one long, deep stroke, clenching his teeth and muting his cry of pleasure. When he was buried as far as he could, their pelvises pressed together, he slanted his hips and drove himself a half-inch deeper. Mike held there, motionless, barely able to breathe at the heat of Rain's welcoming body. Maybe it was their affirmation of love they felt for each, or the connection they had that went far beyond the act of sex. But nothing about their lovemaking was simple. Mike struggled as he withdrew inch by torturous inch, only for Rain to force him back inside with those strong legs. "Goddamn, baby," Mike barely gritted out, his balls pulling up tight. Shit. No, he couldn't come after only 15 fucking seconds. Toned thighs held him captive in a delicious way, Rain's hot body squeezing him almost too tight. He knew he didn't have long, no matter how cool he tried to play this, because it was that much. Mike wrapped his slick hand around Rain's cock and started to stroke him with each lengthy, painstakingly accurate thrust. This wasn't a race to the finish line, to get off, though they were barreling fast in that direction. "You're gonna make me come already," Rain said in a pained voice, his neck arched and his throat strained. Mike said a silent prayer of thanks that he wasn't the only one battling to draw out their lovemaking for as long as possible. Rain's eyes opened wide, his mouth forming an O before he let out a guttural moan that shot up Mike's shaft, triggering his own orgasm at the same time Rain was spewing over his hand and onto his stomach. Mike's strokes were slow and controlled as he buried himself to the hilt and shook violently as his body exploded into 1,000 spasms. Mike was glad his neighbors weren't close, and he had an 8-foot privacy fence surrounding his lawn because he feared they were loud enough to make a few people peek out of their windows. He pulled Rain close to him, his back against his damp chest, as if he feared he'd escape in the middle of the night. Mike was never letting Rain go for as long as he lived. Chapter 61. Rain. Rain believed that was the first time he'd ever slept outside, on a bed. It was obvious the backyard was designed for Mike's ultimate pleasure, and now that he had a love to share it with, Rain couldn't wait to see what other romantic things they could do back there. Nature's alarm clock made them both stir at the same time as the sun began to rise in the east, and the birds chirped and sang around them while they foraged for breakfast. Mike wasn't a huge talker in the morning, so Rain was quiet as he came fully awake, his dark eyes blinking and adjusting to the changing light. When he glanced over and saw Rain watching him, and remembrance of last night sparked in his gaze, a slow smile spread across his face. "I think we better get up and tidy up our mess. The events company will be here to set up the tables and tents for Bishop and Edison's dinner at 1, and then I have a zillion things to do before our company starts to arrive." Yeah, I know," Mike rumbled in his deep morning voice that had Rain considering if they had to get up right now. Are you still making me go to Home Depot? Rain chuckled, laying his head over the large tribal tattoo on Mike's left pec. Yes. I need those wires to make my centerpieces for the tables. Ugh, Mike groaned, throwing his forearm over his eyes. But Rain knew he wasn't all that annoyed. Mike secretly loved when Rain gave him a honey-do list. The longer, the better. Rain placed a gentle peck on Mike's lips, then sat up and swung his legs over the side of the comfortable bed. His body felt wonderful, pleasantly sore and tender in all the right places, different from any other time he'd allowed a man inside of him. With love in the equation, nothing Rain did sexually would ever be the same again. He stretched his arms up high, turned his face toward the heavens, and said a quick prayer of gratitude. There was so much he had to be thankful for that he needed more than just a couple of minutes to reflect on it. He patted Mike on his thigh. Hey, I'm going to go meditate for a little while in my bedroom. I'll see you after I shower. Rain got up and headed toward the door, but Mike jogged and caught up to him and clamped his arms around his waist. He chuckled and glanced at Mike over his shoulder. What are you doing? I have a surprise for you. Mike kissed the back of his head before he spun him around to face him. Rain's eyes got big. Wait, the room you and Manny have been working on while I've been at the spa? You mean I can see it now? Mike's grin was smug as he nodded and led them into the house. Rain was so excited he almost hurried in front of Mike to get to the door first. He could only imagine what his man had done now. He didn't think anyone knew how generous or romantic Mike could be. All they had to do was touch his heart, and he'd go to great lengths to reciprocate that affection. Mike stopped in front of the formal dining room, where his rickety desk and old computer used to be. But he'd removed those items and started to renovate it last week. But Mike would never let Rain see what he was doing. Now that he worked full-time at the spa, Mike had a lot of evenings and weekends to finish the project without him seeing it. All Rain knew was it was for him. Since you said you were about to meditate, Mike slid the French doors open. Here you go. Rain inhaled sharply as he stepped inside a room that was in complete contrast with the rest of the house. It was a zen room. The bare white walls were covered with wood paneling one would see in a sauna. The large bay window was closed and covered with sheer curtains, but there was still enough natural light allowed through that he didn't need to turn on the small accent lamps positioned around the room. The hardwood floor was replaced with a thick leather-gray shag carpet and littered with large floor pillows. Oh my God. Rain gaped at the best part. Mike had placed towering greenery in the corners that would make him feel as if he was meditating in the rainforest. He fingered the split leaves that were larger than both of his hands put together. What are these? They're called monsteras. Do you like them? Mike stood off to the side, watching his every reaction, and Rain was sure he wasn't disappointing. He had no idea Mike was doing this. Over here, these are ferns. That's a peace lily right there. And of course, those are aloe vera plants. Rain was shocked. How did you know to do all of this? Rain ran his fingertips over the chakra-balancing canvas art. The other wall was covered with a wide tapestry of the Indian lotus flower, and several bookshelves already complete with a library of mindfulness and yoga books. Mike hugged him from behind, smiling into Rain's neck. I Googled meditation rooms. They all basically had the same thing. Very little artificial light, comfortable places to sit, lots of plants, and these weird things. Mike picked up the sitting Buddha statue on the low table next to a set of stacked white Zen stones. Rain was getting emotional, but he held it in. This was his life now. Pure happiness. I can't believe you did this for me. Mike came and stood in front of him. My gentle lover, I can't believe I have you, period. I can't believe I have someone that will stand up to Bishop like that for me. They weren't supposed to tell you I did that. They were just supposed to fix it. Rain hadn't wanted any recognition. He just wanted Mike happy. Well, he did. And I wanted to let you know that Bishop was very impressed. Rain frowned. Really? I thought pissed was more like it. No, he said he knew you were right. Mike kissed him tenderly. He also said he was glad I had you. I've been protecting people for what seems like forever. Now I have someone to protect me, too. Rain hooked his arms around Mike's neck and got lost for a while in their kiss. "Thank you so much," he whispered when they broke for air. "I love the room." Wood said a meditation room was something you've always wanted in your home. And when I asked Chelsea, she said the exact same thing. Mike caressed his cheek. So I got to work. Rain held back the tears building in his eyes. "I know you're used to the finer things in life, handsome." Mike put his finger to Rain's lips when he got ready to argue that he didn't care about material shit anymore. "And I know you don't need them, but there's nothing I can't give you, Rain. Nothing. If you need a job, I'm going to make it happen. If you need books to read, I'll get them for you. Or a nice gym to practice your yoga, done." Rain blinked before a curious frown creased his brow. "Wait, did you? You asked Edison to give me a job, and you bought all of those books?" Rain laughed. "Wow, I've been hoodwinked, deluded." "Baby, I'll deceive you, trick you, and lie to you all day as long as you get any and everything you want. That's how much I love you." Mike saying that somehow made perfect sense in his language. Rain shook his head as he let out a soft chuckle, then promised, "I have everything as long as I have you. You're all I'll ever need, Mike." Mike kissed his temple. "Well, I don't know about you, but I sure could use a vacation too." Rain shivered in anticipation, his heart racing. "To Bora Bora," Mike finished. Rain almost leaped into the air. He loved those islands, and he knew visiting this time would be a different experience because he was going with someone who held his heart. While Rain didn't need expensive gifts or lavish trips from Mike to be happy, he'd still take it. "Don't we need to focus on Trent's wedding?" Rain hooked his arms around Mike's neck, never wanting to let him go. "Wood and Trent have only been dating 7 months. They said they want a long engagement, maybe 2 years. So we have plenty of time to plan." Mike buried into Rain's cheek. "I want some alone time with you. I think we've earned it." They kissed again, never able to truly get enough as Rain was walked backward until his ass brushed against the edge of the wicker egg chair, suspended in the corner that sat under an arched antique floor lamp that was perfect for evening reading. "Are you sure you want me to go to the hardware store right now?" Mike teased, as he hefted Rain up onto the plush cushions and stood between his legs. Damn, instead of using this to meditate, this chair was in the perfect position for sex. All Rain had to do was recline back and hook his ankles behind Mike's head. And that's just what he did. "I think we have a little time before our boys get here." Rain rubbed his hands down his own chest and into his thong. Mike licked his lips, those dark eyes promising Rain a life of passion, adventure, family, and most of all, true love. Epilogue. Mike. 2 years later. They look so happy, don't they? Rain shuffled his feet back and forth as Mike held him tight in his arms on the makeshift dance floor in the center of the green lawn. Rain was so happy for Trent and Wood that it was hard to focus on anyone else in attendance. Their love was just that palpable on their special day. When Rain's observation was met with terse silence, he glanced up at Mike's eyes. He followed his partner's dark gaze toward the DJ set up on the far right corner of the backyard of Wood and Trent's new home. "Mike, what in the world are you scowling at over there?" Rain asked, scanning the yard. "The fucking DJ, that's who. How long is this goddamn song? What's he playing, the extended LP version?" Mike grumbled. Rain laughed because that's what he did a lot of every day. "Hey you, stop complaining. You promised me a dance, remember?" "I do remember, and that's why I'm out here making a complete fool of myself." Mike kissed him on his forehead. "I hate dancing, and I think people who do it should be shot on sight." Rain rubbed his palm over Mike's rough jaw, drawing his gaze toward him. He didn't say anything for a long moment, calming his lover with just a slight caress to his cheek and a breathy whisper in his ear. "It's a slow song, handsome. I could do this with you all night." Mike kissed him again and again. "You can try to charm me all you want, but I said one dance." I'll take anything I can get, love. Rain laid his cheek on Mike's hard chest. He could feel his heat even through the crisp royal blue dress shirt. Mike stopped shooting daggers at the DJ and stared down at Rain with the same intensity, emotion, and love that he'd done for the past 2 years. Their hearts and souls were intertwined. Their lives now a family blended into one. Dad, I'm about to do the toast soon. How long you two gonna cut a rug out here? Bishop teased from where he and Edison were rocking back and forth in each other's arms a few feet away. Mike flipped Bishop off. As soon as this DJ stops torturing me. If it's time for your toast, B, then give his ass the signal to wrap up this 30-minute song and snatch the mic off the stand. Bishop glanced over at his dad. You're right. This song should have been over by now. Right. Who the fuck is singing this anyway? I requested a Hall & Oates medley. Edison smiled as he held Bishop closer. I asked the DJ to do a mix of their greatest hits. What the? Hall and... Oh, you've got to be fucking shitting me. Edison, you did this? Mike growled in Bishop's direction. This is Trent's day. Where's the jazz? Damn, B, don't you have any control over your husband? Bishop stopped moving and glared at his father. Edison and Rain both sighed in exasperation as Mike squared off with the son. It was a playful act that both he and Edison were used to. I have about as much control over my guys as you have over yours. And it was you, Mike, that told them they could have one dance from us at the wedding. So blame your fucking self. Can you two not encourage each other's bad behavior today of all days? Edison said to his husband and father-in-law before he snatched Bishop around and snuggled under his big arms. Rain swayed in Mike's embrace, chuckling under his breath at his partner's discomfort. I promise, after the song is over, we can... You mean after the never-ending mix of the Oat Brothers? Mike fussed. Everyone is enjoying it, Rain finished. See? Trent and Wood are still dancing, so leave it alone. This is about them, remember? I know. And have I told you how wonderful of a father you've been to Trent and Wood this year? And Bishop and Edison? Rain told Mike as he looked around at the tables full of friends and family. At the immaculate yard that Manny and Mike had created as a wedding gift / housewarming gift to Trent and his new son-in-law. You made all this possible. The botanical garden ceremony was breathtaking. I still can't believe you had the time to do it all. I wanted to do it. Trent deserves this. My boys deserve everything. Mike cupped Rain's chin and placed a chaste peck on his lips. So do you. Rain loved when Mike gave him that sexy, vulnerable expression. I love you so much. I know. Mike winked. How could you not? Rain had gotten so lost in Mike's eyes that he didn't see Wood when he tapped Mike on his shoulder and asked, May I cut in? Good Lord, you got good timing, son. Mike didn't hesitate to take Rain's hand and place it in Wood's. Dance with him until his heart is content. Rain gaped at Mike, although there was no heat behind his glare. You're just going to ditch me. I thought we were having a moment. We were, and there'll be more moments later tonight, Mike promised sensually before he hurried to escape the dance floor. I don't need that visual, Wood muttered and encased Rain in his arms. They were quiet for a long moment, Rain holding his best friend close, his heart overflowing with happiness for him. I'm so happy for you, Hirsch. You and Trent are an inspiration. Your love for each other will last until the end of time and far beyond. Gosh, you're such a romantic sap. Wood kissed the top of Rain's head. How does Mike deal with it? Happily, Rain retorted. Wood glanced in Mike's direction, where he was laughing with the sons and a few guys from his crew. I didn't think Mike had it in him. Didn't think he had what in him? Wood looked in Rain's eyes. The ability to love you the way you wanted to be loved. Oh, but he does. Rain damn near sang. Wood shook his head at him. I know. I'm happy for you, babe. I'm happy for both of us. Did you see us living like this when we were in that shitty halfway house 3 years ago? Wood asked. He and Trent had moved out of the trailer 9 months ago and bought their first home together. Rain had been just as proud as Mike when he provided guidance, advice, and sometimes financial assistance to his sons and their partners. He loved them and would do anything to keep them happy and protected. It was clear every day that a lot of Mike had rubbed off on Rain. He would always be a gentle soul, but he could get riled up and even angry if someone threatened what he adored and treasured. Hell no. There was no way to foresee this. Rain woke every morning in Mike's bed, unable to believe how blessed he was. But one thing I did know was that we would always be best friends and take care of each other. Wood hugged him tight as he moved gracefully in his arms. Rain would never tell his partner, but Wood was a much better dancer than Mike, and his toes were thankful he'd switched partners. Mike hadn't been exaggerating when he said he didn't dance, and if Rain made him do it, he'd regret it. "So how's business going?" Rain asked, when the song transitioned to "Every Time You Go Away." "Booming, but I'm glad things are manageable now. I was so busy before with opening the new tattoo shop. I was barely able to squeeze in the full 2 weeks for our honeymoon. Elle wants to open a third shop since they're both doing so well. But I don't know if I want to be that tied up with work when I just got married. And since Trent and Summers' construction company is blazing full steam ahead, I don't think I need to kill myself working 12 hours a day anymore." "That's understandable. And remember what I said before. Make sure you two are communicating." Rain had both hands clasped behind Wood's neck. He looked so handsome in his cream linen shirt and blue slacks that were identical to Trent's. "Yes, Dad," Wood mocked. "Oh, gosh." Rain smiled, feeling that familiar warmth on his cheeks. He never failed to get embarrassed when they called him that, or any of the many variations they had for stepdad. Bishop and Trent were always respectful with whatever they called him, and Rain could feel the love they had for him in every tease and joke they made about his age. As long as Rain kept their father happy, then they were all happy. "So when are you and Mike going to take the leap?" Rain almost choked on his breath because he'd actually thought a lot about that lately. "I don't know. When it's time, I guess. But I'm not in a rush, and Mike knows I'm not going anywhere." "I've been trying to steal this guy away for over an hour," Chelsea said, as she came and stood close to them in her pretty sky-blue sundress. "I have to get to work soon. Do you have one dance left in you for me, Purple Rain?" No sooner did Chelsea utter the words than the DJ started to play the classic Prince song, "I Hate You Have to Work Tonight." Rain held Chelsea around her waist. "You know these guys are going to turn up and get wild as soon as it gets dark and the drinks start flowing." "I'm just glad it was drama-free." She glanced around the spacious backyard. "So no Ivy, huh?" Rain shook his head. "This is Trent's day, and he can't stand her. So Bishop said she couldn't come. Him and her have gone out to 3 or 4 dinners that he said was super awkward, because he said he never knows what to say around her since all she does is talk about her new lifestyle and her wealth. She is really a piece of work, that one. Some of the stuff you tell me sounds like something from a Desperate Housewives episode. Bishop said he'll maybe send her a card on holidays or see her on her birthday, but he doesn't want to have a mother-son relationship with her." Rain sighed. All he wanted was Bishop to be content with whatever decision he made, and he'd insisted Mike stay out of it and let his son decide on his own. "It was still an interesting wedding," Chelsea laughed. "The garden was gorgeous, and this catering by Mama is to die for. But I've never seen so much heckling and ribbing during a wedding ceremony. What the hell? The minister could barely get to the I do's because everyone was joking around so much. What happened to the listening and the crying happy tears?" Hell if he knew, because Rain had also been one of the attendees folded over in his chair laughing as well. "I guess that's what happens when you get a bunch of ex-cons, tattoo artists, landscapers, and construction workers in one setting. It's hard for those crazy fools to be quiet or serious for a whole half hour." "I'm glad I was able to be here. You guys are like my family now. I don't know how I would have made it through my recovery without every single one of you. Even Edison's book club was a much-needed escape that came right on time." "His discussions are the best, aren't they?" Rain agreed. "No, his food spread during the discussions is the best," Chelsea said, adding a bit more sway in her hips. "Are you coming with us to the flea market this weekend? Edison said there's a holistic wellness shop he wants us to go to with him." "I can't," Rain grimaced. Mike and I have to house sit and watch Trent's 3 cats while they're on their honeymoon." "Yikes," Chelsea cringed. "Then call me later this week. We'll have breakfast or something. You remember me talking about Rebecca? We've been hitting it off the past few weeks, and I want to introduce you to her soon. It's about time. I would love to put a face with the name." Rain kissed her cheek. "Will I see you in my class on Saturday?" "Yes, I'll be there. I'm also bringing a friend from work. I told her how great of a yoga instructor you are, and she's dying to do a session with you." "The more the merrier," Rain nodded. He loved being a yoga instructor at a small studio on the oceanfront boardwalk. He made such good money at the spa that he didn't have to be in there all day. So he'd made good use of his free time and took a 4-week instructor's course at the YMCA. "Oh, and make sure you take some video of these guys if they get hammered. I don't want to miss it," she said, and went to Wood and Trent to say her goodbyes. Rain was ready to get off the dance floor. His Valentino loafers were pinching his pinky toe, and his thighs were still sore from the 3 yoga classes he taught yesterday. Maybe once the bulk of the guests left and it was just Mike and his guys, Rain could go home and relax in the hot tub and wait for Mike to get home. He was beat from weeks and weeks of preparation for today. Though Mike and Manny had done the majority of the hard stuff, Rain was still right there helping and assisting with anything they needed. Excuse me, if I can have everyone's attention." Bishop had the mic to his mouth and one hand in the air, trying to project his deep voice over the many conversations. "Hey, shut the hell up," Mike barked, his voice carrying across the backyard and probably over to the next street. "My son is trying to talk." Bishop chuckled as silence fell over the crowd. "Thanks, Pops." Mike gave him a quick nod and gestured for him to say what he had to say. "Look, I'm not much of a public speaker, but I'm the best man, so I have to say something. However, you all know that we don't do anything by tradition around here, so I want to have my brothers come up here because this is a toast to our father, the man who made all of this possible for us." Rain gasped as Wood and Trent and Edison all joined Bishop in the center of the now empty dance floor. "If you're standing in this yard, then you're a close friend or your family, and therefore you know our story. You know that we didn't always have it easy coming up, and life damn sure wasn't as comfortable as it is now. Trent and I grew up rough, and so did our dad. He raised himself, became a man when he was still just a boy. He had responsibilities forced on him before he was ready." Bishop's eyes were on Mike's, piercing and intense. The 4 of them were watching Mike and nodding their heads in agreement as Bishop spoke with elegance and maturity. "Now, our father may not have done things the way other fathers did, but we know he did his best, and he never gave up. Not once," Trent chimed in, a heartfelt expression warming his handsome face. "Especially with me." "He gave me a home when my own father turned his back on me," Wood added. "I was lost, desperate, and I had no family. But Mike showed me what a real father is. One that will even kick your ass if it's needed." That earned a few laughs and jeers from the crowd, knowing Mike could be a hard ass. But he did it with the best of intentions and always from a place of love. Edison's tears were flowing when he glanced up at Bishop and then at Mike. "I remember when I first met Mike." "Oh, gosh," Bishop muttered. "He was lying on the couch naked, and he told me to try not to leave Bishop for the better version." Edison said around a watery smile. "And I wondered how in the hell was this guy a father? He was so young and full of life. Still is. And it didn't take long to see that he's the best father Bishop and Trent could have ever had. He's also an amazing father-in-law. My dad died several years ago, and I never thought I'd feel that fatherly bond ever again. To have that wisdom, support, and the guidance that only a dad can give. But Mike, he was there for—" "It's okay, baby," Bishop whispered against Edison's temple when he became too choked up to finish. Rain went and stood behind Mike and put his arms around his waist in support, his best friend Manny gripping his shoulder on his right side. It was obvious Mike wasn't expecting any kind of tribute from his sons, and the sincerity and emotion that emanated from the boys had Rain trying to swallow down the lump lodged in his throat. "Fuck, this is harder than I thought it was going to be." Bishop wiped at his eyes. I want to say to our father, on behalf of all of us, thank you. Thank you for being the fierce, loyal man that we love and admire." Bishop gestured at Trent and Wood's backyard setup, and the gorgeous yet masculine wedding decorations. All of this is because of him. Mike, thank you for taking me in and being the father I never had. Trent croaked. Neither of my parents wanted me, but you fought to keep me. You never let me convince myself that I was alone and I had no family. Thanks, Pops, for fighting for me and kicking my ass to make me the hard-working, successful man I am today. Wood put his hand to his chest, his other arm slung over Trent's shoulders. Thank you, Mike, for not letting me self-destruct and ruin the one good thing I've ever had. We may scrap and fuss with each other, but I know it's coming from a good place. Mike stood rigid in Rain's arms, and he could feel his man about to break down at any moment. Rain let his happy tears run down his face, knowing that Mike had been waiting all of his life to hear those words, and he'd earned it 10 times over. Bishop let go of Edison and came and stood in front of Mike. Rain inched away to give them their space, but he didn't think he'd ever get used to how striking Mike and his son were when they were standing side by side. Dad, thank you for being a teenage father and handling it like a boss. You may not have always made the right decisions, but you acknowledged your mistakes, and you turned yourself into a man that we all admire. Bishop gripped Mike in a spine-cracking hug. Thank you for not abandoning me when times got tough. I may have doubted myself a lot, but one thing you never did was give up on me. You made me work hard for a better life whether I wanted to or not. The crowd was starting to murmur warm sentiments as the toast came to an end, and so did Mike and Bishop's embrace. If you all will give me just one more moment, and then we can get this party started right. Bishop's deep voice rose, lightening the dramatic moment. There were several cheers around the yard, but it quickly died down when Edison came forward with a framed photo. Or at least Rain thought it was a photo, until Bishop took it from Edison and turned it around and presented it to his father. They all got a look at the document encased inside the mahogany frame at the same time, and the gasps and cheers that sprang up from the crowd were loud enough to be heard in the neighboring city. Bishop! Mike stared at the frame, his hands shaking slightly as he seemed to fight the tears threatening to spill over. You passed the GED. I would have never even tried to take it if it wasn't for you, Bishop said. I knew you were going to pass. I never had a doubt. Mike's slight grin turned into a full-blown victory smile before he passed the framed diploma to Rain and grabbed Bishop in his arms like he was a 10-year-old kid and spun him around until Bishop had to wrestle Mike off him. It's been a long, hard 4 years, but he did it. Edison came up and rubbed his husband's back. He has your drive and determination, Mike. Manny held his beer high in the air and shouted, A toast! To the patriarch, to my dad, Mike motherfucking Stockley. Bishop yelled, To our patriarch. They all raised their glasses and called out in unison before the party went into full swing. This concludes Rain by A.E. Villa, narrated by Tortom. Copyright 2022 by author A.E. Villa. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with A.E. Villa and was produced in the year 2022 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.